Chapter 1. Who will I sleep with today? No. Zhang Rao's miserable cry echoed throughout the dilapidated corridor. You pervert, we didn't scream, but you did. A girl named Delay hugged her chest with her hands, her full breasts were squeezed to be more attractive, and her face was full of anger. Tell us how you got in here, or we'll tear you into pieces. Another girl in a short skirt lifted her long white legs and pressed Zhang Rao's chest with her pink feet. It's better to kill this kind of scum. Another long-legged beauty said with a cold face, not hiding the disgust in her eyes at all, and even a hint of murderous intent. That's really interesting, but that wouldn't be fun anymore, Jingjing. Before Zhang Rao could react, a pair of snow-white balls came into view. A short-haired beauty squatted in front of him. She has an extremely hot body, and the tight red skirt seems like her second skin. Her plump figure makes people's heart beat faster at the sight of it. Hey, he fainted, Lingling, you seem to have scared him. A gentle female voice was also heard, but the impact of the scene in front of him was too strong. Before Zhang Rao could check the source of the sound, he lost consciousness. When I woke up again, the room was empty. But the pink layout of the room and the unique faint fragrance of the girl proved that everything that just happened was not a dream. No way, how could this happen? This is so different from the college life I imagined. Zhang Rao felt like crying but had no tears. It all seemed a bit magical to him. Obviously, all his actions were no different from those of a newly enrolled college student, so why did he end up in such a situation now? Isn't it just that I started school a month late? Why are you punishing me like this? I really don't know what's going on. Just when he was about to cry, the voices of the girls were gradually approaching in the corridor. Recalling his recent experience, he decided without hesitation to continue pretending to be unconscious. After several girls entered the room, Delay was the first to speak. Is this kid still pretending to be unconscious? The girl in the short skirt walked up to Zhang Rao and kicked him lightly. Hey, get up, don't think we can't see it. Zhang Rao was shocked, but still closed his eyes. At this time, the short-haired beauty squatted down, leaned close to Zhang Rao's face, and whispered, Little boy, it will not be fun if you continue to pretend. Zhang Rao felt her breath on his face and could not help but tremble. Otherwise, I'll just chop him to death. Zhang Rao glanced over and found that the long-legged, cold, and beautiful woman seemed to be looking for tools, so he quickly sat up. Okay, I'm awake. I don't care what means you use, you can't live here. The girl who looked very gentle pointed at his nose. I didn't want to either. It was arranged by the school. I started a month late, so I guess I got the wrong dorm. If you live here, I will kill you. The cold and beautiful woman started looking for tools again. What are you doing? Ouch. If you don't move out, Wei Jingjing will really kill you. A pair of balls came into view again, and the short-haired girl said something softly in her ear. Sisters, please be kind. I really don't know. I asked the dorm manager, and she insisted that I live here. I paid the accommodation fee after all. I really didn't mean to do this. Seeing Zhang Rao's defenseless look, the 5 school beauties looked at each other in bewilderment. In fact, they had just gone to the school to verify and the situation was indeed like this. However, the 5 of them still couldn't accept living with a boy, so they decided to give him a warning. Zhang Rao was tied up like a dumpling by 5 people, with a piece of tape stuck on his mouth, making him look like a hairy crab. This is much more comfortable. The beautiful Lady Don Nana nodded with satisfaction as she looked at her masterpiece. It's finally quiet. The short-skirted beauty by Tian Tian stretched lazily, her slender waist full of energy. Is this really okay? The cold and beautiful Su Jingjing put her 2 smooth and delicate long legs together, still with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Okay, Jingjing, it's not too late to save it for the new year. The figure of the short-haired beauty He Lingling is really worth looking at. The voluptuous curves in front and back make people excited, but her waist is not even as thin as a hand. Only the gentle beauty Su Yaoyao did not give off any aggression. She kept staring at Zhang Rao with a smile. Her delicate and flawless face made him swallow his saliva. Zhang Rao was very glad that these 5 beauties did not cover his eyes. Speaking of these 5 beauties, they are definitely school beauties in terms of both appearance and figure. Although they are tied up by me, I still feel a little scared. Zhang Rao's eyes scanned involuntarily. Don Nana was tall, and the fitted white dress seemed tailor-made for her, clinging tightly to her figure, perfectly outlining her slender waist like a willow branch that could be held in one hand. Beneath the hem of the dress were a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs, and her fair skin shimmered like pearls in the sunlight. Her towering breasts rose and fell with her breathing, stirring the imagination. She glanced at herself, her eyes filled with disdain. Tian wore a pastel pink outfit. The crop top perfectly revealed her flat, tight stomach, and her waist was slender and powerful, as if it could be held in one hand. Beneath her pink miniskirt, her tight, elastic legs brimmed with youthful energy. Her high ponytail swayed gently with her movements, radiating youthful vitality. However, she looked at herself as if she were a monster. Su Jingjing wore a simple blue denim skirt and white shirt, 2 buttons undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of cleavage, her deep cleavage inviting the imagination. The denim skirt tightly hugged her pert hips and slender legs, accentuating her graceful figure. She sat quietly on the edge of the bed, only slightly frowning. He Lingling wore a hot red miniskirt, revealing her fair and slender thighs, making her blood boil. Her high heels made her figure even taller, and her bust was about to burst out. Su Yaoyao wore a lovely floral dress with a cute doll collar, which couldn't hide her charming collarbone and the slight bulge of her chest. The dress's waistline accentuated her slender figure, and the hem swayed gently with her movements, like a dancing butterfly. She pouted, as if thinking about something. Just as he was watching intently, Don Nana was already standing in front of him. Jiang Rao quickly raised his head. A pair of balls covered half of Don Nana's face. Through the gap, he could see a hint of shyness in her eyes. Today, who are you going to sleep with? Chapter 2. This must be a test. Who are you going to sleep with today? Jiang Rao's mind suddenly exploded. Who to sleep with? What does she mean? Is this an invitation to me? Or are you warning me? No, this must be a test. A test. I must withstand the test, otherwise I will really have to sleep on the streets today. You must be thinking about something disgusting again, huh? Su Jingjing spoke, with a look of disgust, as if she really was an unforgivable pervert. Hey, don't think too much. Tang Nana seemed to realize that her expression was inaccurate, and because of Su Jingjing's words, her chest heaved violently, and she glared at Jiang Rao fiercely. Because there are only 5 beds in this dormitory, you should squeeze with someone at night. He Lingling explained in time. Squeeze with someone? This sentence exploded in Jiang Rao's mind again. Looking at the 5 beauties of school beauty in front of him, some scenes that are not suitable for children began to appear in his mind. You are a pervert indeed. Tian noticed that his expression became a little strange, and instantly guessed what he was thinking. She swung her pink fist and elbowed him hard. Oh, sorry, my mind didn't come to it for a moment. That's a bit too much. Mr. Jiang, please don't have any unhealthy thoughts. Jiang Rao suddenly felt that Su Yaoyao's smile was a little scary. Of course not. I'm the healthiest person mentally. I even served as a psychological counselor. In high school, they all called me healthy brother. Jiang Rao changed the subject and walked to an empty bed. Isn't there an empty bed here? I can just sleep here. No need, When he sat down on the bedboard collapsed instantly, and his whole body was stuck in the bedboard in a very funny posture. That's why I said there are only 5 beds. He Lingling spread her hands helplessly. What an idiot, ha ha ha. Tian was already laughing so hard that she was out of breath. Others also started to laugh at Jiang Rao, and even the cold Su Jingjing couldn't help but smile. Well, I know this is funny, but could you guys come and help me? I seem to be stuck. I can't do it anymore, let me laugh for a while. Tian almost laughed to tears. Can someone help me untie it? Although the tape on his mouth had just been torn off, he was still tied up and couldn't stand up from the bed. After the school beauties had finished laughing, he pulled it out. Is this bondage play really necessary? Although he was pulled out, Jiang Rao was still tied up. What's the use of bundling? This is to ensure our safety. Donna said seriously. Then ask Su Jingjing to put down the whip first. Jingjing, put it down, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to save it for the new year? Su Jingjing still looked at him with disdain, but still put down the whip, looking very disappointed. What should we do now? Do we really want him to sleep with us? Tian pouted angrily. The 5 school beauties surrounded Jiang Rao as if they were staring at a prisoner of war. Can't you just let him sleep on the floor? Throw him to the toilet. Chop it off. Let him sleep with the dorm manager. The girls started chattering and discussing, and Zhang Rao squatted in the middle and became more and more desperate as he listened. Zhang Rao felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The discussion among these 5 school beauties was almost eating him alive. How about we draw lots? He Lingling made a fairly reliable suggestion. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly thinking that this method was fair. So, He Lingling found 5 pieces of paper, wrote their names on them, and put them in a box. You come and smoke. Tang Nana pointed at Zhang Rao and said. Zhang Rao reached into the box with trembling hands, silently praying that he could draw a slightly gentler one. It's Su Yao Yao. Please, God. Compared with these other big Buddhas, Su Yao Yao is like an angel. He silently repeated Su Yao Yao's name in his heart. When he pulled out the note and opened it, he saw the words Bai Tian Tian written on it. Bai Tian Tian widened her eyes, looking unwilling. Why is it me? I want to draw again. Bai Tian Tian has a petite figure, her slender calves are straight and slender, and her collarbone faintly exposed under her nightgown is extremely charming. At this time, she stomped her feet hard on the ground, expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Nana soothed Bai Tian Tian's back with her hand, then glared at Zhang Rao fiercely, with a warning look in her eyes. He Lingling put away the box and gave him a meaningful look. Don't let me, I know you're bullying Tian Tian. Su Jingjing's eyes became more and more disgusted. Su Yao Yao nodded politely. At this point, Zhang Rao could only scratch his head embarrassedly. Tian Tian, please take care of me tonight. I'm not taking care of you. Bai Tian Tian stomped her feet again, climbed onto the bed angrily, and wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. There was no other way but to go find her and apologize later. I hadn't packed my luggage yet. Because Zhang Rao was tied up, he could only jump to Su Yao Yao. Classmate Yao Yao, can you help me untie it? Hey, that won't do. It took us half an hour to finish it. Please, look, I have to pack my things too. I can't just leave all my luggage in the middle of the dormitory like this. At worst, I can just tie myself up later. Okay, temporarily. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to ask Su Yao Yao to untie him, but he saw Su Jingjing still looking disgusted. He had no choice but to turn his head away, but he saw Donna's fierce gaze again. There is no way. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After all, it is not right for a boy like me to live in a girl's dormitory. Su Yao Yao's movements were very gentle, and she carefully helped him untie the knot on his wrist. Feeling Su Yao Yao's warm and soft little hand, Zhang Rao's heart trembled violently. I didn't expect that I would touch a girl's hand on the first day of college. Although it was under such circumstances, are all girls' hands so soft? Hey, why are your hands so hot? It's okay, it's okay. I'm a boy, so I have a stronger yang energy. It's normal. After a while, Su Yao Yao finally untied the ropes, and Zhang Rao instantly felt relaxed. Thank you for your help. He turned his head to express his gratitude to Su Yao Yao. When I turned my head and saw Su Yao Yao's eyes, an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. Okay, it's okay, what are you still looking at? Su Yao Yao quickly turned her head to the side to avoid looking at him. After working until the evening, Zhang Rao finally packed up his things. He looked up and saw the clothesline and fell into deep thought again. Well, that biggest black lace should be Don Nana's. Wow, this color is so weird. Oh my god, there is also this style. Wow, whose is this? Does it look good? Yeah, it looks good. Zhang Rao blurted out, then turned his head and saw Su Jingjing's cold and pretty face. The next second, I felt my waist being twisted hard. Zhang Rao's screams continued to echo on the balcony. Chapter 3 Is it coming? After returning to the room, Zhang Rao felt that Su Jingjing's hostility had increased. She might really kill him one day. However, Su Jingjing's figure is really good. Although it is not as good as Tang Nana and He Lingling, this perfect body curve is even more pleasing to the eye. Her pretty little face is impeccable. She is a beauty who should look beautiful when she smiles, but her face is always cold. Scum. Su Jingjing squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Zhang Rao could only smile awkwardly, praying in his heart that she would not tell the other girls what had just happened. Fortunately, Su Jingjing didn't intend to pay attention to him and sat down directly in front of the bed. Oh, it's already this late. He Lingling stood up. Zhang Rao didn't dare to look at He Lingling at all now. After all, he fainted when he saw her figure before. In a sense, He Lingling poses a greater threat to him than Su Jingjing. So what should I do now? If this is a boys' dormitory, then now is a good time to gain points. But now, not to mention that he would suffer the consequences if it affected a few girls, there is no place for him to play games at all. As expected, I still need to brush up my favorability first. Looked around. Why don't you go talk to Don Nana? No, she seems very busy. I would probably get scolded if I talked to her now. He Lingling? Goodbye. I don't know where to put my eyes in front of her. Su Jingjing? As soon as I had this thought, I saw the hammer on her bedside. By Tian Tian. That one tea work either. The girl is still wrapped in the quilt, looking like she won tea. Let me get into bed no matter what. Only Su Yao Yao was a little easier to talk to. Classmate Yao Yao. What's wrong? Do you need me to tie it back for you? Su Yao Yao, who was reading a book, raised her head. No. So you're going to tie it yourself, right? No, hey, I just want to talk about why everyone is so hostile towards me. Your question is very strange. After all, you are a boy and now you live with us. I'm sure everyone should be more cautious. But I didn't do anything bad. Pretending to faint, glancing at Nana's breasts, peeking at our underwear. Stop. It turns out that this woman has been secretly wary of herself since just now? But I don't hate Jiang-san. Hey! It's the school's arrangement. There's nothing we can do about it. I don't want to see you sleeping on the street. That would be too pitiful. She is simply an angel. Jiang Rao suddenly felt like crying. Wow, classmate Yao Yao, can I sleep with you today? You wish. Just sleep with Tian Tian obediently. But by Tian Tian has no intention of letting me sleep in her bed. Look, she's still wrapped up in it. She really dislikes me and doesn't want to sleep with me. I don't want to sleep with you either. He suddenly felt as if his heart, which had just warmed slightly, was stabbed again. Oh, anyway, you smoked it yourself, you might as well go take a shower first. Our Tian Tian is very clean, and we will definitely not let you get into bed if you are so smelly. Zhang Rao felt that what she said made sense. Although he had already taken a shower before coming, he decided to take another shower out of respect for the girl. As soon as I opened the bathroom door, I met Donna's eyes. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Before Don Nana's expression could completely turn dark, Zhang Rao closed the bathroom door tightly. He had no choice but to carry his clothes to another bathroom. After taking off all my clothes, I felt a chill. After a while, the sound of water came from next door. The trickling flow made Zhang Rao feel extremely hot again. Don't think about it, just wash it quickly. This is really embarrassing. Oh my god. When he turned on the shower head, he was instantly burned and screamed in pain. What are you howling for? Don Nana's dissatisfied voice came over. No, it's okay, I just feel like singing. Stop singing. It's so awful. I'm annoyed by your voice. There was no way. The valve on my side seemed unable to control the temperature. I could only silently endure the baptism of boiling water. Oh my god, it's really hot. Do they usually wash at this temperature? When he thought of the scene in the bathroom on the other side, he felt even hotter. The smell in the bathroom made Zhang Rao feel extremely sweet. Apart from the smell of shampoo and the like, there was also a refreshing fragrance that belonged only to girls. Calm down. I told you to stop singing. Zhang Rao and Tang Nana walked out of the bathroom at the same time. The moment he saw Don Nana, his eyes widened. Drops of water slid down her hair, along her slender neck, and flowed over her sexy collarbone. Make way. He Lingling walked between the two of them with an expressionless face, and Zhang Rao quickly looked away. He swallowed and turned to put the clothes into the washing machine. Hey, you can't use this. He Lingling poked his chest with her finger. Why? He tried not to look down. I don't want my laundry to smell like a boy. Exactly. You used it. How are we supposed to wash it? Donna also echoed. In fact, he originally wanted to argue again, but the bodies of these two people were a little too hot. Because she was afraid that she couldn't bear it, she had to bury her head in the sink and wash clothes. The two of them showed relatively satisfied expressions and returned to the room. Oh, it's so frustrating. Is it so inconvenient for boys and girls to live together? Here's a brush. A white and tender little hand pointed to the side. Thank you, eh? Looking at Bai Tiantian's pretty face, Zhang Rao was stunned. She was still wrapped in the quilt, but her head and face were outside. Although the quilt covered her body, her slim and slender figure could still be seen, with only a pair of lovely legs exposed. Shui Lingling's little face is still puffy, but I don't look as angry as before. Since you are still honest, I will allow you to sleep with me today. But don't you ever have any other ideas? Not even a little bit. Do you hear me? Well, I'll be good. Disgusting. Also, let me tell you right up front, if you don't behave yourself, I'll really kick you off the bed. I promise. So annoying. Bai Tian shouted inexplicably and climbed back into bed wrapped in the quilt. Well, it seems that everyone is quite reasonable. But why is this girl wrapped in a blanket? It's quite abstract. Then I'll turn off the lights. After Tang Nana turned off the lights, Zhang Rao stood in front of Bai Tiantian's bed, a little hesitant, but more excited. Is it coming, sleeping with the school beauty? He felt his face getting very hot. After taking a deep breath, he began to climb up the bed ladder step by step, as if he was climbing Mount Everest. Just as he was about to reach the top, Bai Tiantian's jade feet and white socks kicked him directly in the face. Zhang Rao fell to the ground just like that. Chapter 4 Bai Tiantian's Secret. What are you doing? Ouch. Zhang Rao was kicked hard in the face and fell to the ground with his butt. Although the little girl was not very strong and her feet were soft, she still grimaced in pain when she fell off the bed. Tian, classmate? Is this how you're going to get into my bed? Although it was dark and I couldn't see Bai Tiantian's face clearly, I could still feel her anger at the moment. Do you need to prepare anything else? I just took a shower and I'm clean. That's not what I'm talking about. Do you want me to do some warm-up exercises or something? Warm up? Bai Tian was furious. How could someone be so slow-witted? He was about to raise his leg to kick him again, but seeing Zhang Rao's pitiful look, he retracted it. Where's your own quilt? In the suitcase. Take it out. Are you still planning to share a bed with me? Zhang Rao suddenly realized that he had missed this. At this time, Bai Tiantian's face in the quilt was blushing. If this idiot said that he didn't bring a quilt, she would really kick him again. It was also Bai Tian's first time sleeping with a boy, and she was very nervous. Although I have barely convinced myself to accept this matter, I still feel physically averse to it. As for why it is so repulsive. That's because she has no clothes on. That's right, no one knew that Bai Tian had always had the habit of sleeping naked. This is why she was so angry today. Although there is nothing I can do about it because I got picked, I understand it. But it's still so embarrassing, and I can't even bring myself to say this reason. After a long ideological struggle, in order to keep her secret, Bai Tian agreed to sleep with Zhang Rao. In fact, she had wrapped herself in the bed to test whether she could fall asleep with clothes on. Result: can't sleep at all. What should I do? What should I do? He's coming up. What if he just pulls off my blanket? Should I kick him again? Bai Tian was completely at a loss. Her delicate body was shaking violently as she twisted in the quilt. She clamped her legs tightly around her hands to hide her nervousness. Zhang Rao carefully carried the quilt onto the bed, always on guard against Bai Tian's feet. Tian, are you cold? Seeing Bai Tian's quilt shaking constantly, I couldn't help but ask. I'm so annoyed, could you please, just shut up? Bai Tian shuddered violently and buried her head in the quilt, her face burning hot. What's wrong with this girl? Zhang Rao decided not to say anything more, so as to avoid being kicked again. He slowly lay down and looked at Bai Tian warily. After making sure that she wouldn't kick again, he followed her example and wrapped himself tightly. It smells so good. Is this a girl's bed? Zhang Rao's first feeling after going to bed was the delicious fragrance. I didn't expect that my first day in college would be so outrageous. Zhang Rao glanced at Bai Tian beside him. She had her back to him, wrapped up like a sausage, with only her little head showing. Although it is pitch black now, the graceful outline can still be seen. But when he thought of her disgusted expression, he shook his head. The two of them just lay there quietly. Zhang Rao tried hard not to think too much, but his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Bai Tian was extremely conflicted in her quilt. On the one hand, she was afraid that Zhang Rao would find out that she was not wearing any clothes, and on the other hand, she was worried that if she moved around, she would arouse more suspicion. After a while, Bai Tiantian couldn't help but turn her head, carefully checking whether Zhang Rao was asleep. She leaned her face slightly towards this side. Just happened to meet Zhang Rao's bright eyes. Bai Tiantian quickly retracted her head, tightly clamped her arms around her chest, and her little face turned red again to her ears. Zhang Rao was also very embarrassed. He was almost asleep when he felt a warm breath on his neck. When he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Tiantian's trembling pupils. "Come on, I can't sleep now." Bai Tiantian's whole body looked like she had a fever, red and hot, and her skin felt sweaty and sticky when touched. This guy, why hasn't he slept yet? Oh, I'm so annoyed. How can I dare to go to sleep in this situation? After maintaining the same posture for a long time, she felt half of her body numb. Tian, I'll try to sleep close to the bed so I won't bump into you. Hearing Zhang Rao's words made her feel a little relieved for some reason. Thinking back on how he had behaved quite well today, she hummed in response. Hearing Bai Tiantian's response, Zhang Rao finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his body to face the other side. When he turned around, he was so scared that he almost jumped up. Su Jingjing was standing beside the bed, wearing a white deep V nightgown, staring at him quietly, with a hammer in her hand. He quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from making any sound. There was no expression on Su Jingjing's face. She stood on tiptoe and looked at the bed. Zhang Rao had his eyes closed tightly, trying not to reveal any flaws. After seeing that Zhang Rao didn't move, Su Jingjing staggered back to her bed with the hammer in her hand. Damn, who are these people? I'm scared to death. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Rao's forehead. It's better to go to bed quickly. Maybe this was a dream. As a feeling of sleepiness came over me, my eyelids gradually closed. Zhang Rao finally fell into a deep sleep, but Bai Tiantian was still tossing and turning. She could clearly feel the warmth coming from beside her, a completely different breath from her own. As the night deepened, Bai Tiantian gradually felt sleepy out of exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time, she had a dream. In the dream, Zhang Rao actually lifted her quilt. She wanted to struggle but could not move. Ah! Bai Tiantian woke up suddenly and breathed a sigh of relief when she found out it was just a dream. She turned her head to look at Zhang Rao and found that he was still sleeping soundly. The moonlight from outside the window poured in. In the faint light, Bai Tiantian saw Zhang Rao's peaceful sleeping face, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. But remembering Zhang Rao's grinning face and obscene expression in the dream just now, she kicked him angrily again. Zhang Rao covered his stomach with a painful expression, but did not wake up. Bai Tiantian wrapped herself in the quilt again and fell asleep contentedly. The early morning sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains. Zhang Rao opened his eyes drowsily and felt as if his hand was placed on something, which seemed to feel pretty good. The next second, he woke up completely and found his hand on Bai Tiantian's waist. A girl's waist is soft and flexible, like the finest silk. What happened yesterday merged into his brain like seawater. He quickly pulled his hand back, and when he looked down he saw an even more erotic scene. Bai Tiantian's quilt slipped off, revealing her snow-white skin, slender neck, seductive collarbone, and her belly that was faintly visible from deep within the quilt, and... Could this be... Rabbit? Zhang Rao's brain suddenly crashed. What is even more terrible is that at this moment Bai Tiantian's eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. Completely spicy. I'm dead. Chapter 5, or, you should put on your clothes first. It's over. I'm going to die. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Rao recalled all the past events of his life. What do I do? It's better to pretend not to see it. But what should I say? When Bai Tiantian opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Rao's panicked eyes and looked a little dazed. Good morning. Zhang Rao said something in an attempt to ease the embarrassment. But Bai Tiantian in front of him didn't react at all. Her eyes were dull and had lost their luster. The two of them sat facing each other on the bed, not saying a word. Zhang Rao clearly felt Bai Tiantian's warm breath hitting his face, but he didn't even dare to breathe. Or, you should put on your clothes first. Zhang Rao couldn't bear it any longer and reached out to pull her quilt up. Wait, it seems to be stuck. He didn't care about anything else and just pulled hard, finally completing the feat. He felt dizzy, as if he had drunk 2 kilograms of ergotu. He struggled to sit up, quickly picked up his quilt, and jumped out of bed as if escaping. She had to escape. The first thing she would do when she came to her senses was to suffocate herself with a pillow. Bai Tian was lying on the bed, completely unconscious. Only her red little face could tell everything. What just happened? Zhang Rao helped me cover the quilt. Why would he sleep with me? Oh, I think I got picked yesterday. Why did he run away? Oh, he saw my. Wait, he saw it. At this moment, she seemed to feel 2 lines of hot tears sliding down her face. It's over. I'm going to die. His secret was exposed. And she was discovered by a boy. She looked at her naked body under the quilt and recalled Zhang Rao's actions just now. She wanted to die. After putting down the quilt, Zhang Rao ran to the balcony, closed the door tightly, and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Hey, what are you doing? He Lingling, who had just washed her hair, became alert when she saw Zhang Rao's actions. Zhang Rao waved his hands hurriedly, his eyes fixed on the door nervously. I'm warning you not to mess around. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll. She's here. After seeing through the crack in the door that Bai Tian had gotten up, Zhang Rao didn't care about anything else and went straight into He Lingling's bathroom. Bai Tian and Su Jingjing walked into the balcony together. Bai Tian had already put on her clothes, but the blush on her face had not faded at all. Su Jingjing's hair was messy and there were traces of saliva at the corners of her mouth. Tian, your face. Bai Tian didn't hear her voice, her mind was still thinking about getting up today. Tian? Ha? What happened? Are you sick? Su Jingjing put her face close to hers. Jingjing, it's really okay. It's so itchy when you do this. He didn't touch you last night, did he? Su Jingjing looked serious, and her usually cold face seemed a little cute at this moment. No. He didn't see. What did you see? Nothing. Tian, let me tell you, he's a scumbag. Ha? Yesterday, I went to the balcony to look for my hammer, and I saw that bastard Zhang Rao staring at our underwear hanging out to dry. Inside the bathroom, Zhang Rao put one foot against the door, his body pressed tightly against He Lingling's. There's such a thing. He Lingling was pressed down by him and muttered softly, her expression becoming more and more disgusted with him. It was an accident. How long do you plan to keep doing this? By the way, why are you hiding? It's hard to tell now. I'll explain it to you later. Then why should I hide with you? Please, don't. If you go out now, won't I be exposed? Also, he stared at Lingling and Nana for a long time. Su Jingjing's angry words outside made the 2 people in the bathroom even more embarrassed. Zhang Rao was about to lower his head, but when he saw He Lingling's angry expression, he hurriedly turned his head away. Bai Tian felt a strange feeling in her heart, and even a little lost. Tian, why don't you speak? It's okay. By the way, hurry up and wash up. Don't you have classes later? Yes. The 2 people inside had to continue to maintain this posture. It was the first time for He Lingling to be so close to a man. Zhang Rao was tall and pressed so closely against her that she had difficulty breathing. She supported Zhang Rao's chest with both hands and tried to calm herself down. Zhang Rao was not feeling well either. He had seen such an exciting scene this morning, and now he was squeezed together with the hot-bodied He Lingling. He felt a little distracted for a moment. After a long time, Bai Tian and Su Jingjing walked out of the balcony, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Why don't you let go? Are you going to keep holding me like this? Zhang Rao quickly put her down. He Lingling rolled her eyes at him and walked out of the bathroom with him. I was scared to death. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to use force, you pervert. That's not the case. Then what did you do to Bai Tian? He Lingling suddenly looked at him with a half smile. Oh, it's nothing, just a small matter, nothing much to say. Could it be? How is that possible? We've only known each other for a day, and that kind of thing is simply impossible. I didn't say anything and I don't care about Bai Tian's affairs. Now, I think you are more interesting. Zhang Rao suddenly felt that the woman's smile was a little strange. There was a sudden sound from the other bathroom. Su Yaoyao opened the door and walked out slowly. The 2 were stunned for a moment. Su Yaoyao was still smiling as usual, and she walked straight through between the 2 of them. Looking at Su Yaoyao's back, Zhang Rao and He Lingling looked at each other. Did Su Yao Yao hear everything? Did she hear everything, whether it was the conversation outside or the movement inside? Ah, I'm going to buy some junk first. He Lingling said in panic. Ah, go ahead, I'm going to clean my teeth here. At this moment, Jiang Rao wished he could find a place to hide. Su Yao Yao, who had just finished taking a shower, exuded a fresh fragrance all over her body. She slowly packed up the books she would need for class, humming a song as she took out a small box from a nearby cabinet. Donna stretched and sat up from the bed. Oh my, why is it already this late? She quickly climbed out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. She saw Bai Tian with a red face and her head buried, not knowing what she was thinking about, and Su Jingjing was beside her, complaining about something non-stop. Walking further in, she saw He Lingling running out with a shy look on her face, which made her a little confused. I love brushing my teeth, I love brushing my teeth. Jiang Rao was brushing his teeth frantically in front of the mirror, as if he could brush away the memories of this morning. What are you doing? Especially Jiang Rao, just looking at him makes me angry. Although one night had passed, she still found it hard to accept that a boy was living in the same dormitory with her. Moreover, according to the order of yesterday's draw, it is my turn to sleep with him today. Chapter 6 jumped off the building. Jiang Rao, who was still brushing his teeth seriously, saw Tang Nana giving him a blank look in the mirror and felt puzzled. What's wrong? What did I do wrong again? Why does everyone look like this? Nana-san. Jiang Rao asked cautiously. Look, I didn't come to school for the past month. I'm new here. Although I've already got all the miscellaneous data. What do you want to say? That's right. I don't know where this classroom is. Yesterday, the dorm lady told me to come to you if I need help. When can you take me there to find it? Oh, but I refuse. Ha? I'm not in the same major as you, so it's useless for you to ask me for help with this kind of thing. By the way, why don't you go find Bai Tian? She seems to be studying finance as well. Oh, you know she has the biggest problem with me. I felt uncomfortable sleeping with her yesterday, and now, it's not easy to talk to her now. Why? Tang Nana suddenly felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Rao's expression. No. Nothing. Actually, I thought yesterday that you are the prettiest and kindest person in this dormitory. Stop talking nonsense like that. I won't fall for it. But if we're just wandering around the school, it's probably fine. Oh no, Nana, something happened. He Lingling suddenly ran in a hurry. Lingling, what's wrong? What do you mean something happened? What happened? Seeing He Lingling like this, Tang Nana couldn't help but ask in confusion. It's He jumped off the building. Jiang Rao followed the two people out of the dormitory and ran towards the rooftop of the teaching building. You ask Jiang Rao why he wants to go? He had to go because this He was none other than Jiang Rao's best friend in high school. Back in high school, the two of them were not only like-minded, but also in cahoots with each other, which is why they both got into the same university. A lot of things happened after I arrived at school yesterday, and I didn't have time to contact him. I didn't expect to hear about him from He Lingling. Although he didn't know how his good brother got involved with these two school beauties, he had to save him now. My good brother, what have you been through in this month when I was away? A group of people had already surrounded the rooftop. After the three of them went upstairs, it took them a while to squeeze into the crowd. Sure enough, a thin boy was standing outside the railing. Finally, you're here. The boy turned around and smiled bitterly. You shouldn't have come. The boy murmured, his eyes full of desolation and despair. No, I must come. Jiang Rao's eyes were determined as if he wanted to join the party. He took a step forward and walked out of the crowd. Tang Nana and He Lingling looked at each other and wondered what was wrong with these two people. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing. Hey, you turn off the music. Jiang Rao suddenly turned around and pointed domineeringly, and the music coming from the crowd stopped immediately. Stop it, there's no way out. Jiang Rao continued to speak some childish lines, trying to remind him of friendship and bonds. He didn't say anything. He just climbed back over the railing and moved towards this side step by step. His figure looked so desolate and bleak. Jiang Rao thought his words had worked, and he excitedly opened his arms and ran towards He. Unexpectedly, He walked straight past him and came in front of Tang Nana. The next second, this guy actually knelt down with a thump. Nana, you came after all. I knew you wouldn't ignore me, you know? Just now when I was standing there, all I could think of was you. Give me a chance, okay? Hisei took Tang Nana's hand and confessed his love to her affectionately. Jiang Rao's hand was suspended in the air, and his face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten dog shit. 666, salt is not salty anymore. Good man, I was wondering what you have been doing in the past month since school started. It turns out you have been busy being a bootlicker. Hisei, I've told you many times that I really don't like you. Can you please stop being like this? Tang Nana's expression was not much better. She had clearly rejected Hisei many times, but she didn't expect that he would do this today just to force her to show up. As one of the recognized campus beauties among the freshmen, many people in the school confessed their love to Tang Nana, but she politely rejected them all. However, only Hisei was particularly persistent and had been licking her since the beginning of the school year until now. To be honest, I admire this guy. Really? Me too. It was a truly satisfying sexual harassment. She's the campus beauty. Oh, I don't dare to confess my feelings to her. The discussions in the crowd made Don Nana's expression more and more ugly. She was not good at dealing with crowds, and if she hadn't heard that this guy was going to jump off the building, she would not have planned to pay any attention to him today. Hisei, you've gone too far. Can you please let me go? I really don't want to see you. Tang Nana ran away after saying this. He Lingling hurriedly chased after her. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Hisei, who was kneeling on the ground, a look of contempt. Damn, the school beauty seems to be crying. I actually made the school beauty cry. Oh my god, how can I tolerate this? Kill Jabi for me. In an instant, several big men jumped out from the crowd and surrounded Hisei and kicked him. Hey, are you with Jabi? I saw you were quite excited just now. Actually, I am a poet. I was just reciting poetry while embracing the sun. Seeing that this group of people turned their attention to him again, Jiang Rao decisively and quickly cut ties with Hisei. Brother, save me, I can't take it anymore. Hisei was lying on the ground with his face bruised and swollen, his head bruised like a dog's head. He stretched out a hand to ask Jiang Rao for help. Damn, you can actually see me. Don't call me now. Jiang Rao cursed the bastard in his heart and ran away. In the dormitory, Tian was lying on the table alone, thinking about random things. Why are they all gone? With a bang, the door was kicked open. You want to die? Tian was startled, and when she saw that the person who came in was Jiang Rao, she complained angrily. I almost died. Jiang Rao sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. What's wrong with you in broad daylight? Tian grumbled in dissatisfaction, but when she saw Jiang Rao's face, she couldn't help but think of what happened this morning. Her little face turned red again and she quickly turned her head away. Jiang Rao was also very embarrassed at this time. He didn't expect that Tian was the only one in the dormitory. It's over, I shouldn't have come back, now I'm fine. Looking at Tian lying on the table, he recalled the charming body under Tian's clothes. The slender collarbone, charming shoulder line, and the faintly visible chest curve make people excited. So, she was not wearing any clothes when she slept with me yesterday? Oh my god, she is the school belle. Jiang Rao tried hard not to think about those scenes, but his heart beat faster involuntarily. Tian seemed to notice something strange about Jiang Rao, and secretly looked back. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Hey, where are the others? Jiang Rao smiled awkwardly. Jingjing and Yao Yao went to class. I don't know about Nana and Lingling. Tian buried her head in her arms, her voice as quiet as a mosquito, not daring to look up at Jiang Rao's eyes. Oh, I see. Then I can finally play a couple of games. Jiang Rao pretended to be calm, took out his cell phone, and quickly left the area. Tian felt a little aggrieved when she saw his actions. This damn person. He clearly saw other people's secrets, but he still acted so cocky. Chapter 7. What do you think of my figure? This damn person. He clearly peeked into other people's secrets, but he still acted so cocky. Or is it just like Jingjing said, he only likes big breasts like Nana and Lingling? As expected, no man would care even if someone saw my ordinary figure. Tian looked down at her chest in frustration. For the first time, she felt a little envious of Tang Nana and the others in this regard. Jiang Rao really wanted to focus on the game, but he couldn't calm down no matter what. He was killed by the opponent 3 times without paying attention. Seeing the other person's series of head-patting expressions on the screen, he didn't blush as usual, but he couldn't help but secretly glance at Bai Tian again. It seems that he is still angry. That's true. After all, it's embarrassing enough to be caught sleeping naked by others, especially if they are of the opposite sex. Jiang Rao felt bad. This was indeed taking advantage of someone. Although he really didn't mean to do it, he still had to apologize. Bai Tian couldn't help but get nervous again when she saw Jiang Rao approaching her. She quickly turned her head to the other side and pretended to play with her phone. Tian, can we chat? Jiang Rao asked cautiously. I'm really sorry about what happened this morning. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Rao said something again. You did see it, didn't you? Bai Tian answered in a weak voice. Huh? Yes. So embarrassing. This beast. I shouldn't have felt sorry for him yesterday. I promise I won't tell anyone. About you sleeping naked. Don't just say it out loud like that, idiot. Bai Tian's face turned red all the way to her ears. She picked up the pencil case on the table and threw it at Jiang Rao. That was really an accident. Actually, my eyes were closed at the time. Still talking. You beast. Bai Tian said as she threw another book over. Jiang Rao didn't hide either, hoping that this would make her feel better. At this moment, Bai Tian felt more ashamed. After all, if she had gotten up earlier, this would not have happened, and he had also taken the initiative to help her pull the quilt up. But there was one thing that made her extremely angry, that was that this bastard had clearly seen her naked but never mentioned a word about her figure. Is my figure really that average? Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bai Tian finally stopped attacking. But Bai Tian still stared at him angrily. Well, it's almost noon. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology? Who asked you to treat me? Or do you think sleeping with me is only worth a meal? That's not what I meant. Jiang Rao and Bai Tian sat face to face in the cafeteria, both of them lowered their heads and dared not look into each other's eyes. People around them looked at them from time to time and whispered to each other. Jiang Rao felt like a thorn in his back. After all, he was having dinner with the school beauty. Hey, classmate Tian, the food is cold. Let's eat something first. Jiang Rao broke the silence. Bai Tian hummed softly, picked up the chopsticks but only picked up the rice. Jiang Rao quietly raised his eyes to look at Bai Tian and saw her eating rice in small bites, her cheeks bulging, looking very cute. It should be fine now. It looks like she has forgiven me. Hey, Jiang Rao, what do you think of my figure? When Bai Tian asked this question, she felt that she was shameless, but there was nothing she could do because she cared too much. Huh? What did you say? Jiang Rao was suddenly stunned by the question. What does this mean? Is she going to kill me to silence me? No, I have no appetite. Seeing Jiang Rao's reaction, Bai Tian suddenly felt ashamed and angry, and stood up to leave. Jiang Rao quickly stood up and grabbed Bai Tian's clothes. No, classmate Tian, isn't it okay for me to tell the truth? Bai Tian stopped, turned around, and looked at him with anticipation and a hint of anger. Do you really want me to tell you? Hurry up and tell me, you're really annoying. Jiang Rao took a deep breath and stammered. You have a great figure, really, a very good one. Bai Tian snorted softly. You said this so reluctantly, it's obvious you're just trying to please me. Jiang Rao was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. No, I swear I'm not being perfunctory. Your body proportions are very harmonious, with the right curves, and your skin is so fair. Bai Tian's face instantly turned red. You, stop talking. Jiang Rao then realized that he had gone too far and quickly shut up. Humph, although this guy is not good at talking, he still has vision. Bai Tian felt inexplicably proud. Okay, eat now. You're not angry anymore? Jiang Rao's eyes lit up. Humph, but don't mention what happened this morning. And if you dare tell anyone, I'll kick you to death. Yeah, that's natural. Also, don't tell Jingjing and Tang Nana. Okay, I'll make a note of that. You swear. I send for. After a while, the two finished their meal and walked out of the cafeteria. Jiang Rao and Bai Tian walked side by side, feeling that all eyes were focused on them. Especially the looks from boys, but most of them were not very friendly. Tian, why don't you go back to the dormitory first? What's wrong? It wouldn't be good if someone saw us going back together. You go back first. I'll walk around and get familiar with the school. Tian thought about it and agreed. After all, other people didn't know the situation in her dormitory, and being seen by others would indeed cause unnecessary trouble. Then I'll go back first. Don't forget that the academy will hold a meeting this afternoon. Okay, I understand. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief after finally seeing off the giant Buddha. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Zhang Rao looked down and saw that it was a message from Hizei, his grandson. Zhang Rao, brother, help me. A bunch of people have blocked me in the toilet. Please save me. Damn, I get angry when I talk about Jibi. He clearly said that someone would come to pick me up at the school gate yesterday, but when the time came, there was no one there. I asked him to play games with me a month ago, but he ignored me. I thought he was going to turn over a new leaf and become a new person after going to college. Now he finally knew that during the month he was away, he had actually been acting like a fucking lapdog for the school beauty. It's bad enough that he is just a bootlicker, but he also did such a big thing this morning. I really thought he was going to jump off the building. He clearly went there to save people, but not only was he ignored by Jibi, he also got himself dragged into it. Shabi. Zhang Rao replied with a voice message. 10 minutes later. Zhang Rao finally appeared in front of a toilet in the teaching building. Several boys blocked the door of the toilet and kept punching and kicking it. My goodness, isn't this the group of people who kicked Hizei in the circle this morning? Son. Open the door for Grandpa if you have the guts. The yellow-haired man in the lead was shouting and cursing. Tear down the door if you dare. Hizei challenged from inside. Open it if you dare. Come in if you dare. Do you dare to open it? Do you dare to tear down the door? What the hell is this? Zhang Rao felt a little speechless for a moment. This is not an easy thing to do. You can't just go up and fight with others. Not to mention that the other party is more numerous and powerful. I am not a martial arts master who can take on several people at once. Zhang Rao's eyes suddenly lit up, and two people came into his sight. Damn, do I really have to do this? Forget it, I can't take care of so much. Zhang Rao made up his mind and walked straight to Su Jingjing and Su Yaoyao, who had just finished class. He grabbed both men's wrists and lifted them high. Handsome guys over there. Can I add you on WeChat? Chapter 8. You're greedy for her body. Handsome guys over there. Can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Rao shouted at the top of his lungs. Sure enough, the lethality of this sentence was extremely strong, and Huan Mao and others were instantly attracted. These people were originally the same kind of bootlickers as Hizei, so they had basically no resistance to such words. When they turned around, they found that they were Su Jingjing and Su Yaoyao, two top beauties on campus. As bootlickers, they had never seen such a scene before, so they immediately gave up on Hizei hiding in the toilet and walked over here while posing in what they thought was the coolest look. Zhang Rao let go of Su Jingjing and Su Yaoyao before they could react and ran to the bathroom door. Open the door, it's me. When Hizei heard no movement outside and then heard Zhang Rao's voice, he stuck his head out without thinking. Zhang Rao didn't hesitate, grabbed his collar and started running. Su Jingjing and Su Yaoyao were stunned for a long time before they reacted. Yeah, I didn't expect you guys would still be on my radar even though I'm so low-key. Two beauties, who wants to join first? The yellow-haired guy made a shooting gesture and knocked down a younger brother next to him. Roll. Okay. Zhang Rao didn't run far before he heard Su Jingjing's gnashing roar coming from the teaching building. Zhang Rao, you scumbag, I must kill you. He instantly felt a chill down his spine, but he didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to drag Hizei along as they ran. After running for a while, Hizei gave up and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. I can't do it anymore. I really can't run anymore. If I keep running, I'm going to die here today. If I hadn't rescued you, you would have died in that toilet just now. Zhang Rao said unhappily, and when he saw that he had run far enough, he leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Ah, don't you have me? I knew everything would be fine with you around. Hizei raised a thumbs up, and Zhang Rao responded with a pair of middle fingers. Oh, there's one more thing. I haven't been with you for just a month, and you've already become such a sycophant. That heartless expression you had this morning was truly incredible. You don't understand this. This is love. I love your mother's love. I remember you were quite arrogant in high school. Women are no match for games. Love will only slow down your sword drawing speed. That's because there weren't any girls as stunning as her in our high school. After seeing Nana, I finally realized that three-dimensional women can be so passionate, emotional, and broad-minded. In short, I just like her. Is that what you call liking? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. You're just lusting after her body. You're a slut. Although Jiang Rao himself was quite greedy, he was far from being as crazy as he's a. No, I suddenly remembered that you came here with Nana and he Lingling this morning. He's a came to his senses and found something wrong. Well, didn't you just come here yesterday? How do you know these two school beauties? Jiang Rao didn't know how to answer his question. After all, living with 5 school beauties was too bizarre. Nothing, we just happened to meet yesterday, ha. Wow, you're so lucky. These two are the recognized goddesses of our school. Also, let me tell you, did you see those 2 beauties at the restroom door? They were also campus beauties. Oh, I'm so lucky today. What a bullshit. I should have let this guy be beaten to death in the toilet. Now, not only is he being hunted by Huang Mao, but he has also offended the other 2 school beauties. Thinking of how Su Jingjing stood in front of his bed with a hammer last night, he shuddered. Wow, I've already seen 4 of the 5 school beauties. I heard there's another one called by Tian Tian, and she's in great shape too. Jiang Rao silently rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself, I know much more about her figure than you do. Okay, stop daydreaming. Just what you did this morning is enough to keep you single for 4 years. Oh, at worst I can just chase after some other pretty girls on campus. Damn it. I finally got you out, don't cause trouble again. Did you save him? It was clearly those 2 school beauties who helped me out. Do you think they have a crush on me? Jiang Rao felt that Jibi was completely useless, and it was probably because he had been too carried away by the Taoist temple every day. Alright, I have to go to the college meeting this afternoon, so I won't talk to you anymore. Hey, if you know Nana, please help me introduce her to you. Jiang Rao ignored him. The college assembly was about to begin, and he had to find the college's lecture hall first. It took Jiang Rao a while to find the lecture hall. There were already quite a few people inside, so he found a relatively secluded corner and sat down. As soon as Jiang Rao put his butt down on the seat, he saw a hammer on the table next to him. Not good. He was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to stand up, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. When I turned my head, I saw Su Jingjing's cold and murderous face. Looking at the other side of his seat, Su Yaoyao's usually gentle and sweet smile now made him feel uneasy. I can explain. Okay, but Jiang better explain it clearly. Scum. Do you believe me when I say I'm trying to save people? Jiang Rao answered cautiously, glanced at the thing in Su Jingjing's hand, and swallowed. Oh, so you're here to save people. Yao Yao, don't listen to his nonsense. This scumbag is definitely up to no good. What I said is true, let's talk it out nicely. Su Jingjing was just about to teach him a lesson when the lights dimmed. It turned out that the meeting had begun. I'll chop you to death later. Su Jingjing left her seat after saying a few words. What is she going to do? Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, right. You didn't know that Jingjing and Tian Tian have both joined the college's student union. They'll be speaking on stage at this month's college summary. Oh. No wonder I didn't see by Tian Tian just now. It turns out that Tang Nana and He Lingling are not from the same college as me. Classmate Yao Yao, why don't you go to the student union? Me? Yeah, I think you're quite considerate. I think you'd do well in the student union. I can't do this. I'm not good at this kind of thing, and... Su Yaoyao took something off her ear and said, Look. Jiang Rao's eyes widened. It was a pair of hearing aids. It turns out that Su Yaoyao can't hear? Jiang Rao suddenly felt that this scene looked familiar, but he couldn't remember when it happened. Student Jiang, what's wrong with you? Su Yao put on her hearing aid again. Nothing, just a little surprised. Okay, I'm used to it, but if I were to participate in student council activities, it would probably still be difficult. Really? If Jiang is interested in the student union, you can apply directly. They're recruiting new members this semester. No. I was just asking casually. Student union affairs are so troublesome and really not suitable for someone like me. In addition, if he really went to the student union, he would not only have to face the awkward situation of getting along with Bai Tian, but also the risk of being killed by Su Jingjing. Even dogs 1T go to the student union. But at this time, something unexpected happened. The following is the penalty announcement for this month from the School of Finance at Zhengzheng University. Punished person, Zhang Rao. Chapter 9. I didn't harass female classmates at all. The following is the penalty announcement for this month from the School of Finance at Zhengzheng University. Punished person, Zhang Rao. What the hell? Why was I notified for no reason? The student union has verified that around 10:10 this morning, the student being punished, Zhang Rao, colluded with male students from other colleges to harass female classmates. This disrupted public order on campus and caused serious adverse effects. After research, this college has decided to issue a serious warning and impose a 1-week cleaning duty in the student union activity room. Bai Tian was shocked after reading it on the stage, and Su Jingjing, who was standing next to her, couldn't believe her ears. Collaborating with boys from other colleges to harass female classmates? It turns out this pervert went out this morning to do just that. It wasn't enough that he did that to me this morning, but now he's even extending his evil claws to other women. This beast. Bai Tian was so angry that her teeth were itching. This Zhang Rao is quite a character. It seems the people being harassed are Tang Nana and He Lingling, the school beauties from the art academy next door. Damn, there's such a thing. If that's the case, then the punishment for this grandson is too light. Yes, I heard that the two of them wanted to jump off the building with the school beauty in their arms. It's really a heifer opening the door, it's awesome. Hey, stop it. That's a bit outrageous, brother. Zhang Rao felt like crying but had no tears at this moment. He really didn't do anything. I clearly just wanted to save people, but who put such a big accusation on myself? I was sanctioned on the second day after I arrived at school. How am I going to live my life from now on? Fortunately, no one knows me now, otherwise I would probably be kicked out by a group of big men like Izay. These are all misunderstandings. Zhang Rao quickly explained to Su Yaoyao beside him. Well, I believe you. Wow, Zhang Rao felt like crying. Su Yaoyao was the one who could truly understand him. I believe you did it. What else do you have to say now? Su Jingjing folded her arms across her chest and sneered. Zhang Rao, you are so shameless. Bai Tian stomped her feet in anger. Su Yaoyao also put away her usual smile and showed a serious expression. Zhang Rao was forced by 3 people to sit on the ground in the corner of the dormitory. Izay, you really killed me. You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Just when Zhang Rao was at a loss, the door was suddenly pushed open. I heard Zhang Rao was notified. What happened? When Zhang Rao saw that it was Tang Nana who came in, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. It's about that incident this morning. I don't know why I got dragged into it, and I even got punished. Student Jiang was notified by the student union at our college's general meeting today, saying he was colluding with boys from other colleges to harass female students. Su Yaoyao briefly explained the situation. You two did this? Tang Nana frowned slightly and asked Bai Tian and Su Jingjing. No. The two waved their hands. Nana, the girl who was harassed couldn't be you. It's me. But this matter really has nothing to do with Zhang Rao. When Zhang Rao heard this, he jumped up from the ground and straightened his back. What did I say? I didn't harass any female classmates at all. He jumped directly in front of Bai Tian and the other two. Bai Tian pouted and stomped her feet, but she felt a little happy in her heart. Su Jingjing also knew that she had really wronged him, so she lowered her head and stopped talking. It's good that you know you're wrong. I'm not the type to be petty. I'll just do it reluctantly. Su Jingjing couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him. What are you doing? Ouch. I don't know. I'm just annoyed by the sight of you. I just want to kick you. Zhang Rao took great pains to explain to the 3 people what happened this morning. So you really did go to save people. Su Yaoyao looked apologetic. But something seems a little off. Bai Tian seemed to have discovered something wrong. What's wrong? Zhang Rao and Su Jingjing both had strange expressions on their faces. Generally speaking, the student union wouldn't get involved in this kind of personal emotional dispute, and Jiang Rao wasn't the one who did it. Indeed, he is just a member of the group. Donna echoed. I think I understand, but why? Jiang Rao, you haven't offended anyone in the student union, have you? No, I've only been here for a day. How could I possibly offend anyone? You two are the only people I know from the student union. Do you think I did it? Bai Tian rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. No, but I really don't know anyone in the student union. Su Jingjing looked at the two of them talking back and forth and felt like she was about to get confused. Her brain wasn't very bright to begin with. So now that things have been made clear, can Jiang Rao's punishment be revoked? Su Yaoyao asked. I'm afraid that won't work. Although Jiang Rao is not the mastermind, he does have a connection with He. It's hard to explain. I won't explode this. There's nothing I can do about this. Don Nana patted his shoulder. You deserve it. Who told you to join in the fun? Go and sweep the floor honestly tomorrow. I'll take you to the activity room tomorrow. I'm good at cleaning and I can teach you. Su Jingjing was actually a little excited. It is really a crime that cannot be avoided, and there is no way to escape even if one is sentenced to death. Jiang Rao shed tears silently in his heart. By the way, where did He Lingling go? Why didn't she come back with you, Nana? Oh, she went to the Taekwondo club. Speaking of which, I have to bring her lunch later. Taekwondo club? I see. It is quite consistent with He Lingling's personality. Jiang Rao can hardly bear the thought of her figure in Taekwondo uniform. Lingling is a second-degree black belt. She was promoted to vice president when she just joined the club last week. Su Yaoyao told Jiang Rao with a smile. So, what club did you join, Yaoyao? I didn't join any clubs. I told you, my health isn't very good, so I don't want to cause any trouble to others. Jiang Rao looked at the other three school beauties again. I'm not interested in these. Practicing dance every day is tiring enough. Besides, it's better to spend more time on my profession. Don Nana shook her head. Bai Tian quickly turned away when he saw her looking at her. Jingjing and I have a lot of student union stuff to do, so we don't join any clubs or anything like that. But if you're interested, I can take you there. After all, helping clubs recruit new members is one of the student union's responsibilities. When Bai Tian said this, she felt her face burning and she didn't dare to look into Jiang Rao's eyes. Oh, thank you. I don't want to participate either. I'm just asking casually. Why are you asking questions if you're not going to participate? You're really annoying. After hearing this, Bai Tian was furious and punched Jiang Rao hard in the chest with her fist. Hey, woman, why do you change your face so quickly? Don't hit me just because you disagree with me. You two have such a good relationship. Su Yaoyao looked at the two of them with a smile. What's good about it? The two turned around at the same time and spoke in unison. Chapter 10 Be My Boyfriend. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Rao lay on the balcony recalling the bizarre experience of the day. Oh, what is going on? What happened in the past 2 days could be said to be more exciting than the first half of his life. Hey, it's my turn to sleep with you today. Don Nana walked over. Ah. Oh, I see. Why, you still look reluctant. No, it's my honor to sleep with you. Well, that's it. Remember to take a shower before going to bed. Don Nana left a light sentence and went back to her room. Jiang Rao wiped the sweat from his head. He felt extremely nervous every time he talked to this woman. There's no way around it, Don Nana is just too charismatic, and coupled with her top-notch figure, it's hard not to make a man's heart beat faster. I have to say that although He is not so good in other aspects, his vision has always been of the highest standard. Looking at Tang Nana's pretty figure, he felt that it was understandable that He was so in love that he wanted to jump off the building. Why are you always staring at others? Bai Tian appeared next to Jiang Rao without knowing when. Who saw it? I was just about to take a shower. Jiang Rao said guiltily, then quickly fled into the bathroom. What's so great about that? Bai Tian looked up at Tang Nana's underwear and then looked down at her own chest. After taking a shower, Jiang Rao felt refreshed for a moment and hummed a little tune as he went to the sink to wash clothes. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you find any money today? He Lingling had just returned, still wearing her Taoist robes and exuding a faint fragrance. It's not like Jiang Rao hasn't seen girls wearing taekwondo uniforms before, but there's something special about it on He Lingling. As a hot-blooded young man, Jiang Rao couldn't help but start thinking in that direction. Aren't you thinking about that kind of thing? He Lingling easily saw through Jiang Rao's thoughts and showed a playful smile on her face. No, I don't. If you can catch up with me, I can agree to your request. Catching up with He Lingling? Jiang Rao felt it was impossible just thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it, really. He Lingling pushed his shoulder shyly. I said there's no more. Ahem, I need to do the laundry. After Jiang Rao finished washing the clothes, he walked into the room and found Tang Nana already in bed, watching a TV series on her tablet. Let's not disturb her for now. But at this time, Tang Nana seemed to notice Jiang Rao walking in. Jiang Rao, come up. Tang Nana turned off the computer. Ha? Is it bedtime already? Come up when I tell you to. As soon as Jiang Rao climbed onto the bed, he felt the heat coming from Tang Nana's body, which made him a little distracted. Tang Nana turned sideways to face Jiang Rao, her hair gently brushed across Jiang Rao's cheek, bringing an itchy sensation. You've behaved quite well today. Don Nana's voice was a little lazy. Jiang Rao didn't dare to move and just stammered, that's necessary. Don Nana laughed softly, and her laughter seemed particularly charming in the quiet night. Jiang Rao felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster, and his body tensed up unconsciously. At this moment, Tang Nana suddenly approached Jiang Rao, her breath spraying on Jiang Rao's neck. Why are you so nervous? You are. Okay, I just wanted to talk to you. Of course they can, but they. Tang Nana followed Jiang Rao's gaze and saw several other school beauties lying on the bed, looking at the two people on the bed. What are you doing? Don Nana frowned slightly. Sister Nana, you suddenly called Jiang Rao up, we were curious. Tian stuck out her tongue. That's right. What if you get bullied by him? He Lingling also laughed. Do you need me to kill him? Su Jingjing said seriously. You're overthinking it. Go back to sleep. Tang Nana said unhappily. The school beauties then reluctantly returned to their beds. Tang Nana stretched out her foot to turn off the light, then turned around and looked at Jiang Rao. Don't worry about them, let's continue talking. Jiang Rao nodded, but he couldn't concentrate at all. The faint fragrance of Tang Nana and her face so close to him made his heart pound. Then I'll just ask directly. Don Nana suddenly spoke. Yeah, go ahead. What is your relationship with He? He's just an ordinary high school classmate. Oh, I'm not familiar with him. Don Nana looked at him without saying a word, her face seemed to be saying, do you think I'm so easy to fool? Well, actually, he's my best friend. We've always had a good relationship, and he was the one who asked me to apply to this school with him. Well, when you two were singing in unison on the rooftop, I knew you two had a special relationship. Well. So, you know him well, right? I guess so. That's great, be my boyfriend. Jiang Rao jumped up from the bed, and Tian, who was eavesdropping on the upper bunk, also sat up suddenly. What do you do? Boyfriend? Did I hear it right? Jiang Rao widened his eyes and stammered, Don Nana, stop joking. Tang Nana, however, looked serious. She approached Jiang Rao and said, I'm not kidding. Listen, I want you to be my boyfriend. Jiang Rao's face flushed instantly, and he stumbled over his words, but why? Tang Nana snorted softly, He has been pestering me for a long time now. Only if you, his best friend, do this can he completely give up. Jiang Rao had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he thought this matter was too ridiculous, but on the other hand, he felt a little secretly happy about being Don Nana's boyfriend. I'll think about it. Jiang Rao didn't dare look directly into Tang Nana's eyes. Tang Nana frowned, are you still considering it? This is an opportunity that many people would beg for. The room fell into a brief silence, and Jiang Rao's heartbeat was particularly clear in the silence. I can't promise you, Nana. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Rao finally refused. On the one hand, this is too much of a foolish thing to do. It's the first time I've seen He like a woman so much. On the other hand, this isn't even a boyfriend. He's just a tool at best. Tang Nana didn't seem to expect Jiang Rao to refuse, and a hint of surprise and anger flashed across her face. Jiang Rao, you actually rejected me? Tang Nana's voice rose a few degrees. Jiang Rao took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, I'm sorry, Nana, I don't mean to deny you, but this is unfair to Ise. Tang Nana snorted coldly, he's been pestering me, so he's being fair to me? Think about it carefully, there will be no such shop after this village. Jiang Rao shook his head firmly, I've thought it through. Whatever you want. Tang Nana was silent for a moment, then turned around and stopped talking with her back to Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao was also a little nervous. He didn't know whether his choice would make Tang Nana hate him even more, nor did he know whether it was right or wrong. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Rao finally drifted off to sleep. However, in his dream, he felt someone gently pushing him. Jiang Rao, Jiang Rao. A soft voice sounded in my ears. Chapter 11 Super Female Syndrome? Jiang Rao, Jiang Rao. A soft voice sounded in my ears. Jiang Rao felt someone gently tugging at his blanket. He turned around and saw it was Bai Tian Tian. Bai Tian Tian only showed her little head beside the bed and stared at him with a smile. What are you doing? Jiang Rao didn't finish his words when he saw Bai Tian Tian making a hushing gesture and quickly covered his mouth. She pointed to the balcony to signal him to come down, then retracted her head. What's going on? After carefully confirming that Tang Nana was asleep, Jiang Rao carefully got out of bed and followed Bai Tian Tian to the balcony. The night wind blew gently, lifting Bai Tian Tian's hair. What do you want from me? Jiang Rao asked in a low voice. Being bullied? Bai Tian Tian had a smile on her face. You heard everything? Bai Tian Tian crossed her arms and tilted her head as she said, I just want to ask, are you stupid? Nana is so beautiful, it would be so nice to be her boyfriend, and you actually refused. Jiang Rao shrugged helplessly, I don't want her to use this method to hurt Ise. Bai Tian Tian rolled her eyes, you're just kind. But have you ever thought that Tang Nana might also like you a little bit? Jiang Rao was stunned for a moment, how is that possible, she just wants to get rid of Ise. Bai Tian Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, he had just seen her naked this morning and now he was having an affair with Tang Nana. If Jiang Rao really agreed to Tang Nana today, I would kick him to death. She has such a great figure, aren't you a little bit moved? Bai Tian Tian asked relentlessly. Of course I'm moved. You don't know about Tang Nana's figure. Just now on the bed, my god, it's really big. This is the first time I've observed her from such a close distance. I tell you, no man can refuse. You don't know how conflicted I was. I almost couldn't hold it back at that time. If it weren't for me. Jiang Rao was no longer sleepy when he mentioned this, and became more and more excited as he talked. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Bai Tian Tian was silent. He turned around and found that her beautiful eyes seemed to be spewing fire. If it weren't for you, go on. Bai Tian Tian sneered. No. I really don't have any idea at all. I knew you were a big pervert. You can't control your brain when you see a woman with big breasts. Jiang Rao quickly explained, hey, don't be angry, you have a great figure too, petite and cute. Bai Tian Tian gritted her teeth, raised her foot and stomped hard on Jiang Rao's foot, who are you calling small? I'm just normal. Jiang Rao, you bastard. Jiang Rao grimaced in pain, oh, I was wrong, Bai Tian Tian, be gentle. Tian Tian, what are you and Jiang Rao doing so late at night? Su Jingjing walked to the balcony yawning. Bai Tian Tian was startled and quickly let go of her foot. Jiang Rao also gasped in pain. Su Jingjing looked at them both with sleepy eyes, puzzled. Bai Tian Tian blushed and stammered, nothing, Jiang Rao. He said he couldn't sleep, so I came out with him to get some fresh air. Jiang Rao quickly nodded in agreement, yes, I can't sleep. Tian Tian, how could you easily agree to this scumbag? What if he bullies you? Su Jingjing stared at Jiang Rao warily. I don't have any. Jiang Rao raised his hands in panic. Oh, no, Jingjing, you should go back to sleep. I'll come in later. Seeing that Su Jingjing still looked worried, Bai Tian Tian said again. Okay, but if you touch Tian Tian, I will kill you. Su Jingjing pointed at Jiang Rao. After Su Jingjing turned and left, Bai Tian Tian glared at Jiang Rao and said, it's all your fault. We were discovered. It's so embarrassing. Damn it, does this woman have an obsession with killing me? Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief. Jingjing is a nice person, but she's just like that with people she doesn't know well. She's also quite skilled. When school started, I was targeted by a few thugs, and it was Jingjing who saved me. She beat them all down in a few moves. It's so exaggerated. What if it really kills me one day? Who wants to kill you? It's because you've been so frivolous all day. Jingjing is just stubborn because she has super female syndrome, but she's no different from a normal girl. Tian said. Super female syndrome? Isn't that silly beauty? No wonder she is so beautiful. Zhang Rao was a little surprised to hear this. Hey, don't say that in front of Jingjing. She hates being called stupid the most. If she really wants to kill you, I can't help you. Tian hit him. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back to the room. Don't you want to stay with me for a while? Why don't you sleep in my bed tonight and we can talk more? Nude chat? Zhang Rao, I think you really want to die. Tian wanted to make a joke, but she didn't expect Zhang Rao to use what happened last night to mock her again, so she twisted his waist. Ouch, woman, you really change your face at the drop of a hat. It hurts, it hurts. I'm not going to pay any attention to you. I'm so annoyed. Tian went back to bed angrily. Alas, women are so troublesome. Zhang Rao sighed and climbed back onto Don Nana's bed. Zhang Rao lay down quietly, fearing to wake up Don Nana. However, Don Nana seemed to be sleeping soundly and was not disturbed by his movements. Zhang Rao was lying on the bed, still thinking about the conversation he had just had with Tian, and glanced at Tang Nana. The collar of her pajamas was slightly open, which made people imagine a lot. It is impossible to say that he has no regrets about rejecting Don Nana's request. After all, she is the sexiest campus beauty, but he still believes that his choice is correct. As he was thinking, he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhang Rao woke up from Don Nana's bed and felt a little breathless. Then he found that Don Nana's arms were tightly wrapped around him. He could clearly feel the softness and warmth of Don Nana's body, and the faint fragrance on her body made him even more intoxicated. Zhang Rao wanted to get up quietly so as not to wake up Tang Nana, but just as he moved, Tang Nana seemed to notice something and snorted lazily, "Don't move." Zhang Rao froze there, not daring to move a muscle. His heartbeat raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a while, Don Nana slowly opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Rao sleepily. Her hair was a little messy, but it added a bit of charm to her. "Do you feel comfortable sleeping like this?" Don Nana put her thighs up and pressed on his arms. The stimulating touch made his mind go blank. "Nana, what are you doing?" Zhang Rao originally thought his body was already stiff, but when he looked down, he found it was even stiffer. "What is this?" Don Nana obviously saw it. "Oh my god. It's over. I'm going to die again. I'm up." Zhang Rao hurriedly sat up and blocked it with his body. "Leaving now?" Don Nana's voice was full of charm. Zhang Rao couldn't bear it any longer and jumped off the bed carrying the quilt. "You little brat, are you rejecting me? Just let you fall in love with me, and I can't win you over?" Tang Nana supported her head with her hands and looked at Zhang Rao's fleeing back, a sly smile on her face. Chapter 12. Are you thinking about another woman? "You little brat, are you rejecting me? Just let you fall in love with me, and I can't win you over?" Tang Nana supported her head with her hands and looked at Zhang Rao's fleeing back, a sly smile on her face. Chapter 12. Are you thinking about another woman? "You little brat, are you?" Tang Nana supported her head with her hands and looked at Zhang Rao's fleeing back, a sly smile on her face. Zhang Rao jumped out of bed, put down the quilt and ran to the balcony. Don Nana calmly sat up, tied her hair up, and walked towards the balcony. Zhang Rao opened a bathroom door and hid inside. He quickly locked the door, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned around when his shoulders bumped into two soft things. He looked up and saw He Lingling staring at him unhappily. "Zhang Rao, you did this on purpose." Zhang Rao didn't care about anything else and quickly covered He Lingling's mouth. He Lingling was pushed against the wall by him. Although she learned Taekwondo, she couldn't use any strength in this position. She couldn't even push Zhang Rao's hand away. Then He Lingling simply gave up struggling and just stared at his eyes with resentment. Zhang Rao also felt very embarrassed. After all, this was the second time. He said softly, "I'm sorry. Let me hide for a while today. I really didn't mean it." Tang Nana walked in and washed her face in front of the mirror to put on makeup. When she heard the noise coming from the bathroom behind her, she knew that Zhang Rao was probably hiding inside. Some people seem shameless at ordinary times, but they hide away for such a small matter. Don Nana snorted coldly. But she didn't expect that there was another person named He Lingling among them. Zhang Rao was extremely embarrassed after hearing this and made a face at He Lingling, implying that it was a misunderstanding. He Lingling narrowed her eyes as if to say, "I don't believe it." The two continued this action, and He Lingling's warm breath hit Zhang Rao's hand, making him feel itchy. He Lingling's breathing became a little rapid and her face flushed because of Zhang Rao's gaze. After a long time, Tang Nana finally finished her makeup. Seeing that Zhang Rao still had no intention of coming out, she went to the door and whispered, "You'd better keep what happened last night to yourself." Zhang Rao shuddered violently after hearing this, and could feel Don Nana's murderous intent through the door. There is something going on here. He Lingling's expression suddenly became subtle, and her eyes looked at Zhang Rao with gloating eyes. Zhang Rao had no choice but to blink hard to signal her not to make any sound. He Lingling also blinked and nodded, then bit Zhang Rao's hand. "Ah!" Zhang Rao screamed suddenly. "Are you sick?" Tang Nana outside the door felt puzzled by Zhang Rao's reaction. Zhang Rao grimaced in pain but didn't dare to lash out. He could only cover his hands and stare at He Lingling's smug smile. Don Nana frowned and left the balcony directly. Zhang Rao confirmed through the crack in the door that Tang Nana had really left before he sneaked out of the bathroom. "Wow, He Lingling, you are born in the year of the dog. You bite so hard." He looked at the deep tooth mark on his hand. "Huh, you think this is my fault?" He Lingling rolled her eyes at him. "Hey, what are you talking about? What happened last night? You guys?" He Lingling smiled maliciously again. "Don't think too much, I didn't do anything." Zhang Rao waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, you're so nervous. I didn't say anything about what you did." I. You, what are you talking about?" "Okay, Tang Nana doesn't allow you to say it, so I won't ask." He Lingling patted his shoulder. Thanks, it's nothing really. I've already said I'm not interested in those things, whether it's by Tian or Tang Nana. But next time, can you please not block me in the bathroom? That position is really embarrassing. It's an accident, it's all an accident." Zhang Rao scratched his head awkwardly. The door of another bathroom slowly opened and Su Yaoyao walked out. "Why is it like this again?" He Lingling blushed and looked at Zhang Rao at a loss. "Don't worry, Su Yaoyao definitely didn't hear it." Zhang Rao said to He Lingling confidently, remembering that Su Yaoyao told him yesterday that she was deaf. "What posture? What are you talking about?" Su Yaoyao asked curiously. "Didn't you say she didn't hear it?" He Lingling muttered softly. Zhang Rao froze in place. Only then did he realize that Su Yaoyao was wearing a hearing aid. "What's wrong? You two don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Su Yaoyao asked worriedly. It's okay. We were just doing morning exercises here." Zhang Rao insisted that I teach him taekwondo, so I showed him a few poses. He Lingling winked at Zhang Rao. "Yes, we were doing morning exercises. I was a little tired just now." "Oh, I see. Then be careful. I'm going to class first." Su Yaoyao said hello and left. "Oh no, it seems I also have classes this morning. Well, I'll leave first." Zhang Rao slapped his forehead and thought about it. By the time Zhang Rao hurriedly rushed to the classroom, it was already almost full. Bai Tian used a book to take the seat next to her and waved to Zhang Rao when she saw him. This is. Zhang Rao was surprised when he saw Bai Tian's actions. "Why are you standing there? Sit down." Others also looked at Zhang Rao, and kept discussing the unbelievable scene before them. Zhang Rao felt a little uncomfortable. He touched his head and said to Bai Tian, "I'd better sit in the back." "Here." Bai Tian directly pulled his arm to the stool. "What, are you pretending not to know me?" Bai Tian's tone was obviously a little angry. "No, it's not very comfortable for me to sit here." Zhang Rao felt a little guilty. Do you think I want to sit with you?" In fact, what Bai Tian originally wanted to say was, "Do you hate sitting with me? Well, aren't you going to the student union to clean later this afternoon? I'm just worried that you can't find the activity room." Bai Tian said calmly. "Oh, thank you then. In fact, Zhang Rao is not a naive boy. He is usually thick-skinned and doesn't care much about other people's eyes. It's just that it is too weird to sit in class with a girl whose naked body he saw, not to mention that the other party is by Tian, the top school beauty. University classes in China are boring to begin with, and this foreign language class is even more boring. Zhang Rao was taking notes from time to time while stealing glances at Bai Tian beside him. Bai Tian is wearing a pink miniskirt today, with white lace stockings wrapped around her slender calves. Her buttocks under the skirt are round and firm, which makes it hard not to be moved. Especially when he thought of her charming body hidden under her clothes, Zhang Rao felt his heart beating wildly. But Bai Tian's biggest advantage is definitely her face. Her figure is definitely not as good as Tang Nana and He Lingling's, but Bai Tian's face is definitely the purest among the 5 school beauties. It is very delicate, and there is nothing wrong with her facial features and skin. If she became my girlfriend, I would definitely hold her in my arms every day and kiss her to death. It can be said that this girl has basically no shortcomings except for her unpredictable temper. As expected, I still like Su Yaoyao's gentle and considerate character. Hey, are you thinking about another woman? Bai Tian suddenly turned her head and stared at him with burning eyes. Damn, can this woman read minds? Chapter 13 Long Out Yen. Hey, are you thinking about another woman? Bai Tian suddenly turned her head and stared at him with burning eyes. Damn, can this woman read minds? Zhang Rao smiled awkwardly. No way, don't accuse me. Bai Tian snorted lightly, stopped talking, and continued to listen to the class attentively. Zhang Rao didn't dare to let his mind wander anymore, and listened attentively for a while. After finally waiting for the get out of class to end, Zhang Rao stood up feeling relieved. Where are you going? You have a class soon. Bai Tian reminded him. I know. I'll just go get a bottle of water. Do you need me to bring you a bottle of anything? Bai Tian didn't answer him, but buried her head in the desk. Seeing that she ignored him, Zhang Rao walked out the door. Hey! Bai Tian raised her head from her arms. I want to drink green plum tea. Oh, okay. After a while, a cup of milk tea in exaggerated packaging was placed in front of Bai Tian. Didn't I say I wanted to drink green plum green tea, eh? Bai Tian discovered that the person standing in front of her was not Zhang Rao. Classmate Bai Tian, can I sit here? A mature and handsome boy said to her. President, what are you doing? Bai Tian then saw clearly that the person coming was the newly elected president of the student union. I'm sorry, I took a day off so I didn't come to class last period, but what a coincidence, I saw you sitting here when I just came in. The student union president sat down with a smile. President, that's not what I meant. Oh, this one. I just asked the chef at home to make it. I think it should suit your taste. The student union president pushed the cup of milk tea over here and crossed his legs. No, I mean you can't sit here, there are people here. Bai Tian raised her voice a few degrees. Bai Tian's voice attracted the attention of the people around. Just then, Zhang Rao returned to the classroom with 2 bottles of drinks. Tian, don't be shy. You are so beautiful. No one will say anything if you sit with me. The student union president thought Bai Tian was shy and moved closer. Hey, what are they looking at? Zhang Rao walked back to his seat in confusion, only to find that there was someone sitting next to Bai Tian. This is? Bai Tian's friend? Zhang Rao walked up to the 2 of them, put the drinks on the table, and saw the man's face clearly. Long Out Yen? Zhang Rao blurted out a name. Do you 2 know each other? Bai Tian asked in confusion. Have you heard my story? Long Out Yen also looked confused. Of course Zhang Rao knew him. Both Long Out Yen's family were in business like his own family. The 2 families had business dealings before, but Long Out Yen's family was much more powerful and was a well-known company throughout China. It's just that the Long family is not a local enterprise in Jiangcheng, so Zhang Rao didn't expect that he would also study at Jiangcheng University. But then again, those who can study in the finance department of Jiangcheng University are basically either rich or noble, so it's not surprising that Long Out Yen studies here. But the strange thing is that the Long Out Yen in front of him seemed to not recognize him at all. Of course. I don't know him. Zhang Rao hesitated for a moment but still didn't say it. Then how do you know his name? Bai Tian was even more confused. Yes, how do you know my name? Long Out Yen also stared at Zhang Rao. What should I say? You said you didn't know me so I wouldn't reveal your identity as the young master of the Long family? So you could flirt with girls? Big brother, what do you mean? Zhang Rao couldn't utter a word for a long time and could only blink hard at Long Outyen. I'm asking you a question. Why do you keep blinking at me? Is there sand in your eyes? Zhang Rao was furious for a moment. I was kind enough to help you hide your identity, but you insulted me like this and didn't give me face, right? Then don't blame me. Oh, Master Long, you are such a forgetful person. I, Zhang Rao, held you in my arms when we were little. Have you forgotten? You. Long Outyen was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhang Rao. You are the future star of China's business world. Let's not talk about other places, just say that everyone in Jiangcheng knows you, young Master Long. Your Long Yun group helped our Jiang family a lot last time. If it weren't for the Long family's investment, our Jiangcheng would not have developed so fast. When Long Yun Group was mentioned, the students around became excited. Long Yun Group, did I hear it right? Damn, that's one of the top 10 companies in China. Is that the legendary young Master Long? Wow, so handsome. All those present were students studying finance, and their families were basically engaged in business-related work. They all knew what Long Yun Group meant. That's right, that's right. Our young Master Long is the red hair among men and Lubu among horses. He is the ceiling of the reincarnation world. He is studying at our Jiangcheng University. How can I not be excited? Zhang Rao deliberately spoke loudly. Sorry, don't blame me for being unkind or unfair. Don't blame me for exposing your identity. Besides, these are just compliments, so you have no reason to settle accounts with me. It's a compliment, right? Unexpectedly, these words seemed to be very useful to Long Outyen. He laughed out loud and put his arm around Zhang Rao's shoulders. I've always said that Jiangcheng still has talented people. Oh, you're quite good at talking, kid. From now on, just mention my name, Long Outyen, at school. I guarantee there's nothing you can't handle. What's wrong with this grandson? He can't tell good from bad and still praises him. Yes, I'll have to rely on young Master Long's help in the future. Zhang Rao responded to him with a smile on his face. Okay, let's leave quickly, class is about to start. Bai Tian said to Long Outyen impatiently. Yes, don't stand here for now. My classmate Bai Tian and I have to go to class. I won't talk about business today. Long Outyen said to Zhang Rao. I'm asking you to leave, young Master Long, this position is taken. Bai Tian's patience was almost at its limit. Did you hear that? This position is already occupied, eh? Long Outyen turned his head and looked at Bai Tian in surprise. Get out of my way. Bai Tian stood up and yelled, and Long Outyen jumped up from his seat. Bai Tian glared at Long Outyen fiercely, then pulled Zhang Rao, who was also frightened and stunned, to sit down again. Long Outyen looked embarrassed, and his expression was as ugly as if he had eaten dog shit. The bell rang, and Bai Tian said to Long Outyen in a bad mood again, What are you still standing here for? Zhang Rao and I have to go to class. Zhang Rao looked at Bai Tian and then at Long Outyen at a loss. Zhang Rao, right? Good job, kid. I'll remember you. Long Outyen said this and walked to the last row with a dark face. What is going on? Now it was Zhang Rao's turn to be confused. He sat in his seat, not daring to move, and looked at Bai Tian cautiously, fearing that she would scold him too. Bai Tian took a bottle of green plum tea from Zhang Rao's table with an expressionless face, without even looking at Long Outyen's milk tea. Help me open it. Bai Tian stuffed the green tea into Zhang Rao's hand. Zhang Rao absolutely didn't believe that Bai Tian couldn't open the bottle cap. It could be seen from the lion's roar she just displayed. But Zhang Rao didn't dare to say no now, so he quickly opened the bottle cap and handed the bottle over. Bai Tian took the green tea from Zhang Rao and drank it directly, then smashed it on the table. Damn, you're crazy. I'm so pissed off. Chapter 14, isn't it just refusing to be gay with him? Damn, you're crazy, you're making me mad. Bai Tian was already annoyed because she didn't sleep well last night. She clearly wanted to take a nap after class, but this Long Outyen appeared out of nowhere. He sat down without finishing his words, chattering non-stop with his mouth open. He had absolutely no manners at all. I don't care whether you are young Master Long or young Master Ma. I can tell you are a playboy the moment you open your mouth. I hate men like this who have no upbringing the most. I don't know how he became the student union president. And Jiang Rao, too. Can't he be a little more assertive? What's wrong with the Long Yun group? Is it necessary to be so fawning? At this moment, shouldn't you point a domineering finger at Long Outyan's nose and say, this position is mine, and this woman is mine too? Originally, Bai Tian thought that Jiang Rao was quite manly for rejecting Tang Nana yesterday, but his performance today made her very disappointed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but kick Jiang Rao to express her dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Jiang Rao had no reaction at all. She turned her head in confusion and found that he was supporting his head with one hand, his brows furrowed, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Jiang Rao was thinking about what had just happened. He felt that Long Outyan was weird. First of all, for some unknown reason, Long Outyan seemed to have no impression of him at all, but the two had actually met once at a cocktail party a few months ago. Jiang Rao remembered that among the younger generations, Long Outyan was not only elegant and easygoing, but also seemed a little shy, which was completely different from the attitude he had just used when talking to him. Is it because of Bai Tian? Jiang Rao turned his head and glanced at Bai Tian, and found that she was looking at him angrily, with dissatisfaction written all over her face. Jiang Rao quickly retracted his gaze. But if it was because of Bai Tian, it would be even more wrong, because he clearly remembered that Long Outyan didn't like girls. Yes, that's what I mean. In fact, the second son of the famous Long Yun group, young master Long Outyan, is a homosexual. Very few people knew about this. If Long Outyan hadn't pinched Jiang Rao's butt at the cocktail party when there were few people around, whispered something obscene in his ear, and stared at him lovingly, Jiang Rao would not have known that young master Long was actually a gay. Jiang Rao shuddered when recalling that experience. He remembered that he turned around and went to the toilet to vomit in disgust that day. Today, Long Outyan's performance was completely aimed at picking up girls, and he didn't leave himself any face at all. However, given Long Outyan's conditions, there should be no shortage of girls around him. Could it be that it's really because Bai Tian is so pretty that even the gay Long Outman has become straight? Jiang Rao secretly glanced at Bai Tian again. It's true. Even though I have seen many beautiful girls, none of them is more perfect than Bai Tian in terms of appearance. The word sweet is tailor-made for her. Bai Tian felt a little embarrassed when Jiang Rao looked at her, and her face turned red. Why are you always looking at me? Listen to the class carefully, really. Bai Tian pushed him gently. Bai Tian was a little angry at first, but now she felt inexplicably shy when she saw Jiang Rao looking at her with that look. No, nothing. By the way, classmate Tian, how do you know Long Outyan? He is the president of our college's student union. He seemed quite normal before, but I don't know what's wrong with him today. I'm really speechless. Bai Tian replied unhappily. Long Outyan is actually the student union president. Wait, could it be that this bastard was the one who punished me yesterday? Didn't I just refuse to have sex with him? How dare that little bastard try to trick me? Now everything makes sense. Damn it, just wait and see how I'm going to kill you. Jiang Rao immediately came up with a plan. Hey, scumbag, just clean here, and there. I'll take care of the office and storage room. Su Jingjing told Jiang Rao about the arrangement of the cleaning punishment. Wow, so many, do you usually sweep them all by yourself? Jiang Rao looked at the area of the student union activity room and was shocked. Of course, our Ministry of Health is praised every week, even though I'm the only one in the Ministry of Health. Su Jingjing puffed out her chest proudly. You are so proud. Aren't you just free labor? I praise you once a week and then send you away, Jiang Rao silently complained in his heart. Well, Jingjing, how about we switch gears? I'll go clean the office and the storage room, and you can clean here. How can this be? That's our young master's office. Our young master is the student union president. I have to clean his office myself and there can't be any mistakes. Su Jingjing refused without even thinking. Could it be that your young master is? Jiang Rao's expression instantly became a little stiff. That's right, my young master is Long Outyan. The master told me to take good care of him. Su Jingjing looked at Jiang Rao seriously. I didn't see how you took care of him. Secret protection, do you know what secret protection means? The Long family trained us ninjas so that we can make silent contributions in secret. Su Jingjing said seriously. Ninja, is there still such a thing these days? What a mess. Are you sure you're not talking about a bodyguard? Jiang Rao was a little confused. It turned out that Su Jingjing was Long Outyan's person. No wonder this girl always targeted him. At the same time, Jiang Rao couldn't help but sigh that the Long family is indeed the Long family, with great wealth and power. Such a top-notch school beauty is actually Long Outyan's subordinate. When will his family be able to equip him with a beautiful school beauty bodyguard? But since you said it's secret protection, can you still call it secret protection after telling me your identity? Jiang Rao said. Ah, you scumbag are really too cunning. You actually tried to trick me. Su Jingjing reacted as soon as she heard it, and her eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent when she looked at Jiang Rao. Since you know my identity, I can't let you stay here. I must kill you. Su Jingjing took out a kunai from somewhere and approached Jiang Rao step by step. Jiang Rao could tell at a glance that the thing was a real thing. The sharp reflection shone on Jiang Rao's face. No, don't. Jiang Rao's legs went soft and he sat down on the stool behind him. Ha, scumbag, I didn't expect you to discover my identity. Su Jingjing directly rode on Jiang Rao's thigh, holding a kunai in one hand. I didn't notice it. You said it yourself. Jiang Rao was frightened out of his wits when he saw the kunai hanging in the air. No matter what, now I have no choice but to ask you to shut up forever. Su Jingjing's face was expressionless. No. What are you doing? Jiang Rao, this is a punishment, can you be more serious? Bai Tiantian's voice came from outside the door. The next second, Bai Tiantian opened the door and walked in. Really? It's even messier than before. Look at the table, it's tilted. And all these books, why are they all thrown on the floor? Jiang Rao slumped on the bench, his face still terrified, and the kunai that was on his face a second ago disappeared without a trace. Su Jingjing was also wiping the table carefully 2 meters away from him. If the collar that had just been grabbed was not still in a mess, Jiang Rao would have really thought that all this was just an illusion. Can you do some work? Jingjing is hard-working, but that doesn't mean you can sit here and be lazy. You are so bad. You only know how to bully Jingjing. Bai Tiantian accused again. I bullied her? I almost lost my life. Chapter 15 Invincible Diarrhea Pill. I bullied her? I almost lost my life. Damn, it was so sharp that the kunai almost pierced my throat. Classmate Tian. Jiang Rao was about to ask Bai Tian for help when he saw Su Jingjing's threatening eyes not far away. Forget it. Even if I ask Bai Tian for help, she definitely won't believe me. And if she gets involved, Su Jingjing might attack her too. Then I'll go clean the toilet. Jiang Rao tried his best to stop his legs from shaking so much, stood up and walked out the door pretending to be calm. Who told you to sweep the toilet? Don't think I don't know you want to be lazy. Sweep it honestly. Bai Tian grabbed him and stuffed the broom into his hand. Jiang Rao cried silently in his heart, Bai Tian, you stupid woman, I'm going to be killed by you today. He had no choice but to take the broom and walk to the corner of the room, staying as far away from Su Jingjing as possible. Jingjing, don't let Jiang Rao slack off. I have a meeting to attend, so I have to leave first. Bai Tian closed the door and left, leaving only Jiang Rao and Su Jingjing in the activity room. The air was eerily quiet for a moment. In an instant, Su Jingjing pressed Jiang Rao against the wall and held a kunai against his neck, her eyes extremely cold. It's over. Am I going to die today? You can't kill me. Why? Su Jingjing looked at him in confusion. Because. You'd better explain it to me. Because I'm your young master's best brother. What? Su Jingjing was obviously stunned. There's hope. This girl seemed to be intimidated by her own words. That's right, Long Outyan and I are good brothers, and he still owes me some money. If you kill me, he will be very angry. Jiang Rao continued to deceive. So that's how it is. Su Jingjing suddenly realized. Jiang Rao gently pushed her kunai away and said, yes, it's not like your young master doesn't have the money to pay me back. Think about it, if I get killed by you, people will think it's because your young master Long can't pay me back. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the young master's brother. Su Jingjing hurriedly let go of Jiang Rao. How much money does the young master owe you? I'll pay you back some first. Su Jingjing reached into her pocket and rummaged around. Jiang Rao didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't expect that Su Jingjing would be so easy to deceive. Su Jingjing took out several bank cards and some change, blushing and saying, "This is some money I've saved over the years. Even though it's only 15,042.5 yuan, I'll give it all to you. I hope you can give me a few more days." What's going on here? Jiang Rao knew Su Jingjing believed what he said, but he didn't expect her to believe it so completely. Or rather, he didn't expect her to be so completely stupid. Is this the so-called super female syndrome? Do you know that this little money you have isn't even a fraction of what your young master would pay for a bottle of red wine? So, are the salaries of your Long family bodyguards really that low? I'm a ninja. Not a bodyguard, and I'm a retainer of the Long family. The Long family gave birth to me and raised me, so I don't need anything like a salary. I know this little money is nothing to you big shots, but this is all I have. Su Jingjing emphasized. Ahem, oh, actually Long Outyan has helped me a lot in the past, and he doesn't owe me much money. Considering our past friendship, let's just write off this debt. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, really? I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Su Jingjing suddenly jumped up. Zhang Rao, I admit that I misunderstood you before. I always thought you were a scumbag, mean and lustful. Alright, stop it. Remember, young Master Long and I are a secret partnership. He doesn't want others to know about our relationship, so don't mention it in front of anyone. What is a secret partnership? You don't need to know what a secret partnership is. You need to keep today's events absolutely confidential. This should be no problem for a ninja. Absolutely no problem. If I tell anyone that you two are a secret partnership, I will die as an atonement. Su Jingjing took out a kunai and gestured at herself. Okay, I didn't ask you to swear an oath, just put it away quickly. Zhang Rao's legs went weak when he saw the kunai. I'm sorry, I was a little too excited just now. Su Jingjing scratched her head and pinned the kunai to her thigh under her skirt. Then I'll go sweep the floor first. They should be done with the meeting soon. Zhang Rao said as he walked towards the president's office. Zhang Rao, wait a minute, that's where I need to clean. Oh, have you forgotten what the relationship between me and Long Outyan is? He turned and stared at Su Jingjing. You are, a secret partnership. Su Jingjing said in a low voice. That's right. You just need to clean the outside, and leave the inside to me, Master Long's best brother. Then you must sweep carefully. Su Jingjing was still a little worried. Oh, no problem. After finally getting rid of Su Jingjing, Zhang Rao quickly closed the office door. Damn it, luckily I'm smart, otherwise I would have been killed by this silly girl for no reason today. It turns out that Su Jingjing is really a ninja. Those grappling moves just now were completed in an instant. Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God? Fortunately, this girl is not very smart, otherwise she would have died several times with her skills. But Long Outyan, I am not a pushover either. You caused me to be punished, so today I must give you a big gift. Zhang Rao grinned grimly the moment he saw the teapot on the desk. This is it. Zhang Rao took out a pill from his arms and held it in his hand. The pill is dark brown in color and has no smell at all. This is the invincible pill that I bought at a high price. After taking this pill, I guarantee that you will feel good for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Rao crushed the pill with his fingers and sprinkled it evenly in the pot. You asked me to sweep the floor for you. Just wait, I will sweep your grave soon, you damn gay. Zhang Rao also shook the kettle to allow the medicinal properties to fully evaporate. After doing all this, Zhang Rao quietly hid in the storage room, ready to watch how Long Outyan transformed into a jet warrior. After a while, Su Jingjing entered the office and found that Zhang Rao had disappeared. She was so angry, this bastard, he clearly said he would sweep the office well, but he ran away. Su Jingjing had no choice but to sweep the office again. Long Outyan had just finished a meeting at this time, and he collapsed directly on the recliner as soon as he walked in. I'm so tired. Why is there so much trouble in this crappy student union? Long Outyan started complaining. Young master, are you in a bad mood recently? You never used to swear. Su Jingjing looked at her worriedly. I'll say whatever I want to say. Why are you still here? Long Outyan said with an unhappy look on his face. I haven't finished sweeping yet. Why are you so slow today? Stop sweeping and go out. I need to rest. Long Outyan didn't even raise his eyelids. Master, did Jingjing do something wrong and make you angry? You did a good job, get out quickly. Don't let anyone disturb me. Long Outyen shouted at her. Yes, master, I will withdraw. Su Jingjing had no choice but to leave with her head down. Long Outyen closed the door stealthily and looked for a long time until he was sure that Su Jingjing had really left before he sat back in his chair. System, come out here. What kind of crappy secret to picking up girls is this? It's useless. Long Outyen roared at the air. Chapter 16 Ding Dong Chicken. System, come out here. What kind of crappy secret to picking up girls is this? How come it's useless? Long Outyen roared at the air. Then he stood up and began talking to himself, seeming quite excited. What was Long Outyen mumbling? Zhang Rao saw this incredible scene through the crack in the storage room door. What do you mean by my problem? I followed exactly the steps you said. Long Outyen seemed to be talking to someone. Zhang Rao looked around the room and was surprised to see that there was no one here. Who was this guy talking to? Is he on the phone? Never mind, as long as you drink my invincible diarrhea pill. Zhang Rao couldn't help but smile when he saw Long Outyen finally pour a cup of tea. Just when the cup was about to reach Long Outyen's mouth, this guy actually stopped. Drink it quickly. Zhang Rao was getting so anxious. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the office door. Damn it, it's almost successful. Damn it, why don't you drink it? Zhang Rao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why did you come in again? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Seeing Su Jingjing pushing the door in, Long Outyen looked a little flustered. Young master, the master's men came here just now and I stopped them. Su Jingjing said proudly. You bastard. You dare to stop the master's men? What are you doing? Long Outyen was furious when he heard it. The young master just said not to let anyone disturb you, I thought. Su Jingjing lowered her head. Okay, what did the master's people say? Long Outyen took a deep breath. He said he wanted you to go back immediately. He has something to tell you and the young master. Let's go. It seems that we can't rest today. You should continue to stay in school. Remember the task I assigned to you. Remember, I will help you observe those 4 school beauties. Su Jingjing said seriously with her hands clasped together and one knee touching the ground. Also, keep an eye on Zhang Rao and check his background. I've taken note of it, but won't this affect the young master's secret partnership? Su Jingjing asked doubtfully. What a mess, just do what you are supposed to do. I understand. Although Su Jingjing really wanted to know what a secret partnership was, she didn't say it out loud for fear that Long Outyen would get even angrier if she asked. Long Outyen simply straightened his collar and left, leaving Su Jingjing alone in the office. Zhang Rao locked the door and hid in the storage room, not daring to say a word. He heard the conversation between the two just now, and now there seemed to be countless question marks in his mind. What is going on? Su Jingjing is not only Long Outyen's subordinate, but also has to monitor 4 other school beauties, and even she herself is being targeted. What exactly is Long Outyen going to do? Or what exactly is the Long family going to do? Is there some secret or is there any other relationship between these 4 school beauties and Long Outyen? This is all so weird. However, one thing is certain that the Long Outyen in front of him really doesn't know him, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Su Jingjing to investigate him. Ding dong chi chi. Zhang Rao was startled. It seemed as if a sound suddenly rang in his ears. Just when Zhang Rao thought he was hallucinating, the voice appeared again. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. What the hell? Is this the campus radio? Data intrusion from a non-world has been detected. The automatic defense system is activating. What the hell? What the hell, some kind of automated defense system? The defense system is being implanted into the host, integrating and sublimating. Zhang Rao felt dizzy, as if something suddenly appeared in his body. What is this? How can I? Hello host, congratulations, you won the jackpot. You won the jackpot, your whole family won the jackpot. Who is talking? Honey, I know you're anxious, but don't be impatient. Who are you? If you have the guts, don't hide. Come out and fight me one-on-one. Zhang Rao looked around nervously. However, there was no one else in the storage room except Zhang Rao. Don't be nervous, host, I am in your consciousness. Oh my god, what the hell are you? Hey you, Moo, Can you please stop appearing in other people's minds for no apparent reason? I must have been too tired yesterday and had such a weird dream. Zhang Rao began to slap himself hard. Host, please don't threaten this system with self-harm. You're giving up on yourself. No, what are you doing? Who sent you here? Actually, our Jiang family doesn't have much money. Can you let me go? Otherwise, go find my dad. All the money is with him. Thank you for your kindness, host, but I don't need it. Then let me ask you, what is your purpose? Then let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? Then let me ask you, why are you here? Then let me ask you. Host, please don't get excited. I will tell you everything you want to ask. My purpose is simple, which is to let you save the world. As for my gender, you can treat me as a woman. I am here for the man named Long Outyen. Save the world? What do you mean by save the world? You're writing a novel. Zhang Rao certainly didn't believe it. Sure enough, you are also Long Outyen's man. Zhang Rao seemed to understand after hearing the last sentence. No, host, I didn't appear because of Long Outyen, but because of you. I think you should have discovered that there is something wrong with this Long Outyen. What do you mean? I didn't quite understand, but Long Outyen has indeed become very strange. That is to say, Long Outyen does not belong to this world. He is not from this world. Are you kidding me? Long Outyen is the second young master of Long Yun Group. I knew about him since I was very young. How could it be possible? What is it that doesn't belong to this world? What I mean is that the Long Outyen you see now is not the original Long Outyen. He is a person who was reborn from another different world. Rebirth? Could this be the reason why he suddenly doesn't recognize me, and why his personality has changed drastically, even his sexual orientation? Oh, host, you are so smart. I thought it would be difficult to explain it to you. Then what does this have to do with saving the world? What does his rebirth have to do with me? I'm not interested in Long Outyen, and I'm not interested in the Long family. Host, it seems you still don't understand the current situation. Now that I have appeared, it means that our world has entered a crisis. What? Why is the world in crisis? Isn't it fine? And I don't even know what you are. You should have heard Long Outyen mention the word system just now. In fact, Long Outyen is not a simple reborn being, but a reborn being who came to our world with a purpose to carry out a mission. He also has a system within his body that conveys instructions to him and directs his actions. Indeed, I saw Long Outyen talking to himself just now, and he did mention the word system. This type of person is called a proactive rebirther. They are chosen by the system in another world and then voluntarily reborn into this world. Reborn is someone with the same name as themselves. Regardless of their mission goal, if they achieve it, our world will be closed. So, this world is not real? Even I am virtual. Zhang Rao was a little unbelievable. Chapter 17. I'm not interested in saving the world. So, this world is not real? Even I am virtual. Zhang Rao was a little unbelievable. On the contrary, this world is truly real. It is reality to you, and that is why you must save it. Why me? Because you are the first person in this world to discover that Long Outyen is a self-reborn person. I, as this world's automatic defense system, will naturally be implanted in your body to deal with this invasion. I will provide you with as much assistance as possible. No matter what Long Outyen's purpose for rebirth is, please stop him. I don't understand why he wants to close our world. This is war. War? As a world system, we will not allow the existence of another dimension. Because the greatest threat to the development of our own world is the other world, so the world system will send active reborns to interfere with the original development trajectory of other worlds, in order to achieve the goal of collapse. So I'm glad you were able to discover Long Outyen. As a system member, I can't directly stop the actions of the reborn, but as a host who is part of the world's main body, you can do it. So, I'm invincible now? That's not the case. You must be extremely cautious now. If Long Outyen finds out that you know his identity, he will do whatever it takes to get rid of you. It's incomprehensible and absurd. Zhang Rao suddenly burst into laughter. Tell me yourself if what you said is nonsense or not. Do you think I'm stupid? Host, I know this is difficult for you to understand, but the world is in crisis right now. As the world's defense system, I must. I don't care what you are. No matter what your purpose is, I'm not interested in saving the world. Get out of my mind right now. Zhang Rao shouted at the top of his lungs and gasped for breath. The system's sound suddenly stopped, and silence returned to the room. What's wrong with me? Was that just an illusion? The system sound just now disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Zhang Rao slowly sat down on the ground, feeling very tired suddenly for some reason. It seems that he really was poisoned by eating too much pinho rice. He shook his head. Suddenly he talked to me about saving the world. I would rather believe that Long Outyan had lost his mind. Even if it was true, he was the young master of the Long family. He couldn't get what he wanted, and asked me to stop him. How could you think of that? Su Jingjing, one of his subordinates, almost killed me just now. What does it matter to me what the world is like? I'll just keep drinking and living my life as usual. Thinking of this, Zhang Rao forced himself to cheer up, stood up unsteadily, opened the door of the storage room and went out. Unexpectedly, Su Jingjing was still in the office and was concentrating on wiping Long Outyan's recliner. I should slip away quickly before she sees me. If she finds out that I have lied to her, I might not see the sun tomorrow. Just as Zhang Rao was tiptoeing slowly towards the door, the office door was opened with a click. Brother, are you okay? I heard that you were punished to sweep the floor because of what happened yesterday. What happened? Hizay rushed in directly. Okay, man, I'm done. As soon as Hizay came in, he saw Zhang Rao hiding by the door looking very embarrassed. He subconsciously thought that Zhang Rao was bullied by the student union, so he immediately picked up a bench and shouted at Su Jingjing. Damn you, you're from the student union, right? You actually messed with my brother? Do you know who he is? I'll make sure you pay for it. Zhang Rao's heart was already in tears at this moment, and he just wanted to kick this grandson of Hizay away. Su Jingjing turned her head and glanced at Hizay, then looked at Zhang Rao. 10 minutes later, Zhang Rao and Hizay, whose face was bruised and swollen, were mopping the office floor together. Brother, I'm so touched. Hizay's face was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. You got beaten, silly? Did you expect me to come and rescue you? I didn't expect you to go this far to create an opportunity for Su Jingjing and me. Woohoo, I'm so touched. Just for your kindness, I can finally give up pursuing Tang Nana. Zhang Rao was speechless for a while, and could only say that Jibi's train of thought was indeed unique. You too, clean up the mess, Zhang Rao. I didn't hit you because you and my young master are secret partners, but that doesn't mean you can slack off while you're being punished, Su Jingjing said unhappily. See? She only beat me up. Do you think there's a chance? Hizay whispered to Zhang Rao. You said you went to clean the storage room just now, why is it still so messy? Su Jingjing said while cleaning the storage room with dissatisfaction. How is that possible? I just swept very carefully. Zhang Rao answered guiltily. 2.5 hours later, the three of them finally cleaned the place thoroughly. I'm so tired. Hizay sat down on the ground. Zhang Rao was also very tired, mainly because Su Jingjing's supervision was too strict and did not give the two of them any chance to be lazy. This girl seemed to be particularly serious about things like cleaning. Okay, you can go now, Su Jingjing finally said after checking for the 5th time. Let me drink some water first. I've done too much exercise today. Hizay weakly grabbed the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and started to drink it. Hizay, don't. That's. Zhang Rao was about to stop him, but it was too late. Hizay drank the tea with Wudi Chuanqi pills in it in big gulps. After drinking 1 cup, he still wasn't satisfied, so he poured another cup. Classmate Jingjing, do you have any paper? Zhang Rao looked at Su Jingjing. I didn't. Su Jingjing answered doubtfully. Zhang Rao patted Hizay's shoulder regretfully and said, Brother, I'm leaving first. If you make this place dirty again later, remember to clean it up. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Hizay was still drinking tea in big gulps. Zhang Rao shook his head helplessly and walked out the door. He didn't want to see the scene of Hizay gushing out later. When he walked downstairs, Zhang Rao suddenly found that Su Jingjing had been following him, staring at him without saying a word. What is Su Jingjing going to do? Zhang Rao suddenly felt sweat pouring down his back. Was she trying to kill him again? That shouldn't be the case. After all, Long Outyan just asked her to stare at him, there was no reason for her to attack him. Jingjing, do you have something to say to me? Zhang Rao asked nervously. No. Su Jingjing suddenly lowered her head. Zhang Rao had no choice but to continue walking, carefully guarding against Su Jingjing, thinking that if you dare to make a move, I will scream for help at the top of my lungs. Well, I do have something I want to ask you. Zhang Rao didn't expect that she really had something to say. Go ahead and ask, and I'll try to answer you. What exactly is a secret partnership? Zhang Rao saw Su Jingjing raise her head and look at him seriously. Chapter 18. I ate a little too much. What exactly is a secret partnership? Zhang Rao saw Su Jingjing raise her head and look at him seriously. Looking at Su Jingjing's clear eyes, Zhang Rao didn't know what to say. She actually cared so much about what he had just said casually to her. Can't you tell me? I just want to help the young master. Su Jingjing seemed a little disappointed. Well, this is related to your young master's plan. You don't want to make your young master angry, right? Zhang Rao pretended to be embarrassed. No, then you'd better not tell me. Hearing this, Su Jingjing shook her head repeatedly. Then I'll leave first. Zhang Rao felt the pressure was overwhelming at this moment, so he prepared to slip away. No. Su Jingjing stopped him. Why? Is there anything else? Zhang Rao felt like crying but had no tears. Su Jingjing scratched her head. She couldn't say that her young master sent her to monitor her. You haven't told me what you're going to do yet. I'm going to have a meal. I'm tired after the whole afternoon and I'm really hungry. Zhang Rao quickly found an excuse. Well, actually I'm hungry too. Let's go eat together. Su Jingjing said lightly. This isn't good. Zhang Rao smiled stiffly. Who wants to eat with you? Hey! Can you find something of your own to do? I'm really scared that you'll kill me with a knife while we're eating. What's the big deal? Didn't you eat with Tian Tian yesterday? It's okay for us to eat together. Of course it does matter. Although Bai Tian Tian has a bad temper, at least she won't really chop people like you, big sister. It was right to think so in his heart, but Zhang Rao didn't dare to say anything else. He could only let Su Jingjing follow him. After the experience of having dinner with Bai Tian Tian yesterday, Zhang Rao didn't dare to take Su Jingjing to the cafeteria to eat again. He really hated the feeling of being watched like an animal by others, so he found a restaurant outside the school that was relatively decent. Zhang Rao found a seat by the window and sat down. Su Jingjing did not sit opposite him, but sat next to him. Oh my god, I can't even run away. There was no other way, he had to eat first. He was really hungry. He had slept more this afternoon than he had in his entire life. After opening the menu, Zhang Rao curled his lips. What is this? After all, it is just a small restaurant and is not of the same level as his own hotel. Su Jingjing seemed a little nervous sitting next to him. This place looks very expensive. Why don't we go back to school to eat? Hey, now that we're here, why go back to school to eat? Zhang Rao casually ticked a dozen items on the menu and handed it to Su Jingjing. See if you have anything else to add. Su Jingjing took the menu and took a look at it. Her face suddenly flushed with fright. Why are these things so expensive? She flipped through the menu in disbelief. I don't want to eat anymore. Su Jingjing stood up. Why do you suddenly not want to eat? Are you not feeling well? Zhang Rao was a little confused. Zhang Rao, did you do this on purpose? Su Jingjing suddenly stared at him angrily. What's wrong with you? Zhang Rao thought Su Jingjing was going to attack him and quickly protected his head. I said I wanted to have dinner with you, and you deliberately found such an expensive restaurant. Su Jingjing blushed. Zhang Rao found it a little funny for a moment. This girl usually looks cold, but actually she is quite cute. I didn't ask you to pay, why are you so nervous? Su Jingjing didn't say anything and seemed to still want to leave, so Zhang Rao had no choice but to stand up and pull her to sit down. After all, he was the young master of the Jiang family, and he couldn't lose face by taking his sister out to dinner. Okay, I already told you I'm treating you. Zhang Rao handed the menu to her again. Thank you. Su Jingjing lowered her head and looked at the menu carefully. She just carefully ticked a box and quickly put it down. Aren't you a retainer of the Long family? It shouldn't be such a small amount of money. Zhang Rao couldn't help but ask curiously. Just because the Long family is rich doesn't mean I am rich. As a ninja, I only need to be responsible for protecting the young master. It seems that your Long family is not that great. You treat your subordinates so badly. You are not allowed to insult the Long family. If the Long family hadn't adopted me, I would have died long ago. Su Jingjing took out a kunai with an excited tone. Hey, what are you doing? I didn't say anything. Jiang Rao quickly held her hand. Su Jingjing snorted, then added, actually, there is still some subsidy, but I spent it on cultivation. Oh, so it's you who's wasting money. I didn't spend money indiscriminately. I just wanted to become stronger so that I could repay the Long family. Su Jingjing became excited again. Jiang Rao held her kunai tightly. Okay, you didn't waste your money. Don't take out your stuff all the time. I still have to pay for you later. It was already getting dark when they left the restaurant. Jiang Rao and Su Jingjing had been eating for nearly 2 hours. To be more precise, Su Jingjing had been eating for nearly 2 hours alone. Jiang Rao was really shocked by Su Jingjing's appetite. Damn, this girl is such a big eater. I ordered quite a bit, and not only did she finish it all, she also looked like she wasn't full at all. Seeing Su Jingjing's expression of wanting to eat but being too embarrassed to say it, Jiang Rao didn't say much and continued to help her order food. The key point is that Su Jingjing didn't eat very fast. She just picked up the dishes and ate them normally, but she never stopped. Jiang Rao kept ordering dishes and Su Jingjing kept eating, and her stomach was like a bottomless pit. Just when Jiang Rao began to doubt that Su Jingjing had no limits, she finally put down her chopsticks with satisfaction. Jiang Rao didn't expect Su Jingjing to be such a big eater. He couldn't help but wonder how her slender figure could hold so much food. Thinking of this, Jiang Rao looked at Su Jingjing next to him, and his eyes became strange. It's not that he meant to say that she ate too much. Jiang Rao would have no problem letting her eat up the entire restaurant. Su Jingjing seemed to notice Jiang Rao's gaze and lowered her head embarrassedly. Jingjing, do you usually eat this much? No, it's just today that I ate a little more for some reason. Su Jingjing explained hurriedly. Jiang Rao couldn't help but twitch his lips. You call this a little too much? Usually it's about half as much as today. That's not really a lot, ha. But thank you so much for treating me to dinner today. I'll definitely treat you back next time. Wait, until my next subsidy arrives. Jiang Rao just let her do what she wanted, but Su Jingjing would probably be shocked if she knew the cost of today's meal. The two walked on the way back to school, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Jiang Rao quietly observed Su Jingjing. Her black hair fell to her shoulders like a waterfall, and her delicate oval face looked even whiter like jade under the caress of the moonlight. Jiang Rao couldn't help but sigh that just looking at such a beautiful school beauty was refreshing. If you only looked at her appearance, you really couldn't tell that she was a tough character like a ninja. Su Jingjing kept her head down, as if she was embarrassed for eating too much. Su Jingjing felt a little uncomfortable when Jiang Rao looked at her. Can you please stop looking at me like that? Chapter 19. Are you flirting with me? Jiang Rao quickly retracted his gaze and coughed lightly. Sorry, you are so beautiful that I couldn't help but look at you a few more times. When Su Jingjing heard this, a blush appeared on her face. She didn't expect Jiang Rao to suddenly praise her and seemed a little at a loss. She didn't know what to answer, so she just quickened her pace. The two returned to the dormitory. It was He Lingling who opened the door. Seeing the two of them coming back together, a playful smile appeared on her face. What are you two doing? Don't mention it. I was punished to sweep the whole afternoon. Jiang Rao knew that this woman loved to tease him the most, so he didn't tell her about having dinner with Su Jingjing. Jiang Rao is back? Tang Nana's voice came from the balcony, and Jiang Rao trembled all over. What's wrong with you? Su Jingjing looked at him in confusion. Jingjing, I don't know what wrong thing some people have done, but they hide in the toilet every day. He Lingling said with a look of gloating. Why are you hiding in the toilet? Su Jingjing was even more confused. I'm back. Jiang Rao glanced at He Lingling unhappily, then responded nervously. Tang Nana walked in from the balcony, folded her arms across her chest, and looked at Jiang Rao with a half smile. Oh, I thought you didn't dare to come back. Jiang Rao felt uneasy and said with a dry laugh, well, that's not the case. Come and help me fix my computer. Me? What? Are you going to refuse this too? Don Nana raised her eyebrows slightly. Ahem, no, I'll try my best then. Jiang Rao gritted his teeth and followed Tang Nana to her desk. Looking at the computer that seemed to have some problems, he prayed silently in his heart that it wasn't a big problem. Fortunately, it was just that the computer's C drive was full, so I just needed to move the files to another disk. At this time, Tang Nana rested her hands on her thighs, hunched over, stared at the computer screen, and her face was very close to Jiang Rao. In addition, she had just taken a shower and was emitting a rich and tempting fragrance, which made Jiang Rao's heart beat faster. Tang was wearing a low-necked nightgown today. Her leaning posture made Jiang Rao's eyes unconsciously fall on the faintly visible ravine. The fair skin at the neckline seemed to emit an alluring luster. Jiang Rao didn't dare to look any further, so he forced himself to look away and focus on repairing the computer. Finally it was done. Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stand up, but found that Tang Nana was still maintaining the same posture and had no intention of moving away. "Well, classmate Nana, I've already done it," Jiang Rao reminded her carefully. "That's pretty fast." "Well, it's not a big deal. I'll change the default save for you." "Well done. How do you think I can repay you?" Don Nana suddenly stared at him with seductive eyes. This is not necessary. It didn't take much effort." Jiang Rao swallowed. "How can this be? How about you sleep with me tonight?" Tang Nana rubbed Jiang Rao's thigh with the knee of one leg. "Is Don Nana teasing me?" No, she just wants to use me to get rid of Hize. Don Nana is very sexy, but definitely not the type that I can handle." Jiang Rao quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, but I won't bother you anymore." "No way, can he really block it?" Tang Nana was very surprised by Jiang Rao's reaction. "Really? No need, let's do it in order." Jiang Rao said this and ran to the balcony. After washing her hair, Bai Tian was surprised to see Jiang Rao coming into the room. "Jiang Rao, when did you come back?" "Just now, I just came back." "Why did it take you so long to sweep the floor?" "Well, I swept more carefully." "I don't trust you at all. You just lied to me. Did you go out to eat with Jingjing?" Bai Tian directly exposed Jiang Rao. "How did you know?" Jiang Rao asked in surprise. Jingjing already sent me a message. How dare you lie to me?" "How did I lie to you?" "I just didn't think it was necessary to say it." Are you planning something bad to Jingjing?" "I knew you were the kind of man who falls in love with every girl he meets." Bai Tian had an expression of sudden enlightenment. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I don't like everyone I meet." Jiang Rao protested. "Humph, who knows what you, a bad guy, are thinking about all day? Can you please stop thinking so badly of me? I didn't do anything. You still talk about what you did to me." Bai Tian said angrily. "You can't blame me entirely for this. Who knew you had that kind of habit?" Jiang Rao looked innocent. This is obviously normal, okay? Many girls like this." "Oh, you are so annoying." Bai Tian was so embarrassed that she was a little incoherent for a moment. Jiang Rao also felt that this topic was too embarrassing and looked out the window. Bai Tian lowered her head, and after a while, as if she had made up her mind, she blushed and said, Are you free now?" I'm going to take a shower." Jiang Rao felt a little strange when he saw her expression. Bai Tian glared at Jiang Rao angrily, and he quickly changed his tone. I'm free. Bai Tian's expression softened a little and she said shyly, "Please do me a favor." "What? Can you help me blow dry my hair?" Bai Tian asked in a low voice with her head down. "Of course I can, but I've never helped anyone blow the trumpet before, and I'm afraid." "It's okay, I'll get the hairdryer." Bai Tian quickly brought a hairdryer, plugged it in and handed it to Jiang Rao. She sat on the chair, her long, smooth hair falling freely like a waterfall, the ends of her hair gently brushing her fair shoulders, with a bit of seductive charm. Jiang Rao turned on the hairdryer and adjusted it to the appropriate temperature and wind speed. The warm wind blew against Bai Tian's beautiful hair. Jiang Rao's movements were very gentle, for fear of hurting Bai Tian. His fingers shuttled through her thick hair, intentionally or unintentionally stroking her scalp, bringing a tingling sensation. "Jiang Rao, do you think my hair smells good?" Bai Tian suddenly asked in a tender voice. She tilted her head slightly, and her slender neck formed a charming curve. "It smells good, very good," Jiang Rao replied with a quick breath. While Jiang Rao was blowing, he gently stroked her hair with his other hand. His fingers occasionally touched her ears, and the small and delicate earlobes instantly turned red. Bai Tiantian closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her throat made a purring sound like a kitten, as if she was enjoying it. Her soft hair slid gently in Zhang Rao's hands, with a faint scent of shampoo. "Oh, be gentler, you burned me." Bai Tiantian said coquettishly, frowned slightly, opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Rao with a hint of anger in her eyes. Sorry. Zhang Rao quickly adjusted the temperature and distance of the hairdryer, feeling a little guilty. But his eyes couldn't help but linger on Bai Tiantian's slightly red cheeks for a few more seconds. Bai Tiantian just looked up at Zhang Rao's eyes. "Do you still want to sleep with me today?" Zhang Rao's eyes widened. "No, what's going on? Big sister, are you coming too?" Chapter 20 Lu Wei Emperor Pills. "No, what's going on? Big sister, are you coming too?" Stop. Wait a moment." Zhang Rao looked at her expectant and nervous eyes and didn't think she was joking. He put his hands on her face to hide her expression, with an incredible look on his face. "Zhang Rao, what are you doing?" Bai Tiantian's face was held down by Zhang Rao and she couldn't move for a while, her hands flapping around wildly. Zhang Rao felt the scorching heat on her face and quickly let go of her hand. "I'm sorry." "You idiot, are you trying to suffocate me?" Su Yaoyao came in from outside and saw the two of them and asked, "What's going on?" "Sister Yaoyao, this idiot is really infuriating." Bai Tiantian glared at Zhang Rao angrily, her cheeks turning even redder with anger and shyness. "I just helped Bai Tiantian blow dry her hair, but I didn't do anything else," Zhang Rao said in panic. "Okay, Zhang, let me help Tiantian blow." Su Yaoyao smiled gently at Zhang Rao. "Then I'll leave it to you." Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Yaoyao, you are still the best." Bai Tiantian rubbed against Su Yaoyao and said to Zhang Rao in a bad mood, "Coward." Zhang Rao didn't say much and went to take a shower in shame. In the bathroom, Zhang Rao stared at the shower head in a daze, thinking that today was really a mess. "I don't know what's wrong with these two school beauties that they want to sleep with me. Forget about Tang Nana, but Bai Tiantian is really a living dad and so difficult to please. There are no normal people among the other three except Su Yaoyao. There is no need to talk about He Lingling, she is completely stupid and just wants to see herself get into trouble. Su Jingjing is the same, always wanting to chop people, but luckily she is not very smart and is easier to fool. Speaking of Su Jingjing, it seems that I slept with her today according to the lottery order. It seems that she has to be more careful when sleeping today. She is Long Outyan's subordinate, so it is better to be on guard. By the way, what was that in the storage room this afternoon?" A voice inexplicably appeared in his mind, something about being reborn and saving the world. Although he regarded it as a pure nonsense dream, Long Outyan was indeed different from before. And the strange thing is that ever since I had the idea to make it disappear, the voice really disappeared immediately and never appeared again. It really is all a dream, isn't it? Zhang Rao shook his head. Zhang Rao came out of the shower and returned to the room to find that everyone was already in bed. Bai Tiantian wrapped herself in the quilt again and made a humming sound. When Tang Nana saw him come in, she didn't even raise her eyelids. It's better to sleep with Su Jingjing according to the order. At this time, Su Jingjing was concentrating on observing a pill and did not notice Zhang Rao at all. "What is this?" Zhang Rao felt that this pill was a bit like the invincible pill he used today, so he asked curiously. Su Jingjing was startled by Zhang Rao and almost dropped the pill on the ground. "Why did you suddenly scare me?" Su Jingjing said a little angrily, and then carefully checked whether the wax seal of the pill was damaged. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. This is very precious. It takes me several months' allowance to buy just one." Su Jingjing held the pill in her palm as if she were protecting a treasure. "It looks very ordinary. What do you know? The most important thing in cultivation is..." Ouch. Just as Su Jingjing was about to stand up and explain the effects of the pill to Zhang Rao, an outsider, she bumped her head against the bed and fell directly onto it. "It's great to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down." Watching Su Jingjing fall straight down, Zhang Rao held his forehead and sighed. "My Lu Wei Emperor pills." Su Jingjing covered the big bump on her head and quickly got out of bed to look for it. "Hey, I just caught it. Look how awesome I am." Zhang Rao proudly stretched out his hand. "That's great. I was scared to death." Su Jingjing looked at Zhang Rao excitedly. Zhang Rao spread out his palm, and Su Jingjing leaned her head over, only to find that the Lu Wei Emperor pill had broken into several pieces. The smile on her face froze instantly. I didn't expect this to happen. The light in Su Jingjing's eyes had disappeared, and she stood there blankly as if her soul had been sucked out of her. How about I compensate you? No need. Su Jingjing gritted her teeth as if she had made some kind of decision. What are you going to do? Su Jingjing did not answer him but sat cross-legged on the bed. I originally wanted to save it for my next training session, but now that it's like this, I can't waste it. I'd better buy you another one. Stop talking nonsense and give me the pill. Jiang Rao obediently handed the fragments of Lu Wei Emperor pills to Su Jingjing. How about I go sleep with someone else today? It would be bad if I disturb you later. No, just go to sleep. I won't break the rules. After Su Jingjing finished speaking, she put the Lu Wei Dihuang pill in her mouth and began to practice qigong and regulate her breathing. As an outsider, Jiang Rao couldn't understand it. Seeing that everyone else was asleep, he carried the quilt to Su Jingjing's bed and prepared to sleep. This was the first time Jiang Rao saw ninjas and other people practicing. He found it very novel and began to observe carefully. Jiang Rao stared at Su Jingjing intently, and saw fine beads of sweat gradually oozing out of her forehead. The sweat slid down her fair cheeks and across her slender neck. Su Jingjing closed her eyes tightly, her hands forming complicated hand seals, her towering chest rising and falling with the surge of her breath, her clothes soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to her body. Su Jingjing's body was trembling slightly. She bit her lips tightly, her expression firm and persistent. Jiang Rao stared with his eyes wide open, unconsciously moving closer, his breathing becoming rapid. At this moment, Su Jingjing suddenly opened her eyes and glared at him angrily. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Su Jingjing scolded in a low voice. Jiang Rao quickly shrank back and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm just curious. Su Jingjing rolled her eyes at him and continued to practice with her eyes closed. Jiang Rao didn't dare to move anymore and just lay there obediently. Is this the training of a ninja? How boring, either making hand seals or reciting mantras. Jiang Rao stared at Su Jingjing for a while, his eyelids began to droop, and he fell asleep soon. Jiang Rao had a dream in a daze. He dreamed that he was leisurely basking in the sun and drinking red wine on the beach. Behind him were Su Yaoyao and He Lingling massaging his shoulders and back. Su Jingjing stood by and fanned herself with a huge banana leaf. Bai Tian Tian was on the other side holding a plate of fruit and putting it into her mouth, and Tang Nana was dancing beside him. Just as Jiang Rao was enjoying the services of the 5 school beauties and humming with pleasure, he was horrified to see that the 5 of them suddenly melted into a pool of water. Then he found that the temperature around him suddenly rose, the sun became bigger and bigger, and was approaching him rapidly. The dazzling white light seemed to blind him, and the temperature was constantly rising. He felt that he was about to be roasted. It's so hot, so hot. I can't stand it, why is it so hot? Jiang Rao was awakened by a nightmare and sat up suddenly in bed. He felt as if there was a fireball next to him, but when he turned his head he was stunned. Although Su Jingjing was still sitting cross-legged, her upper body had collapsed on the bed. What was even more terrifying was that her whole body was emitting an astonishing temperature and her skin was terribly red. Oh my god, something obviously happened. Chapter 21. What does a girl's mouth taste like? Oh my god, something obviously happened. Jiang Rao tentatively poked Su Jingjing's face with his finger and immediately retracted it. It was too damn hot. Damn it, is this the legendary obsession? Human life is at stake, why don't you call an ambulance first? No, this kind of practice leads to incompetence, and ordinary doctors probably can't do anything about it. Jiang Rao hesitated for a while, but decided to call other people to help first. Host, she's not possessed. Damn it, it's you. Jiang Rao immediately recognized that it was the damn system from the afternoon and cursed in his heart. Honey, do you miss me? What shocked Jiang Rao was that this system could actually hear his own thoughts. Bullshit. Did you do this? Jiang Rao angrily questioned the system in his heart. The host actually thought this way. I'm so sad. Sob. What on earth are you going to do? Don't worry, host. I exist to help you solve your problem. Okay, then what do you think about Su Jingjing? Well, it's very simple. She's just bored and has nothing better to do. What the hell? I shouldn't have believed in this shit of yours. Jiang Rao felt like he was being fooled and was extremely angry. Host, I haven't finished yet. You don't know that this 6 flavors Emperor pill is a tonic that strengthens the chakra flow during ninja training. If it's a tonic, why did it suddenly become like this? This Su Jingjing must have practiced with the 6-flavor Emperor pill not long ago. The effect of the last pill had not yet been fully absorbed by the chakra, so she practiced again, which caused the chakra. Can you tell me something I can understand? Overnutrition and indigestion. Then how do we solve this problem? We can't just let her burn like this. What if she explodes? It's very simple, host, just help her suck it out. Suck it out? Yes, I just checked. Because her body is unable to absorb the 6 flavors Emperor pill, it is still in her mouth and has not been broken down. Host, you just need to suck it out. Isn't that just kissing? Host, don't worry. The 6-flavor Emperor pills have no harmful effects on ordinary people without any chakra. On the contrary, they can nourish yin and kidney, improve the reproductive system, and enhance immunity. No, does this mean mouth to mouth? Zhang Rao asked a little awkwardly. Host, you're talking nonsense. If it's not mouth to mouth, how can you suck it? Oh my god, what should I do? If it were someone else, it would be fine, but this is Su Jingjing. If I did this, she would chop me into pieces and feed me to the dogs. It's okay if you feel embarrassed, master. Once Su Jingjing's body temperature reaches 100 degrees Celsius, the Luwei Emperor pill will automatically degrade. Duo Xiao? 100 degrees Celsius, this person must have melted, and I have no choice but to save him. What is even more terrible is that Su Jingjing's brain is still clear at this time, but she can't speak or move her body. Just as Zhang Rao made up his mind to put his mouth close to hers, he saw Su Jingjing staring at him with unfriendly eyes, and Zhang Rao's movements froze instantly. Zhang Rao made up his mind, thinking that saving people was the most important thing. He slowly approached Su Jingjing and said vaguely, I didn't mean to do that. Just bear with it. I'll help you suck out the medicine residue, and you'll be fine. After saying that, he closed his eyes, hugged Su Jingjing, and kissed her without hesitation. Oh no, he saved her. At this moment, he could clearly feel the hot breath exhaled by Su Jingjing, and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat. The moment he gently touched Su Jingjing, a hot and burning touch instantly spread throughout her body. The system over there is still giving orders. Host, use your tongue, use your tongue. Many of her oral functions are paralyzed. You need to scrape all the medicine off yourself and give her more saliva. This will allow her mouth to instinctively move. The heat from Su Jingjing's mouth rushed towards Zhang Rao, as if it was about to burn him. He eagerly searched for the remaining Luwei Emperor pill, and the touch made his head dizzy. Hey, host, if you want to save someone, then save them. Why are you rubbing their breasts? If you can't do it, just get out of the way and let me do it. At that moment, it was like an electric current running through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. But at this moment, he could no longer care about anything else and could only continue to work hard. His breathing became heavier as he desperately tried to find the remaining 6 flavors Emperor pill. Finally, a warm liquid flowed into his mouth, and he knew it was the 6 flavors Emperor pill. Su Jingjing was rescued by Zhang Rao, and tears of humiliation rolled down her eyes. After they separated, Zhang Rao wiped the corner of his mouth and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I'm used to it. No, if I don't rub something, I don't know where to put my hands. Su Jingjing was so angry that she was half dead, but her body had not fully recovered yet and she still couldn't move. Zhang Rao went to the toilet to rinse his mouth and wash away the taste of Luwei Diwan pills in his mouth. If someone asks me what a girl's mouth tastes like in the future, he or she will never guess that I will say it tastes like Luwei Diwan Wan. Host, you have accomplished a great feat today. You damn it, if it weren't for you, you wouldn't be able to cause so much trouble. Host, how could you think that? After all, I helped you save someone. Yes, but I just remembered that she is Long Outyan's person. I actually saved Long Outyan's retainer. What good will this do me? Of course there are benefits. Since your act of saving lives today has played a positive role in the green and healthy development of the world, we have decided to reward you. What? Do I need your reward? I have plenty of money, I still need you. Wait, this is it. 3 transparent cards suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Rao. 1 Rasengan experience card. 2 3 flash cards. 3 a set of sexy lingerie. The first 2 look okay, but what the hell is this third one? How about this, host? Considering that the active reborn this time is very powerful, this is a newbie gift package specially requested for you. I don't want it. Zhang Rao refused without even thinking. Host, these are very important to your future fight against the Reborn. Are you sure you want to refuse? Ha, I told you I won't save the world. I only asked for your help today because I wanted to save someone. But don't try to manipulate me. Host, I'm not kidding. If the world closes, then all. With Jiang Rao's mental control, the system's voice stopped again. So that's how it is. Jiang Rao raised his lips to smile evilly. As long as you don't want the system to appear, you can just turn it off in your mind. Little guy, no one can control me. Jiang Rao returned to Su Jingjing's bed triumphantly. As soon as he lay down, Su Jingjing turned over and wrote on him. Jiang Rao was immediately frightened out of his wits. Shouldn't she recover by tomorrow? Chapter 22, Hallucinations. Shouldn't she recover tomorrow? Su Jingjing's long hair fell on Jiang Rao's face. Her whole body was trembling, her eyes were full of resentment and anger, and she held a kunai in one hand. Jiang Rao could feel her weakness at the moment. Su Jingjing's body was soft and she had no strength at all. The next second, the kunai pierced the pillow next to Jiang Rao's head, and judging from the sound, it should have pierced through the bedboard. Human, scumbag. Jiang Rao felt 2 hot tears dripping on his face, and then Su Jingjing lost consciousness again and collapsed on Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao looked at Su Jingjing lying in his arms and felt a little at a loss. Jiang Rao wanted to lift her arms and move her body away, but he found that the area where she rested her head on his chest was all wet. Jiang Rao thought she was crying again, so he lifted her little face a little. Unexpectedly, Su Jingjing's saliva had flowed onto his clothes, and her breathing was very even. Oh my god, I fell asleep so quickly. Never mind, she must be exhausted. Jiang Rao gently pulled up the quilt and put his hands under his head. Su Jingjing's body was very soft and not very heavy, so Jiang Rao let her lie on him. With the sound of a rooster crowing, Jiang Rao opened his eyes and found his arms numb, probably because he had put pressure on his head while sleeping with his arms in his arms yesterday. He felt as if someone was staring at him. When he turned around, he found Su Yaoyao squatting beside the bed, blinking her big eyes and looking at him curiously. Classmate Yaoyao, you got up really early. What are you doing? I usually get up at this time, but classmate Jiang, I should be the one asking you this question. Su Yaoyao pointed at Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao looked in the direction of Su Yaoyao's finger and found that Su Jingjing was still lying on him tightly like an octopus, with her legs wrapped around his waist and one hand on his chest. He suddenly blushed with embarrassment and tried to move Su Jingjing away in a panic. Not only did she not let go, she even rubbed against Jiang Rao's arms again. I said I was trying to save people, do you believe me? Mr. Jiang, can I ask you a question? What? I shouldn't look like a fool, can't you come up with another excuse? Well, this is complicated to explain, but she actually climbed up here by herself. Jiang Rao tried hard to sit up, but Su Jingjing was still hanging on him like a koala. Jiang Rao had no choice but to pat Su Jingjing's back to wake her up. Su Jingjing twisted her body, slowly raised her head from Jiang Rao's arms, and rubbed her eyes. Jingjing, it's already dawn. Su Jingjing was obviously not awake yet, and looked at Jiang Rao with a blank face, but she soon found herself sitting on Jiang Rao, and everything that happened last night gradually emerged in her mind. You. Su Jingjing pointed at Jiang Rao's nose with her voice trembling. Jiang Rao quickly grabbed her fingers and winked at her desperately, reminding her that Su Yaoyao was watching beside her. Only then did Su Jingjing realize that Su Yaoyao was squatting beside her bed, watching the two of them. Sister yo-yayo. Su Jingjing's face flushed red. Okay, Jingjing, I won't say anything, and I won't tell anyone. Su Yaoyao pinched Su Jingjing's face. No, I didn't, Sister Yaoyao. Su Jingjing's mind was in a mess and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She was so nervous that she slapped Su Yaoyao on the back of the neck, and Su Yaoyao fainted. What are you doing? Jiang Rao was startled. I didn't mean it. I don't know how to say it. You can't knock someone out, so get up quickly. It's all because of you, a scumbag. Su Jingjing hurriedly moved away from Jiang Rao. Jiang quickly got out of bed and carefully helped Su Yaoyao up. Su Jingjing stood there blankly with her head down like a child who had made a mistake. Fortunately, Su Yaoyao woke up after a while and sat up from the bed. What's wrong with me? Su Jingjing was about to speak when Jiang Rao spoke first. Oh, you suddenly fainted beside Su Jingjing's bed just now. It must be hypoglycemia. Su Jingjing nodded repeatedly and handed a cup of hot water to Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao took the water cup and took a sip. I remember now. I seem to see you two sleeping together in bed just now. No way, you must be hallucinating due to low blood sugar, otherwise you wouldn't have fainted suddenly. Su Yaoyao patted her head, but her mind was still dizzy. Perhaps she was really hallucinating. How about this, I'll go buy some breakfast. Missing breakfast will lead to hypoglycemia. Yaoyao, I'll bring you whatever you want to eat. Hey, this is too much trouble for you. Oh, it's okay. How about this, since it's okay, I'll buy it for everyone. Well, I'll trouble you, Jiang. Just buy whatever you like. I'm not picky about food. I'll go too. Su Jingjing raised her hand. Classmate Jingjing, just wait for me to come back. Zhang Rao broke out in a cold sweat. No, I want to go. Zhang Rao had no choice but to take Su Jingjing out with him. Zhang Rao was walking in front, feeling very nervous, as he felt that Su Jingjing might stab him to death at any time. When they reached the stairs, Su Jingjing looked at him coldly, her fists clenched. Zhang Rao swallowed nervously, scared to the extreme, but fortunately Su Jingjing did not take action. Su Jingjing really wanted to kill Zhang Rao, but it was this scumbag who saved her, and he was also the young master's secret partner. But she was still very angry. Not only did he touch her breasts, but he also kissed her in such a shameful way, although it was quite comfortable. However, his body and mind belonged to the Long family after all, and now they have been defiled by this scumbag. This is a great shame for a ninja. Zhang Rao and Su Jingjing walked side by side on the way to buy breakfast. The atmosphere was awkward and solemn. Su Jingjing bit her lip and glared at Zhang Rao from time to time. Damn it, what does this girl mean? I was the one who saved you, but you didn't say a word of thanks, and you even acted like you owed me 8 million. So what if I just kissed you and touched you? I felt so good when I kissed you and touched you. So what if I'm a ninja or have great martial arts skills? I'll kiss and touch you again if I get the chance. Zhang Rao felt inexplicably angry when he saw her, and complained inwardly. Forget it, Su Jingjing has super female syndrome and there is something wrong with her brain. I won't bother with her. It was Zhang Rao's first time buying breakfast at school. The food here certainly couldn't compare to the Zhang family's lavish breakfast. Zhang Rao didn't know what to buy, so he just picked up some buns, fried dough sticks, and the like, and also bought some porridge. Zhang Rao turned his head and saw Su Jingjing staring at the rice noodle machine beside him. He leaned over and asked, "You want to eat this?" "Tell me." "Humph, I'll buy it myself." "Boss, I want 5 of these." "Okay, 75 in total." "Then I'll just take one." Su Jingjing said awkwardly. "Boss, make 10 servings for her." "It's okay. She has a big appetite." Zhang Rao said helplessly. Chapter 23. It seems like a person. Zhang Rao returned to the dormitory alone carrying 2 large bags of breakfast. As for Su Jingjing, she had just finished eating halfway when she received a call from Long Outyan and left in a hurry. As soon as Zhang Rao entered the door, Bai Tian jumped up to him. "Wow, Zhang Rao, I didn't expect you to actually go buy us breakfast. I got up early today and went out to buy it." Zhang Rao put breakfast on the table and said with a smile. "What a delicious bun. Not bad, little Rousey. I'll forgive you." Bai Tian was not polite at all. She reached out, picked up a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. The others had also stood up, and He Lingling bumped Zhang Rao with her shoulder. "Oh, you still have some conscience. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang." Su Yaoyao smiled at Zhang Rao. "Of course I should." Don Nana stood aside indifferently. "Sister Nana, you should try it too, it's delicious." "No need, take your time eating." Tang Nana said lightly, then picked up her bag, glanced at Zhang Rao and went out. Is Don Nana still angry with herself? Zhang Rao felt a little strange. Speaking of Jingjing, didn't Sister Yao Yao say that you two went out together? Why did you come back alone? Bai Tian took another sip of porridge and asked. She received a call and said she had something to do. I see. Speaking of which, today is Saturday and we don't have classes. What are everyone's plans? The student union is going to inspect club registration today and I'm going to help. Anyway, I have to report to the club today, so I went with Tian. He Lingling also replied. As for me, I'll stay in the dorm and take 2 elective classes. Su Yaoyao thought for a while before answering. It seems that everyone is very busy, and it seems that I have nothing to do. how about it? Zhang Rao, do you want to go with us to the club to take a look? He Ling Ling asked with a smile. Yes, it's fun over there. You haven't been there yet, right? Bai Tian looked at him expectantly. Okay, I'll go shopping too. There was nothing else to do anyway, so Zhang Rao had no reason to refuse. Long Outyan was sitting in a black stretched business car and communicating with the system. System, I think Bai Tian is a bit difficult to deal with. I think we should start with the other 3 campus beauties. Of course, no problem, host. You just need to successfully win over these 4 campus beauties. The order is not fixed. It's really cool to be a rich kid. Look at this car, it must have cost tens of millions. Long Outyan sighed as he stroked the leather seat in the car. Of course. As long as you, the host, complete your mission, you can also possess such wealth in your world. Actually, I'm not interested in money. As he said that, Long Outyan opened a bottle of Romane Conti and took a big gulp. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. This thing is much more enjoyable than iced tea. Host, the database for Zhang Rao's identity has been found. Do you want to hear it now? Hurry up and tell me, this guy made me lose face yesterday. I want to see why he can let Bai Tian sit with him. According to the original owner's memory, Zhang Rao is the eldest son of the Jiang Group, one of the largest leading enterprises in Jiangchang. He had met the original owners several times before, and he was also the original owners. What did the original owner belong to? Long Outyan asked curiously when he heard the system stop. A secret crush. Long Outyan almost spit out the red wine in his mouth. Secret crush? You're not mistaken. I'm not mistaken. The original owner was a homosexual and had even secretly expressed his feelings to Zhang Rao. Long Outyan felt dizzy for a moment. What the hell was going on? He was actually reborn into the body of a dead gay man. Ahem, let's not talk about that for now. This means that Zhang Rao is just an ordinary rich second generation. Long Outyan forced himself to calm down. You are right, host. The Zhang family's net worth is only about 1/200th of the Long family's. That's easy. I'm just a rich second generation. I'm richer than you. It seems that Bai Tian is not that difficult to capture. Isn't it just that she likes rich men? The last thing I lack right now is money. I don't believe I can't get you. Suddenly, there was a bang sound on the roof of the car, as if something fell on it. What's going on? Long Outyan frowned. Master, it looks like a person. The driver opened the isolation window and said. Long Outyan quickly got out of the car to check the situation. My car. Long Outyan saw that the roof of the car had caved in, and touched the deformed window with heartache. Su Jingjing sat on the roof of the car, covering her head, and climbed up shakily. When she saw Long Outyan, her eyes lit up. Master, this servant is here to take you back to school. Come on, you idiot. You've smashed my car into pieces. Long Outyan was so angry that he jumped up and cursed. I'm sorry, master. Jingjing wanted to see you quickly, so I used Flying Thunder God, but I accidentally dropped it. Didn't I tell you to use less ninjutsu? Damn, can you use your brain a little? Stop thinking about fighting and killing all day long. Seeing Su Jingjing lowering her head and not daring to look into his eyes, and thinking that he still had to rely on her strength to conquer a few campus beauties, his tone softened a little. Okay, it's not that I blame you. We're in the suburbs now. If you smashed the car, how are we going to get back to school? Master, wait a moment. Su Jingjing suddenly remembered something and ran into the wheat field beside her. Long Outyan and the driver squatted on the side of the road smoking, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What an idiot! Why did his family send such a stupid woman to protect him? As soon as Long Outyan stood up, he heard a roar. He turned around and saw that it was the back of a tractor coming towards him. Just as Long Outyan was about to dodge, he stepped on a banana peel that came from nowhere and fell down. Then he was pushed by the tractor and fell into a manure pit nearby. Su Jingjing jumped off the tractor. Young master, I found the car, eh? Where is the young master? Su Jingjing looked around and didn't find Long Outyan, so she looked at the driver. The driver was so exhausted that he sat on the ground and pointed at the pit of feces. Chapter 24. I'm yours now. Ah! He Ling Ling kicked a boy hard on the arm, and he cried out in pain even though he was wearing protective gear. Hey, didn't you say you practiced that too? He Lingling looked at the boy with a smile. He Xiao Hua, you're too cruel. He was grimacing in pain and couldn't get up for a long time. The people around him were stunned with fear. Ha, if you want to be my boyfriend, you have to at least beat me first. He Lingling shook her head in disappointment. Little Rousey, take my kick. On the other side, Bai Tiantian jumped up and attacked with all her might, hoping to kick Zhang Rao in the butt. Zhang Rao dodged, his eyes still watching the lively situation over at He Lingling's end. Bai Tiantian's ultimate move missed and she fell to the ground with a thud. Hey, damn Zhang Rao, why are you hiding? Bai Tiantian touched her sore butt and yelled at Zhang Rao in dissatisfaction. I'm not stupid. If I don't hide, I'll be kicked by you. Zhang Rao reached out and pulled Bai Tiantian up from the ground. Why don't you try it too? After Bai Tiantian stood up, she found that Zhang Rao had been staring at that side. Forget it, I've never learned Taekwondo. Zhang Rao waved his hand. Go ahead, if you win you can become Sister Lingling's boyfriend. Although the reward is very tempting, I really won't do it. Sister Lingling, Xiao Rousey wants to challenge you in a duel. Bai Tiantian shouted loudly while watching the fun. Hey, Bai Tiantian, what are you doing? What's wrong, Zhang Rao? Weren't you bullying me vigorously just now? Why did you become soft when you met Sister Lingling? Bai Tiantian stood on tiptoe and looked into Zhang Rao's eyes proudly. Zhang Rao, you are very courageous. He Lingling raised her eyebrows, folded her hands across her chest, and instantly became interested. Hey, Lingling, don't listen to her nonsense. Zhang Rao smiled awkwardly and waved his hands. Bai Tiantian refused to give in and pushed Zhang Rao forward. Don't be a coward, little Rao, you're a grown man, what are you afraid of? That's right, don't be a coward. The vice president is a second-degree black belt, so losing is not shameful. When other people in the club saw that there was a new challenger, they started to make a fuss. Zhang Rao was in a dilemma and knew that he had to fight, so he took the lead in bowing to He Lingling. Sorry for the poor presentation. He's acting like a man, just to avenge what happened to me in the bathroom 2 days ago. He Lingling swiftly threw a set of protective gear to Zhang Rao. That's not necessary. I'm not used to wearing this thing. Are you sure? Don't forget about my fault if you get hurt later. He Lingling frowned slightly. Hey, you'd better put it on. Sister Lingling never lets boys off easily when she hits them. Bai Tiantian pulled at the corner of Zhang Rao's clothes. Why didn't you think of this when you tricked me just now? Okay, I will be careful. Zhang Rao gave her a reassuring look. After the two bowed to each other, they both started to show their skills, and even many people from other clubs came over to join in the fun. He Lingling sneered. Zhang Rao was too arrogant. He clearly didn't know anything, yet he put on an offensive posture without any defense on his waist and abdomen. The boy lying on the ground looked at Zhang Rao and shook his head sympathetically, then moved aside to make room for Zhang Rao. Start! A member shouted and ran away quickly. Ha! He Lingling let out a cry and kicked Zhang Rao in the torso. Zhang Rao did not take the attack head-on but dodged it by turning sideways. He Lingling seemed to have guessed his thoughts and kicked Zhang Rao in the head with a spinning kick. Zhang Rao responded a little hastily, and He Lingling's foot brushed past his ear. Oh my god, this girl is really going to kill me. Zhang Rao felt that if he had been a beat slower, he would have suffered a concussion. Zhang Rao quickly distanced himself and protected his head with his fists, as if he was ready for a free fight. He Lingling didn't take it seriously and continued to suppress Zhang Rao with her fierce leg techniques. Zhang Rao blocked with his arms, quickly approached He Lingling, and then punched her in the face. He Lingling wouldn't let him succeed so easily. She jumped back to create distance and kicked Zhang Rao in the stomach again. Zhang Rao crossed his arms and tried to block the kick, but the powerful impact made his arm numb. Bai Tiantian stretched her neck and looked at Zhang Rao worriedly, feeling a little regretful for having tricked him into participating. Is this all you have? He Lingling said sarcastically. Your taekwondo rules are too restrictive. Zhang Rao shook his numb arms and said lightly. Okay, you can fight me any way you want. Today, I'll make you accept defeat with conviction. He Lingling attacked again, delivering a quick side kick straight to Zhang Rao's chest. Zhang Rao half knelt down, raised one leg, and made a long and short handguard. Wing Chun, Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao spoke slowly. Wing Chun? What the hell is that? Everyone present stared with wide eyes, and He Lingling was also stunned. The boy lying on the ground also sat up and said, "Brother, you are really good at this." Seeing that He Lingling was frightened, Zhang Rao took the opportunity to sweep his leg towards her lower body. He Lingling failed to dodge in time and stumbled, almost falling. Feeling a little angry, she launched a split kick, which made a whistling sound and went straight to Zhang Rao's head. Seeing that she had been tricked, Zhang Rao dodged and suddenly reached out to grab her arm. He pulled hard and He Lingling lost her balance and fell forward. Zhang Rao could have thrown her down, but he just gently supported her. After He Lingling stood firm, an expression of surprise and unwillingness appeared on her face. Bai Tian didn't expect that Zhang Rao actually defeated He Lingling and was speechless. But He Lingling suddenly attacked again, launching a series of side kicks and lateral kicks. Everyone looked at each other. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that He Lingling had lost, but since it was the first time they saw He Lingling so angry, no one dared to say a word. Zhang Rao had no choice but to block her attack again. He watched the gap in He Lingling's attack, made a fake move, and then used an over-the-shoulder throw to knock her down. He Lingling fell heavily to the ground, her chest heaving violently, her full boobs swaying up and down with each breath. Sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking the loose hair on her forehead. A few strands of hair stuck to her fair cheeks, making her look a little disheveled. Her long, straight legs seemed to have lost their strength, unable to support her plump body. Her once firm buttocks made contact with the ground, causing her to feel a pang of pain. "Lingling, are you okay?" Zhang Rao reached out his hand to pull her up, but He Lingling didn't react and just stared at him blankly. The people around suddenly became nervous and gathered around to ask about He Lingling's condition. "Vice President, how are you?" "He Xiaohua, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." He Lingling had regained her composure and pushed everyone away. "Zhang Rao, you're too harsh. You really don't have any gentlemanly manners at all." "That's right, it's really too much." Several girls began to point at Zhang Rao and accuse him. "I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well." Zhang Rao looked at He Lingling apologetically. "Shut up." He Lingling glared at the girls who spoke. The girl shut up instantly, but still looked at Zhang Rao angrily. "You win." He Lingling stood in front of Zhang Rao, lowered her head and took off her protective gear. No, I was just cheating. If it was just taekwondo, I definitely wouldn't be your opponent." Zhang Rao said hurriedly, hoping that He Lingling was not angry. "I'm yours now." He Lingling raised her head, held Zhang Rao's face with both hands and smiled. "Ah." Chapter 25. I don't agree with this marriage. "I'm yours now." He Lingling raised her head, held Zhang Rao's face with both hands and smiled. "Ah." Zhang Rao was stunned by He Lingling's sudden words, and the people around him also widened their eyes and were in an uproar. "Sister Lingling, what are you talking about?" Bai Tian couldn't help but shout out first. He Lingling ignored Bai Tian, but looked at Zhang Rao with a firm gaze and said again, "I say, from now on, I am yours." "What do you mean you are mine?" Zhang Rao asked tremblingly. "What do you think?" He Lingling put her arms around Zhang Rao's neck and stared at him. "What's going on? School beauty, he was taken down just like that?" Zhang Rao is such a powerful guy. This woman's expression doesn't seem like she's joking. 3, 2, 1. "Okay, Zhang Rao doesn't agree to be with me. Okay, that's it, everyone go home." While Zhang Rao was stunned, He Lingling stood up like a spring and quickly spoke to the people around her with a normal expression as if nothing had happened. "Did I just miss something? Sister Lingling, you scared me to death. I thought you were going to do it for real." Bai Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't say it wasn't true." He Lingling stretched. "So what you just said, Lingling, expired. Sister Lingling, let's go first. We still have to check on other clubs." Bai Tian grabbed Zhang Rao's arm and dragged him out of the taekwondo club. "Hey, Tian, please slow down. Why are you walking so fast?" Zhang Rao was pulled by Bai Tian and jogged all the way until they were some distance away from the taekwondo club, and then Bai Tian let go of his hand. "Humph, if I don't pull you away, you will really agree." "What's the problem?" Zhang Rao asked doubtfully. Bai Tian was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhang Rao's question. "Yeah, so what's the problem? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." Bai Tian didn't think too much about it at the time. She just felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart, and she pulled Jiang Rao away completely subconsciously. Well, of course there's a problem. If Sister Lingling, such an outstanding beauty with such a great figure, were to be with a pervert like you, who knows how you would bully her? Bai Tian put the tips of her 2 index fingers together and said with a blushing face. I said, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Jiang Rao said helplessly. I don't care. I don't agree with this marriage anyway. Jiang Rao followed Bai Tian to continue inspecting the club registration. It was already evening when they finished. I'm so tired. Are you the only one in the disciplinary inspection department of your student union? Jiang Rao took out a bottle of green plum tea from the beverage machine and handed it to Bai Tian. No, it happened to be my turn to be on duty today. There was originally a senior student with me, but she asked for leave. Bai Tian took the green tea and shook it. But you performed very well today. It's okay, but it didn't help much. Xiao Rousey, why don't you join the student union? I think you're quite capable. Bai Tian turned around and looked at him expectantly. Don't want. Jiang Rao refused without even thinking. Although getting along with Bai Tian is not as tense as before, he has just offended Su Jingjing, not to mention that there is a big trouble, Long Outyan, in the student union. If what the system said was true, then Long Outyan must be in great danger. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, so the best option was to stay away from him as much as possible. No matter what he was going to do, his own life was the most important thing. Why? Actually, the student union isn't as hard as you think. Bai Tian wanted to persuade Jiang Rao again, but at this moment there was a sudden noise at the school gate, as if someone was having a fierce argument. A tractor was lying across the front of a Bentley, and 2 people were standing in front of the car, arguing fiercely with each other. He walked up to Long Outyan, pointed at his nose and started spraying. You're blind. Do you know how much this car cost? If it gets dented, even if I sell you, I still can't afford the compensation. Long Outyan looked at He coldly. It's just a broken car, how much money can it have? If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Oh, you're quite arrogant, you're really brave. He was about to continue cursing when suddenly something didn't seem right. Damn, why does it smell like shit? Did you fall into a cesspool? The corner of Long Outyan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, you kid is a part-time fortune teller. Jiang Rao walked out of the school gate and looked up at the man opposite him. Holy shit, isn't this Long Outyan? The reborn. He was courting death and kept insulting Long Outyan. Stop it. Jiang Rao ran up to the 2 of them in a hurry. When he saw Long Outyan's outfit, he was immediately amazed. Awesome, really awesome. As expected of a reborn person. I don't know where this guy got all this cheap clothes from, he drives a broken tractor, and his shoes have holes in them, his toes are exposed. Wow, what does a rich person mean? This is what a real rich person is. When going out, their outfit depends entirely on their preferences, and they pretend to be cool without even realizing it. Then, when everyone looked down on him, he suddenly revealed his identity as the young master of the Long family, shocking everyone, making the people who had just humiliated him bow down to him, and making the beautiful women watching secretly fall in love with him. He burst into laughter when he saw Jiang Rao coming. Little brat, my brother is here. Do you fucking know who my brother is? Jiang Rao, wait a moment. I'll come back after I deal with this bastard. Stop talking, Jiang Rao glared at him, hurry up and apologize to Brother Outyan. What? Jiang Rao quickly pulled He. Apologize. He has to apologize. This guy is a dangerous person. He cannot have a conflict with him, otherwise he will die without knowing how. Jiang Rao quickly laughed and said. Brother Outyan, what a coincidence. You go first, you go first. As Jiang Rao was speaking, he felt a strong smell penetrate the top of his head, and he felt dizzy in an instant. Epic level of excitement. He quickly supported him. Brother, are you okay? I suspected that this kid fell into the cesspool. Don't talk nonsense, ugh, this is Brother Outyan, ugh, the body fragrance on his body, ugh. Jiang Rao tried to smooth things over for Long Outyan while retching. Be body fragrance? Jiang Rao finally regained consciousness and said. Brother Outyan is indeed domineering. His protective chi is truly impressive. Ahem, yes, this is my protective chi. Long Outyan quickly found a staircase to go down. I just took a long time to wash and bought some clean clothes on the street, but I didn't expect there was still a smell. No, I can't face those school beauties like this. I have to clean myself up. Chapter 26. Can you take a shower first? Su Jingjing climbed down from the tractor and leaned over to remind Long Out Yen. Master, have you forgotten that you fell into the cesspool just now and I used water escape to help you wash all the way? Ha ha, you really fell into the cesspool, ha ha ha. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Hizei pointed at Long Out Yen and laughed out of breath. Long Out Yen's expression instantly became as ugly as if he had eaten dog shit. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw Bai Tian walking towards him not far away. Since you have realized your mistakes, I will magnanimously forgive you. Remember, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with in the future. Long Out Yen immediately pretended to be arrogant and looked at Zhang Rao and the other man. Boy, I think you are. Hizei walked forward angrily and was grabbed by Zhang Rao, who covered his mouth tightly. Since Brother Out Yen has said so, I won't bother you with your work. Bai Tian walked over to Zhang Rao and asked quietly, what's going on? Why are Jingjing and Long Out Yen here too? It's complicated to explain. I'll tell you later. Zhang Rao just wanted to slip away at this moment. Zhang Rao, is this beauty your girlfriend? She's so damn beautiful. Hizei had never seen Bai Tian before, and looked at Zhang Rao in surprise. Bai Tian blushed immediately upon hearing this and lowered her head in silence. Zhang Rao quickly said, student union members, stop making blind guesses. That's right, Bai Tian is a member of our student union. You can leave now. Long Out Yen stepped forward and stood in front of Bai Tian, saying smugly, Tian, you've been working hard on duty today. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we go have a meal together? Bai Tian, who was behind him, pushed Long Out Yen away. You need to find a place to take a shower, you look like you just crawled out of a cesspool. You stink so badly, I wonder what you're showing off to. He really did crawl out of the cesspool, Hizei added. Tian, don't listen to their nonsense. I just had a little accident on the road. Would you please go take a shower first? What do you mean by you? You smell so disgusting. Zhang Rao and I have things to do. You can go anywhere, but don't hang around in front of me. I really want to vomit. Long Out Yen turned his head and stared at Zhang Rao angrily. Zhang Rao was speechless. Why are you angry with me? What does it have to do with me? The smell on you is unbearable for anyone, right? Long Out Yen finally realized that the stench on his body was indeed unbearable, so he had to climb onto the tractor in shame and drive away. Su Jingjing was stunned for a moment before she reacted and ran after the tractor. Master, I haven't gotten on the tractor yet. Master! Idiot! Hizei raised two middle fingers at Long Out Yen's back. Zhang Rao finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Long Out Yen leave. Zhang Rao, why did you stop me just now? What are you afraid of him doing? Not only me, you have to be afraid of him too. I'm not afraid of him. You must be afraid of him. I'm not afraid. I'm going to beat him up right now. Zhang Rao grabbed him and said, can you understand what I'm saying, kid? This Long Out Yen is not a simple person. Don't act tough in front of him, or you might lose your life. Stay away from him from now on and speak politely to him. Do you understand? No, when did you become so cowardly? In any case, just try not to provoke him. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. It turns out that this beauty is Bai Tian. Oh my god. Hizei's eyes lit up. Bai Tian felt that the man's expression was a little abnormal, and subconsciously hid behind Zhang Rao. Look, I secretly drove out my dad's car today, and Campus Beauty Bai is here too. How about I take you for a ride? Hizei said to the two of them. Zhang Rao was about to agree when Bai Tian tugged at his sleeve from behind. Maybe next time. It's getting late today. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Hizei patted Zhang Rao's shoulder and whispered, go back and give me Bai Xiaohua's WeChat. Don't make me beg you. After saying that, Hizei got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Classmate Tian, please don't mind it. Although Hizei can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, he is still a very loyal person. Zhang Rao smiled awkwardly. It turns out that the friends of a pervert are all perverts. Bai Tian said with a pout. Hey, I'm leaving. Bai Tian raised her head again. What? Gone? Yes, I'm leaving. You won't be able to see me anymore. But you're still so young. Oh, I mean I'm going home and won't be returning to the dormitory today. Tian hit Zhang Rao's chest. At this moment, a motorcycle came speeding from the school and braked suddenly in front of them. The person in the car took off his helmet, and it turned out to be He Lingling. Zhang Rao, wait a moment, I want to tell you something. He Lingling glanced at Bai Tian, a subtle look in her eyes. Bai Tian suddenly took Zhang Rao's arm nervously and said, Zhang Rao is about to take me home, Sister Lingling. When did I? Yes. Zhang Rao's arm was pinched by Bai Tian. Oh, Tian, don't worry, sister won't steal your man. He Lingling looked at the two people's little movements with a smile. He Lingling's words made Bai Tian's face turn red instantly. Sister Lingling, what are you talking about? Yes, Zhang Rao was a little incoherent for a moment. He Lingling hung her helmet on the handlebars, folded her arms across her chest, and said, Okay, I'm done teasing you guys. Zhang Rao, I just wanted to ask you, where did you learn Wing Chun? Zhang Rao scratched his head and said, I just figured it out and practiced casually. He Lingling rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? How can I become that skilled just by practicing casually? Bai Tian interrupted and said, Sister Lingling, don't worry about him. Maybe he's just lucky. He Lingling continued to stare at Zhang Rao. If you don't tell the truth, don't even think about me letting you go. Zhang Rao said helplessly, It's nothing, I just learned a few moves from a master at home. What kind of master? He Lingling's eyes lit up and she continued to ask. There's a master named Yi who has been in our Jiang family for many years. He seems to have some relationship with my grandfather. Oh, I see. He Lingling thought about it and it seemed that this was not the answer she expected. Thank you anyway. He Lingling said, putting on her helmet. I'm leaving now. You guys can continue being so affectionate. Sister Lingling. After watching He Lingling ride away on her bike, Bai Tian finally let go of Zhang Rao's arm. So He Lingling won't stay in the dormitory today? Zhang Rao asked curiously. Well, it seems that everyone except Sister Yao Yao has something to do on the weekend. Bai Tian thought for a moment, come to think of it, aren't you going back? I've only been here for 2 days, so there's no need to go back. Zhang Rao replied. Besides, now that he was finally free, Zhang Rao didn't want to go back to the depressing Zhang family. Now it's good. Sister Lingling has misunderstood. Bai Tian thought of what He Lingling had just said, and her little face turned red again. Zhang Rao shrugged, you can't blame me for this. Forget it. I'm a magnanimous lady and won't bother with you anymore. I really need to go home. Bye. Bai Tian waved to Zhang Rao, turned and walked towards a luxury car parked on the side of the road. Bye. Wait, then it means that Su Yao Yao and I are the only ones in the dormitory today. Zhang Rao suddenly reacted. Chapter 27, A Familiar Smell. Wait, then it means that there will only be me and Su Yao Yao in the dormitory today. Zhang Rao suddenly reacted. Zhang Rao looked a little nervous standing at the dormitory door. Although the other party was the considerate Su Yao Yao, it was inevitable that there would be some awkwardness between a man and a woman tonight after all. Zhang Rao was about to turn the knob to open the door, but found that it was only ajar and not locked. He could hear bursts of hearty laughter and the sound of knocking on the table from inside. What's going on? Zhang Rao felt something was strange, so he put his head close to the crack in the door, and the scene inside shocked him. Su Yao Yao was sitting in front of the computer screen, wrapped in an air-conditioned quilt, with her 2 long white legs casually draped over the table, a family bucket in her arms, gnawing on fried chicken with all her might, and bursting into laughter from time to time. The ground was also littered with garbage bags containing various snacks, and even 2 pairs of white stockings thrown around randomly. This is Su Yao Yao? Am I seeing things? Zhang Rao accidentally slipped and hit the door with a bang. Just leave the takeaway at the door. Su Yao Yao poked her head out from under the air-conditioned quilt and said incoherently. Zhang Rao looked embarrassed. Classmate Yao Yao, it's me. When Su Yao Yao saw who was coming, the whole bucket almost fell to the ground. She stood up in panic to cover it, her cheeks bulging like a hamster. Su Yao Yao was busy tidying up her appearance, and she stammered as she did so, Zhang classmate, you went home, didn't you? Zhang Rao scratched his head, trying to look more natural. I'm not going back this week. Come to think of it, I thought I went to the wrong dormitory, huh? Su Yaoyao's eyes widened and her face flushed. You saw everything? Jiang Rao smiled awkwardly. No, I didn't see much. Su Yaoyao bit her lip and said, You're lying, you saw it all. The door is not closed, so You are not allowed to tell anyone, do you hear me? Jiang Rao nodded quickly. Don't worry, I won't tell. Su Yaoyao suddenly grabbed Jiang Rao by the collar and stared at him intently, as if she wanted to see through him. Where have I seen this look before? Jiang Rao was startled by her sudden action. I really won't tell you, don't worry. Su Yaoyao didn't let go, but held on tighter and tighter. Swear you'll never tell anyone. Jiang Rao raised his hand helplessly and swore, I swear, I will never tell anyone. Su Yaoyao then let go of her hand, and a sweet smile appeared on her face again. Okay, come and eat with me. Jiang Rao walked over carefully and sat down. Su Yaoyao kept staring at him, making him feel uncomfortable. What's going on? Is this still the gentle and quiet Su Yaoyao? Jiang Rao sat next to Su Yaoyao, not daring to breathe. Su Yaoyao, however, continued to eat the fried chicken in her hand as if nothing had happened. Classmate Jiang, why don't you eat? Su Yaoyao turned her head, with a little oil stain on the corner of her mouth. I'm not very hungry. Jiang Rao said in a low voice. No, you must eat it. Su Yaoyao picked up a piece of fried chicken and stuffed it directly into Jiang Rao's mouth. Come on, Jiang Rao had no choice but to take a bite, and Su Yaoyao smiled with satisfaction. Is it delicious? Su Yaoyao asked with a smile. Yeah, it's delicious. Jiang Rao nodded. Su Yaoyao moved closer to Jiang Rao, staring straight at him. When their eyes met, they paused for a moment. Classmate Jiang, do you think I look ugly like this? Jiang Rao quickly shook his head. No, classmate Yaoyao is also very cute like this. Su Yaoyao snorted. I don't believe it, you must be laughing at me in your heart. Really not, I'm telling the truth. Jiang Rao stood up. Well, I'm going to take a shower first, classmate Yaoyao. Jiang Rao was in the bathroom, taking a cold shower, trying to calm himself down. Su Yaoyao's actions just now had left him somewhat bewildered. It turns out that Su Yaoyao is not as quiet as she appears to be, or is this actually Su Yaoyao's true appearance? This woman is so different from usual. When he came out of the shower, he found that Su Yaoyao had almost cleaned the room. She changed into clean pajamas and sat by the bed. However, her eyes were still staring at him, which made him feel uneasy. Classmate Yaoyao, is there something on my face? Jiang Rao couldn't help but ask. Su Yaoyao didn't answer him, just stared at him blankly. Classmate Yaoyao? Jiang Rao felt that something was wrong with Su Yaoyao and walked up to her. Su Yaoyao reached out and hugged Jiang Rao tightly, as if she wanted to melt him into her body. Jiang Rao was stunned for a moment, his mind went blank. Classmate Yaoyao, are you wiping your mouth on me? Su Yaoyao slowly raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Don't cry, I was just joking, I'm sorry. Jiang Rao was really panicked now. No, Jiang, it's not your fault. I don't know what happened to me. Jiang Rao didn't know where to put his hands, so he just hung in the air. I just think you have a familiar smell. Su Yaoyao sniffed Jiang Rao's body carefully with her nose, and Jiang Rao's chest felt itchy when her nose rubbed it. Jiang Rao froze in place, his heart pounding. Su Yaoyao's actions had completely exceeded his expectations. Her body pressed tightly against him, her nose gently nuzzling against his chest, as if searching for a familiar scent. Her breath was warm, coming through the thin pajamas, making Jiang Rao's skin numb. Classmate Yaoyao, you let me go first. Jiang Rao's voice trembled a little, and his hand stopped there, not knowing whether he should push her away. No. Su Yaoyao's voice was muffled, with a hint of spoiled willfulness. Classmate Jiang, the smell on you is so familiar, I seem to have smelled it somewhere before. Jiang Rao was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the top of her head, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotions in his heart. He had never seen Su Yaoyao like this before. Usually, she was gentle and quiet, like a quietly blooming flower. But at this moment, she was like a lost little animal, clinging to him tightly. Maybe it's the smell of shower gel. Jiang Rao tried to explain, his voice a little dry. No. Su Yaoyao raised her head, her eyes wet, as if covered with a layer of mist. It's not the smell of shower gel, it's the smell of your body. I felt before that I seem to have known you for a long time. Jiang Rao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his mind was in a mess. He tried hard to recall whether he had ever had any intersection with Su Yaoyao, but apart from the contact in the past few days, he could not remember any past related to her. He had never known a girl named Su Yaoyao before. Zhang Rao could only pat her shoulder gently, trying to calm her down. Classmate Yaoyao, did you recognize the wrong person? We haven't met before. Hey, are we going to sleep together today? Su Yaoyao's eyes were a little dazed. That's not necessary. Let me call Tian Tian. I'll sleep in her bed today. I don't have to squeeze with you. Zhang Rao scratched his head and reached for the phone in his pocket. Su Yaoyao, however, grabbed the phone first and said, "No, according to the order, Zhang belongs to me today." Chapter 28 I Want to Taste You. Zhang Rao was lying on the bed, and could vaguely see Su Yaoyao's beautiful outline in the darkness. She was so close that she could even feel her body trembling slightly. Familiar smell? Zhang Rao pulled up his collar and sniffed. There is no special smell, but speaking of this, Zhang Rao couldn't help but think of Long Outyan, who was smelly today. Judging from Long Outyan's performance today, his target must be by Tian Tian. Everything that has happened recently is so weird. Although I don't know what is going on with that system, it is certain that Long Outyan is definitely a big trouble. If that's the case, I should stay away from that woman by Tian Tian. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Rao felt Su Yaoyao hugging his arm. Classmate Yaoyao, can't you sleep? Su Yaoyao's behavior made Zhang Rao a little at a loss for a moment. I want to taste you. The hot air exhaled by Su Yaoyao sprayed on Zhang Rao's face. No, is that right? Zhang Rao's Adam's apple rolled, and his ears felt as if they were burning. Su Yaoyao's lips were only half an inch away from his Adam's apple, and her bright and beautiful eyes looked at him intently. Wait. Are you going to bite me? Zhang Rao's back was pressed against the bed, with nowhere to retreat. Su Yaoyao opened her mouth and bit his collarbone with neither too much nor too little force. Zhang Rao took a deep breath and subconsciously clenched the bedsheet with his fingers. The warm tip of the tongue suddenly licked the tooth marks, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Zhang Rao was about to struggle, but he heard the girl's damp voice muffled by the fabric of her clothes. If Zhang pushes me away, I'll tell Jingjing that you peeped at me changing clothes. This threat froze Zhang Rao in place. Moonlight leaked in through the gap in the curtains, and he saw Su Yaoyao's eyelashes casting tiny shadows under her eyes, and her hair fell into the crook of his neck, making him itchy and numb. The air conditioner had slipped down to her waist at some point, and the straps of her strawberry-printed nightgown were slowly sliding off her shoulders, causing her body to tremble even more violently. Is she afraid? Classmate Yaoyao, are you okay? Zhang Rao asked softly. Su Yaoyao didn't answer, but she stopped talking. She just buried her face in the crook of his neck, breathing rapidly and disorderly. Her fingers tightly grasped the corner of Zhang Rao's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. System, what the hell are you doing? Zhang Rao suddenly remembered something. Host, you can actually still remember me, sob. The system responded immediately. You're a system after all, so could you please stop messing around like this? It's because you, the host, don't let me speak. I'm almost suffocating to death. What's going on with Su Yaoyao? What's going on? Host, what are you talking about? You didn't do this? I don't know why Su Yaoyao just hugged me like she had mutated and wouldn't let go. Of course I didn't do it. I have no right to manipulate the actions of anyone from this world. The system's tone was crisp and didn't sound fake. So I can tell you responsibly that this girl took the initiative to get close to you. Host, just be happy. But why? Zhang Rao was puzzled. I don't know about that, host. Are you sure you haven't done anything to me before? How is that possible? We've only known each other for a few days. I just thought she was pretty. Host, it seems I was wrong about you. I always thought a beast in human form like you would definitely. Zhang Rao couldn't stand it anymore and blocked this damn system again. She probably can't hear me if I talk to her now. Su Yaoyao's ears felt empty, and Zhang Rao realized that she was not wearing a hearing aid at the moment. Could it be that I have really met her before? Zhang Rao felt sleepy after thinking for a while, so he pulled the quilt to her shoulders again and simply closed his eyes to sleep. Su Yaoyao's previously furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. Su Yaoyao opened her eyes as soon as the sky turned a little pale. The boy in front of me was snoring loudly, and I was resting my head on his arm. Su Yaoyao sat up in fright and shrank back. Classmate Jiang, why are you on my bed? Seeing the teeth marks on his neck, Su Yaoyao recalled what happened last night. It would have been fine if she hadn't thought about it, but when she thought about her performance yesterday, her face instantly turned red to her ears. Su Yaoyao, Su Yaoyao, what have you done? Su Yaoyao now wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Zhang Rao turned over and seemed to be muttering something. Su Yaoyao quickly took out her hearing aid, put it on and put it close to Zhang Rao's ear, wanting to hear clearly what he was saying. Well, should I avoid his attack first? Zhang Rao said vaguely. What? Su Yaoyao moved closer. Get the knife. Zhang Rao suddenly shouted. Su Yaoyao was startled again and then she smiled gently. Classmate Jiang, you are really like a little child. Su Yaoyao hugged her knees and looked at him quietly. At a time like this, I just can't remember anything. Su Yaoyao looked lonely. What kind of person was I before? Su Yaoyao took Zhang Rao's hand and hesitated for a moment before placing it on her cheek. So warm, just like in that dream. Classmate Jiang, who are you? Zhang Rao seemed to sense something and muttered, stop it. Su Yaoyao quickly retracted her hand, her heart beating faster. She held her breath and waited for a few seconds, only breathing a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhang Rao showed no signs of waking up. What am I doing? Su Yaoyao covered her face, feeling like a peeping Tom. She stood up and decided to wash her face with cold water to sober herself up. She had just reached the bathroom door when she heard a rustling sound behind her. She turned around and saw Zhang Rao sitting up, rubbing his eyes. Classmate Yaoyao? Zhang Rao's voice was still a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he was not fully awake yet. Su Yaoyao froze in place, her heart skipping a beat. She forced a smile and said calmly, Good morning, Zhang. Zhang Rao yawned, rubbed his hair, and said drowsily, You got up really early. I'm used to it. Su Yaoyao stammered and her face turned red again. Zhang Rao nodded, seemingly not noticing her abnormality. He stretched, got up from the bed, and walked over to Su Yaoyao. Did you sleep well last night? I hope I didn't squeeze you. Zhang Rao scratched his head and asked awkwardly. Su Yaoyao's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. It's okay. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to speak up. Zhang Rao noticed that something was wrong with her expression. No. That's good. Speaking of yesterday. Don't say it, classmate Jiang. Su Yaoyao buried her face in her hands. Sorry. Zhang Rao hurriedly apologized. No, it's all my fault. I lost my composure yesterday. Su Yaoyao didn't dare to look Zhang Rao in the eye. No, it's me. Zhang Rao suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his words as if he was stuck, and looked out the window in shock. Outside the window, Su Jingjing poked her head out. Chapter 29 Zhang Rao, you're going too far. Outside the window, Su Jingjing poked her head out. Zhang Rao's pupils widened and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. Su Jingjing was clinging to the air conditioner unit outside the window, one hand on the window frame, her eyes wide open. Oh no, I think I've been discovered. I hid so secretly, but I was still seen. Mr. Jiang? Su Yaoyao stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Classmate Jiang, you are still thinking about what happened last night. That's too much. Su Yaoyao said coquettishly when she saw Zhang Rao's expression. Zhang Rao rubbed his eyes hard and looked out the window again, but this time there was nothing. It's strange, why did I feel like I saw a figure outside the window just now? Zhang Rao slowly walked towards the window. He is coming. Su Jingjing, who had her head tucked under the window, heard Zhang Rao's footsteps gradually approaching her and tightened her grip on the sword at her waist. Zhang Rao walked to the window and opened it. The morning sun instantly filled the room. He leaned out and looked out. There was nothing outside except the empty air conditioner and the distant campus scenery. Strange, is it because I am dazzled? Zhang Rao scratched his head and said to himself. Su Yaoyao stood behind him and asked doubtfully, Classmate Jiang, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. I seem to see something outside the window just now. It might be an illusion. Zhang Rao turned around and explained with a smile. Su Jingjing fell to the third floor, half of the blade was stuck in the wall, and a big bump was made on her head by the window. Su Jingjing touched the wound on her head that was bleeding profusely, gritting her teeth in hatred. Long Outyan spent the entire night bathing in the school bathhouse yesterday, but the smell on his body was still hard to dissipate. When Su Jingjing's senior sister Shin Xingqiu found out, she flew into a rage and punished her to kneel at the young master's door until now. Now, not only was I fined 1 month's subsidy, but even the young master didn't want to see me anymore. The more Su Jingjing thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She wanted to go back to the dormitory and have a sleep first, but she didn't expect to be shot in the head as soon as she reached the window. This bastard. Not only did he steal my first kiss, but now he's plotting against me. I must kill him. I'm so angry, but I can't do anything to him. If I offend the young master's secret partner, I guess the young master will be even angrier. Su Jingjing took a deep breath, took out a bundle of gauze from the ninja tool bag, pulled out a piece to stop the bleeding on her head, and continued to climb up, finally climbing back to the dormitory window. Su Yaoyao lowered her head, her fingers twisted together nervously, as if she was still embarrassed by what happened last night. That, classmate Jiang. Su Yaoyao hesitated to speak, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Seeing this, Zhang Rao quickly waved his hand and said, "Classmate Yaoyao, let's just pretend that what happened last night never happened. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." No. It's a bit cold. Then I'd better close the window. Zhang Rao closed the window with a click. Su Jingjing outside had her fingers pinched hard. She tried hard not to make any sound and fell down again. Isn't it cold now, Yao Yao? Well, Jiang, that's very considerate. Would you like some coffee to warm you up? I brought some from home. Su Jingjing was so angry that her fingers were deformed and looked horrible. But she did not give up. She wiped the blood off her head again, feeling extremely angry. Zhang Rao, you bastard. I need to change the window. The one I just used was against me. She climbed to another window and raised her legs to get in. Zhang Rao had prepared coffee on the balcony and was about to go into the room to give it to Su Yaoyao. Unexpectedly, there was a piece of soap on the ground. Zhang Rao slipped and managed to steady himself, but all the coffee spilled out. The spilled coffee flew out of the window and went straight to Su Jingjing's face. Su Jingjing reacted quickly and dodged immediately, but the wound on her hand hurt, and she missed the chance and was swung far away. Bang! There was a broken railing outside the dormitory next door, and half of it was protruding. My body swung out and hit the railing directly. There was a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came over her, and Su Jingjing seemed to hear the sound of her ribs breaking. Su Jingjing's body was hanging outside the dormitory building, with beads of sweat mixed with excruciating pain falling down. She tried hard to hold on to the railing beside her. Her back teeth were almost broken, and her body hurt when she exerted force. Su Jingjing's willpower was unexpectedly strong, and she managed to climb up again. Time and time again, Zhang Rao, you go too far, I must chop you to death. Su Jingjing used up almost all her strength, drew out her sword, and jumped into the balcony. Oops. Zhang Rao almost slipped just now, so he kicked the soap directly to the window. Su Jingjing was dizzy from the pain and didn't pay attention to her feet. She jumped in and stepped directly on the soap. The soap slipped and she fell to the ground. Su Jingjing's ribs pierced her internal organs. It was very touching that she was able to climb up under such circumstances. This fall directly made her injuries worse. Su Jingjing's eyes suddenly went dark, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and lost consciousness completely. By the way, classmate Yao Yao, do you have any plans for today? Zhang Rao was drinking coffee with Su Yaoyao in the room at this time. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. I have to go to the library to work part-time today. Su Yaoyao put down the cup and stood up. Do you need my help? No, I'll leave first, classmate Jiang. Su Yaoyao looked at her watch and hurriedly left the dormitory with her bag. Why do I suddenly think she is a little cute? Zhang Rao finished his coffee in one gulp, picked up the cup and prepared to go to the balcony to wash it. I turned around, opened the balcony door, and was stunned. Oh my god. What's going on? When did someone start lying on the balcony? Zhang Rao turned her over with his foot, and when he saw the beauty in front of him clearly, his jaw dropped. Su Jingjing? Why is she here? Zhang Rao squatted down and took a closer look at Su Jingjing's condition. Her face was pale, with blood at the corner of her mouth. There was a shallow knife wound on her chest, and her clothes were stained with blood and dust. Her breathing was weak, and she was obviously seriously injured. What on earth was going on? Su Jingjing was seriously injured and collapsed on the balcony. He reached out and felt Su Jingjing's breath, and found that although her breathing was weak, it was still steady. Jiang Rao hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to help her into the room first. Su Jingjing? Su Jingjing? Jiang Rao gently patted her cheek, trying to wake her up. Su Jingjing's eyelids trembled slightly, but she didn't wake up. Jiang Rao had no choice but to pick her up and carefully place her on her bed. Su Jingjing is a ninja. With her skills, how could someone hurt her so badly? Who is that person? But why didn't Su Jingjing go through the door? Chapter 30 Xinxingqiu. Jiang Rao sent the seriously injured Su Jingjing to the hospital. Although she was Long Outyan's subordinate, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Su Jingjing slowly opened her eyes from the hospital bed. The slightest movement caused severe pain in her body, so she could only move her eyes and observe her surroundings. Jiang Rao hadn't noticed that Su Jingjing had woken up and was now sitting on a stool beside him, playing games enthusiastically. What a shame, what a shame. I have been cultivated by the Long family for many years and practiced diligently for so long, but today I was defeated by Jiang Rao with just a window. How can I have the face to see the young master? Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Rao heard someone knocking on the glass outside the window and looked up in confusion. The next second, a graceful figure nimbly climbed in through the window. Jinger, are you here? Jinger, Jinger. Before Jiang Rao could react, he was knocked to the ground by the figure. Ouch. Jiang Rao was lying on the ground when he saw a woman with long flowing hair rushing to Su Jingjing's bed, looking very anxious. Sister Qingqiu, why are you here? Su Jingjing sat up and saw the person clearly. I just felt that your chakra suddenly became very weak, so I hurried out to find you. Xinxingqiu said while checking Su Jingjing's injuries. Who is it? Who hurt you like this? I won't forgive him. Xinxingqiu was close to being furious. Sister Qingqiu, Who's there? Just as Jiang Rao was about to get up, he felt a chill under his crotch, and a shuriken flew over and stabbed into the floor between his legs. Xinxingqiu turned around, drew out his single-edged sword, and pointed it condescendingly at Jiang Rao's eyes. Calm down, I'm not a bad person. Young Master Jiang? Why is it you? Xinxingqiu showed a surprised expression. Does she know me? Jiang Rao looked carefully at the face of the girl in front of him. It turned out to be her. She was the girl who stood next to Long Outyan at the cocktail party before. I didn't expect that she was also a ninja. I'm Jingjing's roommate. I was the one who took her to the hospital. Wait, so the boy living with Jingjing is you, young Master Jian? That's right, that's right. I just found her on the balcony of the dormitory. She was seriously injured. Jiang Rao explained. Su Jingjing covered half of her face with the quilt and nodded embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Master Jiang, I was rash. Xinxingqiu sheathed the knife and pulled Jiang Rao up with an apologetic look on his face. Fortunately, Xinxingqiu knew Long Outyan before he was reborn, otherwise he would have to explain himself here today. Jiang Rao stood up in shock. So who hurt Jingjing like this? Yes, Jinger, do you know who the other person is? Who? That person is standing next to you, Sister Qingqiu. But Su Jingjing didn't know how to explain this matter clearly. Should she tell her that she just wanted to go back to the dormitory to sleep, and then she was hit by the window multiple times and was seriously injured? Su Jingjing shook her head. No, wouldn't that make Sister Qingqiu think I'm stupid? Xinxingqiu thought Su Jingjing was answering him when she shook her head, so his expression became serious and he asked again, are there many people on the other side? Just one person. If that's the case, this person should be at least a jonin. No. Su Jingjing blushed. Not a jonin? Could it be an umbu? Xinxingqiu was horrified. The situation has become complicated. Zhangcheng actually has an ANBU level expert. Could it be that another force is targeting the Long family? Xinxingqiu frowned. Young Master Jiang, this is a matter of Long family secrets. Please step aside for now. Okay then, I'll go back to school first. Jiang Rao had wanted to run away a long time ago. These two were Long Outyan's men. If he continued to stay here, they might exchange information with each other and change their attitudes soon. After Jiang Rao left, Xinxingqiu immediately locked the room, drew all the curtains, and checked under the bed and the toilet. Su Jingjing looked at Xinxingqiu's actions in confusion. Sister Qingqiu, what are you doing? Xinxingqiu didn't answer her and continued to check the room. Only after he was sure that the room was safe did he nervously return to Su Jingjing's bedside. Jinger, this matter is of no small importance. Shin Xingqiu lowered his voice, his expression serious. Su Jingjing bit her lip, hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Qingqiu, in fact, the one who hurt me was not a master, nor was he from the Umbu. Shin Xingqiu's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, who on earth is that? Su Jingjing lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Yes, I was accidentally hit by the dormitory window. What? Shin Xingqiu looked incredulous. Is it that simple? Su Jingjing's face turned even redder. She nodded slightly and began to talk about what happened this morning. Shin Xingqiu couldn't help but burst into laughter halfway through. Su Jingjing was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She scolded, Sister Qingqiu, you're still laughing. I'm almost dying of pain. Shin Xingqiu finally stopped laughing and patted Su Jingjing's head gently. All right, go on. Su Jingjing continued to talk endlessly about the details of what happened. As Shin Xingqiu listened, he couldn't help but smile. Oh, Sister Qingqiu, if you laugh again I will ignore you. Su Jingjing turned her head away angrily. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Then you should take good care of your injuries and don't even think about going back to carry out the mission these few days. Shin Xingqiu said. No, Sister Qingqiu, I'm almost well now. Please don't tell the young master, or he'll be angry again. You only know how to act tough. Don't worry, I won't tell the young master, but you must heal your wound first. I'll pay attention. Su Jingjing said seriously. However, I didn't expect that the boy you mentioned who moved into your dormitory was actually the young master of the Jiang family. Your relationship with young master Jiang seems pretty good. Anyone who has a good relationship with him will be called a pervert, and a scum. Especially when Su Jingjing thought about the day when he pressed her on the bed, she hated him so much that her teeth itched. Sister Qingqiu, how do you know Jiang Rao? When Shin Xingqiu mentioned this, his face immediately changed into a gossipy one. Jinger, this young master Jiang is no ordinary person. What? Isn't it just that his family is quite rich? Jinger, you are still young and too naive. He is our young master's idol. Young master has a crush on him. But, aren't they both boys? Su Jingjing was extremely shocked. TSK, that's why I said Jinger you don't understand anything. Boys can be together too. Think about why the young master suddenly wants to study at Jiangqing University. Maybe they are already a couple. Shin Xingqiu lay on the head of the bed and looked at Su Jingjing with a smile. Young master, is this really the case between you and Jiang Rao sure? It turned out that this was the secret partnership that Jiang Rao had mentioned before. Su Jingjing suddenly realized. No wonder the young master let me live in that dormitory. Did the young master already know that Jiang Rao would move in? Now everything makes sense. Chapter 31 I will definitely protect the young master's love. Achoo! Jiang Rao walked to the first floor of the hospital and sneezed. Damn, why do I have a bad feeling? Jiang Rao analyzed the current situation as he walked. Things were becoming more and more bizarre. There was actually a master in the school. He originally thought that Su Jingjing was strong enough, but he didn't expect that someone could easily hurt her. No matter what, neither the Long family's affairs nor their ninja disputes have anything to do with him. All he has to do now is to try not to have any contact with Long Outyen. Jiang Rao turned on his phone and a message appeared in the contact column. Su Jingjing requested to be added as a friend. Why did this girl add me all of a sudden? Are they still suspicious of me? Jiang Rao hesitated for a moment but finally agreed to the friend request. Su Jingjing sent a message quickly. Sorry. Why is this? Why did she suddenly apologize to me? I didn't know a lot of things before, so I treated you badly. I hope you can forgive me. Humph, it seems that I saved her again. She finally feels guilty now. This woman is finally not so stubborn. It's okay. We're all roommates, so it's only natural that we look out for each other. Shin Xingqiu sat next to Su Jingjing, their faces touching. Seeing Jiang Rao's reply, he said proudly. I was saying that our young master's taste in choosing men must be impeccable. Young Master Jiang really didn't bother with you that much. But why didn't the young master just tell me that Jiang Rao was his boyfriend? That way I wouldn't have misunderstood him so many times. Oh, you're still young. How can the young master tell you this directly? So you have to protect young Master Jiang. Okay, I will definitely protect the young master's love. Jiang Rao saw another message pop up on his phone. This time, the person who sent him the message was a guy with a white cartoon rabbit as his avatar and the nickname Strawberry Durian. Xiao Rousey, where are you now? At the hospital. What are you doing in the hospital? Are you sick? Bai Tian didn't know that Su Jingjing was a ninja, so it was better not to tell her. A friend of mine was not feeling well, so I accompanied him to the hospital. Is it a girl? Oh my god, how did she know that? She must be cheating. No. Oh, hashtag. Are you done now? I guess so. Then hurry back to school. It's urgent, extremely urgent, absolutely urgent. What's the matter? Can't you just say it directly? Hey, come quickly, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. If you're not here in 15 minutes, you're done. Tian, is this what you call an urgent matter? Jiang Rao looked at Bai Tian in front of him. Why? Isn't it urgent to help me move things? I'd better go first. Jiang Rao's eyes darkened when he saw the boxes piled up in front of him. Did this woman empty the house when she returned home? Bai Tian quickly grabbed Jiang Rao's arm and looked at him pitifully. Oh, please don't go. The dormitory is so far away. How can a girl like me carry so many things? This is so lethal that it is impossible to refuse. Bai Tian is so beautiful. She tied her hair into a bun today, and her delicate oval face was as fair and delicate as a porcelain doll, with curved eyebrows. This is her natural beauty. She doesn't need to wear makeup to be so beautiful. Okay, I'll treat you to some milk tea later. Bai Tian pulled his arm and shook it. No, Jiang Rao, you have to calm down. This woman is Long Outyan's prey, you should stay away from her. Jiang Rao stared at Bai Tian's watery eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. There were still tiny specks of light on her eyelashes like morning dew, the slightly wrinkled tip of her nose made her look like a spoiled kitten, and even the fingers that were tugging at his sleeves were pink and tender. It was over, she had him completely under her control. Ahem, in that case, I'll help you move it. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Rousey. Hey, I can't move everything by myself. Of course, I'm not that lazy. Come on, move this box first. You carry this side and I'll carry this side. Bai Tian said as she rolled up her non-existent sleeves. Jiang Rao and Bai Tian lifted the box, which was not as heavy as Jiang Rao had imagined. However, Bai Tian seemed to be struggling. Her face flushed and she moved with difficulty. Oh, I'm so tired. Bai Tian complained while panting. Jiang Rao looked at her helplessly. This is your own thing. If you weren't here, I wouldn't move such heavy things. Bai Tian pouted. Okay, just move the small box, I'll move this up first. It would take a long time to reach the dormitory if they kept stopping and starting to carry the boxes together. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Bai Tian nodded obediently. Jiang Rao took a deep breath, held the bottom of the box firmly with both hands, and lifted it up with force. He adjusted his posture, trying to keep the box close to his chest to avoid losing his balance. Jiang Rao carried the box and walked towards the dormitory building step by step. Although the box was not particularly heavy, it was too large and blocked his sight. He could only move his feet carefully. Bai Tian followed behind, holding a small box and skipping, humming a little tune. By the way, were you and Sister Yao okay yesterday? Bai Tian looked up at Jiang Rao. It's okay. Jiang Rao subconsciously pulled his collar. There was still a bite mark from Su Yao on his collarbone. Why are you suddenly saying this? Yesterday, it was just you and Sister Yao in the dormitory. Did you sleep together? Yes, that's right. Okay, I knew it. Bai Tian's eyes suddenly became resentful. Isn't this based on the order of the draw? I can't help it. I can't sleep in your bed. I didn't say you can't. Bai Tian's voice was barely audible. What did you say? Jiang Rao didn't hear what she said clearly and turned around. I'm asking if you could walk faster, idiot. Bai Tian stretched out a hand and gently pushed his face back. Really, this guy always makes me angry for no reason. This coward wouldn't dare to do anything to Sister Yao, but it's his turn to sleep with Sister Lingling tonight. Humph, Sister Lingling has such a great figure, he will definitely stare at her. Oh, what does it have to do with me? What happens to him? Why should I think about it? Jiang Rao suddenly stopped, and Bai Tian bumped into Jiang Rao's back without noticing. Hey, you damn Jiang Rao, why did you stop suddenly? Bai Tian said dissatisfiedly, covering her head. Tian, why don't we go back to the dormitory through another door? Why? Bai Tian poked half of her head out from behind Jiang Rao. Long Outyan was actually standing downstairs of the dormitory building, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, attracting a lot of people's attention. Why is this guy again? Chapter 32. This child must not be kept. System, will this really work? Long Outyan straightened his sleeves and hairstyle, looking a little embarrassed. It's guaranteed, host. You just need to follow the steps I tell you, and you will definitely be able to win the beauty. Long Outyan's previous 2 time travels were both to fantasy worlds, and the missions were relatively simple. Basically, they were to kill a genius boy during his childhood. In addition, Long Outyan was decisive in killing and never left anyone alive, so he was rated A every time. Once, Long Outyan wiped out the entire family of the original owner's enemies, but just as he was about to leave, he found a child hiding under the table. He squatted down and said to the child, I hid much better than you did back then. I will kill you next time we meet. After saying that, Long Outyan turned and left. The child crawled out from under the table trembling. Long Outyan suddenly turned around and said with a sinister smile, we meet again. After killing the child, Long Outyan didn't walk far and hid in the corner of the room. Usually at this time the real protagonist will come out and cry while hugging the corpse. Sure enough, someone really came out, a child. He was holding the corpse and crying loudly, and at this time Long Outyan was already standing in front of him. He said to Long Outyan tremblingly, don't start a new account. Long Outyan didn't waste any words and raised his hand to stab him. In order to prevent his heart from growing on the right side, Long Outyan stabbed him on both sides. By the way, he also stabbed the soles of his feet, because he had read a novel before, in which the protagonist's heart grew on the soles of his feet. After dealing with the child, Long Outyan hid in the corner again to see if anyone else would show up. Sure enough, another person came, still a child. This time, Long Outyan took a dagger and a candy and put them in front of him. If he chooses the dagger without hesitation, it means he wants to kill me. This guy must not be kept alive. If he chooses candy without hesitation, it means he is extremely cunning and must not be kept. If he chooses both, it means he is greedy and this kid must not be kept. If he doesn't choose either of them, it means he is born to be a rebel and this kid must not be kept. In his last moments, he raised his middle finger towards Long Outyan's back and said, you idiot, don't play if you can't afford to lose. Originally, Long Outyan thought that this mission would be similar to the previous ones, but he didn't expect to be reborn in a modern city where he needed to conquer these 4 school beauties. He himself had never been in a relationship, so he could only rely on the system. Fortunately, the original owner is a rich second generation and is quite handsome, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to complete the task. Host, trust me, you wait here, and go and chat up whichever school beauty shows up first. Wouldn't it be a bit too sudden to just go up and give flowers? Long Outyan expressed his concerns. Host, I asked you to buy flowers not to give them directly to girls, but to leave an impression. Leave an impression? That's right. You will pretend to be very anxious. When you pass by the school beauty, deliberately drop the flowers at her feet. Then pretend to pick them up in a panic, look at her apologetically, introduce yourself, and then ask the school beauty whether girls will be very happy to receive flowers. This will arouse the interest of the school beauty without appearing too deliberate. This is a classic routine for creating encounters, and it works every time. The system said confidently. Damn, that sounds like something. Long Outyan nodded, his eyes fixed on the dormitory door, silently praying in his heart that the school beauties would appear soon. Jiang Rao and Bai Tian hid behind a tree next to the dormitory building, secretly observing Long Outyan's every move. What is this guy doing again? Bai Tian frowned and muttered softly. I don't know, but the bouquet of flowers in his hand, isn't it for someone to give as a gift? Jiang Rao narrowed his eyes and had a vague guess in his mind. Send someone away? Who? Bai Tian turned her head and looked at Jiang Rao suspiciously. Maybe it's for you? Jiang Rao said tentatively. Give it to me? Bai Tian's eyes widened, and then she showed a look of disgust. I don't want it. Jiang Rao looked at Bai Tian, then at Long Outyan in the distance, thinking about how to avoid this trouble. How about, we take a detour? Jiang Rao suggested. Take a detour? Why do we have to take a detour? Bai Tian pouted. This is our dormitory building. Why should we hide from him? Yeah, that's true. Then you go over there, I'll go in through the back door. Jiang Rao walked in another direction holding the box. Bai Tian saw Jiang Rajan leaving and hurriedly followed him. Don't leave me. Su Jingjing recovered very quickly. After her ribs were reconnected in the hospital, they are now almost healed. She was supposed to recover fully in 2 days, but the hospital bill was too expensive, so she was discharged directly. Su Jingjing shot out a grappling hook from her wrist and shuttled through the buildings. Although her chest still ached slightly, for her, this was the most economical means of transportation. She landed lightly downstairs of the dormitory building. She had already become apprehensive about the windows of the dormitory building and decided to go back to the dormitory through the door from now on. Isn't that the young master over there? What is he doing standing here? Young master. Su Jingjing was about to run over when she suddenly found a bouquet of beautiful flowers in Long Outyan's arms. What is happening? Su Jingjing stood there in a daze, her brain starting to work rapidly. First of all, today is the weekend, and the student union should have nothing to do, so the young master shouldn't be in school. Then, according to my observation, the young master was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, yes, a bouquet of flowers, and it was exquisitely wrapped. The young master is dressed very seriously today. Well, he must be waiting for someone. Wait, I get it, there is only one truth. The young master must have come to find Jiang Rao. They are indeed together. The young master is really romantic. No, I can't let anyone disturb the young master. Su Jingjing jumped up, swung to the student union office to get 2 no-entry signs, and then returned to the dormitory building and placed them on both sides of the sidewalk. This should be fine now, right? This should be considered as helping the young master. Oh, after being depressed for so long, I finally feel like I have made some difference. I wonder how the young master will praise me when he finds out. Hey, why is the front door blocked? He Lingling rode her motorcycle to the door and found a no-entry sign. Sister Lingling, you're back. Well, Jingjing, why are you here? And how did your head get injured? He Lingling found that there was a circle of gauze wrapped around Su Jingjing's head, but she had changed her usual cold expression and was smiling brightly. Hey, I'm doing something important here. As for my injury, that's not important. Okay, then you go ahead and do your thing. If you really want to, you have to drive to the back door. He Lingling turned the motorcycle around and drove towards the back door. After Su Jingjing finished all this, she hid aside happily, looking forward to Long Outyan and Jiang Rao's romantic date. 4 hours later. This is not right, why didn't any of the school beauties show up? Long Outyan was furious. Chapter 33. Look behind you. Where is it? Where is it? In the dormitory, several people watched Bai Tian rummaging through the box she brought back. Tian, what exactly is the surprise you are talking about? Su Yaoyao asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Bai Tian smiled mysteriously and continued to search. It's so late, why hasn't Su Jingjing come back yet? Tang Nana seemed a little worried. I saw her downstairs before. She seemed to be busy with student union affairs? He Lingling mentioned. The student union doesn't have any plans for today, and curfew is almost here. I hope nothing happens to Jingjing. Shouldn't Su Jingjing still be in the hospital? Why did she run out again? Jiang Rao wondered puzzledly. Jiang Rao, go downstairs and take a look. Tang Nana frowned. Hey, should I go? I just finished taking a shower. If you don't go and find Jingjing, don't even think about sleeping in my bed today. Go sleep in the bathroom. He Lingling whispered in his ear and threatened. Okay, can't I go? Jiang Rao picked up his coat and put it on. After all, Su Jingjing was still injured, and she had enemies in the school. Well, let me go with classmate Jiang. I'm also worried about Jingjing. Su Yaoyao stood up. Well, go and come back soon. Jiang Rao and Su Yaoyao hurried downstairs and searched everywhere for Su Jingjing. Jingjing, where are you? Jiang Rao and Su Yaoyao called out softly while searching around the dormitory building. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the paths of the campus, and the surroundings were strangely quiet. Su Yaoyao followed Jiang Rao closely, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes full of worry. Jiang Rao turned his head to look at her from time to time. Under the moonlight, Su Yaoyao's profile was as beautiful as a dream. Her high nose bridge and slightly pouting lips were all heartwarming. Classmate Yao Yao, why don't we split up and look for it separately? This way it will be more efficient. Zhang Rao suggested. Su Yaoyao shook her head and said softly, no, what if we encounter danger? It's better for us to be together. Zhang Rao thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. If the ninja who injured Su Jingjing appeared again, it would be troublesome, so he nodded and said, okay, let's look for him further. Classmate Yao Yao, are you sticking too close to me? Zhang Rao felt Su Yaoyao grabbing his arm and leaned forward. Su Yaoyao blushed deeply, but did not let go of his hand. The scene of her physical contact with Zhang Rao last night was still vivid in her mind. For some reason, her desire to be close to Zhang Rao became even stronger. I'm just a little scared, Zhang, please don't push me away, please. In the darkness, her voice trembled a little. Zhang Rao slowly pulled out his arm. Su Yaoyao felt a tightness in her chest and her throat seemed to be blocked by something. Is that really the case? Su Yaoyao lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. Will it feel better now, Yao Yao? Zhang Rao gently held Su Yaoyao's wrist. Zhang Rao's palm was warm, and his fingertips gently clasped Su Yaoyao's wrist, as if he was afraid of hurting her, so he used very little force. Su Yaoyao was stunned for a moment, and the feeling of loss just now disappeared in an instant. Then her cheeks flushed and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Mr. Jiang. If we walk like this, you won't be scared, right? Zhang Rao said casually, but in fact his own heartbeat was also abnormally fast. Su Yaoyao's wrist was slender and soft, and her skin was so delicate that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. He didn't dare to hold it tightly. Let's go find Jingjing. Su Yaoyao nodded heavily and raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. The two finally found Su Jingjing under a big tree. She was leaning against the tree, holding a sword in her arms, and she was completely motionless. Zhang Rao let go of Su Yaoyao and quickly ran to Su Jingjing. Su Jingjing, Su Jingjing. Zhang Rao shook Su Jingjing's shoulders vigorously. Su Jingjing shook her head back and forth, but still didn't respond. It's over. We're a step too late. Mr. Jiang, is it possible that Jingjing just fell asleep? Su Yaoyao couldn't help but remind her, and only then did Zhang Rao notice the saliva at the corner of Su Jingjing's mouth. Damn, I was scared. Why is this girl sleeping here? Su Jingjing buried her face in Zhang Rao's chest, muttering something. Master, you must be happy. Then he pulled up Zhang Rao's coat, wiped his mouth and continued snoring. But luckily we found this silly girl. Jiang, let's take Jingjing back home quickly. Oh, okay. Zhang Rao wanted to lift Su Jingjing's arm, but she held the sword tightly and refused to let go, so Zhang Rao had to take the sword away first. Dodge! Su Jingjing shouted suddenly. The sword was quickly unsheathed. Fortunately, Zhang Rao reacted quickly and turned his head to avoid the blow. However, Su Yaoyao on the side was not so lucky. When the knife handle popped out, it hit Su Yaoyao's forehead directly. So many stars. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Zhang Rao sat on the ground, still in shock. Su Yaoyao fell to the ground, her forehead was red and there was a round mark. The culprit Su Jingjing was still sleeping soundly, lying on his back with his arms and legs spread out, holding a knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Damn, I didn't expect that Su Jingjing actually had automatic defense and counterattack. Isn't this insidious? What now? Zhang Rao looked at the two school beauties lying on the grass and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Let us find a way to get rid of Su Jingjing's knife first, so that she won't use it on me later. Zhang Rao picked up a wooden stick and carefully tried to push the sword out of Su Jingjing's hand. As expected, Su Jingjing moved again and chopped the wooden stick with her sword. The stick broke into two pieces instantly. Zhang Rao took the opportunity to rush forward and kicked the sword away. Phew, it's finally solved. Send a message to Bai Tian to ask them to come down and help. I can't carry two people. On the other side, Long Outyan's legs were numb from standing so long that he didn't even see the shadow of a school beauty and was close to collapse. I'm so shocked. Where did all the school beauties go? Curfew is almost here. The flowers in Long Outyan's arms had wilted, their heads drooping like a few pickles. This idiot couldn't even get through the phone at the critical moment. Long Outyan looked at the phone angrily. Host, why don't you try it again tomorrow? I think my idea is pretty good. What the hell? I've been standing here like a jerk all afternoon. I just trust you so damn much. Puff. What's that sound? Long Outyen looked annoyed. Host, look behind you? Long Outyen turned his head and saw that his butt was bleeding and a knife that had flown out from nowhere was stuck in it. A. Long Outyen's screams continued to echo downstairs in the dormitory building. Zhang Rao helped Su Yaoyao to lean against the tree. Strange, why are there chickens crowing at night? Chapter 34. She is so beautiful. Zhang Rao, what on earth did you do? Faced with the two people's questioning, Zhang Rao didn't know how to explain it to them clearly. Anyway, let's get them both back first. Curfew will be coming soon. It took a lot of effort to finally transport them up. Zhang Rao, be careful. If you hit Sister Yaoyao's head, I will never forgive you. Tian warned him fiercely while knocking on the door. He Lingling followed behind Zhang Rao, carrying Su Jingjing on her back, and seemed to be struggling. This girl, why is she so heavy? Master, let me sleep a little longer. Su Jingjing muttered in her sleep while lying on He Lingling's back. Tang Nana opened the door and looked at them in surprise. What's going on? How did it become like this? She quickly went to support Su Jingjing, who was on He Lingling's body. Zhang Rao put Su Yaoyao on the bed and went to help them lift Su Jingjing. As for Long Outyen, he was holding his butt and crying in the hospital. The doctor frowned while treating the wound. I know you young people are playing tricks, but you should also have some brains. This is a knife, don't stab anything into it. Long Outyen was almost dead, but his back was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Xin Xingqiu stood guarding at the door of the operating room. Today was her second time in the hospital. Su Jingjing was discharged in the afternoon, and the young master was beaten again in the evening. Who is it this time? Sure enough, there are other masters in Jiangcheng University. Although she is just a retainer of the Long family and cannot access the core information of the Long family, she also knows that the Long family has offended many forces because of its rapid rise in recent years. When Xin Xingqiu found Long Outyen, he was already dying, with a knife stuck in his buttocks, looking horrible. Judging from the depth of the young master's wounds, the mysterious man who injured the young master did not intend to take his life. Instead, it seemed like he was being warned and provoked. But this mysterious man is too perverted. He actually likes to poke other people's back doors. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, Zhang Rao carefully approached He Lingling's bed carrying the quilt. Lingling classmate, then I'll come up? You sleep inside. I have an early breakfast tomorrow. He Lingling threw his quilt onto the bed without hesitation. Zhang Rao swallowed and was about to climb into bed when his cell phone rang in the dark. Lingling, I'm going downstairs to answer a phone call. Then be gentle when you come up, I want to sleep. Oh. Zhang Rao went into the bathroom and saw the note on his phone screen with a surprised expression. Second uncle? How could it be him? Hello? Nephew, this is my second uncle. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Second uncle, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Nothing, I just want to know how my eldest nephew is doing in school, ha. Uncle, stop beating around the bush. You have something to ask me, right? TSK, nephew, look at what you said. Jiang Gaoshu felt a little embarrassed when he was exposed. Okay, Uncle Air heard that the kid from the Long family is also studying at Jiangcheng University. Have you met him? I have seen him before, and we are from the same academy. Zhang Rao got a headache whenever he mentioned Long Outyen. Is that so? The Long Yun group is not simple, and its business is mainly in the north. The second young master of the Long family suddenly came to our Jiangcheng to study. It's hard not to be concerned about what the Long family is up to. Zhang Rao naturally wouldn't tell Jiang Gaoshu that Long Outyen was a reborn person. Not to mention how ridiculous that was. If he told his second uncle, he would probably throw himself into a mental hospital. Long Yun Group has cooperated with our family before, so they probably don't have any special ideas. That being said, we are all businessmen, and profit is our primary concern, but... Jiang Gaoshu's tone suddenly became serious. I heard that the young master of the Long family was beaten today, and it seems that the injury is not light. Is there such a thing? Before, Zhang Rao always thought that Long Outyen's purpose should be to pursue Bai Tian. Now it seems that this is not as simple as he imagined. The people who attacked Long Outyen should be the same group of people who injured Su Jingjing. The situation in Jiangcheng has been a bit unstable recently. As a student, you shouldn't get involved in it, Jiang Gaoxiu reminded. Good. Jiang Rao didn't want to have too much contact with Long Outyen in the first place, but it was that mysterious system that forced him to stop Long Outyen. Jiang Gaoxiu hung up the phone, sat in the boss chair and leisurely opened a bottle of red wine, without any seriousness on his face as he had on the phone just now. So, everything is clear? A thin man walked out from the shadows. Well, the young master of the Long family is indeed in Zhangcheng. Third brother, I'll leave this matter to you. Jiang Gaoshui chuckled. Second brother, as long as we can convince the young master of the Long family, we will have the Long family to back us up. Are we still worried about not being able to overthrow the boss? Well, you've had contact with the second young master of the Long family before, so I'm relieved to leave this matter to you. I just don't know if he will agree to cooperate with us. Don't worry, this matter will only benefit Long Yun Group and us, and there is no harm. He has no reason to refuse. Well, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. A hint of cruelty flashed in Jiang Gaoxiu's eyes, and the dark red wine swirled in the glass. Jiang Rao was about to return to the room when he saw a beautiful figure dancing by the window. The moonlight was like a layer of gauze, gently falling on Don Nana, outlining her graceful figure perfectly. She was wearing a light blue silk nightgown, the hem of which swayed gently as she danced, like ripples on water. The straps of the nightgown were so thin that they seemed unable to bear the weight of the slender shoulders. They might slip off at any time, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. As expected of a dancer, Jiang Rao was stunned. Every movement of Don Nana was extremely graceful, her arms stretched out like a swan's neck, soft and slender. Her long, shiny hair fluttered as she danced, and the ends of her hair drew graceful arcs in the air. She is so beautiful. Although Jiang Rao didn't know much about dancing, he was still deeply attracted by Tang Nana's dancing. A goddess is a goddess. Even if the stage is just a small balcony, it does not hinder her charm. It seems that the whole world has stopped at this moment, and only her figure is shining. It turns out that some people are born to be the protagonist. Jiang Rao subconsciously held his breath, afraid of disturbing her dance. However, Don Nana seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly stopped and turned to look at the door. Jiang Rao. It seems I've been discovered. Nana. Jiang Rao's face flushed and he smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean to peek. How long have you been watching here? She straightened her messy hair, pulled up her slipped shoulder strap, and a rare look of panic appeared on her face. It wasn't long. I just finished a phone call in the bathroom and came out to look for a while. Ahem, just now, just pretend you didn't see it. Don Nana quickly regained her composure, but her cheeks were still slightly flushed. How is this possible? Jiang Rao widened his eyes. Jiang Rao, what do you mean? Donna's face darkened instantly. Chapter 35 Mysterious Prize. Jiang Rao, what do you mean? Donna's face darkened instantly. No, classmate Nana, what I mean is that your dance is so beautiful that it's hard to forget. Jiang Rao explained. You? Tang Nana seemed a little surprised by Jiang Rao's sudden praise, and was speechless for a moment. Well, I'll go back to sleep first. Jiang Rao was ready to take the opportunity to slip away. Wait a minute. When Tang Nana saw Jiang Rao about to leave, she grabbed his arm for some unknown reason. Classmate Nana? This time it was Jiang Rao's turn to be startled. Tang Nana realized the inappropriateness of her behavior and quickly let go of his hand. I just want to ask, is what you just said true? What? That is, do you really think my dance is beautiful? Tang Nana took a deep breath and asked seriously. Of course, it's really beautiful. Although I don't understand dancing, you were really charming just now. Jiang Rao nodded without hesitation. I plan to perform this at the dance, what do you think? A hint of subtle shyness flashed in Don Nana's eyes. Dance? What dance? It's the welcome dance, don't you know? It's an annual tradition at Zhangcheng University. Our School of Arts is going to put on a show, and it's next week. Does Zhangcheng University still have this kind of dance? I really didn't know about this. Of course there are. After the show, the school will open up the hall as a dance floor. It's like a grand party. It's said that the best dancing couple will win a mysterious prize from the principal. Mysterious grand prize? Well, it's different every year. Last year it seemed to be a bottle of fine wine that the principal had collected for many years. It was worth a lot of money. Damn, that sounds good. Legend has it that the president of Jiangcheng University is a top collector and has collected many treasures that cannot be bought with money. These must be good stuff coming out of his hands. And this is equivalent to free stuff. Wow, I am a little tempted. Nana, you're so amazing. Maybe you'll win the grand prize this year. I'm not interested in the mysterious reward. There will be many veterans in the art world attending the ball. If I'm lucky enough to be noticed, I can become a disciple of these big guys. Even so, it doesn't conflict with competing for the grand prize, right? Maybe winning the championship will attract even more attention from the big guys. Of course I know this, but I'm still not sure whether I want to attend the dance later. Why? You're not even going to participate in this? Because, I don't have a dance partner yet. Don Nana said in a low voice. Ah, well. But Nana-san, with your qualifications, you'll definitely never be short of a dance partner. Zhang Rao didn't expect that the beautiful schoolgirl Tang Nana would be without a dance partner. Let's not talk about me for now. You are not planning to participate? Although the reward is very tempting, I'd better forget it because of my uncoordinated limbs. Zhang Rao recalled the embarrassing scene at the family gathering and shook his head silently. Isn't there still a week left? Tang Nana pursed her lips. If you want to participate, I can teach you the simplest ballroom dance. In fact, the ballroom dance used at the dance was taught by Zhang Rao by the etiquette teacher hired by his family before. However, he bribed the etiquette teacher directly in order to go out and have fun, but he still learned some basic dance steps. You know, Before Zhang Rao finished speaking, Tang Nana forcefully grabbed his arm. Stop talking nonsense and try it first. Most people don't have the opportunity to take my dance class. Humph, you guy, I will never give you the chance to reject me a second time. Zhang Rao was pulled to the center of the balcony by Tang Nana. The moonlight shone on the two of them, as if it were really a stage. Tang Nana placed her hand gently on Zhang Rao's shoulder, and held his hand with the other. Zhang Rao felt a little embarrassed and didn't know where to put his other hand. Zhang Rao, are you scared already? Her tone was provocative. Don Nana's palms were slightly hot, and her fingertips gently pressed on the back of his hands, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Damn it, you actually looked down on me. Who is scared? Zhang Rao simply put his arm around Don Nana's waist and placed his hand on her waist somewhat stiffly. The soft and slender waist was in his palm at this moment. Through the thin nightgown, Zhang Rao could feel the warmth of her skin. His heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and his palms were slightly sweaty. Tang Nana's body trembled slightly, but her face showed no sign of emotion. She just whispered, "Why are you suddenly so forceful?" Hearing this, Zhang Rao relaxed his strength slightly and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Tang Nana rolled her eyes at him and said, What's there to be nervous about? Just follow my pace. As she spoke, she began to move her feet gently, guiding Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao tried hard to recall the ballroom dance he had learned before and cooperated with Tang Nana. She began to hum a melody, her voice soft and melodious, like the whisper of a nightingale. Although Zhang Rao's movements seemed clumsy, he had a strong sense of rhythm and was basically able to keep to the tune. Tang Nana was slightly surprised and continued to lead his body to dance. Zhang Rao kept looking at her toes, trying not to step on her while keeping up with the rhythm. Tang Nana stared at Zhang Rao's eyes with burning eyes. Her long hair fluttered gently as she danced, and the ends of her hair occasionally brushed across her cheeks, bringing a slightly itchy feeling. The two figures were reflected on the tiles beside them, and Zhang Rao and Tang Nana's dance steps gradually became synchronized. A quarter of an hour later, as the moon was obscured by dark clouds, the two slowly stopped and let go of each other. Well, not bad, much better than I thought. You are actually very suitable for dancing waltz. Don Nana said softly, tucking her hair behind her ears. It's really not easy to dance well, but it actually feels pretty good. I just feel a little tired afterward. That's because you haven't completely relaxed. People should enjoy themselves while dancing. I was afraid of stepping on you. But Nana-san is really amazing. She can dance so gracefully and calmly even with me in tow. Okay, I know you are tired. Go back to sleep. I'll stay outside for a while. Don Nana gently pushed his chest. Zhang Rao returned to the bed. He Lingling was sleeping soundly, but her sleeping posture was a little too unrestrained. A slender leg was placed across Zhang Rao's quilt, and the arm was casually placed on Zhang Rao's side, revealing a large area of fair skin. The collar of her pajamas was slightly open, revealing her deep cleavage. Zhang Rao took a glance and immediately felt his face getting hot. This woman really has no guard against people at all. Fortunately, I am a gentleman. He carefully moved He Lingling's legs and arms away, trying not to wake her, and then lay down quietly. However, the scene of dancing with Tang Nana just now kept replaying in his mind, and Zhang Rao's heart was still beating a little fast. A freshman dance? It would be nice if Donna could really be my dance partner. Oh, what am I thinking? Don Nana is the sexiest campus beauty. This dance is so important to her. I shouldn't have the chance to be her dance partner. Forget it, I'd better go to bed early. I have classes tomorrow morning. Chapter 36. Hello everyone, my name is Tu Lingwang. When I woke up, He Lingling was nowhere to be seen. I guess she went to class. Zhang Rao slowly got out of bed. Su Yaoyao was sitting blankly beside the bed with lifeless eyes. Classmate Yaoyao, are you okay? Zhang Rao asked tentatively. Su Yaoyao acted as if she didn't hear anything, her eyes still dull. It's over, it's over. Could it be that she got hit on the head yesterday and became stupid? Classmate Yaoyao? Ah. Zhang Rao waved his hand in front of her again. Su Yaoyao was startled and then reacted. Classmate Yaoyao, do you still remember who I am? Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? You're suddenly saying strange things. Su Yaoyao blushed and whispered. It looked like nothing serious, and Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, I'm really sorry. I should have asked you to stand a little further back. No, it was my own carelessness, and thank you for carrying me back. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. Su Jingjing also sat up from the bed in a daze. It's over. I accidentally fell asleep. Hey, why am I in the dormitory? Su Jingjing rubbed her head, trying to recall what happened yesterday. Suddenly, she saw Su Yaoyao and Zhang Rao in front of her, and she seemed to understand something. Zhang Rao, were you the one who brought me back? Zhang Rao sighed helplessly and told her what happened yesterday. Su Jingjing was stunned when she heard this, but when she heard that she had knocked Su Yaoyao unconscious, her face was full of guilt. She hurried to Su Yaoyao and held her hand. I'm sorry. Sister Yaoyao, I really didn't mean it. I. Su Yaoyao looked at Su Jingjing's anxious expression, smiled gently, and patted the back of her hand. It's okay, Jingjing, I know you didn't mean it. In fact, it's all thanks to classmate Jiang who found you. Actually, you don't have to come out to find me. I can protect myself. Su Jingjing heard Su Yaoyao's words and answered seriously, the guilt on her face still not dissipated. She turned her head to look at Zhang Rao with a complicated look. She really wanted to know what happened between Long Outyan and Zhang Rao yesterday. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything else. But why are you sleeping with a knife? It's scary. Su Jingjing muttered softly, weapons are the ninja's companions. It's hard to explain it to you ordinary people. No, where is my knife? Su Jingjing stood up anxiously and hit her head on the bed again, but she ignored the pain and ran to the door in a hurry. Zhang Rao held her back and scratched his head awkwardly. Classmate Jingjing, I think I kicked your knife away. Zhang Rao and Su Yaoyao came to the school swimming pool together, and Su Jingjing followed them in a daze. Jingjing, Sister Yaoyao, you are here. Bai Tian waved to the three of them. Bai Tian has changed into a swimsuit and put on a pink jacket on the outside, revealing only a pair of beautiful legs. She looks youthful and sweet. Oh my god, what great legs! Zhang Rao's eyes widened. The hem of the pink coat just covered her thighs, making her legs look even longer and longer. She saw Zhang Rao staring at her legs and even turning around deliberately, feeling secretly proud of herself. Xiao Raozi, is there something on my leg? Bai Tian said coquettishly, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Obviously she was very satisfied with Zhang Rao's reaction. No, these floor tiles are quite white. Zhang Rao pretended to look at the tiles by the swimming pool. As it is located in the largest coastal city in southern China, Jiangqing University's swimming team has always been a well-known feature, and it has won the first and second place in the national lead youth group almost every year. Even ordinary students have swimming lessons every 2 weeks. It is an important compulsory course and is taught by retired professional athletes. As a native of Jiangqing, Zhang Rao's swimming skills are naturally not bad, so he doesn't feel any pressure for this course. However, it is also nice to be able to appreciate the scenery during class. Zhang Rao looked around but didn't see Long Outyan. It seemed that what his second uncle said was true. Long Outyan was really injured. Now that Long Outyan is away, we can finally have 2 days of peace. 10 minutes later, Su Yaoyao and Su Jingjing also changed into their swimsuits and walked out of the locker room. Although both of their swimsuits are relatively conservative, they are still eye-catching. The three school beauties standing among the girls seemed to be glowing, causing the boys gathered here to become restless. Mr. Jiang, you seem to be very familiar with Campus Bell Bai and the others? Several boys nearby came over. Ahem, it's okay. Just an acquaintance. Zhang Rao looked at the few people. Almost all of them were rich second generations from Jiangcheng. They were all old acquaintances. At this time, a strong man nearly 2 meters tall appeared at the entrance of the swimming pool, squinting his eyes and looking at everyone. Su Jingjing noticed him at a glance and became alert instantly. This person has the aura of chakra and is definitely not an ordinary person. The strong man felt Su Jingjing's gaze. Well, water attribute chakra, this must be the young master's bodyguard. The young master must be here too. I will find a chance to meet up with the young master and the others later, and then I will be officially recruited. Haha, after being in the branch for so long, I finally made it. The young master of the Long family is a rich man. As long as you follow the young master, do you still have to worry about not making money in the future? The Earth Spirit King thought proudly. Thinking of this, King Tu Ling looked at Su Jingjing with a more eager gaze. Seeing this, Su Jingjing frowned even more tightly and subconsciously leaned towards the pillar next to her. She was still injured, but if she had to take action, she would definitely not be timid. Jingjing, are you okay? Su Yaoyao looked at Su Jingjing with concern. Could he have caught a cold sleeping outside last night? Bai Tian also looked worried. I'm fine. Sister Yaoyao and Tian are good people, they cannot be hurt. Su Jingjing said silently in her heart. Everyone, please be quiet, someone walked over from the Tuliang dynasty swimming pool. Everyone stopped moving, and Tu Ling Wang smiled innocently. Hello everyone, my name is Tu Ling Wang, and I'm the new swimming coach at our school. What the hell is Earth Spirit King? What a funny name. Zhang Rao complained quietly. They actually changed coaches. I thought the last coach taught pretty well. Several students discussed. The class bell rang, and King Tu Ling was thinking about how to call Su Jingjing out and ask her to introduce him to the young master. Okay, everyone, disperse. The Earth Spirit King had sneaked in originally and couldn't swim at all, let alone teach them. The Physical Education Committee member stood up and quietly reminded him, Teacher, why don't you say a few words about swimming? The Earth Spirit King looked embarrassed, but he cleared his throat and said, Well, since you asked me to say a few words, I'll say a few words. I've thought about it and decided to say these. I believe these are better than the others, so I'll just say these today. If you think these aren't comprehensive enough, you can add a few more in the future. What are you talking about? All the students present were confused, especially Su Jingjing. Her CPU was about to burn out, and she was counting on her fingers to figure out what the Earth Spirit King had said. Chapter 37 Teaching Observation. Bai Tian stretched out her little feet to test the water temperature in the swimming pool and frowned slightly. Oh, it's a little cold. Her pink toes tapped lightly in the water, splashing small water droplets that sparkled with crystal light under the light. As Bai Tian went into the water first, the girls also entered the pool one after another. The boys' side was more intense. Zhang Rao and a few of his buddies fell into the water while playing, splashing a lot of water. After swimming back and forth a few times, a boy seemed to notice something and swam over to them. Brothers, there's something wrong with this coach? What's wrong? Several people followed his gaze and looked at the Earth Spirit King, and found that he was stroking the stubble on his chin with one hand, staring straight at Su Jingjing at the edge of the swimming pool, and his expression became more and more obscene with each smile. Su Jingjing naturally knew that the Earth Spirit King had been secretly observing her, and her hand under the water had already clenched the kunai, ready to attack at any time. Oh my god, seeing that school beauty Su is smiling so obscenely, she must not be a good person. The young master of the Chen family said angrily. That's right, that look shows he's a pervert. Master Jiang, how about we? Zhang Rao shook his head without even thinking. Who is Su Jingjing? A ninja, a master of the Long family, so cruel. Even if King Tu Ling is really a pervert, if he dares to harass Su Jingjing, his life will be over. Besides, I have to stay away from everything related to Long Outyan now. Getting involved with these idiots is tantamount to seeking death. Mr. Jiang, this is not like you. Okay, if you are unwilling to protect the girls in our college, I can't just sit back and watch. Chen Lilong, the young master of the Chun family, was unwilling to miss this opportunity to show off. As they spoke, these people walked towards the Earth Spirit King aggressively. The Earth Spirit King was happily imagining that he would eat and drink with Long Outyen, and did not notice these aggressive rich second generations at all. Chen Lilong took the lead and slapped the Earth Spirit King on the shoulder. King Tu Ling was awakened by this and turned around to see Chen Lilong and others with unfriendly expressions. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his face very unhappy. What are you guys doing at the potion bar? Coach, our swimming skills are not very good. Please give us some guidance. They stood in front of the Earth Spirit King, blocking his view of the swimming pool. The Earth Spirit King frowned impatiently. He was already preoccupied with connecting with Su Jingjing, so he had no time to bother with these guys. What guidance? Can't you just swim on your own? Can't you see I'm busy? Chen Lilong persisted, deliberately moving to the side, once again blocking the Earth Spirit King's view of Su Jingjing. Coach, you're a professional. We beginners definitely need your guidance, otherwise, how can we improve? Several other wealthy second generations chimed in, their voices blaring, making the Earth Spirit King's head nearly explode. He was furious he had a mission to complete, so he didn't have the time to play with these little brats. Get out of here, everyone. Stop messing around. If you keep nagging, I'll fail you all. Chen Lilong actually got excited when he heard this. Oh, you're threatening us? You're unfit to be a coach? I think you're just a pervert. What's your intention in staring at our school beauty? When the Earth Spirit King heard this, his expression changed instantly. He didn't want to let such a trivial matter ruin his good fortune. Don't talk nonsense, kid. What did I see? I was just observing a normal teaching. Teaching observation? You've been observing me so hard that my eyes are almost popping out of my head. Are you kidding me? Another rich second generation couldn't help but retort. The Earth Spirit King was panicked. He subconsciously glanced at Su Jingjing, fearing that she would have a bad impression of him after hearing his words. You little bastards, stop spitting bloody words at me. Get out of here right now, or you'll be in trouble. Seeing the Earth Spirit King's expression, Chen Lilong and the others were even more certain that he had something to hide. Instead of retreating, they surrounded him even tighter. What? Are you angry because we hit the nail on the head? You must explain yourself today, or this matter will not end. The Earth Spirit King was anxious and angry. He knew he couldn't waste too much time on these guys, but he was entangled by them and couldn't get away. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and decided to calm these guys down first. Okay, don't you want guidance? Then follow me. The Earth Spirit King suppressed his anger and said calmly. Chen Lilong and the others exchanged glances, believing the Earth Spirit King had surrendered, and smugly followed him. The Earth Spirit King led them to an empty indoor pool. While they were not paying attention, he suddenly reached out and gave Chen Lilong a push, leaving him defenseless and falling into the water with a plop. The other second generation rich were stunned upon seeing this. You, what are you doing? One of the rich second generations pointed at the Earth Spirit King angrily. The Earth Spirit King sneered, How dare you provoke me, you ignorant creatures? I'll teach you a lesson today. Chen Lilong, who had fallen into the water, struggled to stand up, choking on the water several times. He roared angrily, You bastard, how dare you attack me? Brothers, come on, teach him a lesson. The other rich second generations hesitated for a moment, then charged towards the Earth Spirit King. Even if the Earth Spirit King used only physical skills, it would be more than enough to deal with these pampered rich second generations. He dodged their attacks with ease, then raised his legs and kicked them one by one into the water. Humph, you don't know your own limitations. The Earth Spirit King clapped his hands and looked at the people struggling in the water with disdain. Chen Lilong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and felt that he had lost all face. The reason he dared to stand up was because he was the grandson of Chen Lihong, chairman of the board of directors of Jiangcheng University. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in school? Suddenly, he pulled off the necklace on his chest in the water, and it turned out to be a miniature dagger. Chen Lilong jumped out of the water and stabbed the Earth Spirit King in the waist with his sword. The Earth Spirit King was caught off guard by his sudden attack and his eyes widened. Chen Lilong succeeded in his attack, and the corners of his mouth rose up, revealing a smug grin, but the next second, his smile froze instantly. The dagger that was stuck in the Earth Spirit King's waist stopped. No matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate it any further, nor could he pull it out. It was as if it was welded to the Earth Spirit King's body. Chen Lilong was horrified to find that the Earth Spirit King's body from the waist to the abdomen had turned into stone. King Tu Ling looked at Chen Lilong with a ferocious smile on his face. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Lilong's neck. Chen Lilong struggled desperately, but was thrown out and fell against the wall, unconscious. The other rich second generations were so scared that their faces turned pale in the water. They never imagined that this seemingly ordinary coach was actually a monster. "You dare to attack me? I'll show you how I'm going to crush you, trash." The Earth Spirit King roared as he walked towards the people in the pool step by step. He originally wanted to quietly join the young master's army, but he didn't expect these trash to force him to take action, and even forced him to use ninjutsu, exposing his identity as a ninja. The Earth Spirit King formed a seal with an earth spike and pulled a boy out of the water. Next, he had to kill everyone in the pool before he could continue hiding. "Coach 2, stop it." Zhang Rao kicked open the door of the indoor swimming pool. Chapter 38: The Man with 7 Scars. Zhang Rao's loud shout made the Earth Spirit King pause. He turned around and saw Zhang Rao standing at the door with a serious face. "Another small fry. Looks like we're going to go on a killing spree today." The Earth Spirit King shook his head and said. Zhang Rao was actually very panicked. When he saw the Earth Spirit King calling them away, he had a bad feeling and followed him quietly. Unexpectedly, the Earth Spirit King was also a ninja, and he wanted to kill Chen Lilong and the others. Although Zhang Rao didn't know what he wanted to do, he couldn't bear to see his friends in danger. "King Tu Ling, as a coach, you hit a student. If this gets out, do you think you can still stay in this school?" Zhang Rao tried to intimidate him with school rules. The Earth Spirit King sneered, "Humph, by the time I'm done with you, no one will know what happened." "There is no other way, I can only use that trick." Suddenly, King Tu Ling noticed that Zhang Rao's eyes changed suddenly. After the lesson just now, he became more vigilant and did not dare to act rashly. Zhang Rao slowly took off his coat and said word by word, "When I came out this time, my family specifically told me not to cause trouble. To be on the safe side, they sealed my power." Zhang Rao took a step forward, raising some dust. The Earth Spirit King was immediately horrified. "Are you saying that the clothes you are wearing are the seal?" "The seal has been removed. Let me show you my fist of the North Star." As soon as these words were spoken, the sunlight outside the window seemed to become even brighter. "It's over." It sounds like the power of this move is simply devastating. King Tu Ling subconsciously took a step back. Zhang Rao clenched his fists and said sullenly, "I am the legendary man with 7 scars. "A man with 7 scars? Does he really think that even the 5 of us Spirit Kings bundled together wouldn't be enough for him to beat?" A look of fear appeared on the face of the Earth Spirit King. "Is there really a fist of the North Star?" "Of course not. If Zhang Rao really knew the fist of the North Star, he would have killed the Earth Spirit King just now. This kind of thing can only be supported by the style of painting. You guys, hurry up and take Chen Lilong away. Ahem, you only have 10 minutes left." Seeing this, the people behind him quickly lifted up the unconscious Chen Lilong and ran towards the door. "Run, Master Jiang has been exposed." So that's how it is, the Earth Spirit King finally reacted and immediately formed a seal. Earth Escape, Rock Pillar Prison. Chen Lilong and others were blocked by the stone pillars rising from the ground. Then the Earth Spirit King snorted and threw out a huge clod of earth, knocking them to the ground. No, this is too exaggerated. Although the body of the Earth Spirit King was huge, his speed was incredibly fast. Before Zhang Rao could react, the Earth Spirit King rushed to him. "Boy, you'd better really have the fist of the North Star." The Earth Spirit King sneered and punched out. Grass. Zhang Rao had no way to retreat, so he gritted his teeth and fought back with a punch. There was a sharp numbness in his arm, and the huge impact made Zhang Rao sit down on the ground. What a terrifying force, is this the power of a ninja? Ha! Where's the Earth Spirit King? When he looked up again, the Earth Spirit King had flown far away, his entire body embedded in the wall beside him. Dust was flying, and there was a huge fist mark on the wall. The right chest of the Earth Spirit King had collapsed, he was spitting blood from his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. At this time, Su Jingjing gently landed beside Zhang Rao, shot out a shuriken to smash the stone pillar that was pressing on other people, and held a kunai in one hand to protect her chest. "Classmate Jingjing, you came just in time." Zhang Rao hugged Su Jingjing's thigh excitedly. "It has nothing to do with me. You just knocked him away. Su Jingjing shook her head. This is what I did. Zhang Rao looked down at his hands, unable to believe that he had actually knocked the big guy flying. Could it be that the system is taking effect? When the dust cleared, the Earth Spirit King stood up shakily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He still has the fighting capacity. Su Jingjing had a few more shurikens in her other hand and stared at the Earth Spirit King. You. The Earth Spirit King's voice was hoarse. Jingjing, come on. Zhang Rao hid behind Su Jingjing and cheered her on. Let go of your hands first. Su Jingjing glared at Zhang Rao in shame and anger. Zhang Rao reluctantly let go of Su Jingjing's thigh. Su Jingjing took a deep breath, assumed a fighting stance, and the kunai in her hand flashed with a cold light. Just when Zhang Rao thought a big war was about to break out, the Earth Spirit King lowered his head and fell to his knees. King Tu-Ling knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, bowed his head, and said sincerely, "Young master, I was blind and did not recognize the great man. I offended you. Please forgive me." Ha! King Tu-Ling's words confused Zhang Rao, and Su Jingjing also turned her head to look at Zhang Rao in confusion. Do you know me? Zhang Rao stood up and looked at the Earth Spirit King in front of him. Young master, you are young and promising. Although I am only in a branch of the organization, your name is well known. However, I did not expect that your physical skills are so powerful. The Fist of the North Star you just used is truly a divine skill. The moment the Earth Spirit King saw Su Jingjing appear, he determined that the young man in front of him was Long Outyen. This was the only way to explain everything. Young Master Long was indeed a hidden talent, and he actually had such a deadly move. If he had not mobilized all the chakra in his body to defend against that punch, he would have died on the spot. That's not right. Isn't this Earth Spirit King a ninja? When did our Jiang family cultivate this kind of organization? Could it be that my second uncle arranged this for my safety? Seeing this, Su Jingjing also put away her kunai. So this ninja is Zhang Rao's man? Really, I was a little worried about him. If that's the case, then why did you attack my friend? What a misunderstanding, master. I didn't intend to attack them. I was just trying to get in touch with you, master. But these guys insisted that I was peeking at their school beauty. What should they do now? If this Earth Spirit King is really their man, then for Chen Lilong and the others, wouldn't it be equivalent to the Zhang family taking action against several other families in Zhongcheng? King Tu-Ling saw Zhang Rao looking at several rich second generations who were knocked unconscious, and hurried forward. Young master, don't worry. I was careful with my actions against these guys. No one will die. At most they will have to lie in bed for 3 to 5 days. King Tu-Ling explained with a smile on his face. Zhang Rao frowned, thinking to himself that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it would likely cause quite a stir. While the Zhang family wasn't afraid of trouble given their size, making enemies for no reason wasn't a good idea. Okay, get up. Zhang Rao waved his hand and tried to make his tone sound calm. No matter what, it was a good thing that his family arranged a master to be by his side. At least he could be a little tougher next time when facing Long Outyen. He just didn't know if this guy could beat Su Jingjing and Xin Xingqiu. Yes, young master, you are so magnanimous. The Earth Spirit King quickly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Zhang Rao and King Tu-Ling were both secretly delighted in their hearts. Zhang Rao was happy that he now had another person who could fight against Long Outyen, while King Tu-Ling foolishly thought that he had finally got the upper hand of Long Outyen. Su Jingjing looked at the two of them and fell into deep thought. Well, Zhang Rao's men came to find Zhang Rao, but Zhang Rao didn't know that his men came to find him, and Zhang Rao didn't know Zhang Rao's men. Zhang Rao's men were misunderstood by Zhang Rao's friends, so they beat Zhang Rao's friends. Now Zhang Rao's friends were knocked unconscious by Zhang Rao's men. Well, it's so complicated. No matter what, Su Jingjing knew that she didn't understand anything. She knew that she didn't know anything. She understood that she didn't understand anything. Since she didn't understand anything, she just needed to listen to people who understood. The young master was not here, and what she had to do now was to protect the young master's secret partner, Zhang Rao. Chapter 39 Zhang Rao's sister. Zhang Rao thought for a moment and felt that he couldn't let this incident cause a conflict between the families, otherwise it would be a big trouble. However, he still attached great importance to this master who suddenly appeared to work for him. Coach 2, since you have joined my team now, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. But you must remember, you are not allowed to attack my friends again. The Earth Spirit King nodded quickly and said respectfully, "Yes, Master, I will remember that." Zhang Rao walked over to Chen Lilong and the others and checked their injuries. He said to the Earth Spirit King, "Go take them to the infirmary and treat their wounds. When they wake up, apologize to them on my behalf. Come back to me after you've done that." The Earth Spirit King did not dare to disobey. After responding, he carried several people to the infirmary. Zhang Rao turned to look at Su Jingjing. "Classmate Jingjing, thanks to you for arriving in time today, otherwise Chen Lilong and the others would be in danger." Su Jingjing blushed slightly, turned her head away and said, "Humph, don't misunderstand me, I'm just worried that if something happens to you, the young master will blame me." "Are you afraid of Long Outyen?" Zhang Rao found that Su Jingjing seemed to be a little timid every time Long Outyen was mentioned. Su Jingjing bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, "Young master has been very unhappy recently. I don't want to make him angry." Zhang Rao's eyes were complicated. Su Jingjing didn't know that this Long Outyen was no longer the original young master of the Long family. Long Outyen's sudden change must be difficult for her to accept as she was a little slow-witted. "It's all my fault for being so stupid. If I were smarter, maybe I could help the young master," Su Jingjing said dejectedly. Zhang Rao's heart moved, and he suddenly grabbed Su Jingjing's hand and looked at her seriously. "You, what are you doing?" Su Jingjing's fair face turned red instantly. "Hold, sorry." Zhang Rao quickly let go of his hand. "I want to say that for a ninja as good as you, Jingjing, your master will be able to see your hard work one day." Su Jingjing was stunned when she heard this. She just stared at Zhang Rao blankly, and her face became even redder. Zhang Rao saw her staring at him and thought to himself, "Oh no. It's over." He got so excited that he suddenly took action. This woman already had a misunderstanding about me. If she suddenly lost her temper, I would be in real trouble. Let's go back and swim. It's the only session a week." Zhang Rao pretended to be calm and walked out the door first to return to the original indoor swimming pool. Su Jingjing came back to her senses. She didn't know why, but she could have easily broken free from Zhang Rao's hand, but for some reason she let him hold her hand. The two returned to the swimming pool, and Su Yaoyao and Bai Tian swam towards them after seeing them appear. "Jingjing, where did you two go just now?" Bai Tian asked curiously. Just now, well, the instructor wanted to talk to us too about something." Zhang Rao made up an excuse to get away with it. "I thought you were injured too." Su Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, Coach Tu just rushed Chen Lilong and the others to the infirmary. It seems that they have all fainted." Bai Tian continued. "Well, maybe the local coach accidentally let them overtrain, huh?" Zhang Rao poked Su Jingjing with his elbow. "Well, the local coach seems to be very strict." Su Jingjing answered in a low voice in cooperation. "Is that so? Then what should we do next time it's our group's turn?" Su Yaoyao's swimming skills were just barely passable, and she was still worried that she would fail the course. "Oh, Sister Yaoyao, I'm here. I learned to swim when I was in kindergarten. With my guidance, I guarantee you can pass the test easily," Bai Tian said to Su Yaoyao with a smile. In the afternoon, while everyone was together, Bai Tian took a few people to a renovated dress shop. "Why should I come along?" Zhang Rao asked helplessly as he looked at the women in the same formal dresses around him. "Xiao Raozi, this is our family's high-end dress brand. How can we go to the welcome ball without a gorgeous battle robe?" Bai Tian stared at Zhang Rao with a smile. "But the store is full of women's clothing, it has nothing to do with me." "That's not necessarily true." He Lingling and Bai Tian looked at each other, and malicious smiles appeared on their faces. "You, what are you going to do?" Zhang Rao took 2 steps back. Jingjing, Sister Nana, quickly catched Zhang Rao. Su Jingjing and Tang Nana held Zhang Rao's shoulders, and he sat down on the chair behind them. No. Zhang Rao watched Su Yaoyao approaching him with a skirt in her hand. "Don't struggle, Xiao Raozi, this skirt suits you very well." Bai Tian smiled evilly, took the skirt from Su Yaoyao's hand, and tried it on Zhang Rao. "You are seeking revenge for your personal gain." Zhang Rao had a look of despair on his face as he tried to break free from the grip of Su Jingjing and Tang Nana, but that was Su Jingjing, and she alone was enough to make Zhang Rao unable to move. "It's your fault that you live in the girls' dormitory. If you want to continue living with us, the only way is to make you our good sister." He Lingling was also fanning the flames, with her arms folded across her chest, looking like she was enjoying the show. Su Yaoyao looked at Jiang Rao with some reluctance, or, forget it, I don't think this is a good idea. But she handed over another hairpin. After playing and fooling around for an hour, 5 school beauties helped Jiang Rao change into a dress. No, to be more precise, it was 6 school beauties. After putting on makeup, Jiang Rao stood among several beauties and was not inferior to them. The lavender dress looked particularly suitable for Jiang Rao. His body proportions were already very good, and the slim-fitting dress outlined his waistline just right. However, his frame was relatively large, so the dress was a bit tight. Bai Tian also thoughtfully prepared a double tail wig for him. His cheeks were slightly red because of his struggle and shyness just now, and he looked particularly charming. Oh, I didn't expect that Jiang Rao's skin is so good. I'm a little envious. He Lingling said as she pinched Jiang Rao's face. Stop pinching me. Jiang Rao's face flushed red, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. You guys are going too far, woo-woo. Hee, Sister Jiang Rao is so pretty, not much less beautiful than us girls. Bai Tian circled around Jiang Rao, her eyes turning into crescents when she smiled. Tang Nana couldn't help but chuckle and said, indeed, if I go out like this, I'm sure I'll charm a lot of boys. Su Jingjing looked at Jiang Rao in his women's clothing, her lips curled up slightly, revealing a rare smile. Su Yaoyao said a little embarrassedly, actually, Jiang is quite cute like this. Jiang Rao looked at himself in the mirror and swallowed. You know what, I'm actually quite pretty. But Jiang Rao quickly realized that he had accepted his appearance in women's clothing, which was not acceptable. His face flushed, and he tried to pull off his wig and skirt. Stop it, Xiao Rousey. You finally dressed up so beautifully, just keep it up for a while. Bai Tian hurriedly stopped him. At this moment, Jiang Rao saw a girl dressed as a high school student walking into the store from the mirror. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Jiang Rao was almost scared to death. How could it be her? He was doomed. Chapter 40 I am Jiang Rao's girlfriend. The girl has a slender figure, and her black shoulder-length hair makes her look playful and neat. Her bright almond-shaped eyes are very eye-catching. Although she is wearing an ordinary JK uniform, the temperament she exudes shows that she is not a girl from an ordinary family. Seeing a customer coming, Bai Tian personally went over to greet the girl. Sister, are you here to pick up the dress you reserved? Or is this your first time ordering one? The Starry Sky couture piece from a month ago. The girl said lightly and sat down on the leather sofa beside her and waited. Go and get it for this customer. Bai Tian instructed a clerk to help the girl get the clothes, and then ran back to continue to bother Jiang Rao. The girl picked up the teacup and took a sip, then glanced at the few people. Why were there so many people coming to the store today? And why did the girl on the chair look weird? Jiang Rao was extremely panicked at this moment. He tried to turn his back to the girl, praying that she would not recognize him. But the girl's eyes seemed to have a magical power, and they would glance towards him from time to time. Sister Jiang Rao, don't move. It will be perfect if you add a necklace. Bai Tian took an exquisite necklace and was about to put it around Jiang Rao's neck. Jiang Rao didn't want to attract the girl's attention, so he just shook his head desperately, but Bai Tian refused to give up and continued to fiddle with it with great interest. At this time, the clerk came over with the Starry Sky haute couture dress and handed it to the girl carefully. Dear VIP lady, this is your custom-made dress. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied. The girl stood up, unfolded her dress, and examined it carefully, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. The moment she raised her head, her eyes swept towards Jiang Rao again, this time her eyes fixed, with a puzzled expression. She frowned slightly, put down the dress in her hand, and slowly walked towards Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao's heart was in his throat, and he could feel the girl's gaze on him like a thorn in his back. You. The girl stood in front of Jiang Rao, looking him up and down, as if trying to confirm something. Jiang Rao lowered his head, trying to hide his face with his twin ponytails, and said in a trembling voice, You've got the wrong person. I'm not who you think I am. Bai Tian and others noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and looked at the girl and Jiang Rao with puzzled expressions on their faces. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ash, Jiang Rao. The girl snorted coldly and reached out to pull off Jiang Rao's wig. How come you, the eldest son of the Jiang family, are dressed like this? Ah! Jiang Rao exclaimed, No. Hey, Master Jiang, now you don't plan to be a jerk anymore, you're going to be Nan Liang instead. Jiang Rao looked embarrassed and tried to cover his face with his hands, but the girl ruthlessly slapped them away. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you touching me right away? Seeing this, Don Nana stretched out her hand and stood between the two of them. The girl raised her eyebrows slightly, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Who are you? Mind your own business, I haven't settled the accounts with him yet. When I looked up and saw Don Nana with her arms folded and staring at me coldly, I was a little scared for a moment. Damn, why are this woman's breasts so big? The shadow cast by Donna covered half of her face. The girl was about to speak when He Lingling came over and said, "Little sister, it seems like you are very familiar with our Jiang Rao sister. Why don't you tell us about it?" The girl looked at the two numerical freaks and softened her voice. She hid behind Jiang Rao and subconsciously grabbed his skirt. You, don't go too far. He Lingling looked at the girl and couldn't help laughing. Oh, she was so fierce just now, how come she's scared now? Seeing that the atmosphere on both sides was a bit tense, Jiang Rao quickly stood up, protected the girl behind her skirt and explained. Ahem, everyone calm down first. Yeah, these sisters are not bad people, they are all my roommates. Roommate? Wait, you mean, you live together? Yaya looked in disbelief at the five beauties with very different styles in front of her, as well as Jiang Rao who was wearing a dress and twin ponytails. She couldn't wrap her head around it for a moment and her mouth opened wide. This is arranged by the school, there's nothing we can do about it. Su Yaoyao said with a red face. Is this why you became Nan Liang? Yaya's gaze switched back and forth between Jiang Rao and the five school beauties. Finally, she shouted in shame and anger, Jiang Rao, you've fallen. Yaya, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you see. How can you be worthy of the Jiang family and me? Yaya kept hitting Jiang Rao's back. Xiao Raozi, what is your relationship with this girl? Tian couldn't help but ask. While being beaten, Jiang Rao replied, Yaya, she is. Yaya stopped what she was doing, pulled Jiang Rao's arm away, puffed out her chest and looked at them. Who am I? I'm Jiang Rao's girlfriend. Ha! When Yaya said, I'm Jiang Rao's girlfriend, everyone present was stunned. Tian, He Lingling, and the others stared at Yaya in shock, then turned their gaze to Jiang Rao, their eyes full of questioning. Jiang Rao, you. Tian pointed at Jiang Rao and couldn't speak for a long time. Tang Nana and He Lingling looked at each other. Yaya looked only about 15 or 16 years old. They didn't expect that she had this kind of relationship with Jiang Rao. Su Yaoyao also looked at the two of them with a complicated look in her eyes. But unexpectedly, the person who reacted the most was Su Jingjing, who had been silent before. Jiang Rao, you are a scumbag. How could you do such a thing? Today I will kill you for the young master. Su Jingjing picked up a clothes hanger beside her, her chest heaving violently with anger. Her thoughts were extremely clear at this moment. In her opinion, Jiang Rao was the young master's lover. Not to mention that he had fallen in love with someone else, she had to enforce justice on the fact that he had hooked up with an underage girl. She had to kill this pervert. No, brother Jiang Rao and I, no, sister Jiang Rao and I truly love each other. Yaya shouted to Su Jingjing with emotion, but her hands kept pushing Jiang Rao forward. A hint of cunning flashed under her seemingly heartbroken eyes. Oh, this girl is really trying to torture me to death. Jiang Rao held the hanger in Su Jingjing's hand with one hand, and lifted Yaya up by her collar. Jiang Yaya, have you had enough fun? Jiang Rao pretended to be fierce and stared at the girl who was lifted into the air. Jiang Yaya's face was puffed up like a small milk bag, and her arms kept flapping. Brother, let me go. Chapter 41. Can you take me with you? Jiang Rao took a lot of effort to explain to them that Jiang Yaya was Jiang Rao's cousin and was currently in her second year of high school at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and the tense atmosphere instantly eased. Tian and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and Su Jingjing also awkwardly put down the hanger in her hand. Jiang Yaya is the daughter of his second uncle Jiang Gaoshu. Jiang Gaoshu has no children, only Jiang Yaya, so he dotes on her especially. However, she also inherited Jiang Gaoshu's dark personality. Jiang Yaya felt unhappy when she saw Jiang Rao trying hard to explain his relationship with them. Humph, you, a scumbag, have revealed all my secrets, and you still haven't told me why you want to be a Nan Liang. Who wants to be Nan Liang? I was forced to do this. Jiang Rao picked up a tissue and wiped the lipstick off his mouth. Look at what you're saying. We just asked you to help us try on the clothes for the welcome ball. He Lingling bumped into Jiang Rao's shoulder with a half smile. Forced? I think you're enjoying it. Jiang Yeye curled her lips. Come to think of it, Jiang really has a talent for being a girl. Su Yaoyao chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Su Jingjing nodded vigorously, and had to admit that this look really suited Jiang Rao. I don't know if the young master will like it. Su Jingjing secretly took 2 photos and sent them to Long Outyan when no one was paying attention. Long Outyan had just woken up weakly from the hospital bed, and Xin Xingqiu was dozing off beside him. He picked up his phone and saw the photo Su Jingjing sent him. His eyes went dark and he fainted again. In the bathroom, Jiang Rao finally wiped off the makeup on his face and took off his wig. He said to Jiang Yeye, who was holding her skirt beside him, in a bad mood, "Don't say such nonsense outside in the future, especially if you say you are my girlfriend. It will be troublesome if others misunderstand you." "I don't care. You begged me before." I said, "Brother, you haven't been home for so long. Is it because you like other women? And you live with them? Is it because your sister can no longer satisfy your desires?" Jiang Yeye pretended to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. "What's going on? I already said we just live together." Jiang Rao scratched his head awkwardly. "And didn't we agree not to mention that? Hey, brother, you're shy. I really can't help you. Living with a woman with such big breasts, it's normal for you to forget about me, your girlfriend. I don't blame you." Jiang Rao felt helpless when he saw his sister who was acting like a drama queen. There was nothing he could do. He really couldn't be angry with the sister who grew up with him. Jiang Ye also knew that Jiang Rao was a paper tiger and it was easy to control him. "Brother. What do you want to do?" When Jiang Rao heard Jiang Ye's coquettish tone, he knew that nothing good was going to happen. She was probably up to something again. Jiang Ye's tone was filled with anticipation. "Can you take me with you to that welcome dance you mentioned just now?" Jiang Ye naturally knew about the welcome ball at Jiangcheng University. She would not miss the opportunity to meet bigwigs and all kinds of elites. More importantly, it was fun. Absolutely not. Jiang Rao rejected her decisively without even thinking. "Are you kidding? Taking you there? If it was someone else it would be fine, but the one who made this request was Jiang Ye, who started to make trouble for me as soon as we met. If I took her to the dance, there would be chaos. Just take me with you, brother, good brother, dear brother. I promise I will be very good and will never cause you any trouble." Jiang Ye hugged Jiang Rao's waist and looked up at him pitifully. "No, this matter is not negotiable. It is better to believe that the king of Camel Mountain will update 10 chapters a day than to believe her." Jiang Ye had already guessed that Jiang Rao would not easily agree to her request, so she immediately changed her expression. "Brother, are you afraid of those sisters?" "What am I afraid of? I haven't done anything wrong." Jiang Rao pretended to be calm. Jiang Ye smiled secretly when she saw Jiang Rao's expression. She knew this rubbish brother too well and had already guessed most of the situation. "Then I'll tell you sisters that when we were little, you cornered me and forced me to take off my pants so I could examine my body." "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think anyone will believe it?" "It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not, as long as my sisters believe it. Besides, I still have the photo of my brother dressed as a woman. I don't know what my uncle will think when he sees it. It's so hard to guess." Jiang Ye shook the phone in her hand with a wicked smile, turned around and skipped towards the door. No, Jiang Rao quickly grabbed her. "Can't I take you there? If my photos of myself wearing women's clothing were to get out, I could move to another planet to live." Hee, that's right. Jiang Ye smiled and took Jiang Rao's arm again. "I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, if no girl is willing to be your dance partner, it would be so embarrassing. Bringing my sister with me can also give you an extra backup. Anyway, I'm just going to join in the fun. I'll just be with Hize when the time comes." "Brother, how can you be so unambitious? I told you to stop hanging out with Hize. If you keep going like this, you'll become a rich second generation with lung fog like him. Or, are you wearing women's clothes and being Nan Liang just to impress Hize? Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. There's nothing wrong between Hize and me. Tisk, I've seen you two sleeping in the same bed before. But then again, are you really not interested in that mysterious grand prize? This is indeed very attractive, but there will definitely be a lot of competitors. As a half-baked brother like me, I'd better forget it." "That won't do," Jiang Ye said, hands on her hips, looking disappointed. Brother, don't forget, I've learned ballroom dancing for a few years. Even something as simple as social dancing is child's play. If we work together, maybe we can take home that mysterious grand prize. Okay, even if you are a good dancer, this welcome dance is an event for college students. Why would a high school student like you join in the fun? Jiang Rao still felt that it was not appropriate to take her there. Brother, stop making excuses. Aren't you just afraid that I'll embarrass you? Jiang Yaya pouted. I promise, I'll be a good boy and stay right beside you. I won't run around. Besides, having me here might even increase your chances of winning. Jiang Rao was so pestered by her that he could only sigh helplessly. All right, I really can't do anything about you. But you must keep your word, otherwise I won't let you go. That's fine, then. Oh, in that case, I'll have to order another custom dress. Jiang Rao saw Jiang Yaya staring at him intently and knew she was still trying to get him to drop gold coins. Take it. Just torture me less in the future. I knew you were the best, brother. Jiang Yaya took the bank card, jumped up, hugged Jiang Rao's neck and pecked him on the cheek. You, send me that photo. Jiang Rao said a little embarrassedly. Which one? Jiang Yaya tilted her head and blinked. It's a picture of me in women's clothing. Do you really have to tell me? Idiot. Chapter 42, Dirty Development. King Tu Ling stood on the rooftop, gazing at the setting sun with an extremely surging emotion in his heart. 15 years, a full 15 years. I've been working in the organization's branch for 15 years now, and today is finally my day to shine. Joining young Master Long is simply the best decision I've ever made. Although I, the Earth Spirit King, am the weakest among the 5 Spirit Kings, it seems that God has closed a door for me, but at the same time opened a window for me. Do you think that if the other Spirit Kings were to have such good luck as me? From today on, I will die for you. King Tu Ling clenched his fists, his eyes determined. He knew that if he could cling to Long Outyen, his future would be filled with wealth and glory. Thinking of this, King Tu Ling couldn't help but roar to the sky to express his lofty ambitions. Hey, comrades upstairs, don't be depressed. Nothing is impossible. 2 security guards at the bottom of the building shouted at the Earth Spirit King. The Earth Spirit King withdrew his foot awkwardly. What, uncle, you didn't send anyone to school? The phone slipped from his hand, and Jiang Rao's face was full of shock. So where did this Earth Spirit King come from? Wait, if this guy isn't mine, then isn't he still Long Outyen's subordinate? Host, stop guessing. The ninja from the Baju Shirlong family was defeated. The system's faint voice sounded from the ear. You damn system, how can you speak to yourself? Jiang Rao was startled, but quickly realized that he had clearly banned the system last time, so how could it still speak? Host, normally I don't have the authority to speak on my own, but this is a special case. The system's voice suddenly became serious. Host, your actions today were too reckless. Because of your actions, the world was almost destroyed. But I didn't do anything, stop accusing me. Host, just look at your head and you'll know. On my head? Jiang Rao raised his head and looked at the top of his head. Sure enough, a health bar suddenly appeared above his head, and it showed 75%. What is this? Host, do you still remember the punch the Earth Spirit King gave you today? Jiang Rao certainly remembered that he not only took a ninja's full-strength punch, but also knocked the opponent away. Yes, with his fighting power, how could he be knocked away by me? Have I really awakened the fist of the North Star? Jiang Rao looked at his right arm, which was no different from before. Of course, that's impossible, host. That punch could have killed you directly. You mean, the Earth Spirit King pretended to be knocked away by me? Jiang Rao felt a little confused. No, the real reason is that your fate is completely tied to the world. The world's defense system can help you withstand 4 fatal attacks. The way it resists is to amplify the opponent's attack by 2 times and then bounce it back. Wait, let me slow down for a moment. When Jiang Rao heard this, his stomach churned, because the system forcibly implanted in his mind the image of himself being smashed into a pulp by the Earth Spirit King's fist, and a smell of blood hit his face. Host, please cheer up. We just want to remind you that if you use up all 4 chances to save your life, you will still die. The world will have to wait for the next person to discover Long Outyen's identity as a reborn person. If Long Outyen successfully completes his mission during this process, the world will be completely closed. Completely shut down. That's right, completely shut down. Everything in this world, everything, everyone you know, including your parents, your sister, everything, will turn into nothingness. Every word from the system hit Zhang Rao's heart like a huge rock. Although he had been convincing himself not to pay attention to the system these days, everything that had happened around him recently made him realize that everything the system said was probably true. Then I just need to get rid of Long Outyin, then I can eliminate the threat to the world. Zhang Rao tentatively proposed a solution. Although you can do this, the events that have already occurred in the world are irreversible. In other words, if you kill Long Outyin, although you can eliminate the threat of Long Outyin, you will be subjected to crazy revenge from the unaware Long family, and even your family and everyone around you will be dragged into it. This is absolutely not what we want to see. Zhang Rao fell silent. He was just an ordinary person, and the heavy responsibility of saving the world suddenly fell on his shoulders, which was hard for him to accept. At this moment, he only regretted hiding in the storage room that day and regretted hearing Long Outyin's secret. If he didn't know these things, he would be more relaxed on the day the world closed. But host, if you can complete the system tasks, we will provide you with some prop cards to fight against the Reborn. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhang Rao just then remembered that he still had a flash card and a Rasengan experience card, and clapped his hands excitedly. Although he didn't know what they were used for, it was always good to have some means of counterattack. But the next sentence from the system made Zhang Rao's face fall again. Since you refused our assistance, the 2 cards have been destroyed. However, we have saved the sexy lingerie for you. If you need it now, you can simply use your mind to summon it. What the hell? I admit I was a little loud before. Can you please give the card back to me? The system is busy, please try again later. However, the only thing to be thankful for now is that Long Outyin doesn't know that he has a world defense system. He can take advantage of this information gap and develop slowly for a while. It won't be too late to confront Long Outyin head-on after he has accumulated enough cards. Damn it, damn Long Outyin, you've been in trouble for a long time. How dare you come and act wildly in my world? Wait until I grow up and see if I can't kill you. Zhang Rao, what are you mumbling about in there? Can you please wash faster? We still need to use the bathroom. He Lingling was yelling in dissatisfaction outside the bathroom door. Bai Tian was sitting on the bed, apparently playing with her cell phone, but in fact she was just fiddling with it aimlessly with one finger, her eyes constantly glancing towards the bathroom. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown with a neckline that was just the right size, faintly revealing her fair collarbone and a large area of snow-white skin. Today was the second time Zhang Rao slept with her. In order to prevent the embarrassing situation from happening last time, she bought this nightgown specially. Chapter 43 Tian, are you wearing clothes today? Zhang Rao looked at the ceiling and thought about countermeasures. Stopping Long Outyin is like hitting a rock with an egg for him now. His only chance now is to accumulate enough prop cards. He doesn't know how many masters like Su Jingjing and Tu Lingwang there are in the Long family, and he absolutely cannot confront him head-on. Let's wait and see. The first task given to me by the system is to win the championship at the welcome ball. This is too difficult. Study hard, kid, you will become stronger. Zhang Rao remembered the system's sarcastic remarks and became furious. He said it lightly, but this was Jiangcheng University, a gathering place for talents from all walks of life. It was not easy to win the championship. Just when Zhang Rao was having a headache, he turned around and found Bai Tian staring at him straight, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her slightly glowing eyes. Even though he was sleeping with her again, Zhang Rao didn't react at all. He said nothing as soon as he got into bed. He just stared at the ceiling in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. It seems that he doesn't take the last incident to heart at all. Could it be that to him, this kind of thing is nothing at all? Bai Tian couldn't sleep with her clothes on, and couldn't help but have random thoughts in her mind. Zhang Rao noticed her look and felt a little puzzled, not understanding why she was looking at him like that. Ahem. Zhang Rao pretended to cough twice, trying to make the atmosphere less awkward. But Bai Tian seemed not to hear and was still looking at him with a pout. Zhang Rao felt a little uneasy at the smell of Bai Tian. She was wrapped in a quilt and his breathing could be heard clearly. Bai Tian couldn't be naked tonight, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Rao's face turned red again. The erotic scene that day was still vivid in his mind, and now, the girl lying next to him was probably naked again, which inevitably made him feel a little hot. Tian, are you dressed today? Zhang Rao accidentally blurted out his true feelings, and immediately regretted it after he finished speaking. He wanted to slap himself twice. Bai Tian heard it clearly now, and after she realized what was happening, her face turned completely red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that she didn't expect Zhang Rao to say such a thing out of the blue. Zhang Rao, have you been thinking about this just now? You pervert. Bai Tian was so ashamed and angry that she pinched the tender flesh on Zhang Rao's waist and rotated it 45 degrees. Zhang Rao knew he was in the wrong, and even though it hurt so much from being pinched, he could only cover his mouth. Whoa whoa. Zhang Rao looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. It really makes me angry. You always act like an idiot and deliberately make me angry. Bai Tian angrily let go of his hand and turned her back to Zhang Rao, her chest heaving violently. She felt annoyed and angry, and at the same time, a hint of inexplicable panic. Zhang Rao rubbed the place on his waist where he was pinched and apologized. Tian, I was just afraid that it would be like last time. That's why I asked you. I really didn't mean that. Bai Tian still didn't turn around, but just muttered quietly, You look so serious, I thought you were thinking about something important, but it turns out you were thinking about these things. Zhang Rao secretly groaned in his heart. What he was thinking about was indeed a big thing, and it was a matter of life and death for the world. But he couldn't tell other people about this kind of thing directly. At this moment, he finally realized how much inner struggle and pain those tragic heroes in film and television works had. Classmate Tian, actually I have been thinking about the welcome dance. This dance is very important to me. Zhang Rao said after a moment of silence. Bai Tian turned her head slightly when she heard Zhang Rao's words, welcome dance? Sister Nana said you weren't very interested, right? Well, that mysterious grand prize is quite attractive to me, and it can also help me accumulate some connections for taking over the family business in the future. Zhang Rao answered vaguely. Winning the grand prize isn't that easy, Bai Tian snorted. It's said that the first place evaluation will be based on 3 aspects, the participants' dance coordination, the beauty of their dress, and their appearance. Only those who meet the highest standards in all 3 aspects will be qualified. Hiss. This does sound ridiculously difficult, but there is no other way. If you don't participate, you can't win the championship. If you can't win the championship, you won't get the system card rewards. Without cards, how can you fight against the reborn Long Outyan? Bai Tian glanced at Zhang Rao. In terms of appearance and temperament, he does have some resemblance to the eldest young master of the Zhang family. However, the most important thing at the welcome ball is young masters and daughters. So, in the end, the most important thing is the coordination of dance steps and an attractive enough dress. So, have you found a dance partner now? Bai Tian's voice suddenly weakened. Well, Yaya is very good at ballroom dancing and waltz. I plan to join her. Zhang Rao thought to himself that his sister Zhang Yaya would be a good dance partner. She had received the best etiquette lessons in Jiangcheng, just like himself, and she was much more serious in class than himself. He had also seen her ballroom dancing and felt that she was not inferior to Tang Nana, a professional dancer. It's just that my dance steps are really too lame. When I was dancing with Don Nana yesterday, I almost stepped on her feet several times. I see. But Yaya is still a high school student, right? Although she can participate in our school dance, I think it's better to go with the girls in the school. If we invite outsiders, our scores will drop a lot. Zhang Rao hesitated for a moment. He actually felt the same way, but he had no other choice. In fact, if his dance partner was Don Nana, his chances of winning would be much greater, but Don Nana would definitely choose a boy who was better at dancing as her dance partner. What do you think, Nana? When Bai Tian heard this, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Sister Nana is so popular, maybe someone else has already invited her. You should make other plans as soon as possible. Zhang Rao didn't hear the strangeness in Bai Tian's tone. Then what should we do? How about classmate Tian, you can be my dance partner, of course, if you want me to invite you. Zhang Rao said half-jokingly. Bai Tian's face suddenly turned red again. Who wanted you to invite me? Don't be so self-indulgent. I just think that you and Sister Nana are not a good match. Her style doesn't match yours. Then who do you think I should partner with? Zhang Rao continued to ask. Bai Tian rolled her eyes and said, how about, you invite Sister Yao Yao? Sister Yao Yao has a gentle personality, is a nice person, and is quite familiar with you. Maybe she will agree. It is true that Su Yao Yao has a good personality and is gentle, and she is indeed a good choice for a dance partner. Well, no matter who your dance partner is, since you're going to compete for the grand prize, little Rousey, I'll take care of the dress. I guarantee you'll stun the whole audience. Bai Tian couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement when she mentioned the dress. Zhang Rao looked at Bai Tian, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Although there were occasional minor frictions between the two of them, he had always been quite comfortable when he was with Bai Tian. He just wondered if she felt the same way. Chapter 44 Concrete Mixing Champion. The next morning. Are you serious? Tang Nana looked at Zhang Rao, who was looking serious, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Well, classmate Nana, please teach me how to dance again in the next few days, please. Zhang Rao said sincerely. Didn't you say you didn't want to join the dance that day? I suddenly want to go again, hee hee. Why should I help you, Zhang Rao? Let me tell you, I'm not the kind of person who will dance with you whenever you want and leave you aside when you don't want to. Tang Nana crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. I've never thought of it this way, Nana-san. You're a very good teacher. I felt very special when I danced with you last time. If you are willing, I would like to continue learning from you. Zhang Rao said without hesitation, looking directly into her beautiful eyes with a firm look. Okay, I get it. You don't have to get so close. Zhang Rao's face was so close that Tang Nana couldn't help but hold her breath, her heart beating like a drum. I promise you, just let me go. Zhang Rao then realized that he had grabbed Tang Nana's wrist in his excitement, so he quickly let go. Nana, I'm really happy that you're willing to help me. Since I've promised you, I will definitely teach you well. But don't be too happy too soon. There is less than a week left before the dance, so time is very tight. You must be serious every time. Tang Nana rubbed her wrist, which was red from being held by Zhang Rao. Also, what I hate most is men who give up halfway. You should understand what I mean, right? Of course, I will definitely not let you down, Teacher Nana. Zhang Rao answered enthusiastically. No, don't call me Teacher Nana, it sounds too embarrassing. Tang Nana's pretty face turned slightly red, and she glared at Zhang Rao lightly. Okay, Teacher Nana. Come to my dance studio at our art academy at 6 o'clock today. Tang Nana said this and quickly left the balcony and returned to the room. Okay, next it's time to deal with the Earth Spirit King. I have to calm him down first while he still thinks I am Long Out Yin. Zhang Rao took out his phone and sent a message to the Earth Spirit King. Come out and do something. Half an hour later, Zhang Rao and Tu Lingwang met in a private room of a high-end restaurant outside the school. King Tu Ling had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Zhang Rao, he immediately stepped forward respectfully and said, Master, you are here. Zhang Rao looked at the Earth Spirit King, secretly thinking of a countermeasure in his heart, but said calmly, Well, after you sent Chen Lilong and the others to the infirmary, how are the conditions? Master, they are all fine now, they just suffered some minor injuries. I have also apologized to them as you instructed. The Earth Spirit King lowered his head, his tone full of awe. That's good. Remember not to act rashly in school anymore. Zhang Rao nodded and spoke in a low voice. Yes, young master, I will remember it. King Tu Ling responded quickly, and he felt more and more in awe of Zhang Rao. After all, in his opinion, this young master in front of him was not only unfathomable in strength, but also so kind-hearted that he cared so much about a few ordinary students. Also, why did you suddenly come to this school to be a swimming coach? Zhang Rao decided to test the Earth Spirit King to see what he was planning. The Earth Spirit King was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then said truthfully, Young master, to be honest, I heard that you were here at the organization branch, and I wanted to follow you and work for you. That's why I tried to sneak into the school, thinking of finding a chance to get close to you. It's over, Zhang Rao's heart tightened. It was obvious that the Earth Spirit King was here to join Long Out Yin. Although he has always regarded me as the young master of the Long family, once the Earth Spirit King meets the real Long Out Yin, won't he be in trouble? No, we have to find a way to get this grandson away. Hey, King Earth Spirit, what is your current strength? Zhang Rao pretended to be nonchalant and fiddled with the spoon in his hand. The Earth Spirit King puffed out his chest slightly and said with a hint of pride, I am a humble general. I am currently at the peak of the 3rd level of Genin. I have Earth-attributed chakra and mainly practice taijutsu and Earth-style ninjutsu. I once won the concrete mixing competition in the organization's Zhengcheng branch. What the hell, concrete mixing competition champion? Is this title serious? But since she is a genin, she should not be a match for Su Jingjing. I seem to have heard her say before that she is a chunin. Jiang Rao frowned and snorted. I'm really not talented. With your ability, it's a waste of your talent to stay at Jiangqing University as a coach. Jiang Rao said with disdain, I think you should go back to the organization branch to continue your training. When your ability improves, then consider coming to work for me. When King Tu Ling heard this, he immediately became anxious. Young master, are you going to chase me away? I am loyal to you. It's not easy to get the chance to get close to you. I hope you will give me a chance. As he said that, King Tu Ling actually knelt down with a thump. Jiang Rao was a little embarrassed by his sudden action, and quickly lowered his voice and said, What are you doing? Get up quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. But the Earth Spirit King was unmoved, still kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of pleading. Young master, you don't know that I can't go back to the organization now. In order to win this opportunity, I have completely drawn a line with the organization, just to become your loyal warrior. Although I haven't reached the level of Chunin yet, I can guarantee that I will be able to break through within a year. Please don't chase me away, young master. The Earth Spirit King kowtowed continuously. King Tu Ling felt extremely guilty at the moment. In fact, only half of what he said just now was true. He had indeed completely left the organization now, but the real reason was not like this. After meeting Jiang Rao yesterday, King Tu Ling was completely arrogant. The organization called King Tu Ling late at night and sternly questioned him why he had disappeared. At that time, King Tu Ling naively thought that he was already a subordinate of young Master Long and would no longer have to endure the bullying in that crappy organization branch, so he cursed back fiercely. His curses were so dirty that they would not pass the review if he wrote them down. As a result, King Tu Ling never expected that he would be completely ignored by young Master Long today. Judging from his current situation, if he did not have Long Outyan's protection, he would only have death waiting for him. King Tu Ling cried and begged young Master Long in front of him to change his mind. He knew the organization's methods best and had dealt with traitors himself. If he was caught, he would definitely suffer the most cruel and perverted torture. When Jiang Rao heard what King Tu Ling said, his eyes lit up and he suddenly changed his mind. Since you want to stay by my side and be loyal to me so much, I will give you this opportunity, but my people must be loyal enough. Jiang Rao paused. King Tu Ling raised his head excitedly, with blood marks all over his forehead. Young master, don't worry, heaven and earth can bear witness to my loyalty to you. King Tu Ling's eyes were firm, as if he was swearing all his beliefs. First, you must sever all ties with your original organization. King Tu Ling smashed the phone to pieces without saying a word, and even crushed the phone card. At the same time, he crushed the carrier pigeon waiting outside the window to death with one palm. Jiang Rao looked at the Earth Spirit King's performance and nodded with satisfaction. I will give you a new phone. From today on, you can only contact me. Yes, I've made a note of it. There are 800,000 yuan in this card. Although it's not much, it should be enough for your expenses for the time being. Jiang Rao handed over another bank card with a casual look on his face. The Earth Spirit King looked at the card in disbelief, hesitant to take it with his hands. Why are you standing there? Take it. I, Long Outyan, never treat my subordinates unfairly. If you're dressed so poorly, don't say you're my subordinate when you go out. Chapter 45 I can't promise you. Why are you standing there? Take it. I, Long Outyan, never treat my subordinates unfairly. If you're dressed so poorly, don't say you're my subordinate when you go out. King Tu Ling was instantly moved to tears. He had just seen the young master beat up his friend in front of him yesterday, but the young master was not angry at all. After hearing about his predicament, he let go of the past and accepted him under his command. Not to mention that I didn't do anything for the young master, but I got such a huge sum of money, which is 800,000. I work like a slave in the organization, risking my life and escaping danger. All the work I do is on the edge of life and death, and I only earn a little bit every month. But with this kind of skills and this broad mind, it is enough for me to sell my life to the young master. King Tu Ling took the bank card with trembling hands, then knelt down again with a plop, banging his forehead heavily on the ground. He cried out, Young master, I cannot repay your kindness even if I die. From now on, my life is yours. I will go through fire and water for you, even if it means anything. Jiang Rao looked at the Earth Spirit King with a secret joy in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. Get up, and if you do your job well in the future, you will naturally benefit. However, you also know that my current identity cannot be exposed. You cannot act without my order on weekdays. Do you understand? I understand. Also, recently there's someone at school who's been using my identity to do evil things. From now on, if you see someone claiming to be the young master of the Long family, ignore them and just beat them up. Someone actually dared to impersonate the young master. Young master, don't worry. If I meet this guy, I will beat him until he spits shit. The Earth Spirit King gritted his teeth and waved his fist. I feel relieved with your words, but remember to wear a mask when you beat him up, and don't reveal your identity. I will follow the master's instructions. Tang Nana and Zhang Rao came out of the dance studio. I didn't expect you to be able to stick with it. Don Nana had changed out of her training clothes and was wearing a black long skirt. She was slightly sweating, and a few strands of hair were sticking to her white neck, adding a bit of sexiness. She was breathing slightly, her chest rising and falling with her breathing, and the full curve of her body was faintly visible under the black cloth. Zhang Rao took a quick look and it was huge. Really huge. Zhang Rao? Seeing that he was in a daze, Tang Nana called him again. Ah? Oh, yes, ha. Zhang Rao looked guilty. Seeing that Zhang Rao's answer was irrelevant, Tang Nana asked worriedly, you don't look too good. Are you tired? Although it's the first day, you seem to be in good shape, so I'll let you practice for a while longer. No, classmate Nana, I'm not tired. Zhang Rao waved his hands quickly, trying to divert his gaze from Tang Nana's seductive figure. I was just distracted just now, maybe I'm a little hungry. I'm hungry too, how about we eat something together? Okay. Zhang Rao agreed without hesitation. He would naturally not refuse to have dinner alone with Tang Nana. A breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness and dispelling some of the heat after dancing. After ordering, Tang Nana held her chin with both hands and looked at Zhang Rao with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Zhang Rao, why are you suddenly so obsessed with attending the welcome dance? I asked you before, but you didn't explain it clearly. Of course, it's for that mysterious grand prize. Actually, I'm also a collector. Zhang Rao decided to continue talking nonsense. I don't believe it. Don Nana's eyes were a little sharp. You must have other reasons that you haven't told me. No, why would you say that, Nana? Seeing his evasive gaze, Tang Nana became even more certain of her own thoughts, but she simply said expressionlessly, nothing. I just vaguely feel that you have a lot of secrets hidden within you. It might be an illusion. Yeah, it must be an illusion. I don't have any secrets. By the way, Nana, have you decided who to partner with for the rest of the dance? Zhang Rao asked, quickly changing the subject. Tang Nana glanced at him sideways, a sly look flashing in her eyes. Why? Are you concerned about this? Aren't you planning to be with Ye? Nana, how did you know that? Oh my god, why do I feel like Don Nana knows everything? Tang Nana shook her phone and said, Tian, tell me everything. Zhang Rao smiled awkwardly, I'm still considering Ye. After all, she's from another school, and I'm worried it will affect her grades. So, classmate Nana, can I invite you to be my dance partner? Zhang Rao took a deep breath and still mustered up the courage to ask. There is no other way, I must win the championship. At present, it seems that teaming up with Don Nana is the most likely to win the championship. If she can agree to it, the probability of me getting the prop card will be much greater. Tang Nana was slightly startled. She lowered her eyes and tapped the table lightly with her fingers, as if she was thinking about something. Sorry, Zhang Rao, I can't promise you. Tang Nana spoke slowly, then stood up and said lightly, I'm going to the bathroom. Zhang Rao looked at Tang Nana's departing back, his heart filled with disappointment. He never expected that Tang Nana would refuse so bluntly. At that moment, the soothing music in the restaurant seemed particularly harsh to his ears. Zhang Rao leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling with a look of despair, wondering what to do next. Without Tang Nana as a dance partner, winning the welcome dance would be much more difficult. Don Nana walked into the bathroom, looked at herself in the mirror, and couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Humph, Zhang Rao, who told you to refuse to be my boyfriend before? Now I will let you experience the feeling of being rejected. Chapter 46. Who is here called Long Outyen? Don Nana adjusted her bangs, took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and tried to make herself look calmer. She knew that she felt a little reluctant to reject Zhang Rao just now, but when she thought of the scene when Zhang Rao rejected her before, she couldn't help but want to take a small revenge. His attitude just now was quite sincere. If he really wanted the grand prize so much, it wouldn't be impossible for me to be his dance partner. No, how could I have unconsciously come up with the idea of agreeing to him? Tang Nana patted her cheeks, trying to sober herself up. What the hell am I thinking about? I should be preparing for the show, she muttered. At the same time, in a luxury box of a luxury hotel owned by the Jiang family. Are all the materials ready? Jiang Gaoshui adjusted his tie and asked the secretary beside him. Boss Jiang, everything has been sorted out. Once young Master Long arrives, we can start. Jiang Gaoshui raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Winning over Long Outyan is crucial to his and his second brother's plans. He heard through the grapevine that the Long family has considerable interest in Jiangqing's port business and is thinking of getting involved in it. This is the time when they need a handle. Isn't this perfect? The Long family has funds, and most of Jiangqing's ports are controlled by the Jiang family. As long as there is capital injection from the Long family, won't money flow into pockets in large quantities? But his cowardly elder brother Jiang Gaoqi has been clinging to the distribution rights of the port business and has not given the two brothers any chance to intervene. He also said that the Long family wants more than just the port. It is obvious that he is afraid that his rights will be diluted after the Long family joins the game. Jiang Gaoshui became angrier the more he thought about it, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Fortunately, he and his second brother still have 2 pieces of land in the port. This time, no matter what, they must reach a cooperation with Long Outyan to break Jiang Gaoqi's monopoly. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room. Jiang Gaoshui immediately calmed down and sat up straight. The secretary stood up to open the door, and Long Outyan walked in under the guidance of the waiter. Long Outyan looked slightly pale and walked with a slight limp. He walked into the room with the support of Su Jingjing and Xin Xingqiu. Young Master Long, it's an honor for us that you have the honor to come here. Jiang Gaoshui greeted him warmly with a smile on his face. He personally pulled out a chair for Long Outyan and inadvertently noticed the bandage wrapped around his buttocks. His expression instantly became complicated. Rumors have long circulated that the second young master of the Long family has some peculiar quirks, and seeing him today confirms them. It seems his claim of injury was merely a cover-up, and was he actually just indulging himself in excessive sexual activity? As expected of young Master Long, this method of seeking excitement is truly not something one would find in ordinary people. Long Outyan's anus was already in great pain, and seeing Jiang Gaoshui staring at his butt, he couldn't help but get furious. What the hell are you looking at, old man? Long Outyan suppressed his discomfort and glared at Jiang Gaoshui fiercely. His eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. Jiang Gaoshui noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly put away the meaningful expression on his face, cleared his throat, and smiled awkwardly. Young Master Long, please take a seat. The main reason I invited you here is to discuss cooperation with you. I believe that with the strength of the Long family and the foundation of our Jiang family in Jiangcheng, if we can join forces, it will definitely create a big stir in this port business. As Jiang Gaoshui spoke, he signaled his secretary to hand the prepared materials to Long Outyan. Long Outyan crossed his legs, picked out the earwax, and then flicked it out. Jiang Gaoshui's words went in one ear and out the other. Jiang Gaoshui wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued with a forced smile, Young Master Long, please take a look at this information. The 2 pieces of port land we own are in an excellent geographical location. With a little development, the profit margins are huge. If the Long family can invest in it, we can run it together. It will definitely be a profitable business. After cleaning out his earwax, Long Outyan started to pick his nose. After that, he flicked it out again, as if he didn't hear what Jiang Gaoshui was saying at all. Jiang Gaoshui was furious when he saw this. Damn, you little bastard, you don't take me seriously at all. Jiang Gaoshui wished he could stuff boogers into his mouth, but his face was still full of smiles. After all, the Long family behind Long Outyan is very powerful and is the key force for him and his second brother to overthrow his eldest brother Jiang Gaoqi. He has to be patient no matter what. Xin Xingqiu stood aside, watching Long Outyan's unreasonable behavior, feeling quite helpless. Long Yun Group attached great importance to this cooperation. This time, they specially asked her to come to Jiangcheng just to let her and Su Jingjing protect Long Outyan's negotiations and promote this cooperation. But as a close guard of the Long family, she could only stand by and worry, hoping that this was the young master's negotiation tactic. Su Jingjing looked serious, observing everything around her vigilantly. Young Master Long, what are your thoughts on this cooperation? Jiang Gaoshui asked tentatively, his eyes full of anticipation. Before his rebirth, Long Outyan was just a delivery boy who couldn't read a single word, let alone know anything about port business. At this moment, he was picking his nose to his heart's content, but was suddenly interrupted and looked very unhappy. Oh, it's all up to you. It's all up to you. You really have to make me come here. Long Outyen waved his hands impatiently. His mission was to capture a few campus beauties, which had nothing to do with these messy businesses. If Shin Qingqiu hadn't told him that the Long family required him to be present in person to discuss this business, Long Outyen wouldn't even bother to come. When Zhang Gaosui heard what Long Outyen said, he was delighted. It seemed that things had taken a turn for the better, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Young Master Long trusts me so much, so let's first draw up a preliminary cooperation plan. What do you think? As he spoke, he winked at his secretary, who immediately understood and began to take notes of the key points. Long Outyen was extremely annoyed and just wanted to get this over with quickly. Long Outyen twisted his seat impatiently, causing the wound on his butt to tug at the pain. He gasped in pain, but he forced himself to remain calm and said impatiently, Okay, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Gaosui instantly burst into laughter and quickly handed over the contract in his hand. Young Master Long is really straightforward. If you don't have any objections, just sign this contract first, and our cooperation will be officially finalized. Long Outyen frowned, took the contract and flipped through it casually. Those densely packed clauses were like a heavenly book in his eyes. Young Master, why don't you take another look at it? Don't sign it so hastily. What if there's a problem in the contract? Shin Qingqiu hurried forward and leaned close to Long Outyen's ear. Miss, you can rest assured about this. This is a win-win deal and the Long family will never suffer any loss. Zhang Gaosui said hurriedly, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. Hey, didn't you hear what the old guy said? It's a win-win deal. Master, this cooperation is very important. Oh, I know what's going on. He thought to himself that since the Long family was backing him up, he didn't care what the contract was, he would just sign it first. Just as he was about to sign his name on the contract, the door of the box was kicked open. Who here is called Long Outyen? Chapter 47 I'm not Long Outyen. The Earth Spirit King had a black stocking on his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. He held a mace in his hand and looked at the people in the room ferociously. Where did this savage come from? Don't you know where this is? Zhang Gaosui saw that Long Outyen was about to sign the document, and he was furious when he saw this evil guy coming out from nowhere to disrupt the situation. King Tu Ling had just received the money today and was extremely happy. He was just about to have a feast in this luxurious hotel when he saw a banner posted at the entrance of the hotel, warmly welcome Long Outyen, the second young master of the Long family, to discuss cooperation. Seeing the words Long Outyen, the Earth Spirit King instantly remembered Zhang Rao's instructions. Recently, there's someone in school who's been using my identity to commit crimes. From now on, if you see someone claiming to be the young master of the Long family, ignore them and just beat them up. King Tu Ling was just worried that he had no chance to repay the young master's kindness, and now the credit has been delivered to his doorstep, right? You are pretending to be a young master and trying to cheat people, right? Today I will beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Where's the security? Damn it, get this idiot out of here. King Tu Ling would never give Zhang Gaosui this opportunity. He threw the mace out and hit him hard on the head. Zhang Gaosui screamed and fell to the ground. The secretary was so scared that his face turned pale and he hid in the corner, trembling. Jingjing, protect the young master, I will deal with him. Shin Qingqiu attacked instantly, slashing at the neck of the Earth Spirit King with a knife. So fast. The Earth Spirit King was startled and instinctively leaned back to avoid the attack. Shin Qingqiu's knife was extremely sharp. The wind from the knife brushed past the Earth Spirit King's cheek, leaving a blood mark. After the Earth Spirit King reacted, he quickly formed a seal and shouted, Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, a thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking him and Shin Qingqiu. Shin Qingqiu's attack missed, and his brows furrowed slightly. Is it actually Earth Attribute Chakra? Both Su Jingjing and I have Water Attribute Chakra, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break his Earth Escape. Holding the dagger tightly in his hand, he walked around the earth wall looking for an opportunity to attack. Su Jingjing quickly protected Long Outyen behind her and stared at the Earth Spirit King vigilantly. She also quietly reached into her arms and grasped the kunai. King Tu Ling was also extremely shocked. This fake young master Long actually had such a powerful ninja by his side. If it weren't for his Earth attribute to restrain her, he would probably not be a match for this woman in front of him. And there was another person on the other side. Although I couldn't see her face clearly because she was wearing stockings on her head, I could tell she was very strong just from her standing posture. Long Outyen was terrified by this sudden turn of events. The wound on his butt was hurting badly, and he was sweating profusely. He hid with his secretary and cursed, "What the hell are you doing? Get rid of this lunatic." Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Su Jingjing seized the opportunity and quickly formed seals with her hands. A huge water dragon roared and flew out from her hands, slamming hard into the Earth Spirit King's earth wall. The immense force of the impact forced the Earth Spirit King back repeatedly, and cracks began to appear in the earthen wall. Seeing this, Xingqiu took advantage of the gap in the Earth Spirit King's defense, tapped the ground lightly with his toes, and like a ghost, he circumvented the earthen wall and stabbed the Earth Spirit King's chest with his short knife, which was imbued with water blades. The Earth Spirit King used earth walls to block the water blades while shouting at them, "If that Long Outyen is a man, get out here, you little bastards. Don't run away if you can. Who do you think the young master is? Our young master is right here. He will never run away." Su Jingjing pointed at Long Outyen standing beside her and shouted at the Earth Spirit King. King Tuling's eyes lit up. Isn't this the young master's guard? It turns out she's already infiltrated the enemy. Okay, that must be the fake young master, right? Leave it to me. Thank you for the reminder, young lady. I'm not Long Outyen, he is. Long Outyen was so scared that he peed his pants and quickly pointed at the secretary next to him. Of course you're not young Master Long. I knew you were an imposter. Now you admit it, ha ha ha. The Earth Spirit King knocked Xingqiu back with a palm strike, while shooting several earth balls of varying sizes at Long Outyen. Earth Escape, large rock ball technique. Master, be careful. Watch out for me. Su Jingjing flashed and pushed Long Outyen aside, then took out a kunai and smashed the small ball of earth in front of her. Phew, that was a close call. Are you okay, Master? Su Jingjing wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Long Outyen beside her. Unexpectedly, Su Jingjing's push directly pushed Long Outyen to the landing point of a larger earth ball. Ah! The dirt ball pressed down hard on Long Outyen, who screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was unable to move and could only scream at the top of his lungs, "Get this thing off me. It hurts me to death. Master, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to save you. Damn it, you stupid woman, do I need you to save me? I can easily knock a small dirt ball away with just one palm, and you insisted on pushing me here." Long Outyen was so angry that he almost fainted, and the wound on his buttocks seemed to be showing signs of breaking open. While fighting with Xingqiu, the Earth Spirit King couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he saw Su Jingjing's actions. Girl, well done. Xingqiu was extremely anxious. Although her cultivation level was slightly higher than that of the Earth Spirit King, she had no choice but to fight against him in the consumption of chakra because the Earth Spirit King's ability was too strong to restrain her water-style ninjutsu. Jingjing, take the young master away quickly. I'll cover your retreat. Well. Su Jingjing felt extremely guilty and quickly dug Long Outyen out of the pile of dirt. Su Jingjing struggled to pull Long Outyen out of the pile of dirt. Long Outyen grimaced in pain and cursed as he was half dragged and half pulled by Su Jingjing towards the door. Damn it, when I get out, I will tear this lunatic into pieces. Long Outyen said viciously, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead, his face turning ashen with pain and anger. The Earth Spirit King watched Su Jingjing drag Long Outyen away and nodded approvingly. As expected of the young master's bodyguard, he is smart. He can hold this woman back by himself so that she can take this fake young master to a deserted place to destroy the body. Su Jingjing shot out a flying rope and flew out of the window with Long Outyen. Looking at the face of the Earth Spirit King wearing stockings, which showed a satisfied look at her, she felt extremely confused. You useless thing, can't you hurry up? Long Outyen yelled at Su Jingjing. Su Jingjing bit her lip, feeling aggrieved, but the situation was critical at the moment, so she didn't bother to refute. She just carried Long Outyen on her back and fled into the distance, speeding up to escape from the building. Just as Long Outyen was about to curse a few more times, Su Jingjing carried him on her back and swung past a billboard on a building. Her head hit the iron frame hard, and she was bleeding instantly. Chapter 48 Master, please don't die. Just as Long Outyen was about to curse a few more times, Su Jingjing carried him on her back and swung past a billboard on a building. Her head hit the iron frame hard, and she was bleeding instantly. Master, it's all my fault. Su Jingjing was very sad. Not only did she fail to help the young master, but she also made the injury on his buttocks worse. You. Long Outyen covered his head weakly. Before he could finish his words, the rope on Su Jingjing's wrist suddenly broke with a bang, and the two of them fell straight down from mid-air next to the building. Long Outyan closed his eyes in despair during the free fall, with a look of despair on his face. Zhang Rao and Tang Nana came out of the restaurant and walked back to school. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the two of them, but the atmosphere was subtly awkward. Zhang Rao was silently communicating with the system in his mind. System, what do you think will happen if I don't win the dance? Host, can't you be more confident? We really trust you. Zhang Rao curled his lips, not buying into the system's encouragement. Don't give me that. Let's be serious. What are the consequences? Okay, since you, the host, insist so much, then I'll tell you. If you don't complete the task, you won't be able to get the item card, and the difficulty of the next task will increase significantly. The system's voice became serious. Zhang Rao's heart sank. Without the prop card, it would be even more difficult to fight against Long Outyan, and the increased difficulty of the mission would undoubtedly make the situation worse. If Tang Nana is unwilling to be his dance partner, he can only try with Yayet. If he just sits and waits for death, he will really have no chance. He was thinking about it when he suddenly heard Don Nana cough lightly. Zhang Rao came to his senses and realized that he had been immersed in the conversation with the system and completely ignored Tang Nana beside him. Tang Nana's mood was a little complicated. She originally thought that she would feel relieved after rejecting Zhang Rao, but seeing Zhang Rao not saying a word all the way, she felt a little uncomfortable. The moonlight poured down, outlining a soft silver edge around her. At this moment, she frowned slightly, and a look of wanting to say something but stopping flashed across her face. Zhang Rao secretly thought in his heart, Zhang Rao, oh Zhang Rao, you are too ungraceful. It is the other person's freedom to reject you. He didn't say a word all the way. Tang Nana must think that he is giving her a cold shoulder now. Thinking of this, he quickly smiled and said to Tang Nana, Nana, I was distracted just now. I'm really sorry. In fact, even if you don't become my dance partner, I am very grateful to you for teaching me to dance these days. Without your guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the dance party. The two were walking to a fruit stall at this time. Don Nana raised her eyes and met Zhang Rao's well-defined face with a pair of sincere eyes, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. Zhang Rao, actually I. Before Tang Nana could finish her words, her eyes suddenly widened and she looked up at Zhang Rao in horror. Host, please stretch out your hands. The system's voice suddenly rang in Zhang Rao's ears. Zhang Rao's heart suddenly tightened and he subconsciously stretched out his arms. Zhang Rao's arm sank, and a beautiful woman bounced on the ceiling of the fruit stall and fell directly into his arms. Zhang Rao subconsciously hugged the person in his arms, staggered 2 steps, steadied himself, and looked down. Su Jingjing? The next second, another black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and hit the fruit stall next to it with a bang. The fruit stall was smashed to pieces in an instant. Don Nana screamed in fright and quickly hid behind Zhang Rao, grabbing his arm, her face pale. Zhang Rao looked closely and found that it was Long Outyan. He was in a miserable state at the moment, with messy hair, clothes covered with dust and blood, and his face was bruised and purple. Especially the bandage on his buttocks, which was now soaked with blood and was particularly eye-catching. Save me. Long Outyan weakly raised his head and looked at Zhang Rao. When he saw that it was someone he knew, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Su Jingjing broke free from Zhang Rao's arms and picked at the fruit fragments on Long Outyan's body with a guilty look on her face. Master, I really didn't mean it. Long Outyan glared at Su Jingjing weakly and wanted to speak, but the pain was so severe that he could only let out a few weak moans. Zhang Rao looked at Su Jingjing, who was covered in dust, and Long Outyan, who was half dead from the fall, with a confused look on his face. What happened is... Another whoosh sound was heard in the sky, and another figure flew towards this side. Why the hell is there another one? Zhang Rao didn't have time to think about it and could only quickly get away. The person who came this time was Xin Xingqiu. She was holding a bloody broken knife in her hand and landed steadily in front of Long Outyan. Xin Xingqiu felt incredibly distressed upon seeing Long Outyan's miserable state. He quickly knelt down and dug himself in with Su Jingjing, tears welling up in his eyes. Master, it was my fault for letting the assassin get away. Su Jingjing couldn't stop crying. Master, I'm sorry, I really don't know why this happened. Then she grabbed Long Outyan's shoulders and shook him. Master, please don't die. Long Outyan was so shaken by Su Jingjing that he saw stars. The pain in the wound, coupled with the tearing sensation in his anus, almost made him faint. He shouted with his last bit of strength, Stop shaking, I'm not dead yet. Only then did Su Jingjing stop and sobbed. Long Outyin said in a weak yet pleading voice, Xingqiu, quickly send me to the hospital. I'm dying. If this continues, I'm really going to die here. Xingqiu nodded quickly, carefully helped Long Outyin up, and shouted to Su Jingjing, Jingjing, come and help us, let's take the young master to the hospital first. Su Jingjing quickly wiped away her tears and wanted to help Xingqiu to help Long Outyin. Long Outyan's expression instantly turned into a rage, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, Su Jingjing, stay away from me. Don't you think you've hurt me enough? Jiang Rao, I beg you, please take her away from me immediately. I owe you a favor. Su Jingjing froze in place, her hands suspended in mid-air, her eyes filled with tears again, feeling extremely aggrieved. Only then did Xingqiu realize that Jiang Rao was also standing beside her, and she felt relieved instantly. Although she didn't know why Long Outyin suddenly reacted so strongly to Su Jingjing, she didn't have time to think too much. She just said to Jiang Rao anxiously, young master Jiang, Jinger is a problem for you. I have to take the young master to the hospital quickly. After that, she half supported and half carried Long Outyin and hurried away. Jiang Rao looked at the receding backs of Xingqiu and Long Outyin, then looked at Su Jingjing who was crying beside him, and felt a little helpless for a moment. What on earth happened? Why did 3 people suddenly fall from the sky? Chapter 49 Jiang Rao, why don't we get a room? Tang Nana tugged at Jiang Rao's clothes, still feeling apprehensive, and whispered, Jiang Rao, what's going on? Jiang Rao himself was also confused. He didn't know what on earth Long Outyin was up to. The last time he saw him, wasn't he pretending to be cool and standing at the bottom of the dormitory building giving flowers? How could he be so miserable after such a short time? No, if I had just given him another blow, wouldn't the problem of the reborn person have been solved? Jiang Rao just had this thought and immediately shook his head. Su Jingjing and Xingqiu were right next to him. If he had stabbed Long Outyin to death just now, his head would have fallen to the ground the next second. Even if he had 3 famous swords, what if they stabbed him 4 times? Jiang Rao calmed himself down, turned to look at Su Jingjing, and asked softly, classmate Jingjing, what happened? Why did you fall from the sky? Su Jingjing raised her head, sobbing. Just as she was about to speak, she was choked by her own crying. She could only wipe her tears and snot while speaking incoherently. There was a weirdo wearing stockings who suddenly broke into the box, holding a mace and trying to hit the young master, so we started fighting with him. So the person lying on the ground just now was the Long Outyin that Tian mentioned before? Tang Nana was stunned when she heard this. She had always thought that Su Jingjing was just working at the Long family doing housework or something like that, but she didn't expect such a dangerous thing to happen. Su Jingjing nodded heavily and started crying again, it's all my fault. I didn't protect the young master well and even made him more injured. She sobbed softly, her shoulders heaving. Seeing this, Tang Nana hugged her with some heartache, patted Su Jingjing's back, and comforted her softly, Jingjing, this is not your fault. You have tried very hard to protect him. Sister Nana, woo-woo. Su Jingjing buried her face in Tang Nana's soft chest and sobbed. Under the moonlight, the Earth Spirit King leaned tiredly against the wall of a small alley. His back was covered with wounds, especially his kidneys where he had been stabbed more than a dozen times by Xingqiu. There were also 2 deep knife scars on his chest where the bones could be seen. He lit a cigarette tremblingly, took a deep puff, blew out a few smoke rings, and had a satisfied expression on his face. The Earth Spirit King recalled the fierce battle just now, his lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Although he had been badly beaten by the female ninja, it was all worth it to beat the crap out of that fake young Master Long. He touched the bank card in his pocket. The money given by the young master was still there, which made him feel a lot more at ease. That's fucking awesome. The Earth Spirit King took another deep drag on his cigarette, the sparks flickering in the darkness, illuminating his face, which was brimming with a somewhat maniacal smile. He recalled Long Outyan's agonizing scream when he was hit by the earth ball, and his miserable appearance. His laughter grew even more reckless, echoing in the quiet alley. You little bastard, you dare to pretend to be the young master, this is the end. King Tu Ling muttered. When he thought about how he had avenged the young master, he felt comfortable all over. Even though the wounds on his body hurt a lot, he didn't care at all. Jiang Rao and Tang Nana looked at each other awkwardly at the closed gate of Jiangcheng University. Su Jingjing lay on Jiang Rao's back, the tears on her face had dried. She was so sad and tired that she fell asleep unknowingly, and a faint snoring sound could be heard. It's past curfew time. How can we get in? Jiang Rao sighed helplessly and gently shook Su Jingjing on his back, trying to wake her up, but Su Jingjing just rubbed his back and fell into a deeper sleep. Jiang Rao, how about we get a room? Chapter 50. Jiang Rao, you're a big liar. Open the open. Jiang Rao thought he had misheard and looked at Tang Nana's eyes in disbelief. That's not what I meant. Don Nana immediately covered her red face, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Although Jiang Rao knew that Tang Nana simply wanted to find a place to spend the night, it was hard not to think that way when she said this at this time. Don Nana explained in a panic, gesturing with her hands in the air, what I mean is, find a hotel, book a room for Jingjing, let her have a good rest. You must not get the wrong idea. Her cheeks were hot, and the bright blush could be seen in the moonlight. Yes, I know. I just want to open a room for Jingjing to rest. No, there's no other meaning. Jiang Rao's face also turned red. But it's not that troublesome. We can actually go find Yaya. Yaya had a quarrel with my second uncle before, so she moved out alone. Why don't we just forget it? Tang Nana frowned slightly as she recalled the not-so-pleasant memories she had with Jiang Yaya in the dress shop. Jiang Rao actually has his own plans. Jiang Yaya is full of ideas and might be able to help him think of a way to win the welcome dance without Tang Nana as his dance partner. Moreover, he also wanted to find an opportunity to practice with Jiang Yaya to develop mutual understanding. After Tang Nana's training, guidance, he has been reborn. After hearing Jiang Rao's thoughts, Tang Nana felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart, but she still smiled and said, okay, I believe you, Jiang Rao. In an antique room, a man in a black robe was playing with 2 jade balls in his hands. He picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip, looking relaxed and contented. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the room, and the man raised his eyelids to signal him to come in. A masked man came up to him with a serious expression and whispered something in his ear. What? After hearing this, veins popped up on the black-robed man's forehead, and the jade ball in his hand instantly turned to dust. The Earth Spirit King has rebelled. Not only that, he also injured young Master Long. Young Master Long's buttocks are already broken. The masked man looked at the furious man, cold sweat running down his forehead. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The man's voice rose a few notches. It's absolutely true. I personally went to the scene to investigate after receiving the news. Judging from the traces of the battle at the scene, it was indeed the work of the Earth Spirit King. The Earth Spirit King has indeed rebelled. The man paused, then said with a hint of grievance, and when he disappeared a few days ago, we called him. Not only did he scold us, he even cursed you, the leader, to give birth to a son without an anus. That's why we lost contact. The man suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed on the sofa behind him. He felt like the sky was falling. If this matter was not handled properly, he was afraid that his entire Jiangcheng branch would be affected. Asshole. Our organization has been so good to him, training him for so many years, spending so many resources, and even making him the Spirit King. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? He actually did something so stupid. Chief, the most urgent thing is to capture this traitor as soon as possible, otherwise we will not be able to bear the wrath of the higher-ups. The masked man quickly reminded him. Yes, hey, hurry up and call the Fire Spirit King to me. The leader stood up anxiously and gave orders to the masked man. Knock. Jiang Rao, your sister, isn't she asleep? Tang Nana asked in a low voice. That's not right. I clearly called her just now. As Jiang Rao spoke, he gently adjusted Su Jingjing's position on his back and then knocked hard on the apartment door. This time the door finally opened, but only a small gap was left, and then it closed again immediately. Jiang Rao looked at Jiang Yaya's actions and was a little confused for a moment. Jiang Rao was full of doubts. He knocked on the door again and shouted, "Open the door quickly, Yaya, I'm your brother." The door was still closed, but Jiang Yaya's angry voice came from inside. Jiang Rao, you big liar, I won't open the door. Why is that busty woman here too? Yaya, open the door first. I'll explain it to you slowly later. I don't want it. It's fine if you just play outside, but you brought it home. Woohoo, Jiang Rao, you big bastard, what do you want me to do? Then I'll leave? When Tang Nana heard this, she was furious and turned to leave. Jiang Rao quickly grabbed her and threatened the people in the room fiercely. Jiang Yaya, didn't I tell you clearly on the phone just now? If you keep acting, I really won't take you to the dance. This time the door opened with a swish. Jiang Yaya immediately changed her expression, with a sweet smile on her face. She grabbed Jiang Rao's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, I was just kidding you. Come in, come in." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Tang Nana and stuck out her tongue. Jiang Rao carried Su Jingjing into the room, and Tang Nana followed with a helpless look on her face. Jiang Yeye was busy helping Jiang Rao put Su Jingjing on the sofa and even brought a blanket to cover her. The studio apartment Jiang Yeye bought wasn't large, but it was warmly and delicately decorated. With a pale pink sofa, a fluffy carpet, and cute cartoons hanging on the walls, it was clearly decorated to her liking. Don Nana stood in the middle of the living room, looking around, and couldn't help but sigh that this was very different from her own style. Chapter 51 Just Ordinary Friends. After settling Su Jingjing down, Jiang Rao gave Jiang Yeye a brief account of what had happened. "Anyway, this is the situation. I can only bother you for a while today. Sister Jingjing is so pitiful." Jiang Yeye looked at Su Jingjing, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, her eyes full of sympathy. Jiang Yeye gently tucked the blanket for Su Jingjing and glanced at Tang Nana, who was sitting on the windowsill. She was staring blankly at the street scene outside the window, looking worried. One of her beautiful legs was casually draped over the other, and the hem of her skirt slipped slightly, shining charmingly under the light. Jiang Yeye's eyes rolled, and she leaned close to Jiang Rao's ear and whispered, "Brother, what's wrong with that busted sister? She doesn't seem very happy." Jiang Rao gently patted Jiang Yeye's head and said in a low voice, "She was also scared by what happened today. She's probably still recovering." "Really? Why do I feel that it's not because of this?" Jiang Yeye's little upturned nose moved, and a hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. Yeah, I'm going to answer a call." Jiang Rao's face changed slightly when he saw the 3 words by Tian Tian appear on the lit phone screen. "Xiao Raozi, where are you? Jiang classmate, why haven't you come back yet? Where are you now? Are you safe? Have you finished your meal?" As soon as Bai Tian picked up the phone, she was interrupted by Su Yaoyao with a series of questions before she could finish her sentence. From her tone, it was obvious that she was very worried. While Jiang Rao was on the phone, Jiang Yeye took the opportunity to sneak over to sit next to Tang Nana. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, "Sister Nana, what's going on between you and my brother? I saw his expression when he mentioned you just now. It was very interesting." Tang Nana was a little overwhelmed by this sudden question. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes avoided, and she said softly, "No, nothing, just ordinary friends." "Sister Nana, don't I know about that jerk brother of mine? Judging from his reaction, he must be interested in you." Tang Nana's heart trembled suddenly. She hurriedly avoided Jiang Yeye's probing gaze and pretended to be calm. "Don't talk nonsense. We are really just practicing dancing together to prepare for the welcome ball." "Is it really just that?" Jiang Yeye suddenly stood up and slowly approached Tang Nana. Yeah, you. "Sister Nana, my brother is definitely not ugly. Well, he is actually quite handsome." Tang Nana's voice was soft as a mosquito, and her mind was full of the scene of Jiang Rao hugging her and the two dancing together under the moonlight that day. Jiang Yeye's smile grew even wider, and she leaned closer again. "Sister Nana, I can tell you clearly that my brother is a complete blockhead when it comes to relationships. It's no exaggeration to say he's a humanoid robot." Jiang Yeye continued, "So, if you're interested in him, Sister Nana, you have to be proactive, otherwise he might never be able to react." Don Nana's face turned red instantly, like a ripe apple. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but found that her throat was dry and she couldn't say a word. "But, I rejected his invitation to be my dance partner today." Don Nana's voice was a little low, and her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt. "Oh?" Jiang Yeye was very surprised. She had never thought that Jiang Rao would take the initiative to find a girl as a dance partner. Tang Nana's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She bit her lower lip and suddenly thought of something. She felt extremely disappointed, but she pretended to be calm and said, "He's just trying so hard to win that mysterious prize. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 52 I just want to kill the mysterious stockings man. Looking at Jiang Yeye's cunning smile, Tang Nana suddenly realized that she had been led into a ditch by her without realizing it. At this time, Jiang Rao came over after finishing his phone call and saw Jiang Yeye and Tang Nana huddled together, looking mysterious. How did they end up chatting together? Oh no! Jiang Rao's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Jiang Yeye would say something embarrassing and offend Tang Nana. Before he could ask, Jiang Yeye jumped up from the sofa with a smug look on her face, ran to him and put her arm around his. "Brother, Sister Nana, and I get along really well. Guess what we are talking about? Jiang Yeye blinked her big eyes, deliberately keeping the other person in suspense. Zhang Rao looked at her helplessly and said perfunctorily, "How would I know? Stop messing around here." After that, he turned to look at Tang Nana, only to see that her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were evasive, as if she was very uncomfortable. Zhang Rao couldn't help but feel a little confused. What on earth did these two people talk about? Jiang Yeye blinked her eyes and said innocently, "It's nothing. I was just exchanging some girls' little secrets with Sister Nana." "Isn't that right, Sister Nana?" Tang Nana nodded hurriedly, not daring to look at Zhang Rao. She stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'll go see if Jingjing is awake." As she said that, she hurried to the sofa. "Then I'll go help my two sisters clean up their rooms first." Jiang Yeye patted Zhang Rao's shoulder with a smile, her face full of meaning. "Brother, you are really a small fry. I, your sister, can only help you up to this point." Then she skipped into the bedroom. Zhang Rao was completely confused and had no idea what Jiang Yeye meant. At this time, Su Jingjing turned over on the sofa, muttering, "Master, don't chase me away." There was a hint of crying in her voice, and it was obvious that she was still blaming herself for what had happened before in her sleep. Tang Nana felt a pang of pity in her heart, so she walked gently to the sofa, squatted down, and comforted her softly. "Jingjing, it's okay, don't worry." She reached out and patted Su Jingjing gently, trying to soothe her from the uneasy dream. "Zhang Rao, help me." Tang Nana's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Zhang Rao, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Zhang Rao scratched his head. He didn't understand why Su Jingjing suddenly called his name. "Come here quickly." Although Tang Nana was a little helpless, she still waved to Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao hurriedly walked to the sofa and squatted down. Looking at Su Jingjing's frown, he hesitated for a moment, then gently held Su Jingjing's hand that was exposed outside the blanket and said softly, "Jingjing, I'm here, don't be afraid." Perhaps it was because she felt Zhang Rao's voice that Su Jingjing gradually calmed down, her brows slowly relaxed, and the mumbling in her mouth stopped. Tang Nana looked at Zhang Rao holding Su Jingjing's hand, and felt a little sad. She turned her head away and whispered, "I didn't expect Jingjing to trust you so much." Zhang Rao let go of Su Jingjing's hand awkwardly, stood up, scratched his head and said, "Maybe it's because of what I went through before, so I subconsciously feel that I can help her." Tang Nana nodded slightly and said nothing more, but her eyes still stayed on Su Jingjing. Jiang Yeye came out of the bedroom and saw this scene. She said with a smile, "Hey, brother, I didn't know you were so good at comforting people." As she spoke, she walked over to Zhang Rao and took his arm. "Brother, I've cleaned my room. Sister Nana and Sister Jingjing will sleep in my room tonight, and you can sleep on the sofa." "Okay, that's not right. Where are you going to sleep then?" Zhang Rao realized that Jiang Yeye had forgotten herself. "Me? Do I need to think about it? I will definitely sleep with you, brother." Jiang Yeye took out a gray rabbit doll from behind her and looked at Zhang Rao as if it was a matter of course. "No, how can this be possible?" Zhang Rao and Tang Nana spoke almost at the same time. Zhang Rao was surprised to hear that Tang Nana also objected and turned to look at her. Tang Nana realized that she had overreacted, her face flushed slightly, and she explained, Yeah, you are a grown-up girl now, it is not appropriate for you to sleep with your brother." "Oh, what should I do? I haven't slept with my brother for a long time. He lived with me for the past month." Jiang Yeye winked at Zhang Rao while secretly observing Tang Nana's reaction. Hey, why are you saying things that can easily be misunderstood again?" Zhang Rao knocked on Jiang Yeye's head, then turned around and explained to Tang Nana embarrassedly. "Yeah, was sick at the time, and I was worried about her being alone, so I came over to take care of her for a while." Don Nana nodded slightly, and the strange feeling in her heart eased a little, but there was still a faint emotion lingering in her heart. "Well, since Brother Zaya doesn't want to sleep with me, then I'll have to sleep in the big bed with Sister Jingjing." Jiang Yeye pretended to be pitiful, dragging her rabbit doll slowly into the bedroom, and winked at Tang Nana. Long Outyen was admitted to the hospital again, and as expected, he was admitted to the anorectal department. "Host, is your butt okay? Do I look okay?" Long Outyen roared in the ward. "Damn it! I shouldn't have signed that damn contract. I almost lost my life there. Host, this world is like this. There are many unpredictable dangers, and its firewall is much more complete than the previous worlds. Therefore, the help I can provide you here is very limited. So, why do I have to capture those 4 campus beauties? Isn't our ultimate goal to have the Long family swallow up all of Jiangqing's industries and completely control Jiangcheng? That's right, host. All the intermediate tasks have been meticulously calculated by me. This is the path that will most quickly change the course of this world. If this world continues as it was originally intended, the Long family will be crushed by the United Local Businesses when they enter Zhengqing's industry 3 years from now. From then on, they will never recover and will completely become a second-rate family. Is it so miserable? But if you, the host, can win the hearts of these school beauties before then, the family forces behind them will help the Long family, allowing them to gain a firm foothold in Jiangcheng when they enter the game, and then gradually control the entire Jiangcheng, changing their fate of bankruptcy and completing a counterattack. The system explained patiently. Lan Outyen gritted his teeth and rubbed his bandaged buttocks, gasping in pain. Okay, but in this situation, I can't even move around easily, so how can I conquer them? Lan Outyen suddenly remembered the teasing look in the Earth Spirit King's eyes under his stockings, and gnashed his teeth in hatred. And that mysterious stockings guy, I'm really screwed. Where on earth did this bastard come from? Damn it, next time I see him I'm going to kill him. I'm not sure about that, but what is certain is that his cultivation in this world is at the peak of genin. Damn it, you're a genin, right? System, I want to buy the cultivation of this world. Host, are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure, I'm absolutely sure. I've roamed so many worlds, but this is the first time I've been beaten like this. I just can't swallow this. I'm going to beat that mysterious stockings guy to death. Host, if we invade this world, the resources required will be exponentially higher than before. If you do this, your previous gains. I don't care about that anymore. I just want to kill the mysterious stockings man. Chapter 53. Why don't you come up and sleep? Zhang Ye lay beside Su Jingjing, thinking about Zhang Rao and Tang Nana's performance. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. Brother Zaya, you should be happy that you have a little red fairy like me. With your stupid brain, I don't know when you can bring a sister-in-law home. Grandpa has been nagging me so much that my ears are covered with calluses. She turned over, looked at Su Jingjing's peaceful sleeping face, and whispered softly, Sister Jingjing is really pitiful. She must have suffered a lot in the Long family. Su Jingjing turned over gently in her sleep and mumbled a few inaudible words in her sleep. Zhang Ye reached out and patted her gently, soothing her to continue sleeping. Moonlight poured into the room through the window, covering everything with a light silver veil. In the living room, Don Nana was sleeping on the sofa and she stuck her head out to stare at Zhang Rao, who was lying on the floor with his legs spread out. Tang Nana's mouth twitched slightly as she watched Zhang Rao's utterly unrefined sleeping posture. In the dim light, Zhang Rao's facial features appeared remarkably soft, his usual somewhat unrefined demeanor now taking on a childish air. Tang Nana's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, a strange feeling rising within her. She sighed softly and pulled the blanket around her, trying to make herself sleep more comfortably, but her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the time she danced with Zhang Rao. Although Zhang Rao's dance steps were clumsy at first, he learned seriously and had a strong sense of rhythm, and he was able to keep up with her rhythm quickly. Tang Nana's cheeks couldn't help but flush when she thought of Zhang Rao's slightly warm palm when he hugged her waist. Just as Tang Nana was lost in thought, Zhang Rao suddenly moved in his sleep, mumbling vaguely, Nana, dance. I must win. When Tang Nana heard this dream talk, her heart skipped a beat and her cheeks became hot. She was surprised and happy. Could it be that Zhang Rao wanted to practice dancing with her in his dreams? She subconsciously moved her head closer to Zhang Rao, wanting to hear more clearly, but she missed and fell off the sofa. Ah! Tang Nana screamed softly and fell directly on Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao was awakened by the sudden weight. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Tang Nana's pretty face close to him. Their noses were almost touching, and their warm breaths intertwined. Tang Nana's big eyes were full of panic and shyness. She wanted to get up, but found that her arms were pressed under Zhang Rao, and she could not move for a while. Nah, classmate Nana, you. Zhang Rao was also blushing at this scene, his mind went blank, and he had no idea how to react. I accidentally fell down. Tang Nana explained stutteringly. She could feel Zhang Rao's strong heartbeat through the thin clothes, making her heartbeat panicky. The two of them were in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was so ambiguous that it was suffocating. At this moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and Zhang Ye came out rubbing her eyes, muttering, What are you doing so noisy at this time of night? Seeing this ambiguous scene on the ground, Zhang Ye instantly woke up, her eyes widened, and a smirk appeared on her face. Hey, did I disturb you? Don Nana and Zhang Rao finally woke up from their dream. Don Nana struggled to get up, and Zhang Rao quickly released his hand that was pressing on Don Nana's arm. They both sat up, back to back, trying to calm their disordered heartbeats. No, nothing. Nana accidentally fell off the sofa just now. Jiang Rao explained calmly, but his red ears betrayed him. Yes, that's right. Tang Nana also echoed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Jiang Ye covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Oh, I understand, you guys continue, I just came out to drink some water. As she said that, she skipped towards the kitchen, not forgetting to turn around and tease, but you guys keep it down, don't wake up Sister Jingjing. After hearing this, Tang Nana and Jiang Rao blushed even more. Tang Nana coughed lightly, tidied her messy hair, and whispered to Jiang Rao, just now. I'm sorry. It's okay. I wasn't paying attention and pressed your arm. Jiang Rao responded quickly, but his heart was still savoring the brief but heart-pounding contact just now. After drinking the water, Jiang Ye glanced at the two of them slyly, then hummed a little tune and slowly returned to the bedroom. Tang Nana and Jiang Rao sat there, feeling a little awkward for a moment, not knowing what to say. Don Nana smoothed her hair nervously. Yes. Jiang Rao immediately sat up straight with tension. Donna chuckled, silly. Jiang Rao also smiled, and the atmosphere seemed to be a little more relaxed. Donna returned to the sofa, hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips. Jiang Rao, why don't you come up and sleep? Come up and sleep. You, don't overthink it, I just think this sofa is quite big. It's no problem for the two of us to lie down on it. It would be very uncomfortable for you to sleep on the floor. Donna's voice grew weaker and weaker, but she still mustered up the courage to finish her words. Jiang Rao looked at Tang Nana in surprise. He didn't expect Tang Nana to suddenly make such an invitation. Looking at Tang Nana's slightly flushed cheeks, Jiang Rao knew that she must be very nervous and shy at this moment. You just forget about it if you don't come up. Don Nana pretended to be angry and said this. In fact, she herself didn't understand why she suddenly made such a proposal. Perhaps the ambiguous scene just now made her brain a little hot, and she turned her head to the side in panic. I'm not unwilling. Jiang Rao responded quickly. It was indeed very uncomfortable to sleep on the ground. He had just taken a short nap and felt sore all over his back. It's okay. It's my turn to sleep with Don Nana tonight anyway. Just lie next to her like I did that day. Jiang Rao made up his mind and climbed onto the sofa in one breath. The sofa wasn't actually very spacious, so after they lay down side by side, their bodies inevitably pressed together. The faint fragrance of Tang Nana lingered on Jiang Rao's nose, causing his heart to beat uncontrollably faster. Would you like me to share some of my blanket? When Jiang Rao heard Tang Nana's whisper, he felt a heat coming from his ears, making him feel hot all over. Okay. Jiang Rao's voice trembled slightly. He could feel Tang Nana's soft body pressed against him, and every breath seemed to carry an electric current throughout his body. Tang Nana gently pulled a corner of the blanket towards Jiang Rao, and the two of them sat together on the small sofa in an extremely intimate manner. Jiang Rao tried his best to calm his breathing, but his heartbeat was still as violent as a drum. Jiang Rao. Tang Nana called softly, her voice was particularly clear in the silent night. Jiang Rao turned his head and found that their faces were so close that he could almost feel each other's breath. Are you really attending the ball just for the mysterious grand prize? Tang Nana's eyes flickered in the darkness, as if trying to understand Jiang Rao's true thoughts deep in his heart. Jiang Rao looked into Tang Nana's eyes and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 54. Do you want to pick me up? Jiang Rao looked into Tang Nana's eyes and was speechless for a long time. His brain was working rapidly. On the one hand, he was flustered by such close contact with Don Nana at this time, and on the other hand, he was struggling with how to answer Don Nana's question. If I tell her the truth and tell her that I am attending the ball because of a system mission that concerns the survival of the world, she will definitely not believe it and may even think I am a lunatic. But if I continue to use the mysterious prize as an excuse, it seems that Don Nana no longer believes it. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Rao decided to answer half-truthfully. Nana, the mysterious grand prize is indeed very attractive to me, but I'm also really happy during this time of dancing practice with you. I find myself looking forward to standing with you at the dance more and more. That feeling is not just for the prize. Tang Nana was slightly startled, her cheeks growing hotter in the darkness. She hadn't expected Jiang Rao to say that, and her heart felt like a deer, fluttering in her chest. Jiang Rao and I. Tang Nana suddenly raised her finger and pointed at Jiang Rao's nose. Are you trying to pick me up? Zhang Rao was also stunned. Hiss. This is a good question, and it caught Zhang Rao off guard. If you say you don't want to, the atmosphere has been set to this point. If you say you do want to, then I really do want to. Nana, actually I. Zhang Rao was about to speak when Tang Nana put her index finger to Zhang Rao's lips. Shoo, stop talking. Tang Nana's voice was filled with a hint of panic and shyness. Her fingers gently touched Zhang Rao's lips, causing Zhang Rao to freeze instantly. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two became increasingly heated, and the living room was so quiet that only the sound of each other's rapid breathing could be heard. Zhang Rao was stunned by Don Nana's action. Looking at the white finger so close to him, and Don Nana's slightly flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, he forgot how to react for a moment. Don Nana's eyes were a little dazed, and she herself didn't know why she did such a thing, as if everything was out of control. Zhang Rao looked at Tang Nana, who was so close to him. Her pretty face exuded an indescribable charm in the darkness, which made his heart beat wildly. He subconsciously moved his lips slightly and gently held Don Nana's index finger. Ah! Tang Nana cried out softly, her body trembling slightly, and a current instantly spread throughout her body. She wanted to pull her fingers back, but seemed to be restrained by some force, unable to move. I'm sorry, Zhang Rao was about to apologize for his impulsive behavior, but Tang Nana suddenly closed her eyes and raised her chin slightly. Her delicate lips trembled slightly, as if she was waiting for something. Zhang Rao instantly understood what Tang Nana meant. His heartbeat suddenly quickened and an impulse surged in his heart. Looking at the beauty so close to him, Zhang Rao could no longer control his inner restlessness. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently held Tang Nana's shoulders. In this dreamlike atmosphere, Zhang Rao slowly approached Tang Nana, their lips getting closer and closer, and just when they were about to touch, his lips gently pressed against Tang Nana's. Just kidding, haha. Tang Nana opened her eyes, her mind blank, and she did not resist. Zhang Rao's lips were warm and soft, with a temptation that she could not resist. Gradually, she closed her eyes again, put her arms around Zhang Rao's neck, and began to respond to his kiss. Their lips gently caressed each other, their breath blending together, as if the whole world only had the two of them. This kiss was full of youthfulness and passion, making them intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Oh no, host! Something terrible has happened. Host, what are you doing? Zhang Rao and Tang Nana were immersed in this sweet and passionate kiss, but the untimely voice of the system suddenly exploded in Zhang Rao's mind like a bucket of cold water. Zhang Rao was shocked and woke up instantly, and reflexively let go of her sweet lips. Tang Nana whimpered in dissatisfaction and turned Zhang Rao's face over again to cover his mouth. Zhang Rao felt his head buzzing, partly because he was intoxicated by Tang Nana's proactive and enthusiastic response, and partly because he was upset by the system's anxious calls. He subconsciously wanted to push Don Nana away, but his hands seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, and he couldn't muster any strength. Don Nana's eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. At this moment, she had completely thrown away all her shyness and reserve. Her cheeks were hot, her breathing was rapid, and her mouth made a subtle sound filled with shyness and desire. Host, Long Outyan has used some unknown means to forcibly invade the world data. He is about to become very powerful. You must stop him immediately. Zhang Rao was shocked when he heard this, and his reason finally overcame his emotions. He increased his strength and slowly pushed Tang Nana away. Nana, wait a minute. Zhang Rao panted and said in a hoarse voice, his eyes full of struggle and guilt. Don Nana was a little overwhelmed by this sudden action. She opened her blurry eyes and looked at Zhang Rao, with love and doubt still lingering in her eyes. Zhang Rao, what's wrong with you? Tang Nana's voice was a little aggrieved, and her cheeks turned red because of the kiss just now. Zhang Rao opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter a word. How could he tell Don Nana that he had just interrupted this wonderful moment because he heard the warning from the system in his mind? I'm sorry, Nana, I suddenly remembered something very important that must be dealt with now. Zhang Rao avoided Tang Nana's gaze and said guiltily. Tang Nana looked at Zhang Rao's panic and felt uneasy. She subconsciously grabbed Zhang Rao's hand and asked, what's so important? Can't you wait a little longer? Zhang Rao gritted his teeth, ruthlessly shook off Tang Nana's hand, and stood up. No, this matter cannot be delayed. I must leave immediately. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Rao. Tang Nana also stood up, tears flashing in her eyes. Are you lying to me? You were fine just now, how come you suddenly? I'm sorry. Jiang Rao wanted to bend down and help her tidy up her hair. Do you think I'm easy to fool? When you want to kiss me, you just take me and kiss me twice, and then just throw me aside. Don Nana slapped his hand away and couldn't help but burst into tears. She didn't understand why Jiang Rao suddenly pushed her away, and she didn't understand what secret he had that he couldn't tell her. Chapter 55. Brother Outyan is most afraid of being alone. System, you better tell the truth. Jiang Rao was driving Jiang Ye's electric scooter on the road while cursing the system. He felt mixed emotions. Although he knew that he and Don Nana had just acted on impulse, he still felt guilty for interrupting the kiss. Especially when he saw Don Nana's aggrieved and angry look, his heart seemed to be pulled hard. There was no other way but to resolve the current situation first and then apologize to Don Nana. Jiang Rao gritted his teeth and increased the speed of the e-donkey. The wind whistled in his ears, making his eyes sting. Dog system, how am I supposed to stop him? I don't even know where he is. Judging from the data fluctuations just now, Long Outyan should be at the municipal hospital right now. He seems to have modified an opportunity that originally belonged to a man named Zhao and given it to himself. His next move should be to take that opportunity. Host, please drive faster. I'm driving as fast as I can. Jiang Rao drifted and rushed past the wheel of a semi-trailer. Password, hurry up and reincarnate. The semi-trailer driver angrily rolled down the window and cursed in the direction Jiang Rao left. Jiang Rao sped along until he finally saw the hospital gate. He slammed on the brakes, nearly losing control and crashing into the roadside guardrail. He didn't even bother to park his e-scooter, so he abandoned it and bolted towards the hospital building. When they arrived at the hospital, they were surprised to find Long Outyan in the hospital lobby. He was sitting in a wheelchair with several plaster casts on his body. He was arguing fiercely with several nurses. Shin Xingqiu stood behind him with a helpless expression. The bandage on Long Outyan's buttocks became thicker, and his face was pale, yet with a hint of anger. Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me from leaving? Long Outyan roared at the nurses, I want to be discharged now, immediately. A woman who looked a little older and was probably the head nurse frowned and said seriously. Mr. Long, your injuries are still very serious, especially the trauma to your buttocks. The wound in your anus could rupture and bleed again at any time, or even become infected. You need to rest well and observe. Discharge now would be very risky. Please cooperate with our treatment. Fuck the risks. You guys don't have to worry about me. I don't care about infection or not. I have important things to do. Don't waste my time. Hurry and get me discharged. Long Outyan waved his hands impatiently and tried to drive the wheelchair away forcibly. Shin Xingqiu persuaded him, young master, the head nurse is right. You are not in good health right now. It's not too late to leave after your injuries are more stable. The nurse is also doing this for your own good. You should reconsider it. Don't even think about it, Xingqiu, stop trying to persuade me. I have important things to do, and it will be too late if I delay any longer. Long Outyan was stubborn. Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. It seemed that Long Outyan had not yet obtained that opportunity. Shin Xingqiu was troubled by Long Outyan's behavior. Suddenly, she noticed Jiang Rao walking into the hospital and her eyes lit up. Master Jiang, are you here to visit the master? Jiang Rao was just thinking about how to approach and start a conversation naturally. When he heard Shin Xingqiu's greeting, he felt secretly delighted and walked forward quickly. Yes, Brother Outyan was seriously injured. I was really worried, so I decided to come and see if he was dead or not. I meant to come and see if he was feeling better. Jiang Rao's face was full of worry, but what he was thinking in his heart was how come Long Outyan didn't die from the fall from such a high altitude? It was such a pity. Shin Xingqiu was moved for Long Outyan. It was so late, but young Master Jiang had come all the way to the hospital to visit the young master. He was really deeply in love with the young master. Is this love? Jiang Rao, you've come at the right time. Jianchang is your territory. Please help me greet these nurses and ask them to complete the discharge procedures for me. Don't fucking stop me. When Long Outyan saw Jiang Rao, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and said anxiously. I'm giving you a fart hello, and letting you go out to get the opportunity. What will happen then? If I let you go today, I will be like this. If you can leave today, you will be like this. Zhang Rao was secretly thinking of a countermeasure in his heart, but he put on an embarrassment on his face and said, "Brother Outyan, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you be discharged from the hospital when you are so seriously injured? Zhang Rao, I really have something urgent that I need to do tonight. Just help me this time, and I promise to agree to any conditions you offer." Zhang Rao stepped forward and pressed the armrest of Long Outyan's wheelchair to stop him from rushing forward. "Look at you, you're covered in wounds. If something happens to you outside, how are you going to explain it to the Long family?" Long Outyan's face flushed with anxiety, and he yelled at Zhang Rao, "You know shit. This is none of your business. If you still consider me your friend, quickly have them handle the paperwork for me." Zhang Rao remained unmoved. He turned to look at the head nurse and said sincerely, "Head nurse, Brother Outyan is in such a state that he's clearly not fit to be discharged. Please make sure to keep him and follow the normal treatment process. Don't worry about the expenses, I'll cover them." The head nurse glanced at Zhang Rao, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, Master Jiang, we will definitely take responsibility for the patient to the end. Well, it's best to tie him up again and send a few more nurses to take care of him. Brother Outyan is most afraid of being alone. Don't leave him alone in the ward." Seeing this, Long Outyan was so angry that he cursed, "Zhang Rao, you bastard, what on earth do you want to do? Are you deliberately going against me?" Zhang Rao sighed in mock helplessness and said to Long Outyan, "Brother Outyan, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, if you go out like this, what if you run into any danger? Just stay in the hospital and recuperate. When you're healed, you can do whatever you want." Long Outyan gnashed his teeth and cursed Zhang Rao in his heart. He glared at Zhang Rao fiercely and said, "Okay, Zhang Rao, you just wait for me. When I recover from my injury, you'll see what happens to me." Zhang Rao turned a deaf ear to Long Outyan's threats and simply said to Xin Xingqiu, "Brother Outyan is seriously injured. Remember to contact me if anything happens." Xin Xingqiu was filled with helplessness. She said to Zhang Rao, "Young Master Jiang, I'm so sorry. The young master has been in a bad mood recently and has spoken a little harshly. Please don't take it to heart." Zhang Rao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I know Brother Outyan is also irritable because of his injury. I can understand. Xingqiu, don't be too embarrassed. Just take good care of Brother Outyan." The head nurse behind him was enthusiastically directing the other nurses, preparing to forcibly push Long Outyan back to the ward. Long Outyan was still struggling and cursing, his voice hoarse, "Zhang Rao, you bastard, you dare to ruin my good deeds, I will never let you go." Zhang Rao stood aside, watching calmly as the nurses hurriedly pushed Long Outyan into the elevator. The deafening shouting and cursing only faded away as the elevator doors slowly closed. Xin Xingqiu glanced at Zhang Rao gratefully again and said, "Young Master Jiang, you are such a good person. The young master is lucky to have you." This sounds weird." After Xin Xingqiu followed him into the elevator, Zhang Rao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly glad that he had finally stopped Long Outyan temporarily. At this moment, Long Outyan and Zhang Rao's systems rang in their ears almost at the same time. "Host, that opportunity is right in front of the hospital." Chapter 56 Zhao Ritian. "Sister Nurse, I'm here to get the medical examination report." "Well, let me see, Mr. Zhao Ritian, right?" Zhao Ritian nodded. It was his first time in a big city and he seemed a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands nervously on his trouser legs. The nurse found a report from the file basket nearby and handed it to Zhao Ritian. "Here, this is your physical examination report. All the indicators are normal. Just try to watch less porn in the future. Your body." I didn't." Zhao Ritian blushed and retorted quickly. "Ha ha, just teasing you, little brother." The nurse looked at the young man in front of her who looked a little silly and smiled. The city has a lot of tricks, and everyone talks in a different way. Zhao Ritian took the physical examination report with an embarrassed look on his face and hurriedly left the nurse's station. "However, as long as I have this physical examination report, I can finally go to college, and it will be worth it for me to take a month's ox cart to get to the city." Zhao Ritian had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt his feet slip and fell forward. In a panic, he subconsciously reached out to grab something, but ended up pulling off the leaves of a green plant next to him. A pot of green ivy fell directly and was about to hit Zhao Ritian on the head. At this critical moment, Zhang Rao rushed forward and held the potted plant firmly with his hand. Zhao Ritian stood up in shock and looked at Zhang Rao gratefully. "Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, my head would have exploded." Zhang Rao waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. You should be careful when you walk." As he spoke, he pretended to glance casually at the physical examination report in Zhao Ritian's hand. Zhao Ritian, a man with the surname Zhao, the system, should be him. Zhang Rao asked silently in his heart. That's right, host. This Zhao Ritian is the one who originally possessed that opportunity. Zhang Rao's heart moved. Since he knew that Zhao Ritian was the key figure, he had to keep a close eye on him no matter what and must not let Long Outyan's plan succeed. Brother, I'm telling you you're in danger. Zhang Rao patted Zhao Ritian's shoulder in a serious manner and spoke to him in a nervous tone. Zhao Ritian was frightened by Zhang Rao's words, his eyes widened, and he asked nervously. Brother, why am I in danger? I just arrived in the city and haven't offended anyone. Zhang Rao's mind raced as he quickly fabricated an excuse. You don't know, but a group of bad guys have appeared in the city recently. They specifically target people like you who are new to the city and unfamiliar with the area. Then they kidnap you and take you to Southeast Asia, where they'll sell you for all your money. How cruel. Zhao Ritian was so frightened by Zhang Rao's words that his face turned pale and his lips trembled slightly. Then, what should I do? Big brother, you have to help me. Seeing that Zhao Ritian was frightened, Zhang Rao was secretly delighted and continued, how about this, brother, I see that it's not easy for you either. I have some connections in this city. Come with me, and I'll find you a safe place to hide until this storm has passed. Zhao Ritian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhang Rao's sincere eyes. Thinking that Zhang Rao had just saved him, he felt that he should trust him, so he nodded vigorously. Okay, big brother, I'll listen to you. You must save me. In the elevator, Long Outyan was furious, but his injuries were so severe that even the slightest movement caused him to grimace in pain. He sat in a wheelchair, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white from the strain, and he cursed non-stop. Xin Xingqiu stood aside, watching Long Outyan's fury, feeling somewhat worried. She didn't understand why Long Outyan was so determined to be discharged from the hospital, despite being seriously injured, yet he didn't care about the consequences. Master, please don't get too angry and make yourself sick. Young Master Jiang is only preventing you from leaving the hospital because he's worried about your injuries. If you get too angry, it will actually be detrimental to your wound's recovery. Xin Xingqiu advised softly. Host, if you don't get that opportunity tonight, it will be absorbed by the original person. After hearing what the system said, Long Outyan began to struggle frantically. Even though he was now tied up in a wheelchair and but was in great pain, he had to get that opportunity. Putting aside other things, this was in exchange for the gains from his conquests of several worlds. Long Outyan twisted his body like a madman, trying to break free from the restraints, still shouting, "Let me go, I want to get out. I must get that opportunity." Xin Xingqiu was startled by Long Outyan's sudden and crazy behavior. He quickly reached out to hold him down and said anxiously, Master, don't move. The wound will split. But Long Outyan couldn't listen at this moment. His eyes were red, full of madness and persistence, and he turned a deaf ear to Xin Xingqiu's words. Just as he struggled more fiercely, the wheelchair suddenly lost balance, and with a clang, he fell to the ground with the chair and the person. Master! Xin Xingqiu exclaimed and quickly squatted down to check on Long Outyan's condition. Long Outyan's face was distorted by pain and anger, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His buttocks, which were already bandaged, were now bleeding more, staining the bandages bright red. Xin Xingqiu was heartbroken. She frantically tried to help Long Outyan up, saying, Master, please stop struggling. The head nurse was furious when she saw this scene and could no longer bear it. She took out an anesthetic needle and injected it into Long Outyan's neck. As the anesthetic needle was injected, Long Outyan's struggling movements gradually stopped, his eyes rolled up, and he fell asleep. Transfer to the psychiatric department. Brother, where are we going? Zhao Ritian sat in the back seat of Zhang Rao's electric scooter, feeling nervous and curious, and couldn't help asking. Let me find you a hotel to stay in first. Don't worry, Brother Ritian. I will take care of this matter to the end. Zhang Rao was riding his bike while comforting Zhao Ritian, who was sitting in the back seat. Big brother, there's no need for that. I don't have much money and can't afford a hotel. Just take me to a park and I'll be fine for one night. Brother Ritian, what are you talking about? Since I promised to help you, can I let you sleep in the park? Don't worry, I will pay for the hotel. Zhang Rao said. Zhao Ritian was so moved that he almost cried when he heard this. Brother, you are such a good person. When I have something successful in the future, I will definitely repay you. Soon, Zhang Rao brought Zhao Ritian to a pretty good hotel. After opening the room and settling Zhao Ritian down, Zhang Rao reminded him, "Brother Ritian, stay here and don't go out. I'll come find you tomorrow. If anyone knocks on the door, don't open it no matter who it is. Got it?" Zhao Ritian nodded hurriedly. "I understand, big brother, don't worry, I will definitely not run around." After Zhang Rao left, Zhao Ritian huddled in the corner of the bed, somewhat at a loss, and subconsciously clutched the pendant around his neck. I didn't expect that I would be targeted by evil forces on my first day in the city, but fortunately I met Zhang Rao, a kind-hearted big brother. There are still many good people in the world. Zhao Ritian couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 57. Who the hell are you? Zhang Rao sneakily opened the door of the apartment like a thief, carefully poked his head in, and found that the house was quiet, with only the nightlight in the living room still emitting a faint light. He walked into the house quietly, trying not to make any noise, for fear of waking up the sleeping person inside. He carefully walked around the sofa and was about to go to the bed on the floor where he had slept before, when suddenly, a figure sat up from the sofa, which scared him. Yeah, why is it you? What's the matter? Can't it be me? You look very disappointed, brother. Zhang Yaya crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Rao with a half-smile. So, what about Nana-san? Hey, brother, you still care about Sister Nana? Zhang Yaya curled her lips and pointed in the direction of the bedroom. I let her sleep with Sister Jingjing. She blinked her big eyes and suddenly leaned close to Zhang Rao and sniffed. Huh? Why do you smell like disinfectant? Did you go to the hospital? Well, go take care of some things. Zhang Yaya, holding the doll, suddenly lowered her voice. Brother, you and Sister Nana did that? Which one? Zhang Rao pretended to be stupid. That's it. Zhang Yaya stamped her feet anxiously and made a kissing gesture with her hands. Zhang Rao's face flushed, and he quickly covered her mouth. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yaya broke free, her eyes sparkling. I knew it. Sister Nana's lips were swollen just now. It must be you, brother, you have made something of yourself. What? Is this true? Zhang Rao subconsciously touched his lips. Admit it. Zhang Yaya shook her head proudly. But brother, you are such a scumbag. You kissed me and then ran away. Sister Nana just cried for a long time. Zhang Rao's heart ached. She cried? Hey, you're so anxious now. What were you doing before? Let me tell you, if I hadn't comforted your sister in time, Sister Nana would have run away long ago. Look at you, I helped you so much, and you just messed up a good hand. Yeah, how is classmate Nana now? Zhang Yaya rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, what can I do? I finally managed to coax her to sleep. You can handle it yourself. Brother, if you don't like Sister Nana, don't provoke her, or I won't forgive you. Zhang Rao sighed helplessly. Yeah, you don't understand. I really have something important to deal with. I didn't mean to abandon her. Zhang Yaya curled her lips and said, Okay, I'll trust you for now. But you have to think about how to apologize to Sister Nana, and don't make her sad again. At this moment, a slight noise came from the bedroom. Zhang Rao and Zhang Yaya looked at each other and stopped talking, fearing that they would wake up the person inside. Early in the morning, the three of them were walking on the way back to school, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Tang Nana deliberately kept a distance from Zhang Rao, always looking elsewhere, unwilling to meet his gaze. Su Jingjing had not yet recovered from the fatigue and self-blame of last night. She looked a little listless and followed the two of them silently. Master, are you okay now? Your buttock injury should be better now. Next time, Jingjing will definitely protect you. Woo. Zhang Rao wanted to speak several times to break the suffocating silence, but he didn't know where to start. He glanced secretly at Dawn Nana and saw that her delicate profile was tense and her slightly pouting lips revealed obvious dissatisfaction. Zhang Rao racked his brains and finally managed to utter a few words. Nana, I'm really sorry about what happened last night. I didn't mean to leave so suddenly. Dawn Nana snorted coldly, still not looking at him, and quickened her pace forward. Su Jingjing looked at the two of them like this, rubbed her dazed head, and asked in confusion, What's wrong with you two? Did something happen last night? Zhang Rao and Tang Nana froze at the same time. Zhang Rao smiled awkwardly and said, It's okay, Jingjing, it's just a small misunderstanding. Tang Nana turned her head and muttered quietly, Whoever has a misunderstanding with him is just being sentimental. Goo. Su Jingjing's stomach made a rumbling sound at the right time. She covered her stomach in embarrassment, her face slightly red. Jiang Rao seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, "Classmate Jingjing must be hungry. There is a breakfast shop up ahead. Let's go get something to eat." Tang Nana wanted to refuse, but her stomach growled twice, so she had to agree to Jiang Rao's suggestion. Half an hour later, Don Nana was stunned when she saw the piles of plates in front of her. There were so many plates that she could no longer see Su Jingjing, who was eating frantically across from her. "Jingjing, are you turning your grief and anger into appetite?" Although Su Jingjing was a little embarrassed, she never stopped talking. Usually, she didn't dare to eat with others. She could only eat happily when she was alone, except for the time when she was with Jiang Rao. However, she was too hungry today and didn't care about anything else. Jiang Rao naturally knew how much she ate, and at the same time he admired her for being able to support herself, which was not easy. Only after Su Jingjing finally put down her chopsticks in satisfaction did the three of them stand up and prepare to leave. The little girl is getting worse day by day. She actually came to the restaurant to eat and dine for free, right? As soon as I stepped out of the door, a girl in plain clothes was thrown out from the noodle shop next door by several big men. The girl fell to the ground, her palms were scratched, and her face was full of fear and helplessness. What is going on? Just as Jiang Rao was about to go around, the girl seemed to notice Jiang Rao and looked over here. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, the girl suddenly jumped up and hugged Jiang Rao. "Brother, I finally found you, you must help me." The girl hugged Jiang Rao tightly, her voice filled with tears and her eyes full of pleading. "If you're not my sister, who the hell are you?" Chapter 58. Brother, it's me. Let go now. Jiang Rao patted the girl's arm, trying to get her to let him go. Jiang Rao has seen this kind of scene many times. He might be in cahoots with these people. If he talks to her, he will be blackmailed. Although it wasn't much money for Jiang Rao, he couldn't just give money to scammers like Bye. "Brother, it's me, brother." The girl had no intention of letting go. "I really don't know you." Jiang Rao became even more convinced that this was a scam and tried hard to break free from the girl's entanglement. At this time, the big men came over aggressively. The bald man in the lead had a face full of flesh and said viciously, "Hey kid, mind your own business. This girl ate in our store and didn't pay. We just want her to pay the bill. Who wants to meddle in other people's business? I paid for her meal." Before Jiang Rao finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. Jiang Rao turned his head and looked at Su Jingjing with a serious face and suddenly felt speechless. Su Jingjing squatted in front of the girl, carefully searched her pockets, and then took out some change and a few coins. "I used to be hungry, so I know how bad it feels to be hungry." Su Jingjing looked at her sympathetically and handed the change to the girl. "But it's wrong to eat and dine for free. Take this money. Remember to pay for your meals next time. Don't do this kind of thing again." After saying that, she took out a few more 10 yuan bills, but seemed to think that was a bit too much, so she took back 2 and then solemnly placed the money in the girl's palm. The girl was instantly moved. Holding the money in her hand, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. "Sister, you are such a kind person. Not only are you so beautiful, but you are also kind-hearted. I will definitely repay you in the future." Su Jingjing was a little embarrassed by the praise and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I just think eating well is the most important thing. Sister, I ate without paying because I had no choice. It happened this morning, ah." The bald man snatched the money from the girl's hand and sneered. "Stop talking nonsense. This little money isn't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. This girl ate so much food from our store, she needs an explanation." Donna frowned, walked forward, and looked directly at the bald man. "You are obviously bullying outsiders. How much can a girl eat? Why does she need so much money? I only ate a bowl of noodles." The girl said timidly. "Why are noodles so expensive?" Su Jingjing was shocked. "Quietly, don't listen to their nonsense. These guys are just taking advantage of the opportunity to blackmail you." Ha, so what? It's a fact that she eats for free. I say how much to give her, and that's it. What can you do to me? Ha. The bald man's laughter became more arrogant, and he reached out to grab the girl's collar. Just as the bald man's hand was about to touch the girl's collar, Jiang Rao grabbed his wrist. The bald man was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Rao to dare to stop him. He turned his head and stared at Jiang Rao with a vicious look. Boy, don't you know her? I advise you not to ask for trouble. Su Jingjing finally reacted and stomped her feet in anger. She turned her wrist and was about to touch the kunai on her leg. Classmate Jingjing, don't do anything. I'll handle it. But they... Tang Nana grabbed Su Jingjing in time and shook her head gently to indicate that she should trust Jiang Rao. I didn't know her just now, but I know her now. What do you want now that I've given you the money? Jiang Rao said calmly, ignoring the bald man's vicious threats. The bald man tried desperately to pull his hand back, but found that Jiang Rao's hand was like an iron clamp, and he didn't move at all. In anger, he picked up his other fist and hit him. Boy, today I'll let you know what happens if you act pretentiously. Jiang Rao was prepared. He dodged to the side, released his hand, and easily avoided the bald man's punch. The bald man rushed forward a few steps because he used too much force. Jiang Rao put his hands in his pockets and kicked him on the butt, causing him to fall to the ground. Several younger brothers were immediately shocked. The man in front of them actually knocked down the boss with just one move. It was obvious that this man had practiced this skill before. The bald man got up in a panic, his face flushed, and started to speak harshly. You, just wait, if you dare to touch my black bear, you're dead. Jiang Rao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took a few steps forward, and stared coldly at the black bear. Okay, black bear, right? I'll be waiting. My name is Jiang Rao. You can come to John's group to find me anytime. You're welcome to seek revenge. Or if you're not satisfied with today's result, you can talk to my company's lawyer. After hearing this, Black Bear immediately softened. How could he dare to provoke these big companies and groups? He immediately changed his attitude. His original arrogance disappeared without a trace in an instant, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. He rubbed his hands and said, It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Master Jiang, I was just joking with this little sister. How could I do such a thing as blackmail? I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please be so magnanimous and let me go. No. Jiang Rao, you can't let him go. Su Jingjing stopped working and pointed at the black bear's nose. Black Bear was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale and blue. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out what he had said to offend this seemingly not-so-bright beauty. You have to give me back the money first. Su Jingjing glared at the Black Bear angrily. Black Bear breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly handed the money back to Su Jingjing with both hands, still with a flattering smile on his face. Yes, my dear, here's the money. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Su Jingjing took the money and counted it carefully several times. After confirming that there was no money missing, she nodded to Black Bear with satisfaction. You can go now. Then he handed the money back to the girl. Black Bear and the others fled back to the store with their younger brother as if they had been pardoned. Jiang Rao then turned his attention back to the girl. The girl straightened her clothes and looked at Jiang Rao and the others with gratitude. Thank you, if it weren't for you, I would have been miserable today. Jiang Rao looked at the girl carefully. He saw that she had delicate features, dark skin and a pair of big watery eyes. However, her hair was a little messy at the moment, which made her look even more pitiful. For some reason, Jiang Rao always felt that there was something familiar between the girl's eyebrows and eyes, as if he had just seen her yesterday. You're welcome. Be more careful when you go out next time. But could you please let go of my hand first? Jiang Rao looked at the girl who was still holding onto the corner of his clothes with some embarrassment. The girl raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. Brother, it's me, I'm Zhao Ritian. Chapter 59. Do you want a girlfriend? These words exploded in Jiang Rao's ears like a bomb. He widened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief, while the other party was tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, her eyes full of panic and expectation. Brother, it's me, Zhao Ritian. The Zhao Ritian you arranged for me to stay at the hotel last night. Are you really Zhao Ritian? Jiang Rao rubbed his eyes. Brother, it really is me. The sister was so anxious that she grabbed Jiang Rao's hand and pressed it against her chest. Feel it, I became like this when I woke up this morning. The soft touch on his palm made Jiang Rao retract his hand as if he had been electrocuted, and his face instantly turned red to his ears. No. This. Jiang Rao stuttered and took 2 steps back. How can this prove that you are Zhao Ritian? Jiang Rao's brain was working rapidly. Zhao Ritian, the simple, honest country boy from last night, had transformed into a girl this morning? How could this be possible? But upon closer inspection, the person before him did bear some resemblance to Zhao Ritian. "Brother, you must believe me." The girl, or rather Zhao Ritian, was about to cry. "I woke up this morning and found this when I went to the bathroom. I was so scared. That thing was gone. There was something else." Her voice trailed off and her face flushed red. Su Jingjing suddenly realized, "Oh. You mean you changed from a boy to a girl?" Unexpectedly, Su Jingjing figured it out immediately this time. After hearing this conclusion, Jiang Rao still felt a little curious. "Host, this is the opportunity." Zhao Ritian must have been frightened yesterday, which caused the opportunity to be triggered early. This opportunity will allow Zhao Ritian, in the female state, to gain the ability of a ninja. The system explained in time. It turned out that this was the opportunity that Long Outyen had fought so hard for yesterday. Fortunately, he didn't get it. Putting aside other things, if Long Outyen turned into a woman. Vomit. Jiang Rao felt nauseous. Zhao Ritian glanced at Su Jingjing gratefully, then timidly said to Jiang Rao, "Brother, my luggage and ID card are still in the hotel, but they said I stole things from the previous guests and kicked me out. What to do now?" Long Outyen did stop him, but Zhao Ritian couldn't just leave him alone. "Ha? Where's Nana-san?" Only then did Jiang Rao realize that Tang Nana, who had been beside Su Jingjing just now, had disappeared. Sister Nana seemed to have classes in the morning. She just took a taxi and left after saving Sister Ritian. Su Jingjing replied. "This is better. After all, it is too complicated to explain this matter to Don Nana." "Brother Ritian, you said before that you came to the city to attend university?" "Yes, I'm here to go to college. I was planning to report to school today, but now, woo-woo. The school you want to apply to is not Jiangcheng University, right?" "Brother, how did you know?" "I don't know why. I originally only got into a technical school, but 2 days ago, I suddenly received an admission letter from Jiangcheng University. They said I was super lucky and was specially admitted, so I came here." "So you are from the same school as us." Su Jingjing was very happy. Jiang Rao probably knew about it, and this was probably caused by Long Outyen's modification of the opportunity. However, Zhao Ritian has now lost his original identity and probably cannot go to school. The most urgent task now is to arrange a place for him. Jiang Rao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of someone. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Do you want a girlfriend?" Chapter 60 Zhao Yue Tian. Tian, please help me." In the statistics class, Jiang Rao poked Bai Tiantian's arm while pretending to look at a chart. "I won't help you." Bai Tian buried her head and continued to draw the table, pushing away Jiang Rao's fingers. Tian, my friend really needs help. I'll pay her a salary, and you can just keep her in the store and assign her some odd jobs." "Hey, young Master Jiang is so rich, why bother looking for me?" "I won't help you pick up girls," Bai Tian said in a sarcastic tone, with dissatisfaction written all over her face. Jiang Rao was so anxious that he scratched his head. He knew very well that Bai Tiantian's dress shop was short of staff. If Zhao Ritian could work there, his temporary living problems would be solved. But Bai Tian was obviously in a bad mood at the moment, which made him feel a little helpless. Tian, you misunderstood. We are just ordinary friends. I can't just ignore you when you encounter difficulties." Jiang Rao lowered his voice and explained sincerely. Bai Tian glanced at him sideways. Just an ordinary friend? Why would you take it so seriously? Also, you and Sister Nana went out last night and didn't come back the whole night. Who knows what you were doing?" There was a hint of jealousy in her voice, and she scratched the form with the pen so hard that it almost tore the paper. Was Bai Tian angry that she and Tang Nana stayed out all night yesterday? That was true. After all, she hadn't explained the situation clearly yesterday, and it had indeed made them worried. Tian, yesterday wasn't what you thought. Nana and I had some unexpected situations, so we went to Yaya's place. Then a lot of other things happened, and we were busy until very late, so we didn't go back to the dormitory." Jiang Rao recounted what happened last night as concisely as possible. Of course, he omitted the part where he and Tang Nana almost had a fight on the sofa. Bai Tian looked at him doubtfully. "Really? You didn't lie to me?" "You're a fool, Ba, swear on it." "I swear, I really didn't lie to you." Jiang Rao raised 4 fingers. Humph, even if what you said is true, I can't help you for nothing. Bai Tiantian crossed her arms over her chest and stole a glance at Zhang Rao. That's natural. Bai Tiantian suddenly raised her head and stared into Zhang Rao's eyes, a sly look flashing in her eyes. If you agree to one condition of mine, I will help you. Zhang Rao was delighted and nodded quickly. Tian, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. Bai Tian pursed her lips, a blush appeared on her face, and she whispered, you will accompany me to the welcome dance. Zhang Rao was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Bai Tian to put forward such a condition. He had originally planned to partner with Zhang Ye or someone else who was suitable, but now that Bai Tian had made such a request, he was a little hesitant. Seeing Zhang Rao's hesitation, Bai Tian pouted and pretended to be angry. Humph, if you don't want to, forget it. Don't waste my time. Zhang Rao quickly said, Tian, I'm not unwilling. You know, that. Bai Tian interrupted him. Zhang Rao, do you think my dancing is terrible and I'm not worthy of you? There was a hint of grievance in her eyes. Zhang Rao hurriedly explained, Tian, please don't misunderstand me, that's not what I meant. Bai Tian snorted softly. Aren't you just after that mysterious grand prize? Don't worry, my dancing skills are pretty good. Even though I can't compare to Sister Nana, I definitely won't hold you back. Besides, I designed your dress myself. I'm sure you'll get full marks for your formal attire. Hiss, that sounds interesting. If I can't team up with Tang Nana, then participating with Bai Tian is indeed a good choice. Partnering with Bai Tian to attend the welcome ball can not only solve Zhao Ritian's work problems, but also give him an advantage in terms of dresses. He might even be able to achieve good results at the ball and get the prop card rewarded by the system. Looking at Bai Tian's slightly aggrieved yet expectant eyes, Zhang Rao nodded and said, Tian, I promise you, I will accompany you to the welcome dance. A flash of surprise flashed across Bai Tian's eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a bright smile on her face. That's pretty good. You have good taste. Okay, bring your friend to my shop. We're quite short of staff lately. Tian, thank you so much. You helped me a lot. Zhang Rao said gratefully. Humph, stop talking nonsense. You owe me a favor first, and I'll pay it back slowly later. Bai Tian said this proudly, but her tone was full of joy. But let me make it clear first, if your friend slacks off or makes trouble in the store, I will not show mercy. Bai Tian raised her chin and said seriously. Don't worry, Tian, she will definitely do her job well. Zhang Rao patted his chest and assured. After class, Zhang Rao and Bai Tian came to the dress shop together. After a while, Heze also arrived with Zhao Yuetian, who was Zhao Ritian after his gender change. Hey, Heze, have you settled Yuetian's sister? Zhang Rao whispered to Heze. Don't worry, brother. Are you still worried about me doing things? I arranged her to stay in my guest room, but what's going on with this girl? Alas, I can only say that my family has fallen on hard times. Zhang Rao made up an excuse. Is that so? I understand. But this girl is quite cute, I like her so much. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. Zhang Rao was speechless for a moment and said, Heze, don't mess around. She's a decent girl. If you dare to bully her, I won't forgive you. Bai Tian looked Zhao Yuetian up and down. Although she was dressed simply, she had delicate features. Her skin was a little dark but had a healthy glow. However, her eyes still held some confusion and nervousness of a newcomer. Well, she seems quite smart. Bai Tian nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Rao. You have to explain the store's rules to her clearly. Yuetian, this is Sister Bai Tian. You will help her in her shop from now on. You must listen to her. Zhang Rao turned and reminded Zhao Yuetian. Hello, Sister Tian, I will definitely work hard. Zhao Yuetian said obediently, his eyes full of gratitude. Bai Tian looked at Zhao Yuetian's pitiful yet expectant expression, and her temper dissipated a lot. Okay, don't be so reserved. Come in with me. I'll arrange some work for you. Seeing the two people walk into the store, Zhang Rao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally solved the problem of Zhao Yuetian's whereabouts. Tang Nana also sent a message at this time. Zhang Rao, dance practice at the usual place at 6:30, don't be late. Chapter 61. No, I want to say. Zhang Rao, dance practice at the usual place at 6:30, don't be late. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Tang Nana would ignore him because of what happened last night, but now it seemed that she was still willing to continue teaching him to dance. This was undoubtedly a good sign. In the dance studio, Tang Nana was doing warm-up exercises. She was wearing a tight-fitting training suit, showing off her graceful figure. When she heard the door open, she said without turning her head, "I'm 3 minutes late." Zhang Rao scratched his head embarrassedly. "Sorry, there were too many people on the way here." Donna turned around, her face expressionless. "Let's get started. Let's review yesterday's dance steps first." Zhang Rao noticed her delicate and tempting lips, and couldn't help but think of the kiss that was halfway through last night. His heartbeat suddenly quickened a few beats. "What are you daydreaming about? Come here quickly." Don Nana frowned. "Oh, okay." Zhang Rao quickly walked to her side. In the next 2 hours, Tang Nana taught seriously and Zhang Rao learned attentively. Neither of them tacitly mentioned what happened last night, as if it had never happened. However, during the dance, Zhang Rao clearly felt that Tang Nana was not as fully committed as before, and her eyes were always avoiding Zhang Rao intentionally or unintentionally. "Classmate Nana, I..." Zhang Rao was about to speak, but Tang Nana interrupted him. "Concentrate on dancing, don't be distracted." "No, I want to say it." Zhang Rao stopped, grabbed Tang Nana's shoulders with both hands, and looked into her eyes seriously. Tang Nana was a little overwhelmed by Zhang Rao's sudden action. She wanted to break free from Zhang Rao's hands, but found that Zhang Rao held them tightly and she couldn't break free, so she simply gave up struggling. She turned her head slightly away, not looking at Zhang Rao's fiery eyes, but her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. "Nana, I'm truly sorry for what happened last night. I know you were saddened by my sudden departure, but I really had something important to attend to. It concerned the safety of many people. I can't explain it clearly to you, but please believe me, I didn't mean to hurt you." Zhang Rao finished speaking in one breath, his eyes full of sincerity and guilt. Donna bit her lip. "You always have so many inexplicable reasons. So tell me, what is so important, more important than what's going on between us?" As she spoke, her voice became softer and softer, and the blush on her face became more and more obvious. Zhang Rao's heart moved, and he was about to explain again, but he was afraid that the more he explained, the more confusing it would become. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Nana, this matter is really complicated. I will tell you as soon as I can. Can you give me a little more time?" Donna sighed softly and said, "Okay, I'll believe you for now. But if you dare to abandon me like this again, I will never forgive you." Zhang Rao looked at Tang Nana's slightly red cheeks and slightly angry eyes, his heart filled with emotion and guilt. He carefully held Don Nana's hand and nodded solemnly. "Nana, don't worry, I won't let this happen again." Donna gently pulled her hand back. "Dancing partner thing?" Tang Nana lowered her eyes slightly, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the corner of her training clothes. "Although I rejected you before, I thought about it. After all, your goal is to win the championship. I am really worried about your current level. So I will be your dance partner and help you." "Nana-san? What did you say?" Zhang Rao's eyes widened. "Ahem, don't be too happy too soon. Time is running out. We have to intensify our training in the next few days and can't let our guard down." That? Nana-san, actually." Zhang Rao looked at Tang Nana with embarrassment, not knowing how to tell by Tian that he had agreed to be her dance partner. Seeing him like this, Don Nana couldn't help but feel confused. "What's wrong? You look like you don't want to do it?" Don Nana frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. "No, Nana-san, actually. I've already promised Tian-san that I'll accompany her to the welcome dance." Chapter 62. The air is so acidic. Don Nana was stunned for a moment, the smile on her face froze instantly, and a trace of disbelief and loss flashed in her eyes. She let go of the hand that was grabbing the corner of her clothes, took a step back, and distanced herself from Zhang Rao. "What did you say? You have already promised Tian?" Tang Nana's voice trembled slightly, and she tried her best to suppress her inner emotions, but a hint of bitterness still inadvertently revealed itself. "You didn't agree to join me yesterday, and I thought. So you found a new employer so quickly." Don Nana's eyes were complicated. She never expected that Zhang Rao had already agreed to buy Tian. "Nana-san, Zhang Rao wanted to explain clearly. Tang Nana gently pushed Zhang Rao's chest and shook her head. "Stop talking, I understand." Tang Nana turned her face away, trying not to let Zhang Rao see her expression at the moment. I'm being sentimental. Since you've already made your choice, let's stick to the original plan. I'll continue teaching you how to dance and try to get you and Tian a good score at the dance. Nana, I'm really sorry, Zhang Rao tried to explain again, but when the words came to his lips he didn't know how to start. I said, stop talking. Donna interrupted him, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice calm again. You don't have to apologize to me, Zhang Rao, you don't owe me anything. After saying that, she raised her hand to help him straighten his collar. Dance well when the time comes and don't let me down. Tang Nana smiled. Even though Don Nana had a smile on her face, how could Zhang Rao not feel the loss behind her smile? Nana, are you still there? I left my phone in the dance studio. He Lingling's lazy voice came from the corridor. Before Zhang Rao and Tang Nana could react, He Lingling pushed the door open and walked in. She noticed the slightly awkward atmosphere between Zhang Rao and Tang Nana at a glance, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Hey, what's going on? The atmosphere feels weird. He Lingling looked at the two of them with a smile. Tang Nana quickly let go of Zhang Rao's collar and turned around, pretending to tidy up her training clothes to hide the look of loss that had not yet completely faded from her face. No, nothing. Zhang Rao replied stutteringly. He Lingling didn't believe Zhang Rao's words. She walked to Zhang Rao, looked him up and down, then looked at Tang Nana's back, and had already guessed something in her mind. Zhang Rao, didn't you make Nana angry again? He Lingling teased. Lingling, don't talk nonsense, we are just discussing the welcome dance. Don Nana turned around, her face had returned to calm, but there was still a trace of barely perceptible loneliness in her eyes. Oh? Welcome dance? Why, Zhang Rao, are you really planning to attend? He Lingling became interested and looked at Zhang Rao. Well, I do want to participate and get a good grade. Zhang Rao said, but he was still blaming himself for Tang Nana's reaction just now. You? He Lingling couldn't help laughing. I can't say I can praise your dancing skills. So I'm just studying hard with Nana. Zhang Rao smiled helplessly. He Lingling looked at Tang Nana and asked, Nana, weren't you planning on not participating? What happened? Did you change your mind? Tang Nana was slightly startled and said, I didn't plan to participate, but I wanted to help Zhang Rao. After all, we are classmates. Oh. He Lingling stretched out her voice. She didn't believe that Tang Nana was just trying to help. At this moment, Zhang Rao's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from by Tian. Xiao Rousey, the design drawings for your dress have all been drawn. I'll see if there's anything else that needs to be modified when you come back. He Lingling came over, saw the message on the phone screen, and said with a smile. Hey, you're having a lively chat with Tian. Zhang Rao, are you and Tian attending the welcome dance together? Zhang Rao secretly thought that something was wrong. Before he could answer, Tang Nana said, yes, Zhang Rao has already agreed to join Tian. After saying that, she turned aside, picked up her water cup, took a sip of water, and tried to calm herself down. He Lingling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't expect that, Zhang Rao, you're quite quick. But Tian's dancing skills are quite a match for you. Maybe you can even win an award. At this time, Tang Nana looked at the time and said, it's getting late. Let's stop practicing here today. Remember to come early tomorrow. I'll go back first. Zhang Rao knew that Tang Nana wanted to end this awkward situation, so he nodded and said, Okay, Nana-san, I will be there on time tomorrow. As soon as Tang Nana left, He Lingling started yelling. Oh, the air was so sour just now, don't you think, Zhang Rao? Lingling, please stop teasing me. You're really good at this. You actually asked Nana to teach you to dance. This is the first time I've seen her so interested in something other than her profession. Could it be that you've won Nana over? Chapter 63 Why are you still peeping? You're really good at this. You actually asked Nana to teach you to dance. This is the first time I've seen her so interested in something other than her profession. Could it be that you've won Nana over? Zhang Rao did not answer He Lingling, but just touched the collar that Tang Nana had just adjusted. Boring. He Lingling curled her lips when she saw Zhang Rao like this. At this moment, they both noticed a person at the door. This person was wearing a baseball cap and covering her face tightly with a mask and sunglasses, but from her figure and hairstyle, it was clear at a glance that she was Su Yaoyao. Lingling, is that Yao Yao at the door? Zhang Rao was a little unsure and asked He Lingling beside him. Well, probably, but what is she doing? He Lingling looked at Su Yao Yao, who was leaning on the doorframe and peeking over here with a puzzled look on her face. He Lingling and Zhang Rao looked at each other, both with suspicion on their faces, and then walked towards the door together. When Su Yao Yao saw them walking towards her, she felt like a thief caught in the act. Her body froze and she subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. However, because she was too flustered, she accidentally bumped into the doorframe, making a dull bang sound. Su Yao Yao squatted down with her hands covering her head. Zhang Rao and He Lingling quickly quickened their pace and ran to Su Yao Yao. Zhang Rao squatted down and asked with concern, "Classmate Yao Yao, are you okay?" You got the wrong person, Jiang. I'm not Su Yao Yao." Zhang Rao didn't know what to say for a moment. She clearly called him classmate Jiang, but he still said he had recognized the wrong person. He Lingling reached out and gently pulled Su Yao Yao's hat, smiling and saying, "Yao Yao, your disguise is terrible. You're obviously eavesdropping with the way you're dressed. Why is this happening?" Su Yao Yao had no choice but to take off her hat and sunglasses, revealing her fair and delicate face, which was full of embarrassment. She bit her lip, her eyes dodging, and whispered, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just happened to be passing by and heard you guys talking about the welcome dance. I got a little curious." He Lingling crossed her arms and looked at Su Yao Yao with a half smile. Just happened to be passing by? How could someone just pass by and cover themselves up so tightly? Su Yao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she twisted her fingers together, making a sound as thin as a mosquito. Well, Jiang and Nana didn't come back all night yesterday, so I was a little worried and came to see them. Lingling said as if she suddenly understood something, and looked at Zhang Rao meaningfully. I see, looks like last night's story was pretty exciting, huh? TSK, I didn't expect. I went to bed too early last night and missed a lot. Zhang Rao's scalp suddenly tingled, and he quickly explained, "Classmate Yao Yao, we really just went to Yaya's place to stay overnight last night." Su Yao Yao's fingers unconsciously curled the corner of her clothes. I know. She looked up at Zhang Rao with her eyes dazed for a moment. Ever since she slept with Zhang Rao that day, it seemed as if some memories had appeared in her mind out of thin air. Although they were only fragmentary fragments, she knew very well that she had never done these things, and the name Zhang Rao appeared in every memory. Yao Yao, why are you staring at Zhang Rao? Are you attracted to him? He Lingling snapped her fingers in front of Su Yao Yao. I didn't. Su Yao Yao raised her head suddenly like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. Her cheeks flushed instantly and she waved her hands in panic to deny it. Lingling, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Rao glanced at He Lingling somewhat helplessly. This woman really loves to play tricks on people. Lingling, where did you put your cell phone? Zhang Rao turned around to help He Lingling find her cell phone. Maybe it's on the shoe cabinet under the mirror. Can you help me take a look? He Lingling called out. Zhang Rao followed the direction of her finger and walked to the shoe cabinet, then bent down to look for his cell phone. Su Yao Yao lowered her head and secretly glanced at Zhang Rao's figure, her eyes becoming more complicated. I must have known classmate Jiang before, or Su Yao Yao must have known classmate Jiang before. Why are you still peeking? He Lingling snapped her fingers in front of the dazed Su Yao Yao again and smiled with her hand covering her mouth. Chapter 64, Say Something. How about it, little Rousey, I'm awesome, right? Bai Tiantian raised her chin slightly and secretly observed Zhang Rao's reaction, feeling a little expectant and nervous. Bai Tiantian spread out the design drawings on the table, and the colorful lines outlined an extremely gorgeous dress. The dress is mainly in deep navy blue, with fine silver threads dotted on the edges, as if the bright stars were woven into the fabric. The shoulders and cuffs are decorated with layers of tulle, revealing a mysterious beauty that is looming. Zhang Rao stared at the drawing for a long time without saying a word. Seeing that Zhang Rao was silent for a long time, Bai Tiantian's heart began to beat fast. Her original proud expression was gradually replaced by uneasiness, and she unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt. She reached out and gently poked Zhang Rao's arm, her voice a little nervous. Little Rao, please say something, isn't it ugly? Zhang Rao still didn't speak, his eyes still fixed on the drawing. Bai Tiantian was so anxious that she pinched Zhang Rao again. Speak, you deadhead, for silence is but a word. Zhang Rao finally reacted, with a look of surprise on his face. Did you design this? Humph, what else? I've changed it many times. Bai Tiantian twisted her fingers together, feeling a little aggrieved. She hadn't slept a wink the whole night before because of this dress. Jiang Rao then realized that his reaction had caused Bai Tian to misunderstand him, and he looked into her eyes sincerely. Tian, your design is really amazing. I was just stunned by it. This is my ideal dress. His eyes were full of admiration, and his fingers gently ran across the lines on the drawing, as if he felt the delicate and soft touch of the fabric. A smile instantly spread across Bai Tian's face, her eyes sparkling. Really? You didn't lie to me? Of course it's true. How dare I lie to you? Jiang Rao smiled and rubbed her head. Thank you for your hard work in designing such a stunning dress for me. I love it. Bai Tian blushed slightly and slapped his hand away. Who is doing this for you? I just think it's fun, she said stubbornly. Jiang Rao felt warm in his heart. He knew that although Bai Tian was harsh in her words, she was really helping him with all her heart. By the way, classmate Tian, the dress you designed is so beautiful. Have you prepared your own dress? Jiang Rao suddenly asked. Of course. My dress was designed a month ago. I must appear beautiful. Don't drool over me, you pervert. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. Can't you let me take a look in advance? That won't do. Bai Tian playfully stuck out her tongue, rolled up the design drawing and held it in her arms. My dress is my secret weapon. I absolutely cannot show it to you until the day of the ball. If you see it beforehand, the stunning effect will be greatly reduced. There was mystery in her eyes. When she stood up, the hem of her skirt swept across the table, bringing with it a faint scent of gardenia. Tang Nana sat on the bed with a book in her hand, and glanced at Jiang Rao and Bai Tian who were discussing the dress enthusiastically. The two of them were very close. Bai Tian's face was filled with a bright smile, and from time to time she reached out to touch Jiang Rao gently, while Jiang Rao also had a happy look on his face, listening to Bai Tian patiently. Don Nana felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the bed sheets. It was clearly she who refused to be Jiang Rao's dance partner first, but seeing him and Bai Tian being so intimate, she still felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She recalled the time she spent practicing dance with Jiang Rao, the casual glances they exchanged, the thrill of their fingertips touching, and the kiss that almost went deep. Su Yaoyao was also secretly observing the two of them. She stood and sat, glancing over there from time to time. Su Yaoyao's eyes moved back and forth between Jiang Rao and Bai Tian, and she felt like there was a restless little rabbit in her heart. She herself didn't understand why she cared so much about Jiang Rao's every move. Those inexplicable fragments of memory were like a tangled mess, making her upset. Su Jingjing sat on He Lingling's bed, listening attentively to He Lingling's description of the various delicious foods they had eaten out on the weekend, her mouth watering with envy. Chapter 65. You are obviously very smart. Soon it was time to go to bed again. Today he slept with Su Jingjing again, but she didn't practice and went to bed early. Jiang Rao lay gently beside her, trying not to touch her. Su Jingjing didn't seem to notice Jiang Rao's actions, and her mind was still thinking about the food that He Lingling had just mentioned. Golden-laid fried fish, fragrant shark's fin with rice, lotus root, roasted lamb with plums. Each one sounds delicious. Su Jingjing closed her eyes and muttered to herself, as if she was savoring the food. What a foodie! Jiang Rao glanced at Su Jingjing and had an idea. He thought that maybe he could use this to get some information about Long Outyan from Su Jingjing. Why didn't I think of it before? Classmate Jingjing, what kind of person do you think your young master is? Su Jingjing was stunned for a moment, opened her eyes, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and began to think about this problem seriously. I can't explain. After a while, Su Jingjing suddenly said dejectedly. She originally thought that after so many years, she could more or less say something, but recently, she found that she really seemed to not understand the young master at all. She always did the wrong things and made the young master angry. Although she was stupid, she could see that the young master had begun to hate her. Especially when she thought of Long Outyan's vicious look last night and when he asked her to stay away from him, Su Jingjing felt so sad that she couldn't breathe. Her eyes gradually turned red, and her voice became choked. I've been trying so hard to do well and protect the young master, but I always mess things up. This made this girl cry. Jiang Rao was a little panicked. He quickly reached out and gently patted Su Jingjing's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Student Jingjing, don't think like that. Maybe your young master doesn't hate you. It's just that what happened last night was too sudden, and he was emotionally agitated and said that. Su Jingjing wiped her tears and sniffed. Jiang Rao, you don't need to comfort me. I know everything. I hate myself too. I hate that I have this disease, but I don't want to be like this. I want to be smart. I want to be as smart as Sister Qingqiu. I don't want to hold everyone back. Woo woo woo. Jiang Rao didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. After all, he was the one who brought up this topic. He could only gently hug Su Jingjing and let her rest her head on his shoulder, hoping to make her feel better. You, what are you doing? Su Jingjing was startled, her face full of panic. Her ninja instinct made her subconsciously want to push Jiang Rao away, but it was something she could do easily, but she couldn't muster any strength, and her cheeks instantly became hot. Jiang Rao felt Su Jingjing's stiffness in his arms and realized that his actions might be a bit abrupt. Just as he was about to let go, he heard Su Jingjing muttering in a tearful voice, Actually, this is also quite good. Jiang Rao was stunned, his hands hanging in the air, not knowing what to do. Su Jingjing buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled. Jiang Rao, I'm really scared. I'm afraid that the young master won't want me anymore, and the Long family won't want me anymore. Then I'll be nothing. Classmate Jingjing, please don't deny yourself so easily. You know what? In my eyes, you are very powerful. You are a ninja. Not everyone can become a ninja just by wanting to, let alone a ninja as powerful as you. But this is the reason for my existence. I'm stupid and can only do this kind of fighting and killing. I can't help with anything else. Who said that? Who said you're stupid? You're obviously very smart. If anyone says you're stupid, I, Jiang Rao, will be the first to disagree. You, stop lying to me, I'm not smart. Think about it, if you weren't smart, how could you become your master's bodyguard? If you weren't smart, how could you have discovered that the swimming coach was a ninja? If you weren't smart, how could you have discovered that you weren't smart? Su Jingjing was stunned by what she heard. Jiang Rao didn't know how long it took for her to finally smile. It turns out I'm really smart. All this is a test from the young master. Su Jingjing clapped her hands excitedly and grinned, her eyes full of joy. Jiang Rao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and finally managed to coax Su Jingjing. He felt secretly relieved, but also a little helpless. I wanted to get some information about Long Outyan from her, but ended up almost making her collapse. If she really turns evil, I might wake up tomorrow morning with a knife stuck in my chest. It seems that she should be in a better mood now. Now she can finally ask Long Outyan what he is planning. He was just about to find an opportunity to test Long Outyan again when Izay called him at this time. Jiang Rao, something bad has happened. I don't know where Sister Yuetian is. Chapter 66 I'm not a puppy. Zhao Ritian curled up behind a bench in the park, hugging his knees tightly with his hands. The night wind blew and he shivered. The women's clothing he was wearing was so thin that it could not keep out the cold at all. Zhao Ritian bit his lips and his eyes were red. When he got off work at Bai Tiantian's dress shop in the evening, he felt something strange in his body. On the way back to Yizay's house, he felt even hotter and hotter. Before he could get there, he fainted in an alley. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself turned back into a man. His clothes no longer fit him and were tightly constricting his body. What the hell is going on? Zhao Ritian looked down at his body, which had turned back into a man's, his voice trembling. I was fine during the day, but why did I change back to normal at night? If someone saw me like this, wouldn't they think I was a pervert? He felt his pockets, which were empty. His wallet, phone, and ID card were all at the hotel. Now he had no place to stay, let alone ask Jiang Rao for help. He didn't dare go back to Izay's house, fearing that Izay would think of him as a monster when he saw his current appearance. He could only hide helplessly in this dark corner like a wounded little animal, crying silently. Jiang Rao, don't move. Su Jingjing reminded Jiang Rao behind her with dissatisfaction. Do you think I want to? This is too damn high. Jiang Rao's legs were trembling slightly, and he held Su Jingjing's waist tightly with both hands. He looked down at the street below, feeling dizzy and his heart almost jumping out of his throat. Su Jingjing loosened her hand and shot out another grappling hook from her wrist, easily swinging Jiang Rao out of the school. The two walked through one building after another, the wind whistling past their ears. Jiang Rao was extremely anxious. He originally thought that hiding Zhao Yuetian in Izay's house would not be dangerous for a while, but he did not expect that something would happen at night. Zhang Rao's first reaction was that Long Outyan was behind this. That guy would never give up after being prevented from getting the opportunity by him. Although he should still be lying in the hospital, who knows whether he will send Shen Xingxiu or someone else to kidnap Zhao Yuetian. With Zhang Rao guiding Su Jingjing, the two soon arrived at Izei's house. Arrive! Su Jingjing did a beautiful somersault and landed Zhang Rao steadily on the balcony of Izei's villa. Izei was pacing anxiously in the living room. When he saw the two people falling from the sky, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Fuck! Zhang Rao and Su Xiaohua? What are you doing? Never mind, it's not important. Izei rushed over and grabbed Zhang Rao's shoulders. She's gone, she's really gone. My little sister Yuetian. Zhang Rao held down Izei's shaking hand and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, kid. Tell me slowly, what's going on?" I don't know either. After class in the evening, I went to the dress shop to pick up Yuetian from get off work. When I arrived, the other clerks told me that Yuetian had already gone home. Then I rushed home immediately, but the housekeeper said she had never come back. Izei was very anxious. Maybe the bus missed its stop. Su Jingjing suddenly blurted out a sentence, and saw Zhang Rao and Izei turn their heads to stare at her in surprise, and then scratched her head embarrassedly. Because I missed my stop before. Jingjing, that's unlikely. Even if the bus missed its stop, it wouldn't have arrived by this time. Okay. I'll think about it. Su Jingjing thought hard again, trying to make her cleverness come into play. Izei, have you looked around the villa? Zhang Rao looked at Izei. Izei nodded desperately. Of course I did. I searched everywhere around the villa, asked the security guards, the cleaners, and even checked the surveillance cameras, but I didn't see any trace of Yuetian. Do you think she was kidnapped? Have you found the way back? That's not the case. The area is too large. I've only found a part of it so far. How about this, you try looking around the dress shop first. If that doesn't work, I'll ask Tian to check the surveillance footage to see when she left. Jingjing and I will walk along the sidewalk over there looking for her. Okay, I'll go right away. I'll leave this to you. Izei went downstairs and drove away without saying anything. After Izei left, Zhang Rao asked Su Jingjing again. Classmate Jingjing, can you find him by the scent of Yuetian? Su Jingjing glared at him unhappily. How is that possible? What do you think I am? I'm not a puppy. How can I find it just by smelling it? I just thought that you ninjas all have some special abilities? Zhang Rao said with a slightly apologetic smile. But you reminded me. I discovered this morning that there was indeed chakra fluctuation on Sister Yuetian's body. Although it was very weak, I still felt it. Oh, right, the system mentioned before that Zhao Ritian's chance was that after becoming a girl, she would have the ability of a ninja. Could her ability be invisibility? It feels a bit excessive, doesn't it? As soon as Zhang Rao told Su Jingjing his thoughts, Su Jingjing immediately shook her head. Impossible. I've been practicing since I was a child, and I've never heard of a ninjutsu that can make you disappear. Su Jingjing paused for a moment. But I still remember what her chakra was like. Her chakra was very special and different from anything I've seen before, so it left a very deep impression on me. I should be able to sense the last place she disappeared along the way. Really? Jingjing, you are so smart. After hearing that Su Jingjing had an idea, Zhang Rao also became excited. Well, of course. Let's go. Chapter 67. Why don't you ask? Give me 5 lamb skewers, grill me some pork loin, grill some salted fish, grill it dry and mushy, grill me some springs, and give me some plug-in. Okay. King Tu Ling sat in front of a barbecue stall with a box of beer on the table, feeling deeply moved. When I was a child, I watched my father drinking and asked him what was so good about the bitter wine. He didn't answer me. More than 20 years later, I finally found the answer myself. It's all for money, it's all for fucking money. He poured a full glass and took a big gulp. Liqueur. Fuck dish fuck. Just as the Earth Spirit King was enjoying the happiness that the middle-aged man had bought with 70 yuan at night, a man in black with stockings on his head quietly appeared behind him, holding the mace in his hand tightly. Bang. The next second, a sack was put on the head of the Earth Spirit King, followed by a mace that fell heavily on him. The defenseless Earth Spirit King immediately lost consciousness. By the time Zhang Rao and Su Jingjing found Zhao Ritian in the park, his lips had turned purple from the cold, and he was curled up in a ball, shivering behind a bench. The moonlight shone on his thin body, stretching his shadow very long and making him look particularly lonely. Ritian? Zhang Rao quickly stepped forward, took off his coat and wrapped it around Zhao Ritian. Feeling the warmth, Zhao Ritian slowly raised his head and saw Zhang Rao and Su Jingjing. His eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up. Brother! Zhao Ritian's voice was filled with tears. After he shouted 2 words, he could no longer hold back and threw himself into Zhang Rao's arms and burst into tears. Zhang Rao patted his back gently and whispered soothingly, it's okay, we're here. So, what exactly happened? First, sun sky became moon sky, and then moon sky became sun sky again? Su Jingjing's expression seemed a little puzzled. Zhang Rao scratched his head. He was the only one present who knew the real reason. Zhao Ritian raised his head from Zhang Rao's arms, sobbing and saying, Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run away. I just suddenly changed back to my original form and was so scared. I didn't know what to do. Zhang Rao patted his shoulder and comforted him, it's okay, as long as you're okay. But if you encounter something like this again in the future, you must contact me immediately and don't hide yourself, okay? Zhao Ritian nodded obediently, his eyes full of gratitude. Su Jingjing squatted down and looked at Zhao Ritian carefully. Ritian, how did you change? Can you teach me? Zhao Ritian frowned and recalled for a while, I just felt my body was very hot, and then my head was dizzy. When I woke up, it was back to normal. Zhang Rao's heart moved. It seemed that this was related to the triggering and disappearance of opportunity. As he was thinking, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was Zhe calling. Zhang Rao. How are things over there? Have you found your sister Yuetian? Zhe's voice was full of anxiety. Turn up. Zhang Rao had just answered the phone when Zhao Ritian hugged his arm, shook his head desperately, and his face was full of pleading. Brother, don't. Zhang Rao looked at Zhao Ritian's pleading eyes, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed the words back, then said to the phone. Ahem, don't worry. Yuetian just called me and said she's going back to her hometown to get some things. Zhe was skeptical on the other end of the phone, really? But why didn't she tell me? I was so worried. Zhang Rao pretended to be calm, maybe she was afraid you'd worry, and she left in a hurry, so she didn't make it in time. Don't worry about it. I'll ask her to contact you as soon as she gets back. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Rao looked at Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian bit his lip and avoided looking. Brother, if Zhe sees me like this, he will definitely think I'm a monster. Zhe is very good to me, I don't want him to hate me, and I don't want to cause trouble for you. How about you stay in our dormitory for one night today? Su Jingjing's eyes lit up. This is impossible. We don't have room for him to sleep in our dormitory. Zhang Rao's eyes widened. Yes, this is not possible. What's wrong with you? It would be such a waste of money to open a hotel. Zhang Rao, you just like to spend money recklessly. You don't know how hard it was for me to practice cultivation. At that time, Sister Qingqiu, other children, and I squeezed into a broken bed. Zhang Rao found it a little funny, but looking at Su Jingjing's serious expression like a child, he didn't know how to answer her. Oh, it's no problem to squeeze in one more person. My bed wasn't this big when I was a kid. Let's go back. After saying that, before the two could react, Su Jingjing directly carried Zhao Ritian on her back and took off with Zhang Rao. Say or not, 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 say or not. Ah. The Earth Spirit King was in a basement, his body covered with whip marks and burns. The two guards holding whips were sweating profusely and cursing constantly. He's really tough. Damn, he's a tough guy. He hasn't given in even after being beaten for so long. King Tu Ling was in tears and in great pain. He felt like several of his ribs were about to break, but the two people in front of him had no intention of stopping. He finally broke down and shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm really not a tough guy. You've been beating me for almost 2 hours, and you guys keep asking me if I'm going to tell you or not. Chapter 68 Fire Spirit King. I'm really not a tough guy. You've been beating me for almost 2 hours, and you guys keep asking me if I'm going to tell you or not. Didn't you ask just now? Guard 1 looked at Guard 2 in confusion. What are you asking? Guard number 2 was also confused. I don't know either. I came here because the organization said I could get more contribution points. How about we continue fighting? Hiss, it seems that this is the only way. King Tu Ling looked hopeless and could only watch these two idiots continue to approach him. What the hell are you doing? The iron door of the basement slowly opened, and the man in stockings who knocked the Earth Spirit King unconscious appeared at the door, but the stockings on his head were red. The man in stockings looked at the Earth Spirit King, who was tied to the rack and beaten all over, with a look of grief. He kicked away the two who were about to attack again, quickly came to the front of the Earth Spirit King, checked his injuries, and then roared at the two people behind him. Who told you to hit him? I'm asking you, who told you to hit him? Didn't you just tell us to beat him to death, Spirit King? You even said we should beat him until he couldn't get up anymore. The two confused people lay on the ground with their hands on their buttocks, becoming even more confused, and looked at the man in stockings with a look of grievance. When did I ever say such a thing? The Earth Spirit King is my brother. Even if he betrayed the organization, he is still my brother. All of you get out. I will interrogate him personally. The man in stockings glared at the two of them fiercely, waved his fist, and said while beating his chest and stamping his feet. The two men didn't dare to say anything else and could only crawl out of the basement. Brother, you have suffered. The man in stockings untied the chains on King Tu Ling with an apologetic look on his face. King Tu Ling just watched this guy's performance quietly. How could he not see that he was playing the good cop and the bad cop for him? The man in stockings continued hypocritically. Those two idiots hit you so hard. I just wanted to scare you, but I didn't expect them to beat you up like this. I'm so sorry. Fire Spirit King, are you fucking pretending to be a big shot? The Earth Spirit King was so angry that he finally couldn't help cursing. If he wasn't seriously injured and couldn't mobilize his chakra, he would have killed this grandson. How do you know it's mine? The Fire Spirit King opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with shock. Fuck, I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash. Besides you, who else would wear red stockings on their head when going on a mission? The words of the Earth Spirit King made the Fire Spirit King touch the red stockings on his head awkwardly and cough twice to cover up his embarrassment. Now that I've been recognized, I won't pretend anymore. The Fire Spirit King pulled off his stockings, revealing his face covered with scars. Lord Earth Spirit, what on earth were you thinking? You said you ran away, but you actually dared to attack the young master of the Long family. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? King Tu Ling sneered in his heart. The people in the organization were just a bunch of idiots. They were actually fooled by a fake young master of the Long family. Fortunately, he met the real young master. If the young master knew that the organization's Jiangcheng branch was so poor, he would probably be furious and directly ask the higher-ups to uproot the small branch. It was indeed the right choice for him to escape in advance. Seeing the Earth Spirit King's playful expression, the Fire Spirit King felt a tightness in his heart. He had previously had a vague guess about the Earth Spirit King's sudden escape, and now it seemed that there must be another hidden story. King Tu Ling, tell me honestly, are we brothers? The Fire Spirit King came close to the Earth Spirit King with a complicated expression on his face, which was both anxious and earnest. The Earth Spirit King snorted coldly and turned his head away. Huh, brother? You brought people to beat me up like this, and now you're talking to me about brotherhood? Don't think I don't know that you definitely did it on purpose just now. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the Fire Spirit King's face, and he quickly explained. Brother, it was a misunderstanding just now. I was just following orders from above. You know, we have to make a living in this branch, how can we not obey the orders from above? But I still support you in my heart. Just stop it. I'm not buying it. You can kill me or chop me up if you want, but if you do that to me right now, you won't be able to bear the consequences. When the Fire Spirit King heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The meaning of the Earth Spirit King's words was obviously that there was someone behind the scenes, which made him more certain of his guess. Could it be? Guess what? I can only say that those who continue to stay in the organization will only end up dead. Chapter 69 Happiness. Jingjing, what's wrong with you? Come in quickly. Zhang Rao looked at Su Jingjing, who was still hanging outside the window in confusion, not understanding why she took him and Zhao Ritin to the dormitory balcony and was still not coming in. I can't do it. Su Jingjing stared at the dormitory window awkwardly, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Zhang Rao naturally didn't know what this window meant to Su Jingjing. Sister Jingjing, give me your hand and I'll pull you in. After Zhao Ritin crawled in, he stretched out his hand to Su Jingjing. Well, I suddenly remembered something. After saying that, Su Jingjing jumped down from the building with a whoosh and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Jiang Rao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other, never expecting Su Jingjing to suddenly act like this. Sister Jingjing, is she okay? Ahem, brother Ritian, don't worry, your sister Jingjing is very powerful. Jiang Rao first stealthily opened the door of the room from the balcony, confirmed that the other campus beauties in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly, and then carefully took Zhao Ritian into the house. The room was filled with a faint scent of a girl. Zhao Ritian seemed extremely nervous. He shrank his body, trying not to make any noise, his eyes full of curiosity and uneasiness. Jiang Rao pointed at Su Jingjing's bed and motioned Zhao Ritian to sleep on it. Zhao Ritian hesitated for a moment, but nodded gently and climbed onto the bed ladder carefully. Just when Zhao Ritian was about to lie down on Su Jingjing's bed, he lingling turned over, scaring Zhao Ritian so much that he almost jumped up. Jiang Rao quickly pushed Zhao Ritian onto the bed and made a gesture to silence him, indicating that he must not make a sound. Zhao Ritian was so nervous that he dared not breathe. His heart was beating violently in his chest and his eyes were wide open. After a long while, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Tang Nana didn't move anymore. Sleep here for one night first. I'll help you think of a solution tomorrow. Jiang Rao comforted Zhao Ritian and lay down beside him, but he didn't dare to move too much for fear of waking up the other campus beauties. Brother, you really do live with Sister Jingjing and Sister Tian Tian. Zhao Ritian lowered his voice, his eyes full of surprise. Jiang Rao smiled awkwardly, patted him gently, and signaled him to go to bed quickly. But Zhao Ritian seemed to have opened up his chatterbox, his curiosity overflowing. Brother, you must be very lucky to have so many beautiful girls as roommates. Zhao Ritian continued to mutter softly, with a hint of envy on the corner of his mouth. The corners of Jiang Rao's mouth twitched. Are you happy? What the hell is happiness? It has never stopped since I entered school. Do you know how embarrassing it is to sleep with a school beauty every day? Do you know how painful it is to have to endure their disgusted looks every day? Do you know how shameful it is to be trampled by Tiantian's jade feet every day? He was inexplicably chosen by the system and had to face the threat that Long Outyan brought to the world, the huge power behind the Long family, and those ninjas and so on. And what about yourself? It's just unbearable to watch. Just an ordinary college student. An ordinary rich second generation. An ordinary young master of the top 200 Chinese enterprise in Jiangchang, who could only wear some brand name clothes and dress up like a decent person, and even had to live in the same dormitory with girls. The only thing that can help me is this stupid system. Besides these, what else do I have? What am I? Jiang Rao was filled with grief and indignation, and he scolded Zhao Ritian in a low voice. Stop imagining things and go to sleep. Zhao Ritian had no choice but to shut up. Just when Jiang Rao's eyelids were drooping and he was about to fall asleep. Brother, who do you think is prettier, Jingjing or Tian Tian? Jiang Rao was so sleepy that he almost lost his breath when asked by Zhao Ritian. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. Ritian, it's bedtime now. Don't ask these nonsense questions. Just go to sleep. Zhao Ritian seemed not to notice the impatience in Jiang Rao's tone, and continued to speak. I think both Jingjing and Tian Tian are pretty, but Jingjing has a special feeling, maybe because she knows Kung Fu. And Nana is also very beautiful. Jiang Rao resisted the urge to slap Zhao Ritian to death, covered his head with the quilt, and said in a muffled voice. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. Hearing the snoring sound beside his ears, Zhao Ritian tossed and turned in bed, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Everything that happened today seemed like an absurd and bizarre dream. First, he inexplicably changed from a boy to a girl, and then changed back to his original form at night. This series of strange changes made him at a loss. He was full of worries, afraid that his strange condition would cause trouble for Jiang Rao, but he really couldn't think of any other solution, so he could only temporarily follow Jiang Rao's arrangements. The early morning sunlight shines through the window onto Bai Tiantian's pretty face. Chi-oo. Bai Tiantian in the quilt let out a moan and hummed comfortably, then slowly woke up from the bed. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched. Sure enough, it's more comfortable to sleep without clothes. After she put on her clothes, she got out of bed and walked straight to Su Jingjing's bed. Little Rousey, hurry up and get up. Have you forgotten that we have an early breakfast this morning? Hearing Bai Tiantian's soft call, Jiang Rao opened his eyes drowsily, and what came into his sight was Bai Tiantian's pretty face so close to him. The morning light outlined her delicate features, and her long eyelashes fluttered like two small fans. Zhao Ritian's series of questions kept him awake very late last night, and his head was still groggy. Tian, let me sleep a little longer. Zhang Rao muttered, turned over and tried to continue sleeping. Tian refused to obey and reached out to pull Zhang Rao's quilt. No, I won't care if you're late. At this moment, Zhang Rao suddenly remembered that Zhao Ritian was still sleeping next to him. His heart skipped a beat and he looked to the side nervously. You won't know how shocking it is until you see it. Although Zhao Ritian has his back to her, from his graceful curves and waist-length hair, he has become Zhao Yuetian again. Why is Jingjing staying in bed so long today? She usually gets up earlier than Yao Yao. Look at you, Zhang Rao. You've even infected Jingjing. Tian covered her mouth and chuckled. Zhang Rao was panicked and quickly covered Zhao Yuetian's head with the quilt. He stammered to Tian. Tian, Jingjing, she was too tired from practicing last night, so let her sleep a little longer. Brother, well, I can't breathe. Zhang Rao tightly covered the quilt, trying hard to prevent Zhao Yuetian's voice from being heard. Tian frowned slightly, thinking Zhang Rao's reaction was a bit strange, but she didn't think much about it and just urged. Alright then, I'm going to go wash up. If you make me late, I'm going to kick you to death. Zhao Yuetian twisted uneasily in the quilt and made a slight whimper. Okay, I'll get up in a minute. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Rao's forehead, and he hurriedly pressed it against the quilt. Tian tilted her head, her eyes moving back and forth between Zhang Rao and the bulging quilt. Friends who read on other platforms, could you please come to Fanxia Novel and give me a free reminder to update? It is very important to Luatua, please. Chapter 70 Zhang Rao he plays hooligan. Tian tilted her head, her eyes moving back and forth between Zhang Rao and the bulging quilt. Xiao Raozi, what are you doing? You seem weird. Are there any things hidden in the quilt? As she spoke, she reached out to pull the quilt. Oh no, Tian is too smart, she is going to be discovered. Zhang Rao quickly reached out to stop Tian, forcing a smile on his face. Tian, it's really nothing. Stop guessing. Tian raised her eyebrows, with suspicion in her eyes, but she did not forcibly pull the quilt, looking at Zhang Rao. Suspicious, really suspicious. Zhang Rao's heart was pounding, and he racked his brains to think of a solution, but he still pretended to be calm. Tian, Jingjing rarely sleeps in, so let's not disturb her. Tian narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly moved closer, her face almost touching Zhang Rao's. Zhang Rao could even feel her warm breath. Really? Then why are you so nervous that even your ears are red? Zhang Rao became increasingly nervous due to Tian's behavior, and he stammered as he explained. I'm just afraid of being late. I get a little hot when I'm anxious. Zhao Yuetian struggled desperately in the quilt, making an indistinct sound. Brother, I'm almost suffocating. When Tian heard the movement under the quilt, her expression changed instantly and the corners of her mouth turned up. Oh really? Then what is this? Then, while Zhang Rao wasn't paying attention, he pulled off the quilt. No, don't. Ah. Zhang Rao, you pervert. The others were awakened by Tian's scream and quickly got up to check the situation. Tian staggered, covering her eyes and threw herself into Tang Nana's arms, her face flushed red. Sister Nana, please forgive him, he is a hooligan. Tang Nana and a few others finally reacted and looked at Zhang Rao lying on the bed. I told you not to open it. Zhang Rao lay seductively on the bed, using his body to block Zhao Yuetian behind him, wearing only a pair of shorts. The key point is that the pattern on the crotch of the shorts is actually his own selfie. Student Jiang, you. Su Yaoyao quickly buried her face in her hands, but couldn't help but peek through her fingers. He Lingling walked up to Zhang Rao and grabbed his shorts, mocking him. Hey, Zhang Rao, you're really narcissistic. You even customized shorts like this. It's over. My reputation is going to be ruined. This pair of shorts was actually custom made by a few friends from high school for fun, but the fabric is quite comfortable, so Zhang Rao wears it as pajamas. But fortunately, he now attracted the attention of the school beauties with it, and no one noticed Zhao Yuetian behind him. Tang Nana hugged Tian and stared at Zhang Rao's upper body, swallowing her saliva. It turned out that Zhang Rao had 8 abdominal muscles, no wonder he was so strong that day. While the school beauties were all paying attention to his weird pajamas, Zhang Rao secretly winked at Zhao Yuetian behind him, signaling her not to make a sound. Zhao Yuetian hid behind Jiang Rao, not daring to breathe, his heart pounding, for fear of being discovered. Donna frowned, her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away and said, Jiang Rao, how can you do this in the dormitory? Hurry and put on your clothes. Jiang Rao covered Zhao Yuetian with the quilt again and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, all right, everyone, keep your voices down and don't wake up Jingjing. Several people quickly lowered their voices, fearing that they would wake up Su Jingjing. Jiang Rao put on his clothes and jumped out of bed, secretly glad that he had temporarily diverted everyone's attention. But he knew that this was only a temporary measure, and he had to find a way to take Zhao Yuetian out quietly as soon as possible, otherwise if he was discovered later, he would not be able to explain himself. At this time, He Lingling was still teasing Jiang Rao's pajamas, and Tang Nana seemed expressionless but she would steal glances at Jiang Rao from time to time. Su Yaoyao stood aside, her little face still flushed, her eyes wandering between Jiang Rao and the bulging quilt on the bed. Bai Tian pulled Jiang Rao over unhappily. Then why don't you go and clean up quickly, or you'll be late. Chapter 71 Jiang Rao equals Big Fool. Sister Nana's dress must be a tube top. It's not only easy to match, but it also highlights her figure. Well, Sister Yao Yao is more cute, so pale purple would suit her. Jingjing is the aloof type, so a simpler look would be better. Sister Lingling. Bai Tian walked beside Jiang Rao and enthusiastically told him about the dressmaking plans of several other school beauties. Jiang Rao responded with his mind full of Zhao Yuetian's affairs. At this moment, he only hoped that Zhao Yuetian could be smart enough to find a chance to leave the dormitory after the school beauties left. Xiao Rousey, are you listening to me? Bai Tian stopped and glared at Jiang Rao angrily. Of course. Tian, you will look absolutely stunning in a dress. Jiang Rao came back to his senses. Alright you, damn Jiang Rao. You weren't listening at all, were you? Bai Tian was so angry that she stomped her feet and started punching Jiang Rao. Well, I'll go buy you some green plum tea. Jiang Rao stuffed the textbook into Bai Tian's hand and ran to the beverage machine. Humph, he looks so absent-minded. I was talking to him so seriously just now. Bai Tian held her textbook and glared fiercely at Jiang Rao, who was not far away. She casually flipped through Jiang Rao's textbook twice and curled her lips. The handwriting is so ugly. Bai Tian had an idea and took out the pen that was clipped in the textbook. She squatted down and put the textbook on her legs. She first rewrote the two sloppy words Jiang Rao and then filled in Jiang Rao's college and grade neatly. Her beautiful handwriting formed a sharp contrast with Jiang Rao's sloppy words. This is much better, but it seems like something is missing. Bai Tian stopped writing and thought for a while. Got it. She wrote again. Jiang Rao equals Big Fool and a pig's head was drawn on the back. Bai Tian looked at her masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Come on, classmate Tian. Jiang Rao's voice came from behind. Bai Tian hurriedly closed the textbook, her cheeks slightly red, and stuffed the textbook back into Jiang Rao's hands. Oomph, you're fast. She unscrewed the cap of the green plum tea bottle and took a quick sip, trying to hide her little action. Thinking of his own prank, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh secretly. Jiang Rao was confused for a moment when he saw the smile on Bai Tian's face that she couldn't suppress. Why is Bai Tian angry at one moment and smiling at the next? At this time, at the gate of Jiangcheng University, the Earth Spirit King was warning the Fire Spirit King with a serious face. He straightened his messy clothes, took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of seriousness. Huo Ling, I can only help you up to this point. When you see young Master Lon later, you must be humble. The young master's cultivation is unfathomable. It would only take a few minutes for him to crush us both. As he spoke, he reached out and carefully helped the Fire Spirit King straighten his collar. I will introduce you to the young master, but whether you can pass the young master's test and stay by his side to serve him depends on your own performance. The Fire Spirit King was a little uncomfortable with the Earth Spirit King's serious look, but when he thought about the opportunity to get close to the young master of the Long family, he couldn't help but feel excited and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, brother. I know what's going on. However, is the young master of the Long family, who the organization went through so much trouble to contact, really an imposter? The Fire Spirit King was still a little suspicious. The Earth Spirit King sneered, took out the bank card with 800,000 yuan in it, and showed it proudly to the Fire Spirit King. This is. The Fire Spirit King stared at the bank card in the Earth Spirit King's hand, his eyes full of shock and greed. The Earth Spirit King put the card back into his pocket and patted the Fire Spirit King on the shoulder. That's still a small amount. Once you meet the real young master of the Long family, you'll know. If you follow him, mountains of gold and silver will be no problem in the future. But let me be frank. If you show your weakness and ruin the young master's plans, I won't be able to protect you. The Fire Spirit King was moved. He was really moved. He has been in this killer organization longer than the Earth Spirit King, but the resources he gets are pitifully few. He has to put his head on the line every time he goes on a mission, but in the end he gets very little money. After so many years, he probably knew some inside information. In fact, it was not that the higher-ups did not take care of the frontline ninjas like him, but they were exploited in the process of distribution. Think about it, when money from headquarters reaches the branch, it has to pass through so many people's hands. Can these people resist taking advantage of it? Is it possible? Add to that the portion withheld by the chief and the portion embezzled by the financial director. How much money is left for these so-called spirit kings? The key is that you have to pay the salaries of your subordinates by yourself. They don't care about your situation above. If they are not satisfied with the money in their pockets, they will just blame you. They may even go on strike with you if they disagree. It can only be said that the post-2000s are really difficult to manage. Don't they just treat themselves as Japanese? What's even more hateful is that the leader has been poo of them, saying that as long as they continue to work hard, the position of branch leader will be given up sooner or later. As a result, this old deng has no intention of doing so at all and has not shown any intention of retiring until now. The Fire Spirit King has long been a first-level chunin, and his strength is much higher than that of the Earth Spirit King. Seeing that the Earth Spirit King received such a huge sum of money just after joining the young master of the Long family, how could he not be jealous? At this moment, he had made up his mind. Instead of continuing to stay in the dark organization, he might as well find another way out like the Earth Spirit King and join the ranks of the young master of the Long family. Don't worry, Earth Spirit, I know what's going on. The Fire Spirit King patted his chest and assured. As the Fire Spirit King was speaking, two people came into their sight. Shin Qingqiu carefully lifted Long Outyen, who was in a wheelchair, from the car to the ground. Long Outyen's eyes were red and his face was full of persistence. The system told him that the opportunity appeared in the school, and he must not miss this last chance. The Earth Spirit King quickly pulled the Fire Spirit King over and hid behind a tree nearby. When he found out that the person coming was Long Outyen, he showed surprise on his face and quickly turned his head to look at the Fire Spirit King. Huoling, aren't you worried that the young master won't accept you? Brother, do you have any good ideas to help me? King Tu-Ling chuckled and pointed at Long Outyen, who was moving with difficulty not far away. See that guy with the hairy mouth? He's the fake young master I mentioned before. The Earth Spirit King lowered his voice, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. You should also beat him up and make a contribution first to prove your determination and loyalty. It would be best if you could record a video to show to the real young master. Maybe the young master will be so happy that he will accept you as his own. The Fire Spirit King was slightly stunned, and said hesitantly, Is this possible? What if this backfires and angers the true young master? The Earth Spirit King curled his lips in disdain. Don't worry, I've tried everything. This fake young master is nothing but a fool. The only threat he poses is a female ninja. I'll hold her back for you. If you beat the living crap out of this fake young master, the real young master will definitely see your sincerity. The Fire Spirit King gritted his teeth, his greed finally overcoming his concerns. Okay, then I'll listen to you. After the conspiracy, the two of them giggled, put on their stockings, and quietly followed Long Outyen. Chapter 72 I Don't Feel Good Today. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tian didn't send a message until Zhang Rao arrived at the door of the dance studio. Sukotan's sister is in the store, don't worry Omega. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Tian had already successfully left the dormitory, so he could feel a little more at ease. Tian, do you like emojis? What do you care? Zhang Rao put away his phone and looked at the door handle in front of him, feeling a little nervous. He knew that Tang Nana must have been angry about what happened with his dance partner yesterday. Although his chances of success would be much greater if he attended the dance with Don Nana, there was no other way. He had already promised Bai Tian. If he went back on his word, Bai Tian would bite him to death. But Don Nana's sad look made Zhang Rao feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Rao took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the dance studio with determination. Hey, you're here? He Lingling was wearing casual sportswear and was sitting on the ground playing with her mobile phone board. When she saw Jiang Rao come in, she greeted him casually. Lingling, why are you here? Where's Nana? Jiang Rao's expression was a little surprised. Why, it's not Nana who disappoints you. He Lingling stood up and patted her butt. I'm just a little surprised, that's all. So, isn't Nana coming today? Jiang Rao forced a smile, glanced around the empty dance studio, and felt a little lost. Yes. He Lingling walked to the mirror, fixed her hair, and said nonchalantly. Nana couldn't come because of something, so she asked me to teach you today. She turned around, looked Jiang Rao up and down, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But seeing how distracted you are, I'm afraid you don't have the heart to practice dancing, right? Jiang Rao forced himself to cheer up. How could that be, Lingling classmate? Since I'm here, I must want to practice dancing well. He tried to make his smile look more natural, but he couldn't help wondering in his heart whether Dawn Nana really had something to do or was deliberately avoiding him. He Lingling raised her eyebrows, but didn't expose him and started doing warm-up exercises on her own. Stretching and kicking, every movement is light and smooth, showing off her slender figure. She was wearing a tight sports vest today, which perfectly outlined her plump breasts. She paired it with a pair of ultra-short shorts, and her two straight and slender legs swayed in front of Jiang Rao's eyes. Jiang Rao swallowed hard, not daring to look any further. He forced himself to focus on practicing the dance and started warming up. After warming up, He Lingling stood in front of Jiang Rao, folding her arms across her chest. Come on, Jiang Rao, let me see what you can do. Jiang Rao shook his head, withdrew his thoughts from Tang Nana, and took the lead in extending his hand to invite He Lingling to dance. He Lingling generously took his hand, and as the music started, the two of them slowly moved forward. Jiang Rao seemed very reserved. After all, the tacit understanding and ambiguity he had with Tang Nana when they were practicing dancing were completely different at this moment. He Lingling keenly noticed his discomfort and couldn't help but teasing him. Jiang Rao, you're not afraid that I'll eat you, are you? Relax and follow the rhythm. After dancing for a while, He Lingling let go of Jiang Rao. Stop, stop, stop. He Lingling stopped dancing, looked at Jiang Rao critically, frowned slightly, and said, Jiang Rao, what's the point of your dancing? It's so soft, without any strength or rhythm. Didn't Nana say you wanted to win the championship? You still want to win an award at the welcome dance like this? I'm sorry, Lingling, I don't know what happened. Maybe I just don't have the touch today. He Lingling snorted softly. No feel? Are you playing a game? I think you're not paying attention. She deliberately moved closer to Jiang Rao, her breath smelling like orchid. How about I call Nana now and tell her about your terrible performance? Jiang Rao panicked when he heard this. No, Lingling, try again. This time I will definitely dance well. Come on, in your current state, you'll definitely be the same even if you jump 100 times. He Lingling walked to the side, leaned on the handle in front of the mirror, picked up the water bottle and took a sip, then looked at Jiang Rao with a smile again. Tell me about it. Say, what? Jiang Rao played dumb. He Lingling rolled her eyes. What's going on between you and Nana? Don't play dumb with me. I felt like the atmosphere between you was weird yesterday. There must be something wrong. Jiang Rao hesitated for a moment, knowing that he couldn't hide it from He Lingling, so he had to tell her about his dance partner in general. Of course, he skipped the part about the kiss. After hearing this, He Lingling couldn't help laughing out loud. Look at you, you really do get yourself into trouble. Nana is actually very proud inside. Although she doesn't say it on the surface, she must feel bad that you found someone else so quickly. Jiang Rao looked distressed. I didn't expect Nana to be willing to be my dance partner again, but Tian has already made a promise, so I don't know what to do. Here, give me your phone. Jiang Rao looked confused, but still handed the phone to He Lingling obediently. He Lingling took the phone, pulled Jiang Rao's finger to unlock the screen, found Tang Nana's contact information, and started typing. Baby, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. You, what are you doing, Lingling? Jiang Rao tried to take the phone back, but He Lingling dodged it nimbly. Don't make a fuss, I'm helping you. He Lingling didn't even raise her head and continued typing rapidly. You can't handle it yourself, so I have to do it. Okay, send it. Seeing that He Lingling had really sent it out, Jiang Rao's eyes darkened and his face turned green. Lingling, you're being too reckless. Nana will definitely be even angrier when she sees this. Oh, what do you know? Women just fall for that. If you were to explain it yourself, you'd probably be too evasive and evasive. A direct apology like this might be more effective. He Lingling waved her hand nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, just over 10 seconds after the message was sent, Tang Nana called. It's over, it's really over now. Zhang Rao looked at Tang Nana's name jumping on the phone screen in horror, as if it was a bomb about to explode. He Lingling, however, remained calm. She pressed the answer button and turned on the hands-free mode. Lingling, that's enough. Tang Nana's helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. He Lingling said with a smile. Oh, Nana is Nana, you've exposed her. Zhang Rao, just stay nearby. He Lingling winked at Zhang Rao, signaling him to speak quickly. Yes. Zhang Rao finally reacted and responded. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and Zhang Rao didn't know how to start. The atmosphere was extremely awkward for a moment. Nana-san. Zhang Rao. The two spoke almost at the same time, and then were stunned. Chapter 73 finally got fooled. Nana-san. Zhang Rao. The two spoke almost at the same time, and then were stunned. Well, why don't you speak first? Nana, I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. I shouldn't have agreed to Tian so quickly without considering your feelings. I know I disappointed you, but at that time, classmate Tian asked me to attend the dance with her and said that she could help me solve some important things. I agreed without knowing what to do. But this is definitely not an excuse. I should have communicated with you first. I am really sorry. Zhang Rao spoke in a firm tone. After he finished saying everything he wanted to say to Tang Nana in one breath, he finally felt a little relieved. No, I don't blame you, I'm just too willful. There was a barely perceptible choke in Don Nana's voice. It was me who rejected you first, and then I regretted it. I was also wrong. Zhang Rao's fingers gripping the phone tightened slightly, and his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. Nana-san. Actually, I thought a lot yesterday. Donna's voice gradually calmed down. The welcome ball is very important to you. Since Tian can help you with the dress, you two will be a better match. He Lingling winked at Zhang Rao frantically and mouthed silently. Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Rao took a deep breath. Then. Nana-san, are you still willing to be my dance teacher? I mean, continue to guide me during the period before the dance. There was a faint sound of clothes rubbing against each other from the other end of the phone, as if Don Nana was adjusting her posture. You idiot, you're just imagining things. Haven't I been teaching you all along? I really didn't come today because I had something to do. This answer, tinged with anger, finally made Zhang Rao's heart settle down. After hanging up the phone, he Lingling patted Zhang Rao's shoulder proudly. How is it? I still have to take action, right? Thank you, Lingling. Zhang Rao said sincerely. So, after helping you so much, you're just going to thank me verbally? You, what do you want? Zhang Rao felt that he Lingling's eyes were somewhat malicious. Do you remember last time? Last time? Zhang Rao was completely confused. That time in the club. He Lingling said unhappily. Ah, that time. He Lingling was obviously talking about the incident when he defeated her in the Taekwondo club that day. So, you want to compete again? Zhang Rao asked uncertainly. He Lingling narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth. That's right, but this time we're going to compete in something else. As she spoke, she suddenly took a step forward, raised her slender right leg high, and drew a graceful arc in the air. Zhang Rao subconsciously stepped back to block, but found that He Lingling's leg did not kick towards him, but stopped steadily beside his ear. Lingling, what are you harboring? Zhang Rao was pushed against the wall. He glanced at He Lingling's beautiful white legs so close to him, and his heart beat faster involuntarily. He Lingling's leg skills are excellent. She can do the splits easily, and her toes almost touched Zhang Rao's earlobe. She maintained this difficult movement with a mischievous smile on her face. Zhang Rao, I didn't expect you to ride a motorcycle too. He Lingling held Zhang Rao's phone in one hand and pointed at the wallpaper of him riding a Kawasaki H2. Zhang Rao could vaguely smell the subtle fragrance emanating from He Lingling. His Adam's apple rolled and he gently pushed He Lingling's calves away. I changed it for fun. I don't ride it much normally. He took the phone. Let's compete on this. He Lingling retracted her long legs, put her hands on her hips, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you sure? Then a motorcycle? Zhang Rao raised his eyebrows slightly. Why, you don't dare. He Lingling raised her chin provocatively. Zhang Rao, you don't ride your bike just to show off, do you? Zhang Rao was successfully aroused by her and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He directly accepted the challenge. Okay, let's compete. But Lingling, don't cry if you lose. He Lingling seemed to have heard a joke. Zhang Rao, I didn't expect you to be so cruel. It's not that easy to make me, He Lingling, cry. But you, don't let me blow you up when the time comes. Okay, then Lingling, you pick a place and time, and I'll definitely be there. Zhang Rao didn't think that the motorcycle he had spent a lot of effort to modify would lose to the BMW S1000RR that He Lingling had seen before, which looked almost original. Moreover, after the ECU tuning program, the horsepower of his H2 was close to 260, which could leave her far behind just by starting. Well, I know the coastal highway outside the city is undergoing road maintenance these past 2 days, so there aren't many vehicles passing through. It's a good racetrack. As for the time, I think now is a good time. Now. He Lingling blinked and showed a sly smile. Yes, it's better to do it now than today. Zhang Rao was stunned. Now. But we still have to practice dancing. What kind of dance are you practicing? He Lingling grabbed Zhang Rao's arm. Your dancing is a mess, and I'm not as good as Nana, so I can't teach you. I'd better wait until she comes tomorrow and then I can teach you properly. Hey, Lingling, stop using the wrong words. What do you mean by training? Oh, it's all the same anyway. Here, I've sent you the location. Don't be afraid to come later. He Lingling casually swiped at the phone screen a few times. Ha, Lingling, you're so arrogant. Let me go get the car first. I'm going to make sure you admit defeat today. Zhang Rao said this and hurriedly left the dance studio, looking really angry. He Lingling looked at Zhang Rao's leaving back, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. Finally I fell for it. Chapter 74, Guangdong and Guangxi Troop Transport Vehicle. Yue Tian, what do you think of adding peacock feathers to the brooch? Bai Tian held up Zhang Rao's unfinished suit and looked at it carefully under the light, and another idea popped into her mind. Well, it looks good, but isn't it a bit too flashy? Zhao Yuetian was holding a pile of high-end fabrics and design drawings in his arms, and said with his head tilted. Yeah, then let's be more low-key and use the tail feathers of a night crow. Bai Tiantian's eyes lit up, she thought this was a good idea. She put down her suit and quickly outlined the details of the modification on the design drawing. Sister Tian, is this dress prepared for Brother Jiang? Zhao Yuetian asked curiously. Yeah, that idiot is really annoying. Bai Tian sounded complaining, but she was actually very happy in her heart. Brother Jiang will definitely do well at the dance if he wears this. Zhao Yuetian said sincerely. He's lucky to have met a designer as clever and skillful as me. Bai Tian raised her chin proudly. Sister Tian, can I ask you a question? Zhao Yuetian hesitated for a moment, then spoke. You say. Bai Tian didn't even raise her head and continued to focus on the design drawing in her hand. Do you like Brother Jiang? Zhao Yuetian asked in a low voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. The pen in Bai Tian's hand fell to the ground, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. Who likes him? Bai Tian hurriedly picked up a pen to cover her red face. But, Sister Tian looks at Brother Jiang differently than she does at others. Zhao Yuetian blinked her big eyes and spoke seriously. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Why are you staring at me? Absolutely not. No. Bai Tian's eyes were erratic. Besides, what's so good about that idiot? He's always annoying people. At the same time, Zhang Rao had already taken out his modified Kawasaki H2. He looked at the location sent by He Lingling on his mobile phone, stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle rushed out like an arrow. The wind whistled past his ears, and Zhang Rao drove towards the coastal highway outside the city at lightning speed. He Lingling's provocative look made him furious. Okay, today he would teach this woman a lesson and let her know what a lion-like rider was. Jiang Rao soon arrived at the coastal highway, and the roar of the engine was particularly clear on the empty road. The sea breeze mixed with a salty and humid smell blew in his face, blowing up his clothes. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sea, creating shimmering golden light. Strange, where did this woman go? Jiang Rao slowed down and looked around. He Lingling had invited him to compete here, but there was no one there. At this moment, a high-pitched and passionate engine roar came from behind him. Jiang Rao knew it was the unique sound of BMW's Dual R. Jiang Rao looked back and saw a flash of white lightning rushing from the bend. It was He Lingling in cycling clothes. Wow, you're quite punctual. He Lingling did a beautiful drift and stopped next to Jiang Rao. She took off her helmet and shook her short hair, with a faint smile on her lips. He Lingling's cycling suit fits tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her proud figure. The slim design highlights her slender waist, which forms a sharp contrast with her plump breasts. Her long and straight legs are even more attractive when wrapped in tight cycling shorts. Her face is faintly flushed due to exercise, and the broken hair on her forehead is slightly wet with sweat, making her look particularly sexy. That's natural. Jiang Rao also took off his helmet and smiled back, but there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. The car is well modified. He Lingling walked around Jiang Rao's Kawasaki H2, her fingers gently running across the carbon fiber shell, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Jiang Rao also began to look at He Lingling's car, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He thought that He Lingling would change to a more powerful motorcycle during the competition, or have some hidden modifications on the car. However, what he didn't expect was that apart from changing He Lingling's car to pure white and putting a Hello Kitty sticker on it, there were no other changes. Although the original Dual R engine has strong performance and good electronic control, He Lingling doesn't really think that these alone can help her defeat herself. He Lingling didn't seem to notice Jiang Rao's puzzled expression. She put her helmet back on, got on the motorcycle, stepped on the pedal, and turned to look at Jiang Rao. The destination is the lighthouse on the cliff. He Lingling raised her hand and pointed to the distance. There will be a tunnel in the middle, so remember to be careful. Jiang Rao also put on a helmet and sat astride the Kawasaki H2, gripping the handlebars tightly with both hands, feeling the slight vibration of the engine, as if it was the beating of war drums before heading to the battlefield. He Ling pulled down the visor of her helmet, and could vaguely see a pair of bright eyes with a sly smile. Jiang Rao, are you ready? Jiang Rao nodded, his eyes focused and determined. He glanced at the winding road in the distance, then at He Lingling beside him, a strong desire to win surged in his heart. I'm always here for you, Lingling. Don't be careless. He Lingling did not respond, but just turned the accelerator halfway, and the engine made a low roar, as if protesting to Jiang Rao. Seeing this, Jiang Rao was not willing to be outdone and also stepped on the accelerator. In an instant, two powerful waves of sound seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. Just when the sounds of the engines from both sides were making people's eardrums hurt, He Lingling suddenly released the brakes, and the BMW S1000RR shot out like a white arrow, instantly widening the distance between her and Jiang Rao. This woman actually launched a surprise attack. Jiang Rao cursed inwardly and quickly released the clutch. The powerful engine of the Kawasaki H2 burst out with amazing power. The rear wheel spun wildly, splashing sand and gravel on the ground, and then chased after him like a beast. The sea breeze blew past, and two motorcycles, one black and one white, chased each other on the coastal highway. The roars of the engines intertwined, breaking the original tranquility of the sea area. He Lingling was an adept rider. She tilted the bike flexibly at bends, controlling the speed and direction precisely. Every time she turned a corner, she almost stuck to the guardrail on the side of the road, which made Jiang Rao secretly astonished. Jiang Rao was not willing to fall behind. Relying on his familiarity with the performance of his modified car, he accelerated at full speed on the straight road, gradually closing the distance with He Lingling. Just before entering the tunnel, Jiang Rao seized the opportunity and stepped on the accelerator on a wide straight road. The Kawasaki H2 showed its powerful explosive power and successfully got side by side with He Lingling. Lingling, you're so cunning. You didn't even say start. Jiang Rao shouted through the communicator in his helmet. No one said you have to yell start before a match. If you have the guts, then surpass me. He Lingling responded playfully, then accelerated again and rushed into the tunnel first. The light in the tunnel was dim, with only two beams of light from the locomotive headlights swaying on the wall. Jiang Rao followed closely behind He Lingling. They drove very fast, and the deafening sound of the engines echoed in the tunnel. He Lingling kept changing lanes in the tunnel, trying to prevent Zhang Rao from overtaking. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to overtake He Lingling in the tunnel. Zhang Rao, stop immediately. An urgent voice came from the communicator, and He Lingling suddenly braked hard, and the rear wheel created a spark on the ground. Zhang Rao was startled and instinctively braked as well, but because the car was going too fast, the Kawasaki H2 slid forward for a distance before stopping. What's wrong? Zhang Rao steadied the car and looked at He Lingling in confusion. He Lingling took off her helmet and looked deep into the tunnel with a serious look. There's someone in front of us, and it seems like they're coming towards us. Zhang Rao followed her gaze and saw 7 or 8 Toyota Hiaces blocking the exit at the end of the tunnel, and there was also a faint sound of metal colliding. This is the Guangdong Guanxi troop carrier? Chapter 75, Candide. This is the Guangdong Guanxi troop carrier? Zhang Rao looked at the vans and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The next second, Zhang Rao's premonition came true. With a crackling sound, the doors of the cars opened instantly, and rolls of stick-like objects wrapped in newspapers popped out first. Oh shit. Lingling, let's turn around. For some reason, Zhang Rao knew without even thinking that what was wrapped in the newspapers was definitely a machete. Without hesitation, he turned the motorcycle around, only to find He Lingling still standing there. Lingling, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and leave. He Lingling seemed not to hear and remained motionless. Seeing those thugs holding machetes slowly approaching this side, Zhang Rao was extremely anxious. Without caring about anything else, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed to He Lingling, grabbed her arm and pulled her into the car. Hold on to me. Fortunately, He Lingling seemed to react and took the initiative to hug Zhang Rao's waist. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief and was about to start the motorcycle again when a slender hand reached out in front of him and opened the visor of his helmet. Lingling-san? Zhang Rao turned around in confusion and looked at He Lingling behind him. He Lingling stared straight into his eyes, with a wicked smile on her lips. He Lingling's smile looked particularly strange in the dim tunnel. Zhang Rao was about to speak when she suddenly made a move. A spray appeared in her palm. Zhang Rao, I'm sorry. He Lingling said softly, then pressed the spray button. Puff. A sweetness suddenly filled his nostrils, and Zhang Rao's eyes turned white in an instant. His throat tightened and he instinctively held his breath, but his hands let go of the handlebars due to the sudden numbness. He Lingling, you. The motorcycle tilted as if it was out of control. He barely managed to support himself with his feet, but his consciousness gradually became blurred as if he was caught in a whirlpool. He Lingling supported Zhang Rao, who was about to fall to the ground. Go to sleep, Zhang Rao. Her face was calm and her voice seemed to carry magic. Zhang Rao wanted to struggle, but his limbs felt heavy as if filled with lead, and he eventually fainted in He Lingling's arms. He Lingling held the unconscious Zhang Rao, gently lowered him from the motorcycle, and let him lean against the tunnel wall. Those holding machetes were now quickly surrounding them. A guy with a pineapple-haired head came forward and put a coat on He Lingling's shoulders. Miss, is this the boy? He Lingling nodded slightly, squatted on the ground, took out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped the stains on both sides of Zhang Rao's cheeks, casting a tiny shadow in front of Zhang Rao's unconscious face. Then she stood up, and her coat fell to the ground, revealing the faint lines of her waist and abdomen under her cycling clothes. Take him back. Those people responded and hurriedly lifted Zhang Rao into the car. A complicated look flashed across He Lingling's eyes as she dialed a number. Humph, I've already invited the person, but don't ask me to do this kind of thing next time. He Lingling spoke dissatisfiedly to the person on the other end of the phone, watching the car carrying Zhang Rao disappear into the twilight, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the edge of the phone. I feel dizzy and groggy. Where am I? My hands can't move. It seems like I'm tied up. By the way, this long-legged and busty Chonsam beauty in front of me is He Lingling? Oh, by the way, I seem to have been kidnapped by her? Thinking of this, Zhang Rao suddenly became more sober. He sat up suddenly, but the back of his head hit the soft bedside cushion. The room in front of me was bathed in warm orange floor-length lamplight, the wallpaper was decorated with delicate rose patterns, and a half-length chiffon curtain hung at the end of the bed, swaying gently with the wind from the air conditioning vent. He then realized that he was lying on a four-poster bed, his wrists tied to the headboard with pink lace ribbons. It was more like some kind of deliberate decoration than a restraint. The ribbon was not tied tightly, as if the other party was not worried that he would escape. And it's so cold, why is it so cold? He looked down and found that he was only wearing a pair of underwear. Jiang Rao seemed to understand. I might have been candied. Chapter 76. No, there is a problem. Behind the gauze curtain at the end of the bed, He Lingling was sitting in front of the mirror on the dressing table, her fingertips twirling around a strand of highlighted hair. Jiang Rao finally found his shirt on the floor. He struggled to reach it with his other untied hand and managed to put it halfway on. There was a faint fragrance on the shirt, which was clearly the scent of He Lingling. Just as Jiang Rao's fingertips touched the buttons of his shirt, the ribbon on the head of the bed was suddenly pulled tight. He Lingling hadn't known when she was kneeling on the edge of the bed, with the end of the ribbon wrapped around her fingertips. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, the collar of her cheongsam was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, and the pearl pendant on her earlobe swayed gently with her movements. Woke up? Her voice trembled slightly at the end, and with a sudden tug of her fingertips, Jiang Rao was forced to lean forward, and his shirt slipped from between her fingers, revealing half of his strong waistline. He Lingling's gaze lingered on his collarbone for half a second, and she suddenly reached out to straighten his messy collar. Where is this? Jiang Rao's questioning was torn apart by the dryness in his throat. He then noticed that there was a half-full cup of warm water on the bedside table, with water droplets still condensed on the edge of the cup. Obviously it had just been poured. My home, my room. Your room? He Lingling's face was calm and her tone was normal. No, why did you tie me up and bring me to your house? What do you think? Have you forgotten everything that just happened? What just happened? Jiang Rao's brain exploded. I glanced at the digital clock on the dressing table and saw that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He swallowed hard, wondering if he was really. I was just kidding. You didn't really think I slept with you, did you? He Lingling couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Jiang Rao's expression. Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, if that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. No, there is a problem. Jiang Rao seemed to remember something, and suddenly used all his strength to break free from the ribbon. He jumped up suddenly, turned over and pressed He Lingling under him. Jiang Rao, what are you going to do? He Lingling's arms were clamped tightly by Jiang Rao, and she couldn't move. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on her face. He Lingling, you are also Long Outyan's subordinate, right? Jiang Rao increased the strength in his hands, his eyes full of determination. What are you talking about? Who is Long Outyan? He Lingling was confused and wanted to struggle, but Jiang Rao's movements made her powerless, so she could only twist her body continuously. You're quite good at acting. Stop pretending. Did Long Outyan ask you to kidnap me? I'm warning you, don't mess around, this is my home. If you do this again, I'll call for help. Ugh. Jiang Rao covered her mouth and threatened fiercely. I'd almost believed it. Hurry up and tell Long Outyan to let me go, or I'm going to fuck you right here on this bed today. Do you hear me? Jiang Rao certainly wouldn't do that. He had already concluded that He Lingling was also Long Outyan's subordinate. He just hoped that she would be scared and let him go. No, Jiang Rao, you bastard. No. He Lingling was about to cry. If she had known earlier, she would not have teased him. She didn't know what was wrong with this guy, he suddenly became so beastly. Absolutely not. In my own home, in my own room, in my own bed, I was raped by this bastard. Damn it, you beast. What the hell are you going to do to my daughter? A middle-aged man kicked open the door and rushed into the room. He kicked Jiang Rao, who was lying on top of He Lingling and only wearing a pair of underwear, away. You can search for Luotua's account on both TikTok and Kuaishou now. You can follow it. I'll do a livestream during the summer vacation so you can watch me write. I won't stop the livestream until I reach 5,000 words. Chapter 77, God of War Alliance. Jiang Rao fell heavily against the wall, his back burning with pain. He barely raised his head and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie protecting He Lingling, his sharp eyes almost spitting fire. Dad! He Lingling hurriedly grabbed the man's arm. It's not what you think. It's like this, and it's not what I thought? The man's voice was trembling, and his knuckles turned white as he pointed at Jiang Rao. This kid is just wearing his underwear and pressing on you. Jiang Rao struggled to get up and suddenly realized that this might really be He Lingling's room, and that he seemed to be about to die. Uncle, please listen to my explanation. What the hell is this explanation? The man picked up the baseball bat by the door. I'm going to break your legs today. He Lingling hugged her father's waist tightly. Dad! I kidnapped him. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. The middle-aged man's hand holding the baseball bat froze in mid-air, and he slowly turned his head to look at his daughter. What? Jiang Rao took the opportunity to grab the pants on the ground and put them on, while staring at the father and daughter vigilantly. He Lingling took a deep breath. Yes, Grandpa Haonen wants to see him. The old man wants to see him? To see this brat? He Lingling's father held a baseball bat and looked at his daughter in shock. He Lingling loosened her arms around her father's waist, straightened the slightly messy collar of her cheongsam, avoided his scrutiny, and looked at Jiang Rao with exceptional determination. Yes, Dad. Grandpa Haonan asked me to invite him to be our guest. Guest? Lingling, are you kidding your dad? Who is this guy? Would the old man personally invite him to be a guest? His father looked at Jiang Rao with suspicion as he just pulled up his trousers. His belt was not fastened yet and he looked embarrassed. He is my classmate and the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao had just fastened his belt buckle when his father's baseball bat was pressed against his Adam's apple. The kid from the Jiang family? He narrowed his eyes, revealing half of his tattoo on his suit sleeve. Jiang Gaoqi's son? Dad. He Lingling grabbed his father's arm again. Grandpa Haonan said he wanted to see him. The baseball bat retreated a few millimeters. Jiang Rao looked over his father's shoulder and saw He Lingling blinking at him frantically. The slit of her cheongsam revealed a large area of snow-white skin, and there was a red scratch on her right knee. It was caused by being pressed on the bed by herself just now. That? Jiang Rao laughed dryly. Uncle He, this is indeed a misunderstanding. I was just joking with Lingling. A joke? You call this a joke? When Mr. He heard this, he became even more furious and wanted to hit the boy on the head with a stick. Fuck, what do you think of me, He Jiang's daughter? Let me tell you, others may be afraid of your Jiang family, but I'm not. Wait, He Jiang? Could it be that He Jiang? Jiang Rao remembered that the current leader of Jiangqing's largest gang, the War God Alliance, seemed to be He Jiang, nicknamed Lei on the street. Could it be that He Lingling, the campus beauty roommate he had just pinned down on the bed and whom he had threatened to rape, wasn't actually a member of the Long family, but rather the daughter of a gangster from the War God Alliance? But why did the God of War Alliance kidnap me? Although the Jiang family is the leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, they have always been very low-key. They are the type who make a fortune quietly and never touch the black and gray industries. How did they provoke the God of War Alliance? The baseball bat pushed forward again, and Jiang Rao could even feel the cool touch of the metal. Boy, you just said you wanted to rape my daughter, didn't you? He Jiang's eyes were full of questions, and he spoke through gritted teeth. This. Jiang Rao was sweating profusely. He really couldn't explain it. He knew very well how cunning he had acted just now in order to scare He Lingling. That's enough. Dad. Are you done yet? He Lingling pushed He Jiang away and stood in front of Jiang Rao, the hem of her cheongsam stirring up a fragrant breeze as she moved. Not Lingling, this little bastard. What's wrong with him? You want to talk about sex, right? Why, I'd love to. Now it's okay. He Lingling looked at He Jiang unhappily. Lingling, why don't you listen to what you are saying? This is nonsense. What nonsense? Jiang Rao is my boyfriend. My boyfriend and I are feeling something, so what's wrong with starting a game? What's wrong with me wanting him to pin me down on the bed and beat me? What's wrong with your daughter wanting to play bondage? He Lingling's three consecutive what's wrong not only confused He Jiang, but also shocked Jiang Rao, who was sitting on the ground. No, you two are dating? He Jiang looked at He Lingling and then at Jiang Rao. Why, you don't believe it? Then just watch carefully. He Lingling turned around, pulled Jiang Rao up from the ground, grabbed his collar with both hands, took a deep breath, and kissed him directly. Jiang Rao's lower lip was held by He Lingling, and his mind went blank. Jiang Rao got hard. His whole body was stiff, as if he had been struck by lightning. The soft touch on his lips was too real, and the faint rose scent of He Lingling penetrated his nostrils. Her slender fingers tightly grasped his collar with such force that she almost strangled him to death. Slur, boo. The kiss came too suddenly, and Jiang Rao subconsciously wanted to push her away, but He Lingling pinched him hard on the waist. She opened her eyes slightly and glared at him warningly, her eyelashes almost brushing his cheek. Jiang Rao could only widen his eyes and feel the warm touch on his lips. Enough, that's enough. He Jiang quickly stopped the two of them. He Lingling finally let go of Jiang Rao, wiped the corner of her mouth, and turned around with a flushed face, but raised her chin with forced composure. Do you believe it now? He Jiang lowered the baseball bat in his hand and glanced back and forth between the two people with a complicated expression. Lingling, when did this happen? 3 months ago. He Lingling lied without changing her expression. We met at a club activity. Jiang Rao opened his mouth, but He Lingling elbowed him in the ribs, causing him to gasp in pain. Jiang Rao, tell me yourself. He Jiang narrowed his eyes, obviously not that easy to fool. Jiang Rao rubbed his ribs that were hurt by the collision, his mind working rapidly. He Lingling is the daughter of the underworld. Now that I am on her territory, if I say something wrong, I am afraid I will really be drowned. Yes, it's like this, Uncle He. Jiang Rao made up a story with all his might. We met in the taekwondo club. At that time, Lingling, kicked me away, and it was love at first sight. He Lingling's mouth twitched, and she was obviously very dissatisfied with this lame story. He Jiang looked at Jiang Rao suspiciously. Are you saying this because you're scared by my daughter's beating? Dad. He Lingling stamped her feet. Is your daughter that fierce? Have. He Jiang answered without hesitation, then frowned and looked at Jiang Rao. So you were just fun. He Lingling answered quickly, her ears red. It's just a little fun between lovers. Jiang Rao, likes to play, role-playing. Jiang Rao almost choked on his own saliva. Fun? He was knocked unconscious and tied up, and his father almost broke his legs. Isn't this a bit too fun? Chapter 78 Ray's Daughter. He Jiang slowly put down the baseball bat and rubbed his temples. Oh, Dad, please stop standing here. He Lingling pushed He Jiang out the door. Aren't you going out? Jiang Rao and I have some serious business to discuss. Go quickly, go quickly. He Jiang was pushed to the door by his daughter, but he still turned around and glared at Jiang Rao worriedly. Boy, if you dare to bully my daughter. Dad. He Lingling slammed the door shut and breathed a sigh of relief, but when she turned around, the blush on her face quickly spread to her neck. What just happened? She bit her lip and her eyes wandered. I understand. It's an emergency. Jiang Rao nodded wisely. He Lingling's lips were softer than expected, with a faint scent of strawberry, probably the scent of lipstick. Who asked you that? He Lingling was so angry that she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. I mean, when you see Grandpa Hanan later, you'd better keep your mouth shut and don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Jiang Rao caught the pillow and suddenly remembered something. So who is that Grandpa Hanan? Why is he looking for me? He Lingling paused as she adjusted her cheongsam. He's the founder of the God of War Alliance and my father's godfather. As for why I asked you to come, you'll understand once you meet him. So, invite me means. Jiang Rao raised his eyebrows. Set an ambush in the tunnel and knock me out? That's the most efficient way. He Lingling puts on her lipstick in front of the mirror. Besides, who knows if you will come with me obediently? Jiang Rao was speechless. He really wouldn't, but now he was already on the territory of the God of War Alliance and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave for a while. Jiang Rao touched the corner of his bitten mouth and said with a wry smile, but classmate Lingling, your acting is too realistic, isn't it? Shut up. He Lingling leaned against the door with her cheeks flushed. If you hadn't suddenly gone crazy, would I be like this? He Lingling was so angry that her teeth were itching. This was her first kiss. But if he didn't do this, with the methods of his suspicious and stubborn father, Jiang Rao would probably be ruined today. That really was an accident. I thought, never mind. I won't say more. Jiang Rao touched his head. He Lingling rolled her eyes, walked to the wardrobe, took out a set of men's clothes and threw it to Jiang Rao. Wear this and don't wander around naked in my room. Jiang Rao hurriedly caught the clothes and found that it was a well-fitting black shirt with gold stamping. Why are there men's clothes in your room? What do you care? He Lingling had her back to him, her ears red. Wear it if you want. Jiang Rao was thinking while changing his clothes. In fact, he had heard of the first generation of the God of War Alliance. It was said that when he was young, he single-handedly took on more than a dozen gangs and unified the underground forces in Jiangcheng. How could such a ruthless person who has nothing to do with me suddenly want to meet me, an ordinary rich second generation? Jiang Rao shrugged. The clothes fit him surprisingly well, as if they were tailor-made. Not bad, Master Jiang. You're barely qualified to be my boyfriend, right? He Lingling stood behind him, turned up the back of his collar, and used scissors to help him cut off the tag. So you are Rei's daughter? Zhang Rao said in a low voice. He Lingling chuckled. Why, are you scared? Anyone would be scared if they suddenly discovered that their roommate's family was a gangster. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let him break your legs. At most, he'll rip your tendons. He Lingling patted his shoulder. No, does it make a difference? Okay, boyfriend, Grandpa Hanan is still waiting for you, let's go. Chapter 79 You Hit Me. Zhang Rao followed He Lingling through a long corridor and came to a carved mahogany door. Remember what I said. He Lingling gave a final warning and then knocked on the door gently. Grandpa, I'm back. The knock on the door echoed in the silent corridor, but there was no response from inside. He Lingling frowned slightly and increased her strength. Grandfather? Enter. An old and strong voice came from the room. She breathed a sigh of relief and pushed open the wooden door. The mahogany door slowly opened in silence, the hinges making an old creaking sound. He Lingling subconsciously pulled Zhang Rao behind her. The strong scent of sandalwood emanating from behind the carved door panel was mixed with a faint smell of medicine. Grandpa, I brought the man back. He cooperated very well. Hearing He Lingling's coquettish tone, Zhang Rao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The room was dimly lit, with only 3 long incense sticks burning on the altar in the center. The green smoke rose in a winding manner in the darkness, outlining the figure of a person sitting cross-legged on a cushion. The man was wearing a navy blue double-breasted jacket, his silver hair was combed meticulously, and even in the shadows one could see that his back was straight, like a piece of old pine that had been weathered by the wind and frost. Is this person Grandpa Hanan? Grandpa, why don't you turn on the light? Is that to save electricity? He Lingling pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction and reached out to find the light switch. What are you doing? Ouch. The moment the light was turned on, Zhang Rao let out a scream. He Lingling turned her head in confusion, but the scene in front of her made her freeze in place. In the blink of an eye, the old man's fist stopped less than an inch away from Zhang Rao's face, and Zhang Rao was forced to kneel on one knee by his wrist force, holding his fist tightly to prevent it from falling. Zhang Rao's chest suddenly felt stuffy, and he felt as if a dump truck was pressing down on his arm. The force was still increasing, as if testing his limit. In fact, even the War God Alliance would never dare to easily provoke a chaebol of the size of the Jiang group. After all, times have changed, and these gangs are also seeking transformation. The previous business model of fighting and killing is no longer viable. The fact that the other party dared to attack him even though he knew his identity showed that the old man in front of him was definitely not simple. Boy, you have tough bones. Grandpa Hanan's fist didn't move at all, but Zhang Rao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and his arm muscles were tense to the limit. Grandpa! What are you doing? He Lingling rushed forward, but was stopped by the old man with a look. Instead of slowing down, she increased her strength again. No, this can't go on any longer. Zhang Rao released his fist and fell to the side, then unexpectedly hit back with an elbow. However, Grandpa Hanan seemed to know that he would fight back, and he blocked his elbow with his other hand. Zhang Rao was startled and quickly retracted his arm, then sent out another strike with his finger, heading straight for the throat. A hint of surprise flashed across Grandpa Hanan's face, and he changed his palm into a grip and directly pinched Zhang Rao's fingers. This time, no matter how hard Zhang Rao tried, he couldn't break free at all. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Rao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. His fingers hurt so much that they felt like they were about to be crushed. Stop fighting, stop fighting. He Lingling was really anxious. She couldn't understand why the two people started fighting as soon as they met, so she stepped forward again to try to separate them. Grandpa Hanan smiled slightly, loosened his hand, and gently pushed Zhang Rao towards He Lingling. Zhang Rao stumbled and fell into He Lingling's arms, his fingers burning with pain. Zhang Rao, are you okay? He Lingling supported him in time, with a guilty look on her face. She subconsciously wanted to pick up Zhang Rao's hand to check, but he threw it aside. Zhang Rao shook off He Lingling's hand and glanced at the two people in front of him with cold eyes. His fingers were still aching slightly, but what made him even more angry was the feeling of being teased. Is it interesting, He Lingling? Zhang Rao sneered and moved his fingers that were pinched red. Kidnap first, then test, what else will happen next? He Lingling panicked. No, I didn't expect Grandpa to. Not what? Zhang Rao interrupted her. Explain how you knocked me unconscious and tied me up? That's enough. Grandpa Hanan suddenly shouted loudly, and the sound shook the ashes in the incense burner 3 times. He stood up slowly. Although he was nearly 70 years old, his height of over 1.8 meters still gave people a strong sense of oppression. Boy, you have a bad temper. The old man narrowed his eyes. Do you know where the last person who dared to speak to me like that is now? Lying down in the orthopedic hospital? Zhang Rao stared back fearlessly. Has it already been thrown into the river to feed the fish? If you dare, kill me today. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. He Lingling's face turned pale, and her fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her cheongsam. Zhang Rao's thoughts were extremely clear at this moment. He wanted to provoke the old man to slap him to death. There's no way. This old bastard is too damn strong. I'm definitely no match for him, but I'm a man with a famous sword. I can bounce back the damage twice as much. If anyone wants to die, he'll be the first to die. Hit me, hit me. Hit me if you dare. Chapter 80 Pheasant. There was no expression on Grandpa Hanan's face as he approached Zhang Rao step by step. Grandpa, don't. He Lingling was worried about Zhang Rao at this time. She originally brought Zhang Rao back because she believed from the bottom of her heart that her grandfather would definitely not hurt Zhang Rao, but she never expected the tense atmosphere now. Unexpectedly, the old man just patted Zhang Rao's shoulder lightly. Little brother, don't be so angry. My granddaughter is a bit impetuous in doing things. She takes after her father, ha ha ha. Grandpa, please don't scare him. He Lingling stamped her feet. Scare him? Do you think this kid is scared? Grandpa Hanan glanced at Zhang Rao's clenched fist. I guess he still has some killer moves that he hasn't used yet. Zhang Rao was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap! Is this old man cheating? Could it be that he knew that I had a system? Ahem, I wonder what Mr. Hanan wants from a college student like me. I don't remember my family having any dealings with your God of War alliance before. Zhang Rao said this while pretending to be calm. Grandpa Hanan didn't answer. He turned around and sat on a throne chair, making a pleased gesture towards the teacup on the small table. Although Zhang Rao was a little panicked, he couldn't lose face at this time, so he strode forward and sat opposite the old man. Little brother, I heard from Xiao Lingdang that you defeated her with Wing Chun, is that right? Grandpa Hanan asked. First of all, who is Little Belle? Zhang Rao was completely confused. He Lingling, who was making tea for the two of them, paused and glared at Zhang Rao unhappily. Zhang Rao reacted and scratched his head awkwardly. That time was just luck. It should be because Lingling gave in to me. That's not important, little brother. The point is that you said your Wing Chun was taught by a master, right? Yes, what's wrong? Did you know that Wing Chun has disappeared in China for almost 200 years? Grandpa Hanan took a sip of tea and said lightly. But the person who taught me said that his Wing Chun is absolutely authentic. After learning it, it can not only strengthen the body but also enhance yang and sperm. Zhang Rao, what are you talking about? He Lingling's pretty face turned red. Xiao Lingdang, he is right. Wing Chun is not only a unique martial art, but also a way to maintain health. Grandpa Hanan agreed. And in today's China, there are only 2 people who know authentic Wing Chun. One is me, Hanan, and the other is my junior fellow apprentice, Shanji. Grandpa, you also know Wing Chun? He Lingling widened her eyes and looked at Hanan in surprise. That's right. Back then, I used this Wing Chun to defeat the other gangs in Jiangcheng and eventually founded the God of War Alliance. Then why don't you teach me, Grandpa? I'm angry. He Lingling turned her head and said angrily. Little Belle, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want to teach you, but you simply can't practice it. Wing Chun requires a pure yang body to practice. As for your father, he was already old when he came to me, and he had long missed the best time to practice. But that's not right. Grandpa's apprentice brother is called Shanji. But, Zhang Rao, didn't you say that the master who taught you was named Yi? Lingling, my master's name is actually Yi Shanji. Chapter 81 Can I masturbate now? You mean, Pheasant is your master? Hanan stood up and grabbed Zhang Rao's shoulders excitedly. So that's how it is. If Hanan is actually Shanji's senior brother, then wouldn't I be safe? Uncle Master. Jiang Rao immediately bowed and acted excited. Ah, good boy, I didn't expect that after so many years, there would finally be news about Pheasant. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Hanan laughed, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then started coughing violently. Grandpa, don't get too excited. Take care of yourself. He Lingling walked up and gently stroked Hanan's back to help him calm down. Little brother, tell me quickly, where is that brat Shanji now? Is he at the Zheng family? Hanan didn't care about that and continued to anxiously ask about the whereabouts of Zhang Rao Pheasant. Zhang Rao hesitated for a moment. Pheasant, he has passed away. What did you say? The smile on Hanan's face froze instantly, his cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and his fingers dug deeply into Zhang Rao's shoulders with such force that he almost crushed his collarbone. Just 2 years ago, when I was in high school, he got COVID-19. Our family hired the best doctor for him, but still. Zhang Rao was pinched so hard that it hurt, and explained to Hanan. Impossible. My junior brother is invincible. How could he die from a mere coronavirus? Hanan let go of his hand and stumbled back 2 steps, knocking over the armchair behind him. The incense burner was knocked over, and the ashes were scattered all over the floor. He Lingling hurriedly supported the old man, but was pushed away. You lied to me. Hanan's eyes were red, and he suddenly pulled out a sword from under the altar, and cut off a corner of the coffee table. Last night, he came to drink with me. Hanan's voice was choked with sobs, and he fell to the ground before he could finish his words. Grandfather. He Lingling screamed and knelt down beside Hanan. Sister Yao Yao, you've already looked at the door for the 15th time. Hurry up and play your cards. Bai Tian held a poker card in her hand and urged Su Yao Yao, who was in a daze. Su Yao Yao came back to her senses, her face flushed. Oh, sorry, I got distracted again. Sister Nana, do you think I can masturbate now? Su Jingjing secretly handed the cards to Tang Nana while Bai Tian was not paying attention. Donna responded casually, also looking absent-minded. Oh, no. Bai Tian threw the cards away and pouted. None of you are paying attention. Where on earth are Sister Lingling and the other 2? They don't answer the phone or reply to messages. Tang Nana put down the cards in her hand and sighed softly, maybe there was some emergency. Another emergency, Sister Nana, don't you think Zhang Raocheng is mysterious? Bai Tian curled her lips. At this moment, the phone in Bai Tian's pocket finally rang. It was Zhang Rao calling. Several people immediately became excited and came over. Tian, what's wrong? Hurry up and answer Zhang's call. Su Yao Yao became anxious when she saw that Bai Tian didn't press the answer button for a long time. Humph, this idiot called back so late, I don't want to answer it so soon. Unexpectedly, Zhang Rao hung up the phone. Ah, he's dead. How about we fight back? Tang Nana was speechless and held her forehead. Then the phone on Su Yao Yao's desk rang again. Yes, Zhang. Su Yao Yao quickly ran over to get her phone and nervously unplugged the charging cable. However, her hand slipped and the phone rolled under the bed, and the sound stopped abruptly. Oh no! Zhang San fell under the bed. Yao Yao, you, sigh. Donna was speechless again. The ringtone rang again, this time it was Don Nana's cell phone. Don Nana grabbed the phone and put it to her ear. Hello, Zhang Rao? There was no sound from the other end of the line. Sister Nana, it seems like you just pressed the hang-up button. Bai Tian reminded in a low voice. Chapter 82. Do you know how to masturbate? Hello? Finally someone answered the phone. Just when Zhang Rao was wondering if his phone was broken, he finally dialed Su Jingjing's number. Why are you calling me? I'm playing cards. Su Jingjing answered the phone while carefully looking at the poker cards in her hand. Well, I saw Tian and her classmates called me over 20 times and called back, but their calls were all unreachable. They? Su Jingjing raised her head and looked at the 3 people with awkward expressions and shook her head. I don't know why they didn't answer the phone. Jingjing, ask them where they are now? Tang Nana used her mouth to remind Su Jingjing. Yes, it will make people worry. Will Zhang come back to sleep tonight? Su Jingjing had no choice but to count on her fingers and said to Zhang Rao. Well, Sister Nana asked where you are now. Tian Tian said you make her worry. Sister Yao Yao asked if you would come back to sleep with her. Ah. Wrong, Jingjing, that's not what I meant. Su Yao Yao waved her hands hurriedly, her face flushed instantly. Ahem, I probably won't be back today. I'm at Ling Ling's house now. Something went wrong here. Oh, okay. Zhang Rao said he's sleeping at Sister Ling Ling's house today and won't be back. Su Jingjing continued to broadcast. Ah. Zhang Rao. Aren't you practicing dancing? Why did you go to Sister Ling Ling's house to practice? Tian Tian couldn't sit still anymore and came over to question Zhang Rao. Tian Tian, don't be impatient, listen to me slowly. Zhang Rao was hesitating on the other end of the phone when he suddenly heard He Lingling's voice in the background. Zhang Rao. Grandpa is awake, come here quickly. On the other end of the phone, 4 girls pricked up their ears at the same time. Tang Nana's nails unconsciously scratched a mark on the playing cards, Tian Tian's almond-shaped eyes widened, and the charging cable in Su Yaoyao's hand was tangled into a knot. Lingling called me, I'll hang up first. Zhang Rao hung up the phone in a hurry, leaving the busy tone echoing in the dormitory. The dormitory fell into silence. Su Jingjing was holding her phone, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. Why did Zhang Rao die so suddenly? I wanted him to teach me how to masturbate. Su Jingjing noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so she picked up the cards again and tried to get them to shift their attention back to the game. Jingjing, don't say such things casually. Tian Tian reacted and said with a red face. Don't say anything? What's wrong with you, Tian Tian? Su Jingjing asked in confusion. That's it, that fight. Oh, I can't say it. Oh, you mean jerk off, sweetie, do you know how to jerk off? Su Jingjing pointed at the card. Oh, I told you to stop talking. Ahem, Tian Tian, Jingjing probably wants Zhang to teach her how to play poker. Sister Yao Yao, you're more likely to be misunderstood if you say that. Okay, don't continue this topic. Don Nana quickly interrupted them, saying that if they continued talking, they would not pass the trial. So, did Lingling bring Zhang Rao home to meet her parents? Su Yao Yao said in a low voice. Who knows? Never mind him. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Tian Tian said this angrily and climbed onto the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt. I'm ready for bed, too. Don Nana sat down on the edge of the bed with an expressionless face. Why don't you want to play anymore? I finally figured out the rules. Su Jingjing was still sitting on the carpet, her tone dejected. Chapter 83 Junior Master. Zhang Rao hung up the phone and pushed the wooden door open again. Miss Lingling, you know the old man's illness. Remember, don't provoke him like you did today again. I understand, Dr. Fong Yuan. He Lingling bit her lower lip and nodded. The doctor then took away the silver needle that was inserted into Haonan's acupuncture point and carefully put it into the needle bag. After he left, only Zhang Rao, He Lingling, and Haonan, who was staring at the ceiling with a dull look in his eyes, were left in the room. The sandalwood was relit, and the green smoke rose up, but it could not dispel the solemnity in the air. Zhang Rao stood beside the bed, looking at the weak appearance of the once powerful gangster godfather, and a sense of guilt inexplicably welled up in his heart. Although he was not the one who started the conflict just now, it was he who mentioned the news of Shanji's death. Lingling, He Lingling was wiping Haonan's forehead with a towel. She ignored Zhang Rao and turned her head to the side, obviously angry. Ahem. Haonan sat up coughing. Grandpa, why are you up? Lie down quickly. Dr. Fong Yuan said you need to rest. Yes, uncle, you should have a good rest first. Zhang Rao also hurried forward to support him. Ahem, it's just an old problem. It's nothing serious. Fong Yuan always says the same thing. If you ask me, the only thing that's useless is his ancestral acupuncture technique. Ahem. Haonan sat up straight and signaled the two not to be nervous. I just didn't expect that the battle in Causeway Bay that year would be the last time that Brother Shanji and I met. Haonan sighed heavily. Actually, my master mentioned before that he had a senior brother, but I didn't expect it to be you, senior. Son, can you tell me more about the pheasants? His cloudy eyes lingered on Zhang Rao's face for a moment, and he became alert, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Zhang Rao was stunned for a moment, then smiled, sat down on the edge of the bed and gently held the old man's dry hand. Of course, no problem, Uncle Master, please listen to me and I will tell you slowly, my master. After a whole night. Ha 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 ha. Hanan's laughter was still loud, without any sign of sleepiness at all. Jiang Rao, you don't know, back then your master and I went to a whore together. Shanji had his pants half taken off when the police showed up. Guess what? I ran away and he got caught. I went to the police station to get him back, but he was still mad at me and hid in the cell, refusing to come out. Ha 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 ha. That's pretty slick. Jiang Rao responded weakly. His eyelids were already drooping and he was extremely sleepy. He had never expected that Lao Dang was so energetic. He had been talking for the entire second half of the night. There was nothing he could do but to listen patiently until dawn. Grandpa, can I come in? He Lingling's voice came from outside the door. Oh, little bell is up, come in quickly. Hanan smiled and let He Lingling in. He Lingling had changed into a baseball jacket and walked in holding a new set of teacups. The tea has just been finished. Come on, little bell, make another cup for your junior master. Hanan motioned her to come over. Junior master? Grandpa, are you talking about Jiang Rao? Yes. He Lingling opened her mouth wide. Jiang Rao almost choked on his own saliva. Grandfather. He Lingling's face flushed red instantly, and she stamped her feet. What kind of uncle is he? Isn't he just the same age as me? Why not? Since he is Shanji's disciple, he is of the same generation as your father. Or maybe just forget it, it's too weird for classmates to call each other that. Jiang Rao said somewhat embarrassedly. No, we can't mess up the seniority. Hanan said with a straight face. He Lingling was both embarrassed and annoyed, but seeing Hanan's unquestionable expression, she had no choice but to bend down. Well, okay then. He Lingling bit her lip and reluctantly poured Jiang Rao a cup of tea. Junior master, please have some tea. She deliberately emphasized the three words, junior master, her eyes full of threats, as if saying, just try if you dare to agree to it. Jiang Rao took the teacup with gritted teeth, and his fingers accidentally touched He Lingling's fingertips, which caused them to tremble. Hanan nodded with satisfaction and stroked his beard. Xiao Lingdang, since you and Junior Master are from the same school, you should take better care of him in the future. He Lingling's ears turned red as she muttered. Who's going to take care of this bastard? Ahem, Uncle Master, actually I should go back to school. Jiang Rao glanced at the bright sky outside the window. I still have classes today. Yes, Grandpa, I should go back to class. He Lingling immediately agreed, eager to escape this embarrassing situation. I'm leaving now. Hanan stood up and looked at the two of them eagerly, obviously not having enough fun chatting yet. Uncle Master, I'll come see you another day. Jiang Rao said quickly, you should have a good rest. Wait a minute, nephew, where is Pheasant buried? A look of sadness appeared on Hanan's face again. Burial at sea. He asked us to bury him at sea. Jiang Rao replied in a deep voice. That's the brat's style. Hanan turned around and wiped his face carelessly, not wanting Jiang Rao and He Lingling to see his grief at the moment, and waved his hands. Let's go, young people, study is more important. The two men left the room quickly as if they had been pardoned. As soon as they reached the corridor, He Lingling grabbed Jiang Rao's collar and pushed him against the wall, grabbing his cheek with one hand. Jiang Rao, does Junior Master sound nice? You actually took advantage of me. Jiang Rao spread his hands helplessly, his face was pinched and he could only speak vaguely. You can't blame me for this. It was your grandfather who insisted on calling me that. Besides, it seemed like you took advantage of me more yesterday. You mean, I'm to blame? It's unfair. Lingling, are you going back to school? He Zhong's voice came from behind. He Lingling hugged Jiang Rao's waist. Honey, you were so awesome yesterday, I loved it. She turned her head again, let out an ah, and then pretended to be shy and snuggled into Jiang Rao's chest. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? I'm being affectionate with my boyfriend. I swear to God, I did nothing last night except chatting with the old man all night. Jiang Rao raised his hands and shouted in his heart at this moment. Oh, Lingling, you said it's so early in the morning. He Zhong was speechless. Okay, stop hugging me. The old man asked me to take you back to school. He Zhong quickly stepped forward to separate the two. On the way back to school, He Zhong drove the car himself and occasionally glanced at the two of them with the rearview mirror. In order not to arouse He Jung's suspicion, He Lingling and Jiang Rao sat in the back seat, their bodies pressed tightly together, but the three of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Jiang Rao didn't know how many times he had yawned. After being tormented by Hanan all night, he was really sleepy now. At this time, He Lingling poked him and then patted her thigh. Jiang Rao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant. He Lingling rolled her eyes and pressed his head on her lap. "Go get some sleep," she whispered, gently brushing back the strands of hair from his forehead. "You worked so hard last night." He Lingling's thighs were soft and warm, with a faint scent of roses. He Jung in the front row saw the scene from the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In the end, he didn't say anything, but just silently turned up the air conditioner temperature. Jiang Rao originally just wanted to close his eyes and rest, but he fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. In a daze, he felt someone gently pinching his earlobe, and heard He Lingling's low laughter. "Master Junior, you seem to be sleeping soundly." Chapter 84. Am I that bad? Jiang Rao was blocked. That's right, I was blocked by 3 school beauties at the classroom door. Great, I finally caught him, damn Jiang Rao. Bai Tiantian pointed at Jiang Rao's nose, with Su Jingjing and Su Yaoyao behind her. "Good morning, Tiantian, what are you doing?" Jiang Rao rubbed his sleepy eyes, but was not fully awake yet. Bai Tiantian wore her hair in a high ponytail today, and the ends of her hair swung as she approached, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Su Jingjing and Su Yaoyao tacitly formed a human wall to block the view of other students. Bai Tiantian stood on tiptoe and grabbed his ears. "Good boy. You slept so soundly at Sister Lingling's house last night? You didn't even answer the phone." Su Yaoyao gently tugged at the corner of Bai Tiantian's clothes. "Tiantian, why don't you listen to what classmate Jiang has to say first?" Su Jingjing took out a hammer from under her skirt, handed it to Bai Tiantian, and nodded to her. Jiang Rao instantly became more sober. Hey, I called you all back yesterday, but you guys didn't answer." Well, I didn't answer your call for a special reason." Bai Tiantian let go of her hand and her eyes avoided. Me too, Jiang. My phone accidentally fell under the bed." Su Yaoyao twisted her fingers together and explained in a low voice. "Look, sometimes you all have special reasons for not being able to answer the phone, let alone me. Don't you agree? That seems to make sense." Su Jingjing nodded. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Jiang. Can it be the same?" Bai Tiantian was stunned at first, then she was the first to react. "We called over 20 times before you even replied. It's over, I couldn't get away with it. This is the second time, Jiang Rao. This is the second time you've stayed out all night without reporting. As the president of the student union, I've decided to deduct your regular marks." As Bai Tiantian spoke, she took out a small notebook and wanted to write Jiang Rao's name on it. No, classmate Tiantian, I was wrong, eh? That's not right. When did you become the president of the student union? Isn't Long Outyan the president of the student union? The young master was ambushed by 2 men in stockings yesterday afternoon. I wanted to go back to help, but he told me that staying in school would be the best way to help him. Su Jingjing said seriously. Then the other student union members voted me in as the college's interim student union president. Bai Tiantian raised her chin and looked at Jiang Rao, poking his chest with her index finger. So, little Rousey, you have to try harder to please me in the future. Jiang Rao. A familiar voice came from the corridor. He Lingling walked over carelessly, carrying a bag, seemingly unaware of the strange looks around her. Here, the clothes you changed out of yesterday and your motorcycle keys are in here. I asked someone to deliver your motorcycle to the school gate. Remember to pick it up after class. He Lingling stuffed the pocket into Jiang Rao's hand. Jiang Rao took the bag handed to him by He Lingling. As soon as his fingers touched the cool metal surface of the motorcycle key, he felt 2 burning gazes that almost burned a hole in him. Sister Lingling. Bai Tiantian came closer to He Lingling, her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. Did you have fun last night? He Lingling then noticed that the atmosphere was not right. She raised her eyebrows, glanced at the 3 girls, and suddenly grinned. Happy, very happy. She deliberately moved closer to Jiang Rao and helped him straighten his collar. Right, boyfriend? Boyfriend? Bai Tiantian and Su Yaoyao said in unison. Jiang Rao's temples were throbbing. It was intentional. This woman definitely did it on purpose. Listen to me, listen to me. Student Jiang, you and Ling Ling really went to meet the parents, right? Su Yaoyao looked straight at Jiang Rao. It is true that I went to meet the parents, but it is not the kind of meeting parents that you understand. What about the boyfriend? Bai Tiantian's gaze shifted back and forth between He Lingling and Jiang Rao in shock. Ha 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 ha, Tian Yao Yao, your reactions are so funny. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After a while. So, little Rousey is now Sister Lingling's junior uncle? Although I really don't want to admit it, but my grandfather has always taken these rules of the underworld seriously, so I can't help it. He Lingling spread her hands helplessly. So Lingling, please don't kidnap me next time, or Tian will really deduct points from me. Am I that mean? You talk like I really want to deduct points from you. Bai Tian stepped on Jiang Rao's foot in dissatisfaction. Oh, it's almost 8 o'clock. I have to go back to our college for classes. He Lingling looked down at her watch, then waved to a few people and hurried away. Hey, why did Sister Lingling leave? By the way, when did you become Sister Lingling's boyfriend, Jiang Rao? Su Jingjing raised her head and asked as if she had just woken up from a dream. Jingjing, I think we've already discussed this issue. Chapter 85 I became. Lingling, I have something I want to discuss with you, is that okay? On the balcony, Su Yaoyao walked behind He Lingling, who was collecting clothes, and asked cautiously. Weird? He Lingling turned around and looked at Su Yaoyao, her eyes full of surprise. Lingling, is there something on my face? Su Yaoyao felt uncomfortable under her gaze and clutched the corner of her clothes anxiously. Not really. I'm just a little curious. Yaoyao, you're usually not one to bother others, but you actually came to me to discuss something. He Lingling smiled and leaned the clothesline against the wall. Tell me, what's the matter? It's nothing, it's just, about tonight. Jiang classmate, he. Su Yaoyao lowered her head and looked at her toes, speaking awkwardly. I see. It seems I took Jiang Rao away without even saying hello yesterday, leaving someone alone in the bedroom. Sorry. He Lingling winked at her mischievously and deliberately lengthened her voice. No, Lingling, I didn't stay in bed alone or anything like that, no. Su Yaoyao said in panic, her voice getting smaller and smaller, until she finally covered her face with her hands. Okay, Yaoyao, Jiang Rao will sleep with you today. Just think of it as us switching yesterday. He Lingling touched Su Yaoyao's head lovingly. Okay, Lingling, don't touch my head. It feels weird. Su Yaoyao hugged her head and tried to hide. Oh, just let me touch it, sweet and soft little Yaoyao. By the way, let me check if your bunny has grown up. He Lingling continued to attack relentlessly. Lingling, don't do this. Su Yaoyao's face flushed, and she frantically protected her chest. He Lingling's evil claws had accurately found the second button of her school uniform shirt, and she was about to succeed. A flash of red suddenly appeared in Su Yaoyao's eyes, and her eyes suddenly became extremely cold. The terrifying look instantly made He Lingling stop. Yaoyao, you. He Lingling withdrew her hand and was actually trembling a little. Just at this moment, the dormitory door was opened and Jiang Rao and Tang Nana walked in together. Your movements are messy and your body is as stiff as a rock. I think you've really forgotten everything I taught you. Fortunately, you didn't lose your most outstanding sense of rhythm, otherwise I would definitely make you practice all night. Tang Nana threw her bag on the cabinet and scolded Jiang Rao in dissatisfaction. She didn't even look at her shoes. She just curled her toes in the canvas shoes, and the heels were pushed open by the force of the arch of her foot, and fell to the ground with a click. Then she rubbed the top of the sock with her other foot until the sock was piled at her feet, and then she stepped onto the cold floor barefoot. The white arch of her foot formed an attractive curve, and the red nail polish shone with a wet luster in the light. She rolled her bare feet on the floor. When her toes rolled over a tiny grain of sand, her toes subconsciously tensed and relaxed, and the tender red soles of her feet left shallow wet marks on the white tiles. Jiang Rao swallowed involuntarily. Jiang Rao, I'm talking to you. Do you think these are just small issues? Oh, Nana-san is right. I'll pay attention next time. Jiang Rao came to his senses and quickly nodded in agreement. Don Nana looked at him suspiciously, then followed his gaze down at her bare feet. A blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. She quickly put her feet back into her slippers and glared at him fiercely. I did it, ha 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 ha. Su Jingjing sat on the carpet and laughed loudly. Tian, you can't win. She spread out the playing cards on the small table, and a string of numbers suddenly appeared in front of her, 777888. Tian sat opposite her, just looked at her with a smile, and then slowly threw out 4 twos. This is impossible. Su Jingjing's smile froze on her face, and she stared at Tian's cards with wide eyes. So Jingjing, you still have to practice. Tian shook her head and played the last card. Jingjing Tian, why are you playing cards again? Donna picked up a poker card that fell on the ground. Sister Nana, you guys are back from dance practice. Do you want to play together? Tian greeted. Forget it. I'm not in the mood today. Someone stepped on me several times while I was practicing dancing. Donna waved her hand and walked straight to the balcony. By the way, Xiao Rousey, where is the meal I asked you to bring me? Tian stood up and looked at Zhang Rao expectantly. Ah. Food. Zhang Rao slapped his forehead suddenly. I think I forgot. Tian's smile froze instantly, and her face fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang. Rao. I really forgot. Tian went straight behind him and snatched the lunchbox from his hand. Zhang Rao, you've become so bold now. You actually dared to lie to me. But, if you want to deceive me, it's still too early for you. Tian, with her nose turned up and holding the lunchbox, sat down at the desk triumphantly, ready to start enjoying the fruits of victory. Chapter 86 Being Kicked Out. Tian couldn't wait to open the lid of the lunchbox, and a strong sour smell instantly exploded in the dormitory. It stinks. Why does it stink so bad? Did a sewer explode somewhere? He Lingling came in from outside pinching her nose, looked around the dormitory, and finally fixed her eyes on the bowl of snail noodles in front of Tian. That's the smell. It's so fragrant. Tian sniffed it and then showed an intoxicated expression. Tian, are you okay? You actually said poop smells good. Su Jingjing looked at Tian and took 2 steps back. What the hell is that? Jingjing, this is the snail noodle shop that just opened downstairs. It's delicious. Tian put the powder into her mouth and took a big sip. I don't believe it. This smell is exactly the same as the smell on the young master that day. Su Jingjing glanced at the bowl of snail noodles that was still emitting fragrance. It's really delicious. If you don't believe me, try it. Tian picked up a piece of sour bamboo shoots and walked towards Su Jingjing. I won't eat anything so smelly. Ugh. Tian stuffed the sour bamboo shoots directly into Su Jingjing's mouth. Oh my god, it smells so good. After chewing it twice, Su Jingjing's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Tian picked up another piece of bean curd and began to feed Su Jingjing. He Lingling patted her head helplessly, then looked at Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao, you sleep with Yao Yao today. Yeah, but according to the order, shouldn't today be? Zhang Rao said doubtfully. Then let me ask you, did you sleep with Yao Yao yesterday? No. That's fine, according to the order, you should sleep with Yao Yao today. He Lingling patted Zhang Rao's shoulder. Su Yao Yao was sitting by the bed sorting clothes. When she heard this, her fingers trembled and the clothes she had just folded fell apart again. Zhang Rao had no choice but to walk behind Su Yao Yao, scratching his head a little embarrassedly. Classmate Yao Yao, I'm going to trouble you again tonight. Alas, it's so embarrassing every time I ask them this. The tips of Su Yao Yao's ears instantly turned red. She lowered her head and continued to fold clothes, her fingers trembling slightly. It's okay, Jiang-san. Well, Su Yao Yao is still as gentle as usual. Knock. Tian put down her chopsticks immediately after hearing the noise and wiped the corner of her mouth. Xiao Rousey, come and help. Zhang Rao was pulled to the dormitory door by her arm. Tian opened the door and saw Zhao Yuetian standing at the door holding 4 exquisite gift boxes. Yuetian? Why is it you? Zhao Yuetian handed the gift box to Zhang Rao, then wiped the sweat from his head. The welcome party is the day after tomorrow, so I asked Sister Yuetian to bring our dresses to the dormitory. Let Sister Nana and the others try them on first. That way, if there's anything that doesn't fit, I can go back to the store tomorrow and make modifications. Tian took the gift boxes and placed them in Zhang Rao's hands one by one. Not bad, Sister Yuetian. You delivered it so quickly. I'll give you a raise this month. Zhang Rao and Zhao Yuetian looked at each other, both feeling a little awkward. Bai Tiantian didn't know that this was Zhao Yuetian's second time coming to their dormitory, so she naturally knew the way. Ahem, thank you, Sister Tiantian. Brother Heezy is still waiting for me downstairs. I'll be leaving first. Bye. Bye, Sister Yuetian. After closing the door, Zhang Rao put the gift box on the table. He opened a corner of the box out of curiosity but was slapped away by Tiantian's hand. Little Rousey, don't peek. Oh, I'm just curious what my dress looks like. Zhang Rao smiled apologetically and withdrew his hand. Hee hee, what a pity, little Rousey, you don't get a chance today. There are still some parts of your dress that haven't been perfected yet. You can only try it on tomorrow. I see. But why did you open the door again, Tian? Zhang Rao asked in confusion. What do you think? Bai Tian pushed him out the door. Girls are trying on clothes, do you want to stay and watch? Okay. The door was closed with a bang. Zhang Rao was kicked out. Chapter 87 Toilet Cleaner. Damn, luckily I was prepared. Long Outyan slumped in the boss chair, his face full of shock. Fortunately, my senior brother arrived in time, otherwise I would not be able to defeat those two stalking men with my own strength. Shin Xingqiu sheathed his knife and bowed to a hooded man beside him with a long knife slung over his back. Junior sister Xingqiu, you don't have to be polite. I don't even need to draw my sword to deal with such low-level ninjas. My hair-climbing finger is enough to kill them and make them throw away their armor and weapons. It's a pity that they escaped. The hooded man looked down at his own slender fingers and couldn't help but sigh. Stop pretending to be awesome, toilet cleaner. Not only did you come so damn late, but you actually let them get away. I gave you my head and you couldn't even figure it out. Are you really a jonin? Long Outyan was so angry that he stood up and kicked the toilet cleaner on the butt, making him fall flat on his face. The kick from Long Outyan made his anus hurt badly again. He took a deep breath and held on to the table with both hands to prevent himself from falling. Upon seeing this, Shin Xingqiu quickly stepped forward to support Long Outyan and helped him sit back in the boss chair. The toilet cleaning spirit on the ground also crawled to Long Outyan's side and massaged his legs flatteringly. Master, I rushed here from Kyoto as soon as I received your order. This is already the fastest speed. After hearing this, Long Outyan was furious and kicked him again. The fastest speed? Don't you know how to take the high-speed rail? Are you a primitive person? The toilet cleaner was kicked down again, feeling angry and aggrieved. I took your job and didn't reimburse my travel expenses. Do you know how expensive high-speed rail tickets are? You think it's easy for me to come here hundreds of kilometers? I'm lucky to have made it. And you're still pointing fingers here? If it weren't for the fact that you're the young master of the Long family, I would have cut you down long ago. What are you still doing here? Go and bring those two stockings guys back to me. Long Outyan was about to kick again. Although the toilet cleaner was resentful, he did not dare to fight back. Yes, master. I'll do it right away. Then he climbed out the window and quickly left the room. Master, why don't you let Ginger come over to help? It's not easy for senior brother to come all the way to Jiangcheng. Shin Xingqiu seemed a little confused. What do you know? Su Jingjing has more important tasks to do. The school can't be left unattended. Long Outyan sat down again carefully. First, the welcome dance is coming soon, which is a great opportunity for me to conquer a few campus beauties. At this time, I must always keep up with the information about the campus beauties. There was another point, and his expression twitched slightly, the injury to his but couldn't be any more serious. It's late at night. Zhang Rao glanced at Su Yaoyao beside him. There was a distance between them. She had her back to him and could faintly hear her breathing. It seemed that she had fallen asleep. Zhang Rao couldn't sleep. The welcome dance was coming soon, and his dancing skills were still a little unsatisfactory. Although it was much better than at the beginning, there was definitely still a long way to go before he could win the championship. Long Outyan has not made any movement for 2 days. I guess he might be up to something again. We must be on guard and not let him have any chance to contact Bai Tian. I heard that he seemed to have been beaten again. Does this guy have so many enemies? Zhang Rao was worried. He knew too little about Long Outyan. He didn't even know what he wanted to do. He asked the dog system many times, but it didn't give him an answer. It just told him vaguely that he must stop long out yin, just like a hacker. Well, it seemed that this guy was a hacker. It's getting late, let us go to bed first. At this moment, Su Yaoyao beside him moved. Su Yaoyao slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Rao, her eyes sparkling. It's been an hour and a half. Zhang should have fallen asleep. Zhang Rao closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to the noise coming from around him. Su Yaoyao carefully propped herself up, and the moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto her porcelain white skin. She deliberately coughed lightly, then quickly shrank back into the quilt to observe Zhang Rao's reaction. After a few minutes, seeing that Zhang Rao didn't move, Su Yaoyao sat up again. Looks like he fell asleep, the plan worked. Su Yaoyao has been very confused these days. She really wants to figure out what happened between her and Zhang Rao in the past and why those memories appear in her mind. Perhaps Zhang Rao is the key to solving the problem that has troubled him for a long time. Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao's eyes became more determined, and she began to move slowly towards Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao, who was about to fall asleep, felt the mattress sink slightly, and a faint scent of jasmine wafted into his nose. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Su Yaoyao approaching him quietly like a kitten. What is Su Yaoyao doing? Zhang Rao held his breath and pretended to be asleep, wanting to see what Su Yaoyao was going to do. Su Yaoyao moved very gently. She slowly moved to Zhang Rao's side. Her eyelashes trembled slightly in the moonlight, casting a tiny shadow on her cheek. It's finally here, so happy. She gently pressed her face against Zhang Rao's chest, rubbing it slightly, trying to find the same feeling as the last time she slept with Zhang Rao. Zhang Rao's heartbeat quickened, but he maintained a steady breathing rhythm. Su Yaoyao's hair fell on his neck, and the itchy touch almost made him lose control. Strangeness. Su Yaoyao raised her head from Zhang Rao's chest. Why didn't any memory fragments appear when I came into contact with Zhang Rao's aura again like last time? Su Yaoyao frowned and tilted her head in confusion. She hesitated for a moment, then moved closer, burying almost her entire face in the crook of Zhang Rao's neck and taking a deep breath. Still no. She muttered quietly, with obvious disappointment in her voice. No, I can't give up. Su Yaoyao didn't seem to give up and changed her position. She put her arms around Zhang Rao's neck and pressed their cheeks together. Is that so? She closed her eyes, as if feeling something. Su Yaoyao still didn't find the feeling she wanted. She raised her head, bit her lower lip, and looked at Zhang Rao's peaceful sleeping face unwillingly. Why is this happening? Last time. She whispered to herself, a hint of urgency in her voice. The vague fragments in her memory seemed like phantoms that were within reach and yet out of reach. Su Yaoyao felt that she was about to grasp something important, but it always slipped away at the critical moment. She looked at Zhang Rao's face again, the moonlight outlining his features, and a bold idea arose in her mind. Maybe, a closer contact is needed. Su Yaoyao carefully adjusted her posture, pressing herself closer to Zhang Rao, her chest lightly pressing against his. Through the thin pajamas, she could feel his body temperature and heartbeat. Zhang Rao's breathing paused slightly, and he was completely at a loss. No, Su Yaoyao has to stop. But, things like stealing kisses, it's so embarrassing. Su Yaoyao's voice was muffled. Chapter 88. Thank you, classmate Jiang. But, things like stealing kisses, it's so embarrassing. Her voice was very soft, but Zhang Rao heard it clearly. Stolen kiss? Su Yaoyao wants to kiss herself? He felt Su Yaoyao's hand gently caressing his cheek, her fingertips carefully stroking the corner of his lips. Her breathing became rapid, with a faint smell of mint toothpaste. No, are you serious? Just a kiss. Su Yaoyao had mustered up her courage and slowly leaned over. Her hair fell on Zhang Rao's face, and Zhang Rao could feel her breath getting closer and closer, her warm breath brushing against his lips. I ate a lot of garlic tonight. I forgot to brush my teeth. Zhang Rao turned his head to the side and pretended to talk in his sleep. Student Jiang, turn around. Su Yaoyao pouted and turned Zhang Rao's face back in dissatisfaction. Zhang Rao then remembered that Su Yaoyao had taken off her hearing aid before going to bed. Su Yaoyao's palms were burning hot as she held Zhang Rao's cheeks. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and slowly moved her pink lips closer. Their lips were only an inch apart, and Zhang Rao felt that he could no longer pretend and had to wake up. But Su Yaoyao stopped it this time. It's not right to do this. Su Yaoyao's hands trembled slightly, and she finally let go of Jiang Rao's face. She bit her lower lip, and a trace of struggle and self-blame flashed in her eyes. A crystal teardrop slid down from the corner of her eye and hit Jiang Rao's collarbone, burning him incredibly. She was crying? Su Yaoyao let go of her hand and frantically wiped her tears with her sleeves, but the more she wiped, the more tears came. I'm sorry. Su Yaoyao sobbed silently, her shoulders shaking slightly. She curled up into a ball like a wounded animal and slowly moved back to her seat. Jiang Rao's heart suddenly tightened. He didn't expect Su Yaoyao to be so sad, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. It is obviously inappropriate not to do something at this time, but I am afraid that suddenly waking up will make Su Yaoyao even more embarrassed. Since she wants to touch me, how about hugging her? Jiang Rao hesitated for a moment, but finally stretched out his hand gently, unconsciously turned over in his sleep, and took Su Yaoyao into his arms. Su Yaoyao's body froze instantly. She stared at Jiang Rao's face, eyes wide open, in disbelief. His breath was even and warm, brushing against her nose. Jiang-san? She whispered tentatively, uncertainty in her voice. Jiang Rao did not respond, but continued to maintain his even breathing, but tightened his arms and pulled her closer to him. Su Yaoyao was stiff for a few seconds, and then slowly relaxed. So warm. Su Yaoyao murmured softly and finally stopped crying. Jiang Rao just smacked his lips lightly and continued to sleep soundly. She closed her eyes, feeling Jiang Rao's body temperature and heartbeat. The fragments of memory that troubled her seemed to become less important at this moment. Jiang Rao felt her breathing gradually become steady and her tense body relaxed. Not long after, Su Yaoyao seemed to have fallen asleep in his arms, with tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Rao felt complicated as he looked at Su Yaoyao in his arms. He gently wiped away the tears on her face and sighed secretly. However, Su Yaoyao suddenly raised her head and kissed him lightly on the chin. Thank you, Jiang. No way, she knows I'm awake. Jiang Rao's expression changed instantly. Chapter 89 Nosebleed. Yaoyao, did you succeed last night? He Lingling leaned over to Su Yaoyao's ear, who was sitting at the desk and had just put on her hearing aid, and asked in a low voice. Oh, it looks like I succeeded. He Lingling poked her hot cheek with a wicked smile. Tell me quickly? Lingling. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yaoyao covered He Lingling's mouth in panic, and glanced at Jiang Rao who was washing in front of the mirror. Toothpaste foam clung to the corners of Jiang Rao's mouth. He pretended not to notice the two school beauties whispering to each other, but the slightly red ears in the mirror betrayed him. Xiao Rousey, you actually got up earlier than me today. Bai Tian yawned and walked to Jiang Rao, then picked up her electric toothbrush with her eyes closed. Her hair was messy and looked a little frizzy because there was too much of it. Didn't you sleep well last night? Bai Tian tilted her head and noticed the dark circles under Jiang Rao's eyes. It's okay, I didn't sleep much. Jiang Rao responded vaguely and quickly lowered his head to rinse his mouth. The cold water washed over my cheeks, but it couldn't extinguish the image of Su Yaoyao crying last night in my mind. Tian, can I not wear a dress tomorrow? Su Jingjing on the side said to Bai Tian. What's wrong, Jingjing? Does the dress not fit? Or is there something wrong with it? Bai Tian put down her toothbrush and asked Su Jingjing anxiously. No, sweetie, the dress is beautiful and the size fits perfectly. Su Jingjing quickly said. Only. Su Jingjing lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes. I've never worn such beautiful clothes before. I always feel weird and it's not convenient for me to fight. Classmate Jingjing, you must wear a dress to this dance. Your young master will definitely be there, so you can't embarrass him. Jiang Rao quickly interrupted her. But? Yes, Jingjing. If you don't wear formal attire, you won't even be able to enter the ballroom. Bai Tian also echoed. Su Jingjing bit her lip, as if she was having a fierce ideological struggle. Finally she nodded. Well then, for the sake of the young master. That's right. Bai Tian clapped her hands happily. By the way, Jiang Rao, your dress will be finished this afternoon. Remember to come to the store to try it on. No problem. Jiang Rao wiped his face and his eyes accidentally met Su Yaoyao's in the mirror. Su Yaoyao immediately lowered her head, her ears turning red. Your bow tie is crooked, idiot. Bai Tian stood on tiptoe, and her slender fingers gently fiddled with Jiang Rao's bow tie. Tian, I can do it myself. Jiang Rao took a half step back awkwardly, but was grabbed by Tian. Don't move. Tian glared at him. Jiang Rao had no choice but to stand still and let her do what she wanted. The faint scent of gardenia from Tian lingered at his nose, making him hold his breath involuntarily. That's all right. Tian put the crow feather brooch on him again, then patted his shoulder with satisfaction, took 2 steps back, and then stayed where she was. Holy shit, this is so fucking cool. Her eyes widened. Although she had never seen Jiang Rao in formal attire before, she felt that with his looks and figure, he would definitely look good in it. However, no one had told her that he could be so handsome. Tian, is there anything strange? Jiang Rao raised his hand to straighten his cuffs, and seemed a little confused when he saw Tian's reaction. No. Tian suddenly came back to her senses and felt her cheeks burning. It's just, the collar is a little wrinkled. She hurriedly tried to straighten her collar, which was already very straight, and her fingertips accidentally touched Jiang Rao's Adam's apple. She quickly withdrew her finger as if she had been electrocuted, but her eyes were still fixed on him. What's going on? Jiang Rao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her and scratched his head. Looks like a dog. Tian turned her face away, but her voice was obviously trembling. It barely matches the dress I designed. I'd better take a look myself. Jiang Rao was confused by her reaction and turned to the fitting mirror. The young man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a casual look on his well-defined face. He had an upright posture, and the double-breasted navy blue suit outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist. The silver embroidery was faintly visible under the light, like a pouring river of stars, making his whole body glow. The crow feather brooch pinned on the chest adds a touch of mystery. Tian did not choose a regular white shirt as his inner layer, but a black silk shirt, paired with a burgundy bow tie made of special materials, which was completely in line with his identity as the young master of the Jiang family. Behind him, Tian's gaze slid from Jiang Rao's slender neck to his broad shoulders and narrow waist outlined by the dress, and then to his long legs wrapped in suit pants. She swallowed unconsciously. After a long while, Jiang Rao turned around and smiled at her. It does seem to fit quite well. When she saw Jiang Rao's face again, Tian's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It's all right. It's barely passable. Her ears were red as blood, but her voice was deliberately fierce. Turn around, let me take a look behind you. Jiang Rao turned around again helplessly. Tian's eyes fell on the straight lines of his back, and she suddenly discovered a serious problem. This dress was too perfect, so perfect that she began to worry that too many girls would stare at Jiang Rao at the dance. I suddenly think it would be better to use a black bow tie. Tian suddenly said. But didn't you choose the burgundy color yourself? Jiang Rao turned around in confusion. I changed my mind, okay? Tian stamped her feet. Black suits your temperament better. Jiang Rao looked at Tian, who suddenly became unhappy and was completely confused. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Rao had no choice but to reach out and untie his bow tie. After all, Tian was a professional, so it was better to listen to her. Tian, are you there? Su Yaoyao stood at the door of the store and knocked gently on the glass door. It's Sister Yaoyao. Tian trotted out of the studio. Su Yaoyao was standing at the door, holding a gift box in her hand. She was wearing a lavender dress with slightly curled hair, looking particularly gentle. Sister Yaoyao, why are you here? Tian welcomed her into the store and asked with some surprise. This. Su Yaoyao put down the box in her arms. It was the dress that belonged to Su Yaoyao. The dress is a little loose at the chest. I remember now. Last time I measured it with my hands. It felt a little bigger than mine, so I made it a little bigger. Sorry. I'll change it right away. Yue Tian, come and help. Su Yaoyao watched Tian pick up the dress and pull Zhao Tian into the studio in a hurry, then sat quietly on the sofa waiting. Jiang Rao, stop being so cocky and go out and chat with Sister Yaoyao. Tian immediately drove Jiang Rao out, who was still standing in front of the mirror. Oh, okay. Jiang Rao was lightly kicked by Tian's little foot and came outside while covering his butt. Well, good afternoon, classmate Yaoyao. Jiang Rao looked at Su Yaoyao sitting on the sofa with some embarrassment. Student Jiang, what are you doing? Su Yaoyao quickly stood up and saw Zhang Rao in front of her. The second half of the sentence was stuck in her throat. Her eyes widened instantly, her cheeks flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt. This is so handsome classmate Zhang. Su Yaoyao's gaze seemed to be attracted by a magnet, sliding from Zhang Rao's slender neck all the way to the waistline outlined by the dress. Her breathing became noticeably faster, and her chest heaved violently. I. Su Yaoyao stuttered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Her eyes wandered back and forth on Zhang Rao, finally stopping at his open collar, and then quickly moved away as if she was burned. There were many other shop assistants in the store at this time. When they saw Zhang Rao coming out, they all stared at him, especially a younger one, who had stars in his eyes. Zhang Rao then realized that his bow tie was not fastened properly and the top two buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a small part of his collarbone. He quickly reached out to tidy it up, but accidentally touched Su Yaoyao's hand, which was on the armrest of the sofa. Sorry. They both spoke at the same time and retracted their hands at the same time. Su Yaoyao lowered her head, the tips of her ears were so red that they were almost transparent, and she didn't dare to look at him again. Zhang Rao cleared his throat, trying to ease the embarrassment. I came to Tiantian's store to try on the dress I'm going to wear tomorrow. Very, very beautiful. Su Yaoyao's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her fingers kept stirring the hem of her skirt. She secretly raised her eyes and glanced at Zhang Rao again, then suddenly covered her nose and said in a muffled voice, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and ran away. Zhang Rao stood there, confused. He lowered his head and sniffed himself. Could it be that the dress had some strange smell? In the bathroom, Su Yaoyao was leaning against the wall with her head tilted back, pinching her nose with her fingers, a hint of red faintly visible between her fingers. Su Yaoyao, you are so disappointing that you even have a nosebleed. She looked at herself in the mirror, feeling ashamed and angry, her heart beating incredibly fast. It will premiere on Douyin at 1 p.m. tomorrow, everyone is welcome to watch. Chapter 90. It will break. In the bathroom, Su Yaoyao splashed cold water on her burning cheeks, looked at her red ears in the mirror, and bit her lower lip in annoyance. How so? She murmured softly, her fingers lightly touching the back of her hand that Zhang Rao had just touched. It seemed that the warmth of his fingertips still remained there. It's leaking out again. Su Yaoyao quickly pinched a small ball of toilet paper and stuffed it into her nose. When she pushed open the door, she found Zhang Rao standing in the corridor waiting for her. Classmate Yaoyao, are you okay? Zhang Rao asked with concern, his eyes falling on her still slightly wet temples. No, it's okay. Su Yaoyao subconsciously took a half step back, but then felt that this was too obvious, and quickly added, it's just a little hot. Zhang Rao nodded thoughtfully, took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Wipe your face. Tian said your dress will be altered soon. Su Yaoyao took the handkerchief, which had a light mint scent, reminding her of the feeling of snuggling in his arms last night. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again. Thanks. She lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. You're welcome. Zhang Rao smiled and looked at her softly. By the way, are you ready for the dance tomorrow? Su Yaoyao nodded, then shook her head, looking a little embarrassed. I'm a little nervous. I've never participated in an event like this before. Don't worry. Zhang Rao comforted him. Everyone is here. Besides, you are so beautiful, you will definitely be the focus of the whole place. Su Yaoyao's face turned even redder, and her fingers twisted the handkerchief unconsciously. Student Zhang, don't say that. I'm telling the truth. Zhang Rao said sincerely, looking at her calmly. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little subtle for a moment. Su Yaoyao felt her heartbeat was so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. She took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to look up at Zhang Rao. Mr. Zhang, I have a question for you. What's the problem? Zhang Rao lowered his head slightly and looked at her seriously. That is... Su Yaoyao bit her lips and her voice became smaller and smaller. Last night, were you awake? Zhang Rao's expression froze instantly. He didn't expect Su Yaoyao to ask this suddenly, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Su Yaoyao saw that he was silent, with a complicated look in her eyes. As expected, you know everything. Classmate Yaoyao, Zhang Rao opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. It doesn't matter. Su Yaoyao forced a smile. I just wanted to make sure. At this moment, Bai Tiantian's voice came from the studio. Sister Yaoyao, the dress has been altered. Come and try it on. Su Yaoyao was as if she had been pardoned, and quickly said, I am going to try on the dress first. After saying that, he hurried away. Zhang Rao sat on the sofa and played with his phone for a long time, but still didn't see Bai Tiantian and Su Yaoyao come out, so he couldn't help feeling confused. Have some tea first. Brother Jiang, Sister Tiantian and the others should be ready soon. Zhao Yuetian came over with a plate. Yuetian, this is already my 9th cup of tea. I really can't drink anymore. Zhang Rao smiled bitterly. Tiantian, don't touch there, it's too sensitive. Oh, this place is too tight to get in without some effort. It hurts a little, sweetie, be gentle. Sister Yaoyao, please bear with it for a moment and put this on first. Wu, slow down, it's going to break. Sorry. I'll take my time then. Every once in a while, the sound of two people fighting could be heard in the studio. Are these two really just trying on clothes? Hearing their conversation, Zhang Rao felt his neck getting hot. There is less than an hour left before I go to practice dancing with Don Nana. I have to change out of my dress first, but the fitting room is occupied now. What should I do? Should we go and urge them? Thinking of this, Zhang Rao stood up and walked to the door curtain of the studio. But the door curtain was suddenly lifted and Bai Tiantian appeared at the door. Ah! Bai Tiantian was startled by Zhang Rao standing at the door, and the sewing box in her hand almost fell to the ground. Zhang Rao! You pervert! You're actually peeking. No, I just want to ask how long you have left. Zhang Rao hurriedly explained. Bai Tiantian looked him up and down suspiciously. Really? Then why are you standing so close? Tiantian, I'm fine. Su Yaoyao's voice came from inside. Little Rousey, let me tell you first, don't let Sister Yaoyao's beauty make you cry. Bai Tiantian blinked mysteriously, then pulled open the door curtain. The moment the door curtain was lifted, Zhang Rao's breathing subconsciously paused. Su Yaoyao stood in front of the fitting mirror, her lavender dress cascading down like water, making her skin look as white as snow. Under the warm yellow light, the dress outlined her slender shoulders and neck, and the hem was embroidered with tiny crystals, which flickered softly with her slight movements. The originally slightly long skirt was trimmed to just the right length, revealing her fair and delicate ankles, making her look even more graceful. Her long hair was tied up loosely, with a few strands hanging by her ears, adding a touch of softness. A silver crown inlaid with purple gems was worn on her head. Needless to say, she was simply a princess in a fairy tale. She obviously hadn't fully adapted to this outfit yet. She clutched the hem of her skirt slightly with both hands, her eyes a little evasive, but when she raised her eyes, she met Zhang Rao's deep gaze. Hey, little Rousey, watch your saliva. Bai Tiantian pushed Zhang Rao proudly, looked at Su Yaoyao again, and nodded, obviously very satisfied with the design of her dress. I'm not drooling. Zhang Rao quickly retorted, but still wiped the corner of his mouth. Su Yaoyao saw Zhang Rao's reaction, her cheeks turned redder, and her fingers stirred the hem of her skirt nervously. Is it really beautiful? Of course it looks good. Bai Tiantian answered first, then turned to Zhang Rao. Right, little Rousey? Yeah, very cute. Zhang Rao nodded sincerely. This color suits Yaoyao very well. When Su Yaoyao heard Zhang Rao's praise, her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, but she lowered her head shyly. Thank you. Okay, stop being shy. Bai Tiantian clapped her hands. Sister Yaoyao, please turn around again so I can see if there is anything else that needs to be adjusted. Su Yaoyao obediently turned around, and the hem of her skirt spread out gently like petals, gleaming softly under the light. Perfect. Bai Tiantian snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Sister Yaoyao, you will definitely be very popular at the dance tomorrow. Sweet. Su Yaoyao felt embarrassed by the compliments and covered her face with her hands. By the way, Xiao Rousey, quickly stand with Sister Yaoyao. Bai Tiantian seemed to remember something. Huh? Why? Zhang Rao was a little confused. Just stand when I tell you to. Bai Tiantian pushed Zhang Rao to Su Yaoyao without saying a word. When the two stood together, Bai Tiantian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, that's the feeling. Sister Yao Yao, hold Jiang Rao's arm again. Su Yao Yao buried her head and gently held Jiang Rao with her small hands. What are you doing? Jiang Rao's body stiffened and he glanced at Su Yao Yao's fingers, which were as tender as green onions. Hey, little Rousey, don't move. Tian Tian picked up a SLR camera from the counter nearby. Mr. Jiang, Tian Tian wants us to be models for the dress shop's promotional poster. I'm sorry I didn't discuss it with you in advance. It's okay if you don't want to. Su Yao Yao didn't dare to look into Jiang Rao's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. I see. No need to apologize, Yao Yao-san. I'm happy to help. Jiang Rao reacted, immediately adjusted his posture, and smiled brightly at the camera. Chapter 91 I fuck your mom. Great. Then stand closer, yes, closer. Tian Tian held up the camera and excitedly instructed the two to adjust their positions. Su Yao Yao was almost pressed against Jiang Rao's side, and could clearly smell the faint scent of his cologne. Jiang Rao, put your hands on Sister Yao Yao's waist. Ha? This isn't good. Can you be more professional? This is for art. Jiang Rao had no choice but to carefully hold up Su Yao Yao's slender waist. Through the thin fabric of the dress, he could feel her slightly trembling body. Sister Yao Yao, put your head on his shoulder. Su Yao Yao hesitated for a moment, then gently leaned her head on Jiang Rao's shoulder, her eyelashes trembling nervously. Perfect. Keep this pose. The moment the flash came on, Jiang Rao noticed that Su Yao Yao's small and delicate earlobe had turned red. A few more different ones. Perfect. Tian Tian looked through the photos excitedly, her eyes full of enthusiasm for design aesthetics. This set of photos will definitely attract more customers. More than 10 minutes passed. Tian Tian, I really need to change my clothes, otherwise I'll be late for Nana's class. Jiang Rao said helplessly, and then Tang Nana called. Jiang Rao, bring Tian Tian along when you practice dancing today. Tomorrow is the dance party, and you two need to practice coordinating. Oh well. Jiang agreed and looked at Tian Tian. Okay, Sister Nana, we're almost done here too. We'll be there soon. Tian Tian responded while looking at the photos in the camera and smiling foolishly. Well, I'll go back after I change my clothes. Please be careful on the road. Su Yao Yao pursed her lips and said. Okay, Sister Yao Yao, I'll ask Tian to help you rewrap your dress later. Don Nana hung up the phone and looked at herself in the mirror. Tomorrow is the dance. She murmured. Although Jiang Rao has mastered ballroom dancing after a few days of training, he and Tian Tian have never practiced together, so their tacit understanding is definitely not enough, which makes her very worried. After all, there are quite a few professional dance groups at the party, and winning the championship is definitely not going to be smooth sailing. We must have them practice their coordination well tonight so that they can be in the best condition to attend the dance tomorrow. Nana, do you want to practice extra today? A male voice from the door interrupted Donna's thoughts. She looked up and saw that it was Wu Yifan, the monitor of the boys' class next door. Since Wu Yifan was responsible for turning off the power on this floor after class every day, Tang Nana found him and asked him to take over the job under the pretext of giving her extra practice in the past few days. Nana, we're only freshmen, there's no need to study so hard. Wu Yifan walked into the dance studio with a smile on his face, naturally not knowing that Tang Nana was there to teach Jiang Rao how to dance. Everyone has their own rhythm. Donna responded calmly, tucking her scattered hair behind her ears. Besides, tomorrow's dance is very important. Wu Yifan shrugged and glanced across the empty dance studio. Do you need my help? Like being a sparring partner or something? No, thank you. I'm just practicing for my solo dance performance tomorrow. Tang Nana politely refused and turned around to adjust the sound equipment, but Wu Yifan grabbed her hand at this time. Nana, wait a moment. Wu Yifan suddenly took a step forward and stared at Tang Nana with fiery eyes. I heard you don't have a dance partner yet, right? Can you be my dance partner? He had sprayed strong perfume today, and the smell mixed with sweat made Don Nana frown uncomfortably. Let go. Also, I don't like boys calling me Nana. Donna said coldly, twisting her wrist to break free. As a dancer, her joint flexibility far exceeded that of ordinary people, but Wu Yifan seemed to be prepared, and his 5 fingers tightened like iron pliers. Don't be so cold, Nana. Wu Yifan lowered his voice and moved closer. Wu Yifan, you'd better let me go right now. I won't be your dance partner. Donna said angrily with cold eyes. Nana, don't be shy. You haven't found a dance partner yet, so late, isn't it just to wait for me? If we join forces, the championship will definitely be ours. I'll say it again, let go. Donna took 2 steps back, her voice trembling. No, I won't let you go unless you agree to my request. Wu Yifan pushed Tang Nana against the wall with a wicked smile. Bang! Tang Nana's left hand darted out like a poisonous snake and slapped Wu Yifan crisply in the face. How dare you hit me? Wu Yifan covered his face with the slap mark, his face full of disbelief. Wu Yifan, you rubbish, I never thought you were this kind of person. Don Nana withdrew her hand and quickly distanced herself from him. Stinky woman. What right do you have to say that to me? Wu Yifan felt extremely insulted. He suddenly grabbed Tang Nana's arms with both hands and pushed her against the wall again. What are you doing? Let me go. Don Nana struggled hard, but the strength gap between men and women was too great, and her back hit the mirror hard. Wu Yifan was breathing heavily, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Why are you pretending to be so noble? My dad is a senior executive of the Jiang Group. My family is rich, so how can I not be worthy of you? You're so lucky to have him fall in love with you. Tang Nana raised her leg to kick him, but Wu Yifan blocked it with her knee. I want to see, once the matter is settled, how can you? Bang! The door of the dance studio was kicked open, and Jiang Rao and Bai Tian stood at the door with ashen faces. Jiang Rao! Don Nana's tears instantly burst out. Jiang Rao rushed forward, grabbed Wu Yifan's collar and pulled him back hard. Fuck your mother. Chapter 92 I am your father. Wu Yifan staggered back a few steps, and before he could stand firm, Jiang Rao's fist hit him hard in the face. Ah! Wu Yifan screamed, and blood gushed out of his nose. He covered his nose and looked at Jiang Rao in horror and anger. Who the hell are you? You come and hit me. I'm your father. Jiang Rao kicked Wu Yifan in the abdomen, and Wu Yifan fell to the ground. He grimaced in pain. You, how could you be my father? Don Nana's clothes were disheveled, there were red marks on her wrists, and she couldn't stop crying. Sister Nana, it's okay, we're here. Bai Tian quickly went forward and hugged Tang Nana, gently patting her back to comfort her. Tang Nana buried her face in Bai Tian's shoulder and sobbed, her shoulders trembling slightly, obviously she was quite frightened. Jiang Rao looked at Wu Yifan, who was curled up on the ground, with even more anger in his eyes. He grabbed Wu Yifan by the collar and raised his fist again. Stop, you little bastard. I'm telling you, you're done for. You dare to hit me? I'm Wu Yifan, my dad. Jiang Rao paused. I'm still Luo Zhixiang. Then he punched Wu Yifan hard in the face. Wu Yifan still wanted to resist, but Jiang Rao's fist was so powerful that he couldn't block it at all. You're done. Jiang Rao threw another punch. My dad is. Jiang Rao threw another punch. Jiang Group. Jiang Rao threw another punch. Marketing Director. The two continued fighting like this for more than 10 times. Wu Yifan finally reacted, covering his bruised face and not daring to make a sound. Because he had stretched out his hand to block Jiang Rao's fist, several of the blows were even delivered with his own hands. Little Rousey, stop fighting. This guy has turned into a pig's head. Seeing that Wu Yifan's face was covered in blood, Bai Tian quickly spoke out to stop him. Tang Nana also wiped her tears and walked forward to hold Jiang Rao's arm. Jiang Rao stopped at this point, but the anger in his eyes had not dissipated. He threw off Wu Yifan's collar and said coldly, Who did you say your father was? Wu Qian. Wu Yifan slumped on the ground, his face so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. Okay, you can go now. Jiang Rao kicked him on the butt again, and Wu Yifan quickly crawled out of the dance studio. Nana, are you okay? Jiang Rao turned around immediately. I'm sorry, I should have come sooner. Jiang Rao looked at the clear red marks on her arm and subconsciously stretched out his hand, but then retracted it. When Jiang Rao was hesitating, Tang Nana took the initiative and hugged him. It's okay. Thank you. Tang Nana's voice was muffled on Jiang Rao's shoulder, trembling slightly. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her fingers were still tightly gripping the corner of Jiang Rao's clothes. Nana, you're not hurt, are you? Jiang Rao lowered his head and spoke softly. Tang Nana shook her head gently, then took Jiang Rao's hand and looked at the scraped joints on the back of his hand, her eyes full of heartache. But are you in pain? No pain, no feeling at all. Jiang Rao quickly hid his fists behind his back and smiled foolishly. Bai Tian stood aside, looking at the two people hugging each other with complicated eyes. She bit her lip and finally said softly, "Sister Nana, do you want to take a break first?" Tang Nana finally realized her own loss of composure and hurriedly let go of Jiang Rao, wiping her eyes. I'm fine. We can't delay the training before the ball." Jiang Rao looked at her stubborn look and felt anxious. "How about we skip training today? Go back and have a good rest." "No." Donna suddenly raised her voice. "The dance is tomorrow, you and Tian must hurry up and practice your coordination." Her eyes were firm, almost stubborn, as if only in this way could she temporarily forget the fear she had just felt. Jiang Rao and Bai Tian looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. But Donna's attitude was firm, and they couldn't persuade her any further. "Oh well." Jiang Rao compromised and said. "But Nana-san, if you feel uncomfortable, please tell us at any time." Donna nodded and walked over to the speakers to adjust the equipment. Her movements were still graceful and smooth, but Jiang Rao noticed that her fingertips were trembling slightly. Tian, classmate." Jiang Rao lowered his voice and said to Bai Tian, "Please keep an eye on Nana for a while." Bai Tian pursed her lips and nodded slightly. "I know." The music started playing. It was the song for tomorrow's dance party. Bai Tian took a deep breath, walked up to Jiang Rao, and extended her hand. Jiang Rao held her hand and placed his other hand gently on her waist. He could feel that Bai Tian's body was a little stiff, but also hot. "Relax, classmate Tian." Jiang Rao said softly. "Follow my rhythm." Bai Tian looked up at him, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but she quickly adjusted her state and took the first step to the music. Donna stood aside, her arms folded, watching the two people's dance steps intently. She would correct them from time to time. "Jiang Rao, move your hand a little lower. Tian, pay attention to the rhythm." The atmosphere in the dance studio gradually relaxed. Jiang Rao discovered that although Bai Tian was usually chattering, she was surprisingly graceful when dancing. Her waist was flexible and her steps were light, she didn't look like a beginner at all. "Wow." Jiang Rao raised his eyebrows. Tian, you're a hidden talent." Bai Tian raised her chin proudly. "Of course, I've practiced secretly." "When did you practice it? How come I don't know?" Do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" Bai Tian was harsh in her words, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. "I did this for." She stopped talking suddenly, her eyes flickering. "Why?" Jiang Rao asked curiously. "I won't tell you." Bai Tian turned her face away and didn't look at him. Tang Nana watched the two people's tacit interaction, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She knew that at this time tomorrow, Jiang Rao would be wearing that starry blue dress and walking into the dance floor arm in arm with Bai Tian. She could only stand at the edge of the dance floor and watch their figures spinning under the spotlight. Perhaps, the two of them are really more suitable. Okay, stop chatting and focus on practicing. In this way, the three of them practiced until late at night. When the last note fell, Bai Tian was so tired that she leaned on Jiang Rao's shoulder to catch her breath. In a luxurious KTV room in the city center, a man with a slicked back hair and a beer belly was hugging 2 or 3 women and drinking the wine in their hands one by one. "Brother Qian, are you really an executive of John's Group? I heard that your bosses earn millions a year. Is that true?" A heavily made-up woman leaned delicately against Wu Qian. Wu Qian proudly shook the wineglass in his hand, revealing the Rolex on his wrist. "A few million? That's nothing. Our Jiang Group in Jiangcheng is this." He gave her a thumbs up and took the opportunity to pinch the woman's waist. "Oh, Brother Qian, you were so bad." The woman dodged away coquettishly, then came up to him with a smile. "Then can you help me find a job at John's? I can do everything." Wu Qian was about to brag when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out impatiently. "Hello? Wu Qian, the boss said you don't need to come to the company tomorrow." "Oh, it seems you don't need to come from now on." Chapter 93. You are a fool. "What's this?" When she walked to the dormitory door, Tian found a large rectangular package outside the door. Wow, we're finally here. Zhang Rao walked forward, squatted down, and began to check the package. Xiaoraozi, did you buy this? What is this? Why is it so big? Tian came over curiously. Zhang Rao quickly opened the package, revealing the teak board inside. This is. Tang Nana was wearing Zhang Rao's coat, and her expression changed slightly. Bed board, I've been requesting repairs for that empty bed for a long time, but for some reason, the school hasn't approved it. I had no choice but to buy one myself. Zhang Rao lifted the bedboard while speaking. This way I won't have to squeeze with you guys in the future. You want to sleep alone? When did you buy this? Tian kicked the edge of the wooden board with a strange tone. I ordered it last week and it was delivered today. Zhang Rao placed the wooden board against the wall. Well, the size is fine. I'll go put it up in a moment. Donna turned her face away, her voice muffled. It should have been like this a long time ago. Hey, let me tell you, this teak board is very stable. Come on, give me a hand. Humph, who wants to help you? Just do your own thing. Tian glared at Zhang Rao inexplicably, then turned and went into the dormitory. Tang Nana was silent for a moment, then stuffed Zhang Rao's coat back into his hands. Thank you. Then he walked into the dormitory, leaving Zhang Rao standing alone in the corridor, holding the wooden board with a confused look on his face. Finally, with the help of He Lingling and Su Jingjing, Zhang Rao completed the installation of the bedboard. Oh, baby Zhang Rao has grown up and learned to sleep on his own. He Lingling looked at Zhang Rao with a smile. Zhang Rao stood in front of the newly installed bedboard and clapped his hands with satisfaction. He Lingling's teasing made his ears hot, but he pretended not to hear and concentrated on tightening the last screw. Mr. Jiang, do you need me to make your bed? Su Yaoyao brought Jiang Rao's bedding. No, I can do it myself. Zhang Rao waved his hands quickly. He took the quilt and made the bed with quick movements. The atmosphere in the dormitory was a little subtle. Several campus beauties were busy with their own things, but they all stole glances at his new bed. Okay. Zhang Rao patted the fluffy pillow. I can sleep well tonight. Tian curled her lips. You talk as if you were wronged by sleeping with us. I did not mean that. Zhang Rao scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, let's all go to bed early. Don Nana interrupted. Tomorrow is the dance, so get enough rest. Zhang Rao lay on the brand new bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. This was the first time he had his own bed since moving into this dormitory. He should have felt relaxed, but for some reason, he felt inexplicably empty inside. System, do you think, can I really win the championship tomorrow? I can't say for sure, after all, I haven't participated. Can't you, the system, comfort me? Seriously, I'm the one who's going to save the world anyway. Don't you dare give me some emotional value? Host, why are you so sentimental today? You're actually looking for comfort from a system like me. Are you heartbroken? Zhang Rao was choked by the system's words and was speechless for a long time. Breakup is bullshit. I just suddenly felt that there are many people in this world that I cannot lose, and their fate is now inexplicably burdened by me. If I lose. Host, you're an idiot. You, what did you say? Zhang Rao thought he had misheard and stared wide-eyed on the bed. He was actually being scolded by the system? Host, you're just an idiot. He nearly jumped out of bed. You fucking. Listen carefully, host. The system's mechanical sound rarely showed any emotion. You don't have to bear everyone else's fate. You just have to be yourself and give it your all. Zhang Rao was stunned. The system's words hit him like a club on the forehead. You think you're the savior? Don't be so self-indulgent. The world will continue to function even without you. If you fail, the next host will still try to stop Long Out Yen. There are only two possible outcomes, either you succeed in stopping the reborn, or the world is shut down. But no matter what, we won't give up. You think you're the only one who cares about them? I tell you, I love the people of this world more than anyone else. I love this world more than you do. So, right now, pull yourself together. Or I'll use my remote control to blow up your phone and kill you. Hackathon, you bastard. I don't know why, but even though I was scolded, it felt pretty good. Don't be disappointed, because it's time for the heroine to get into the hero's bed. Chapter 94. The Goddess of Beauty arrives. Brother, here, here. Jiang Yaya, wearing a light pink dress, waves desperately at the entrance of the ball. She wore light makeup today, and her hair was curled into cute waves, like a happy little butterfly. Zhang Rao pretended not to see her and continued walking forward with Hizhe beside him. Damn, brother. Why are you pretending? Jiang Yaya chased after him angrily and grabbed Zhang Rao's sleeve. I came to wait for you half an hour early. Zhang Rao then turned around with a smile and rubbed her head. I'm just kidding. You look so pretty today, I almost didn't recognize you. Jiang Yaya immediately turned from anger to joy and turned around proudly. Of course. So, I've made you proud, haven't I? Brother, I really envy you. Not only can you be the dance partner of the school beauty bai, but you also have a sister like Yaya who is so clingy. Unlike my sister who is always mean. Hizhe stood aside and sighed. Brother Hizhe, my brother is handsome and gentle, you can't try to scam me. Jiang Yaya said as she rubbed Zhang Rao's arm again. Okay, you two have a deep brother-sister relationship. Hizhe raised his hands in surrender. Come to think of it, with Hizhe being such a lecher, there's definitely no girl who would want to be his dance partner. Jiang Yaya covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, that might disappoint you, Yaya. Hizhe blinked mysteriously, took out his cell phone and shook it. Sister Yuetian has agreed to be my dance partner and is changing into her dress in the dressing room right now. Zhang Rao choked when he heard this and started coughing violently. No, Zhao Yuetian? If Yuetian suddenly turned back into a man while dancing, wouldn't Hizhe be furious? Could it be that she has been able to stably control her gender? At the same time, Long Outyen made a brilliant appearance at another entrance of the school auditorium. Wow, is that young Master Long? You know what, he's quite handsome, but he looks a little weak, right? Really? Look at how he walks with his feet turned inward and he's limping. Don't you know? I heard that young Master Long is gay. Shin Xingqiu, dressed in a white long dress, followed behind Long Outyen, holding a cane in case of emergency. Xingqiu, ask Su Jingjing where the school beauties are now? Master, everyone is in the dressing room except Donna, who is backstage on the dance floor preparing for a dance performance. Okay, then let's go to the locker room. We have to take down all the school beauties today. Long Outyen adjusted his sunglasses and walked over there with big strides. Strange? When did the young master become so attractive to both men and women? Although Shin Xingqiu was puzzled, he still followed. The 7 o'clock bell spread in the Jiangcheng University auditorium with a melodious melody. The gilded pendulum's lingering sound filled the entire space with a thick romantic atmosphere. The crystal chandelier hung from the dome, casting flowing spots of light on the smooth marble floor, and even the dust floating in the air was stained with fine golden light. The velvet curtains around the venue fell to the ground. The interwoven patterns of dark red and gold gilded glowed with a warm luster under the illumination of the colorful lights. Occasionally, balloons would gently rub against the curtains, making a slight rustling sound, as if they were providing an accompaniment for the event. The elegant figures in elegant clothes flow in the light and shadow, teachers and students gather in twos and threes, the silver bell-like laughter mixed with the piano sound coming from afar, the different scents of perfume are entangled with the clear smell of hairspray, the sweet smell of desserts, and the slightly tipsy smell of champagne, creating a smell that makes one's heart beat faster. Ah, this is simply the climax of youth. I feel like I'm 10 years younger. Gao Yuliang, the president of Jiangcheng University, straightened his hair and smiled at the serious-looking middle-aged man next to him. Oh, Lao Gao, you say this every year. If you calculate that way, you've already been in the negative at your age. The middle-aged man curled his lips in disdain. Haha, brother, you are still as humorous as ever. Hey, your girl is also down there this year, right? The man nodded in response, but after a moment he focused his attention on Zhang Rao, who was standing at the edge of the dance floor and playing with Jiang Yaya. His expression changed slightly, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. At this moment, all the lights in the venue dimmed, and everyone turned their eyes to the end of the red carpet, where a hazy, tall figure appeared. Her beautiful outline made the surroundings instantly silent. When the light shines on her, the goddess of beauty has arrived. Chapter 95. He will find me soon. The lights poured down like a galaxy, focusing on the hazy figure at the end of the red carpet. The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant, and even the sound of breathing became clearly audible. It's her. Zhang Rao's throat suddenly tightened and the champagne glass in his hand almost slipped. Donna stood in the center of the halo, her pure black strapless dress woven as if from the night, and 2 silver chains outlining her perfect figure in deep cleavage. The upper part of the dress is embroidered with delicate lace, dotted with tiny diamonds, and the lower part of the dress has a fishtail skirt that hangs down, revealing half of her beautiful legs that gleams like pearls as she moves slightly. Her usual long black hair was tied into an elegant French bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down to her earrings, adding a touch of charming sexiness. "It's Sister Nana!" Zhang Yaya exclaimed softly beside Zhang Rao, her fingers unconsciously gripping his arm. Donna walked slowly forward, her crystal high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor. Her makeup was delicate but not gaudy, with only a few tiny crystals dotted at the corners of her eyes, which, along with her red lips, shimmered under the light. However, her stunning beauty did not need any further embellishment. Her steps are graceful and elegant, and wherever she goes, people's eyes follow her. This kind of temperament and aura is unique to Don Nana. Oh my god, it's Campus Beltang. There were whispers all around, but Don Nana seemed to be deaf to them. Her eyes searched for something in the crowd until they met Zhang Rao's. Zhang Rao felt as if his heart was hit hard by something. There was a gleam in Don Nana's eyes that he had never seen before, something both familiar and strange that made him unable to look away. More importantly, only Zhang Rao was reflected in her beautiful eyes at this moment. Mother! This stunning glimpse made the boys behind Zhang Rao kneel down immediately. Donna's appearance caused the entire auditorium to fall into a brief silence, followed by warm applause and cheers. "Brother, Sister Nana was looking at you just now," Zhang Yaya reminded in a low voice. "No way." He took a deep breath, placed his glass on the waiter's tray, and adjusted his bow tie. "Now, please welcome the freshman representative from the dance department of the College of Humanities and Arts, Ms. Tang Nana, to give us the opening performance." The host's voice was carried throughout the auditorium through the speakers. The lights dimmed again, leaving only a spotlight following Don Nana as she walked towards the center of the dance floor. The music slowly started playing. It was an elegant piano piece. Tang Nana stood in the halo, slowly raising her arms. As the first note fell, her body relaxed like flowing water. Every time she turned, her skirt lifted up like blooming petals, her slender neck was like a swan, and the traces of her fingertips seemed to leave silver traces in the air. "She's just so perfect," Zhang Rao muttered to himself. "Zhang Rao, just be content. Isn't it enough that your dance partner is the school beauty bai? Although your look today is indeed okay, that's Nana, a girl that even I can't get. Forget about it. I can't even imagine how sweet it would be to sleep with her in my arms." Hise smiled, staring intently at the figure in the center of the dance floor. As Donna spun, her skirt fluttered like a blooming black rose. Her expression was focused and intoxicated, completely immersed in the world of dance. Zhang Rao then remembered that the dance had already started, but Bai Tian still hadn't shown up. As the last note of the piano slowly faded in the auditorium, Donna ended her solo performance with an elegant half squat. The lights in the venue came back on and thunderous applause broke out again. Zhang Rao clapped his hands mechanically, but his eyes kept scanning the crowd, his fingers tapping the champagne glass unconsciously, searching for Bai Tiantian's figure. "Brother, why hasn't Sister Tian come yet?" Zhang Yeye tugged at his sleeve and asked in a low voice. "I'll give her another call." He took out his phone for the third time, and the screen still showed the other party is out of service area. "It's broken, nothing will happen." A figure entered Zhang Rao's sight, and Zhang Rao's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward. "Classmate Yao Yao, so you are here." Su Yao Yao was wearing that purple dress and holding a glass of juice while looking at the dance floor. When she heard Zhang Rao's voice, she looked up suddenly, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Zhang classmate." She stammered, her fingers twisting together unconsciously. "Have you seen Tian? I called her several times but couldn't get through." "Well, let me think about it. Tian started changing her clothes after we all left, but that was an hour ago." Su Yao Yao tilted her head and recalled, her ears feeling slightly hot due to Zhang Rao's close proximity. "An hour ago?" Zhang Rao frowned. "Then she should have arrived a long time ago. It hurts so much, I can't even use any strength." In the locker room, Bai Tian collapsed on the ground, one of her feet was pinned by a fallen huge storage rack. She tried to push it away again, but she gasped in pain. The screen of her mobile phone next to her was shattered. The time is coming. At this moment, she only hated herself for being so stupid as to force herself to climb up and get the bow tie. Idiot, didn't I tell him to wear the black one? Now everything is messed up. Tian classmate. Are you in there? Suddenly, Jiang Rao knocked on the door hurriedly outside the locker room. Tian looked up suddenly with red eyes. Great! Xiao Rousey came to save me. I knew he would find me. Xiao Rousey, I'm here. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, completely drowned out by the noisy music outside the door. Tian bit her lip and used all her strength to grab the high heels on the ground and smash them against the door. Bang! Tian? The door handle turned violently, but it seemed to be stuck by something. Tian then remembered that the door was locked. The door won't open. Jiang Rao's voice was filled with anxiety. Tian, are you okay? What happened? My foot was pinned by the shelf and I couldn't move. The door was locked. Tian clenched the corner of her clothes, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Stand back, I'm going to kick the door. Jiang Rao's voice became firm. Tian tried to move her body back. After a moment, there was a loud noise and the door panel shook violently. Bang! Another kick, and a crack appeared on the door lock. Again! With the third kick, the door was finally kicked open. When Jiang Rao saw Tian curled up on the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted. Her face was pale, but she was still forcing herself to smile at him. Little Rousey, you are so slow. Don't talk, I'll get this thing off you. Jiang Rao rushed to her side in 2 steps and carefully lifted the metal frame that was pressing on her ankle. Tian's right ankle was swollen like a small steamed bun, and the skin was an unnatural bluish purple. Tian bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging into her palms, and she managed not to let out a cry of pain. You're stupid. Why didn't you call when you were hurt? Jiang Rao's voice was anxious and angry, but his hand gently lifted her ankle to check the injury. My phone is broken. Tian pouted aggrievedly, tears welling up in her eyes. And I tried many times but couldn't push this broken shelf open. Wait here, I'll call the school doctor. Don't want. Tian grabbed his sleeve. The dance has already started, you can't miss the game. But you said this dance was very important to you, right? Tian gently opened Jiang Rao's clenched palm and placed the red velvet bow tie in his palm. Actually, after thinking about it, I think a red bow tie suits you better. Jiang Rao held the red bow tie in his hand, speechless for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and handed his phone to Tian. There's no password. Call yeah. I'll come back as soon as it's over. Okay, I get it. Go ahead and compete. I'm fine. If you win, don't forget to give me a share of the mysterious grand prize. Good. When I walked out of the dressing room, people downstairs had already entered the dance floor one after another. Chapter 96, Women's Tears Are Too Spicy as a Side Dishes. Tian held Jiang Rao's cell phone tightly in her hand, and tears silently rolled down her face as she looked at the room where she was alone again. She wiped the corners of her eyes and wanted to reach out and pick up the silver white dress that was not far away and had not had time to change into, but she could not reach it and could only watch it covered with dust. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and lay on the ground sobbing. Just then, the door was reopened and a shadow fell on her. Sweet. The familiar voice made Tian look up suddenly, and through her tearful eyes she saw Jiang Rao returning. He knelt on one knee, carefully picked up the silver white dress, and gently brushed off the dust. Why are you back again? Tian hurriedly wiped her tears, her voice nasal. Let's go to the competition. Jiang Rao did not answer, but squatted down, put one hand through her knees, supported her back with the other hand, and picked her up sideways. Hey, what are you doing? Tian screamed in surprise and subconsciously hugged Jiang Rao's neck. Her cheeks flushed from the sudden feeling of weightlessness, and tears still hung on her eyelashes. It's better not to attend the dance without you. Jiang Rao carried Tian through the corridor. She was even lighter than he had imagined, as if a feather fell in his arms. Tian snuggled in his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, and could clearly hear his rapid heartbeat. Put me down. She protested softly, but her voice was soft and weak. Don't move. Jiang Rao tightened his arms. Your foot needs immediate attention. In the end, he still couldn't let this girl who got hurt for him and stayed up late to design a dress for him suffer alone in the dressing room. Winning the ball and getting the prop card was important, but no matter how important it was not as important as the person in his arms. Tian stopped struggling and looked up at him quietly. From this angle, she could see his taut jawline, his slightly fluttering eyelashes, and the red bow tie she had personally chosen, which was now swaying gently with his steps, like a dancing flame. "Why come back?" she asked softly. Zhang Rao paused, lowered his head and met her gaze. "Because I saw you crying." Just such a simple sentence made by Tiantian's eyes moisten again. She leaned on Zhang Rao's shoulder, breathing in the faint scent of his cologne. "Women's tears are too spicy to be eaten with wine." Tian burst out laughing. "Idiot." I gently bumped my forehead against his shoulder. "You'll be seen." Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and her little hands clenched Zhang Rao's collar. "I saw it, it's already so late." The music in the auditorium was getting closer and closer, and Tian could feel the surprised looks from everyone around her. She simply buried her face in Zhang Rao's chest, escaping reality like an ostrich. "School beauty Tang, can I invite you to dance?" "Where did you come from?" "I was the one who came here first." "School beauty Tang, can you please be my dance partner?" "School beauty Tang, ignore them. Partner with me and let's win the championship together." "Mom, please be my dance partner." "Sorry, I'm only responsible for performing today's opening dance and will not participate in the subsequent dances." Don Nana politely declined the invitations that flocked to her, frowning slightly. "Sister Nana, this is for you." John Yaya squeezed through the crowd and handed Tang Nana a glass of specially blended lemon wine. "This one is sweet and delicious." "Thank you, yeah. Don Nana took the wine glass, but her eyes involuntarily looked at the crowd around the dance floor. Chapter 97. Are you sure she is our teammate? Looking for my brother? John Yaya blinked and asked the question even though she knew the answer. No way. He went to the locker room to look for Sister Tian. It seems something happened. John Yaya's words made Tang Nana's heart tighten, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the wineglass. Just as she was about to ask for details, the music in the hall changed, and she knew that the dance was about to begin. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anymore. I hope everything goes well for them. Attention everyone, the duet dance is about to begin and the dance floor in the central hall is open. The host's voice was transmitted throughout the auditorium through the speakers. Please come with your dance partner and enjoy this party. Don Nana stood in the corner of the rest area, watching the couples gradually gathering on the dance floor, feeling empty in her heart. She took a sip of the lemon wine, and the sour taste spread across her tongue. Tisk, where's the sweetness? John Yaya tricked me again. Nana-san. A familiar voice came from behind, and Don Nana shuddered all over, and her heartbeat accelerated instantly. She turned around slowly and saw Zhang Rao walking towards her, holding Tian in his arms. Tang Nana's pupils shrank slightly. Zhang Rao was wearing that starry blue dress with a red bow tie at his collar, while Tian was curled up in his arms with an obviously swollen ankle. Nana-san. Zhang Rao walked quickly to her, speaking in an urgent tone. Tiantian's foot is injured and needs immediate attention. Where is the school infirmary? After a brief moment of shock, Donna quickly reacted. Come with me. Tang Nana put down her wineglass and quickly led Zhang Rao through the crowd. Her high heels made a sharp sound on the marble floor, and the hem of her black dress fluttered with her steps. Zhang Rao hugged Tian tightly and could feel her body temperature coming through her thin skirt. Tian bit her lips, and beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead, but she didn't even cry out in pain. How did it become like this? Donna asked in a low voice, her voice full of concern that she couldn't hide. It's all my fault, Sister Nana. Tiantian's voice was filled with tears. I wanted to give that red bow tie to Xiao Rousey, but the shelf fell over and crushed my foot. Donna looked at her distressfully and quickened her pace. The school clinic is on the second floor, around the corner. Let's go through the staff passage. Oh no, I lost Sister Lingling. Su Jingjing looked at the noisy crowd around her and seemed a little overwhelmed. Let's go back and find Sister Yao Yao. She turned around and prepared to go back to the hall, but at this moment two sneaky figures came into her sight. It's you! The mysterious stockings man! Su Jingjing shouted at the Earth Spirit King who was wearing stockings on his head. It's over, Earth Spirit, we're exposed. The Fire Spirit King was suddenly shocked and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Ha, Fire Spirit, don't be nervous. The Earth Spirit King smiled at the Fire Spirit King, then walked to Su Jingjing and patted her shoulder. Let me introduce you. This girl is Master Longsguard and our teammate. Are you sure she's our teammate? The Fire Spirit King pointed at the Earth Spirit King's forearm, which had been pierced by Su Jingjing's kunai, and his eyes widened. A. The Earth Spirit King jumped up and down in pain, holding Lala's bleeding arm and taking a few steps back. Girl, what are you doing? You bad guys who hurt the young master, I will kill you today. Su Jingjing rushed over with gritted teeth, quickly forming seals with her hands, and chakra condensed into blue water blades in her palms. Chapter 98 Just a Reward. The three of them arrived at the infirmary, but found that although the door was open, there was no one inside. Damn it, where's the school doctor? Zhang Rao cursed and gently placed Bai Tiantian on the small bed behind the curtain. Tang Nana squatted down and carefully lifted Bai Tiantian's ankle to check. It's pretty swollen, I need to apply ice first. She frowned. There was a refrigerator in the lounge behind the auditorium, and I remember there was ice in it. I'll go right away. Zhang Rao turned around and was about to rush out, but Bai Tiantian grabbed his sleeve. Wait. Bai Tiantian bit her lip, her eyes red. The dance has already started, you. Don't worry about the dance. Zhang Rao gently pried her fingers apart. Your injury is more important. Donna stood up. I'd better go get it. Her eyes moved between the two of them. I know the exact location. The door of the infirmary closed gently, and only Zhang Rao and Bai Tiantian were left in the room. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the faint scent of gardenia on Bai Tiantian's body filled the small space. Sorry. Bai Tiantian lowered her head, twisting the hem of her skirt with her fingers. It's all my fault for being so clumsy. I ruined our dance. Zhang Rao sat down beside her and gently held her cold hand. I'm the one who should be sorry. If it weren't for that bow tie, you wouldn't be hurt. Bai Tiantian raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Well, do you like it? The red one. I like it very much. Zhang Rao pointed to his collar. Look, I've been wearing it all the time. Bai Tiantian suddenly leaned closer and pecked him lightly on the cheek. Zhang Rao was stunned. The part of his face that was kissed felt as hot as if it had been burned by an iron. Tian, you. That is just a reward for saving the beautiful girl today. Don't think too much about it. Bai Tiantian turned her head away with a red face, her fingers unconsciously curling the ends of her hair. I see. Zhang Rao scratched his head. Bai Tiantian glanced at him and secretly covered her mouth and smiled. Humph, he looks so stupid. I guess no one except me would be willing to kiss him. This idiot gets a good deal. After Tang Nana brought ice cubes in a towel, she expertly wrapped the ice cubes in a towel and gently applied it to Bai Tiantian's swollen ankle. Hiss. Bai Tiantian gasped and kept slapping Zhang Rao's arm. Be patient. Donna's voice was gentle, this will reduce the swelling. Nana, isn't it a little too tight? Zhang Rao saw Bai Tiantian grimacing in pain and reminded her. You can come? Tang Nana rolled her eyes at Zhang Rao in annoyance, but her hands moved much more gently. Zhang Rao shut up awkwardly and watched Tang Nana professionally treat Bai Tiantian's injuries. The sunlight filtering through the blinds cast dappled shadows on her face, and her focused profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Sister Nana. Bai Tiantian whispered. What's wrong, Tiantian? Donna raised her head. Can you do me another favor? Boss, it's fine if you said the Earth Spirit King rebelled, but why did the Fire Spirit King rebel as well? A dark figure on the wall outside the auditorium asked another taller dark figure. Xue Ling, do more and talk less. We just need to deal with these two rebellious ninjas according to the instructions of the superiors. The tall dark figure scolded softly, his eyes fixed on the windows of the auditorium. Boss, it has been confirmed that the two of them are inside. Look, we. Another dark shadow fell from the sky. Don't alert the enemy. Let's find young Master Long first and give him the organization's apology before we take action. As she said this, she put on a pair of stockings. Yes. 3 dark shadows climbed in through the window under the cover of night. Chapter 99 I feel like I'm falling in love with her. Dad, didn't I tell you not to come? I won't care about you if you're handcuffed and taken away. He Lingling crossed her arms and looked helplessly at her father Hejiong, who was wearing a floral shirt and had a ruffian look on his face. I'm your biological father, Lingling, you're cursing me like that, right? Hejiong took out a pack of cigarettes and put one in his mouth. No smoking. This is a dance. He Lingling snatched the cigarette and glared at Hejiong. Okay, I won't smoke. He Jeong raised his hands in surrender, but his eyes passed over his daughter's shoulder. Where's that kid from the Jeong family? As your boyfriend, shouldn't he be taking you dancing right now? Or did you two have a fight? He has something to do right now. He Lingling answered vaguely, her eyes wandering. Humph, I knew that guy was unreliable. He Jeong snorted coldly and looked at her seriously. I'm not saying anything bad, Lingling, but these rich young men are not good people. Don't be fooled by them. You never know, they might be chatting up some girl right now. He Lingling rolled her eyes. Dad, don't worry about it. Zhang Rao and I can handle our own affairs. The short-haired girl over there must be He Lingling. Long Outyen stood in the corridor on the second floor of the auditorium, overlooking the dance floor through the railing, his eyes fixed on He Lingling. Xingqiu, just stay here and don't let anyone ruin my good deeds. He adjusted his sunglasses, fixed his hair, and strode down the stairs. Come on, young master. Shen Xingqiu clenched his fists and cheered Long Outyen on. Long Outyen walked straight behind He Lingling, cleared his throat, and said the line the system had prepared for him. I farted today, very loud. He Lingling turned her head and looked at Long Outyen, who looked very sad. She frowned. Sorry, classmate, I don't have any toilet paper with me. Long Outyen took off his sunglasses and was stunned when he saw He Lingling in front of him. The short-haired beauty in front of him had a hot body, and a fiery red halter dress outlined her perfect curves. Her heroic eyes were a bit wild, and the way her red lips were slightly parted made his heartbeat suddenly faster. System, I feel like I'm falling in love with her. This was the first time Long Outyen saw He Lingling. He fell completely in love with her at first sight. He had been to many worlds and met many beauties before, but no one had ever made him fall in love at first sight like He Lingling. Every detail about her completely met Long Outyen's aesthetic standards, from her neat short hair to the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, from her slender neck to the faintly visible collarbone, and then to her pair of powerful legs. Her eyes, her temperament, and even the slight frown on her brow when she was impatient, all made Long Outyen's heart beat fast. In just this short sentence, Long Outyen had even thought of the name of their child. He felt that even without the system task, he would fall in love with this woman. Classmate? He Lingling looked at Long Outyen, who was stunned in front of her, and waved her hand in front of him. Ahem, but not as loud as I thought you would. Long Outyen reacted and continued to read his lines. Ha! He Lingling looked at the strange boy who suddenly appeared in front of her with a puzzled look on her face. He was wearing a white suit and sunglasses, and his walking posture was a bit awkward. He looked abnormal no matter how you looked at him. Lingling, what did I say? There are so many idiots like this. He Jeong pulled his daughter behind him and looked at Long Outyen in front of him with a bad expression. Who are you, old Biden? Long Outyen's chat was interrupted and his face suddenly turned dark. You ask me? Fuck, can't I ask? Long Outyen sneered and looked at He Jeong with his chin raised. What the hell are you looking at? Come out and fight me? He Jeong became furious and wrapped his tie around his fist. You think I'm holding you? Long Outyen relied on his status as the young master of the Long family and took a step forward without flinching. He Lingling quickly grabbed He Jeong. Dad, please stop making trouble. Do you want to go in again? Dad? When Long Outyen heard He Lingling's name, he froze in place, and the arrogance on his face solidified into embarrassment. Damn, this man turned out to be He Lingling's father. It's my uncle. Long Outyen felt extremely regretful and his expression changed instantly, putting on a flattering smile. What a misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding. I just bumped into you because I didn't recognize you. He Jeong held his fist in the air, suspiciously looking at the young man whose expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. You kid. Dad, ignore him. He Lingling dragged He Jeong away. There's something wrong with this guy's brain. Hey, wait. Just as Long Outyen was about to catch up, Shin Xingqiu jumped down from the second floor and leaned close to his ear. Master, my brother has found the mysterious stockings man and is currently fighting with him. Real? Long Outyen was extremely surprised. Come on, Xingqiu, let's go quickly. I must get revenge today. He didn't have time to chase He Lingling at the moment, so he went to avenge his own but first. Chapter 100. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hee, brother Yifan, you're so nice to me. Do you think we'll be the champions this time? A heavily made-up girl and Wu Yifan were dancing gracefully on the dance floor, glancing proudly at the other groups on the dance floor. Of course, Sister Xiaoqiao. Wu Yifan had bruises on his face, but he still held his head high. That woman, Don Nana, insisted on having me be her dance partner. I couldn't get rid of her, but I refused without a second thought. I only have you, Xiaoqiao, in my heart. Brother Yifan. Wang Xiaoqiao leaned into Wu Yifan's arms with emotion. But why is your face so swollen? Ahem, that's not important. Wu Yifan turned his head away awkwardly, just in time to see Jiang Rao walk into the dance floor from the side door. His expression instantly twisted. It's him. Brother Yifan? Wang Xiaoqiao looked in the direction of his gaze, puzzled. Who's that? Wow. A bastard who came out of nowhere. Wu Yifan said viciously, but then his eyes widened. Wait, that's... Tang Nana walked slowly onto the dance floor, arm in arm with Jiang Rao. Her black dress and navy blue suit complemented each other under the lights. She raised her chin slightly, her slender neck like a swan, breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Rao's tall and straight figure matched her perfectly, and the two of them attracted the attention of the whole audience as soon as they appeared. Yes, it's Campus Beltang. And there's a handsome guy. They actually danced together. Oh my god, didn't Miss Tang say she wouldn't attend the dance? There were whispers all around and flashlights kept flashing. Wu Yifan's face became uglier and uglier, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. Brother Yifan, you pinched me and hurt me. Wang Xiaoqiao pulled his hand back aggrievedly. Shut up. Wu Yifan pushed her away and stared at the two people at the entrance of the dance floor. That's impossible, that person should be me. Tang Nana and Jiang Rao walked through the crowd, hearing exclamations one after another, but at this moment her attention was all on Jiang Rao's hand holding hers tightly. Her heartbeat was so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. The warmth of Jiang Rao's palm could be felt on her wrist, and it was incredibly hot. The ceiling of the auditorium suddenly lit up with countless starlight. It turned out that the drones had formed a galaxy pattern, causing everyone to look up. Under this artificial starry sky, Jiang Rao took Tang Nana to the dance floor. Jiang Rao. Tang Nana looked into Jiang Rao's eyes, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. The galaxy woven by the drone swarm slowly moved, and the scattered starlight danced on the two people's dresses, like twinkling stars in the night sky. Jiang Rao lowered his head slightly and met Tang Nana's sparkling eyes. Donna took a deep breath and gently placed her fingertips on his shoulders. I didn't expect that it would end with us dancing together. I didn't expect this. Jiang Rao placed his hand gently on her waist with some trembling, and interlocked his fingers with hers with his other hand. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. Are you nervous again? Tang Nana keenly noticed the slight trembling of Jiang Rao's fingertips, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. A little. Jiang Rao admitted honestly, but I really appreciate your help, Nana. Tang Nana shook her head. Tian also helped design my dress. Now that she's injured, it's only right that I fulfill her wish. She paused, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. And, we've practiced this dance so many times, haven't we? The musical prelude sounded, an adapted version of Por una cabeza. Jiang Rao's right hand slid down half an inch, just enough to grab Tang Nana's waist, and started to spin with her. Their dance steps were surprisingly coordinated, as if they had been dancing together for years. Jiang Rao held Tang Nana's waist steadily, and each of her steps was as light as a feather, drawing graceful arcs on the dance floor with his guidance. The dancers around them gradually stopped and made room for them, their eyes following the dazzling pair. There were exclamations of praise one after another. Wu Yifan stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his face terribly gloomy, while Wang Xiaoqiao was completely attracted by Jiang Rao, not blinking. He stared at the two people in the middle of the dance floor, the flames of jealousy almost devouring him. Brother Yifan, they dance really well. Wang Xiaoqiao couldn't help but sigh. Get out of here. Wu Yifan pushed her away and turned around to squeeze out of the crowd. Bai Tian sat on the small bed in the infirmary, listening blankly to the music outside the door. The ice pack on my ankle had melted, and the water droplets dripped down the edge of the bed onto the floor, making a slight tapping sound. Ding dong dong. The cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Bai Tian's thoughts. However, that was not Jiang Rao's cell phone. Her expression changed slightly, and she took out another intact cell phone from her arms. Hello. What's going on? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of anger in his tone. Something unexpected happened. Bai Tian spoke calmly without any emotional fluctuations. Accident? Do you know how important this dance is? I know, but it never belonged to me. Bai Tian's voice was a little hoarse. She looked down at her swollen ankle with a dim look in her eyes. What's with that attitude? Don't forget your mission. The male voice on the other end of the phone became even more stern. I'm sorry to disappoint you, father. Chapter 101 I'll pay you back. I have cut off your path to survival. The toilet cleaning spirit glanced coldly at the three ninjas wearing stockings in front of him. King Jinling exchanged glances with the two spirit kings beside him, and was full of vigilance towards the hooded man who suddenly appeared. My dear, the three of us brothers are just passing by. We don't know you. Why are you blocking our way? King Jinling asked tentatively. The toilet cleaner sneered and tapped the handle of the knife behind him with his fingers. Hey, we found an extra helper today, a dung boy? That's interesting. What dung-carrying boy? King Shuai-Ling was so angry that he jumped up and down, and was about to attack immediately, but King Jinling stopped him in time and shook his head. Shuai-Ling, don't be impulsive. Don't forget what we are here for. You three can come together, it will save me a lot of trouble. The toilet cleaner hooked his finger impatiently, his eyes full of contempt. King Jinling was also suppressing his anger at this moment, and said in a deep voice. We have a mission to accomplish. If you insist on stopping us, don't blame us for being rude. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, King Muling stepped forward. Brother, we are here today to do something for the Long family. You are also a ninja, so you should know the consequences of offending the Long family. Muling, how could you? King Shuai-Ling looked at King Muling in surprise, not understanding why he would reveal the details of the mission. Trust my judgment. The Wood Spirit King whispered to his companions, but his eyes were always fixed on the toilet cleaning spirit. When the toilet cleaner heard the word Long family, his eyebrows slightly raised. How do you prove that you are working for the Long family? At this moment, he also discovered that although these three ninjas also wore stockings on their heads, they were indeed not the same group as the two people he had fought with before, but he was still wary of them. King Muling breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was correct. The ninja who appeared here at this time could only be from the Long family. Boss, let this young man take a look. King Muling winked at King Jinling. King Jinling hesitated for a moment and pulled out a box containing a red pill from his bosom. This is the Een Fox inner pill? The toilet cleaner took a breath of cold air. Yes, it is the Een Fox inner pill. King Muling said with a smile. The Long family has cooperated with our organization for many years, but this incident was truly beyond our expectations. To express our apologies, our leader specially gifted this precious elixir to young Master Long to compensate for his loss. The toilet cleaner narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the pill that emitted a strange red light. As a senior ninja of the Long family, he naturally knew how precious the Een Fox inner core was. Having this thing was like having an extra life. Since you're here to give gifts, why are you sneaking around wearing stockings? The toilet cleaner's hand was still on the knife handle. King Muling gave a bitter laugh. To be honest, there are traitors in our organization, and we are hunting them down. To avoid alerting the enemy, we resorted to this desperate measure. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from the end of the corridor. Lan Outyan, supported by Shin Xingqiu, limped over here. Toilet cleaner. That's them. The mysterious stockings man. Beat them to death. Lan Outyan pointed at the three men in stockings and roared. Young master, wait a minute. The toilet cleaning spirit hurriedly stopped Shin Xingqiu, who was about to rush forward. They said. Bullshit. Xingqiu, come on. Seeing that Shin Xingqiu had already drawn his long sword, King Jinling quickly raised the Een Fox inner core. Master Long. We are here to apologize. I'm going to pay you back. Do you know what it feels like to have your anus torn apart 3 times? 3 times. I'm going to tear you into pieces today. Lan Outyan was furious and threw his crutch away in anger, knocking over the box in King Jinling's hand, and the Een Fox inner pill was instantly shattered. It's over. King Muling was completely numb, watching his inner elixir dissipate in the air. The next second, Shin Xingqiu's blade was already on his head. King Jinling and King Shuai-Ling attacked at the same time. 2 flashes of cold light passed by, barely blocking Shin Xingqiu's long sword. Toilet cleaner, are you asleep? Hurry up and do it. The toilet cleaning spirit hesitated for a moment, but seeing Long Outyan's furious expression, he drew out the ancient knife behind him. The blade gleamed coldly under the light, and he said in a deep voice, "The young master has ordered that you must stay here today." The moment the ancient sword was completely unsheathed, a strong music came. Carrying a fiery and stubborn heart, I walked towards the most lenient execution ground, shattered and shattered, leaving behind the most hollow echoes. King Jinling saw the situation was out of control and shouted hurriedly, "Master Long, we are here to deliver gifts on the orders of the organization. Those two traitorous ninjas are in the auditorium. They are the ones who injured you." Fart. Long Outyan lost his crutches and his butt hurt so much. Toilet cleaner, kill them. Damn it, don't even let this mysterious stockings man go. Boss, young Master Long has gone crazy. If we don't fight back, we're going to be chopped into pieces. King Shui Ling was extremely anxious. Not that big. The power of the golden spirit. King Jinling roared, clasped his hands together, and a circle of golden energy burst out from his body. He didn't know why Long Outyan was so angry and insisted on killing them, and kept mentioning the word but. His inner elixir was destroyed, so the most important thing at the moment was to get out as soon as possible and report the situation here to the leader. The toilet cleaner's ancient knife chopped on the airwave, making a clanging sound like metal collision. Interesting, you're also a Jonin. A hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the toilet cleaning spirit. The blade turned, and his figure circled behind the golden spirit king like a ghost. The wood spirit king and the water spirit king were fighting with Shinshingqiu. What shocked them was that Shinshingqiu was not at all at a disadvantage in the face of the siege of the two. On the contrary, if they made a mistake, they would immediately suffer a fatal blow. Long Outyan stood outside the field and kept cursing, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Chapter 102 Good brother, help us block it. As the music reached its climax, Jiang Rao and Tang Nana's dance steps also became faster, and every spin caused amazement from the people around them. "Nana, you look so beautiful today." Jiang Rao couldn't help but whisper, his eyes falling on Don Nana's delicate collarbone, where there was a small diamond pendant that shimmered with her dance steps. The tips of Tang Nana's ears instantly turned red. She tilted her head slightly to avoid Jiang Rao's fiery gaze, but accidentally let her hair brush his cheek. The rose-scented body fragrance made Jiang Rao's breath stagnate. "Focus, we're going to spin," she reminded softly, her fingertips quietly tightening as Jiang Rao spun her around. The lights on the dance floor dimmed, leaving only a spotlight shrouding them. Jiang Rao's hand firmly supported Tang Nana's lower back, and he leaned closer as she bent down. The tips of their noses almost touched, their breaths mingling. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything around them became blurry. At the same time, on the lawn outside the auditorium, Su Jingjing was chasing the Earth Spirit King and the Fire Spirit King with a kitchen knife. "Don't run! You two bastards!" Su Jingjing waved the kitchen knife with gritted teeth, the blade flashing coldly in the moonlight. "Help! Why is this crazy woman still chasing me?" The Earth Spirit King ran wildly and wailed, with blood flowing from his arms. "Didn't you say she was on our side?" The Fire Spirit King was not in much better condition. His clothes were already tattered, and Su Jingjing had made more than a dozen scars on his back. How could I have known she would suddenly go berserk? The Earth Spirit King wanted to cry, but he couldn't. "We beat up the fake young master together last time we met. It's not that they don't want to fight back, but they simply can't win. The Earth Spirit King can't even form a hand seal now, and the Fire Spirit King's chakra is completely suppressed." "Taijutsu? You tell me to practice taijutsu with a woman who can split a tree with one sword? Go there. Then we'll split up." The Earth Spirit King turned his head to avoid a shuriken. The two men crawled into a bush as if they were grabbing a life-saving straw. "Muling, is it really okay for us to just abandon the boss like this? What if he gets beaten to death?" The Water Spirit King and the Wood Spirit King finally escaped and squatted behind the bushes, panting. "Don't talk nonsense. The boss is a Jonin. How can he be killed so easily? You have to trust him." King Muling wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, "The most important thing for us now is to leave here quickly and report the situation to the leader." King Shui Ling nodded, and the two were about to get up when they suddenly heard a rustling sound behind them. "Who?" The Wood Spirit King turned around suddenly, only to see that the Earth Spirit King and the Fire Spirit King had also entered the same bushes, and 4 pairs of eyes were staring at each other in the darkness. "It's you! When the Wood Spirit King saw the red stockings on the Fire Spirit King's head, he immediately recognized them. Traitor! King Shui Ling roared. The Earth Spirit King and the Fire Spirit King smiled at each other and gently pushed the two men out of the bushes. The Water Spirit King and the Wood Spirit King were pushed and staggered, almost falling down. Fuck! You two traitors! Good brother, help us block it! Before King Wood Spirit could finish his words, King Earth Spirit kicked him from behind and he fell to the ground. Damn it, I got tricked by these two guys. King Shui Ling slapped the ground angrily, not noticing that there was a figure in front of him. I found you. A voice came from above their heads, and Su Jingjing stood in front of them coldly, holding a kitchen knife. Ah! The screams lingered for a long time. The two people in the bushes breathed a sigh of relief, but when they turned around they saw Shin Xingqiu's face. Hello! Chapter 103. Don't worry, just give me your first time. After sending He Zhong away, He Lingling, holding a glass of champagne, found Su Yaoyao sitting alone in a corner among the crowd. She seemed to be sucking the juice seriously, but her eyes were always following Zhang Rao and Tang Nana in the middle of the dance floor. Yaoyao, are you spying on my junior master again? Su Yaoyao was startled by the sudden sound. She raised her head and her eyes widened slightly. Lingling, you're here. Are you done over there? He Lingling sat down beside her and put her arm around her shoulders. Yes, the ceremonial work is over for now. She leaned close to Su Yaoyao's ear and lowered her voice. Besides, my little cake Yaoyao is still waiting for me here. Su Yaoyao's fingers twisted together unconsciously. Lingling, don't say that. He Lingling pinched her cheek with a wicked smile. Why, you're only allowed to look at Zhang Rao, but I'm not allowed to look at you? I didn't. Su Yaoyao lowered her head in panic. I was just watching the dance. Wow, Zhang Rao can actually dance quite well. It really has to be Nana. He Lingling swirled the wine in the glass and curled her lips, but suddenly remembered something. Where's Tian Tian? Wasn't she Zhang Rao's dance partner? How come she became Nana? Tian Tian's foot seems to be injured, Su Yaoyao replied softly, stirring the straw in the juice gently with her fingers. Classmate Jiang just brought her to the infirmary. Yeah, should be taking care of her now. So, Nana is here to replace Tian Tian. He Lingling nodded thoughtfully and turned her gaze back to the dazzling couple in the center of the dance floor. They danced so well. Su Yaoyao sighed softly, with envy glittering in her eyes. He Lingling was about to speak when she noticed a figure outside the dance floor. That's Wu Yifan? Brother Fan, I found it for you. Well done. Wu Yifan took a box of thumbtacks from a man with a bowl-cut hairstyle, a sinister smile on his face. Brother Yifan, this isn't good. Wang Xiaoqiao looked hesitantly at the box of thumbtacks in Wu Yifan's hand. Shut up, what do you know? Do you still want the championship? Think. That's right, with the campus beauty Tang Nana here, how much do you think those people will invest in you? As he said that, Wu Yifan dragged Wang Xiaoqiao back into the dance floor. He Lingling narrowed her eyes. Her hearing was excellent, and she heard every word of the conversation between Wu Yifan and the others. Interesting, Wu Yifan is indeed a CS. He Lingling sneered and drank the champagne in the glass. Lingling? What's wrong with you? Su Yaoyao tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. Nothing. He Lingling put down her wine glass and suddenly smiled at her. Come on, Yaoyao, I'll take you dancing. We can't let those two steal all the limelight. Ah. But I can't dance. I've never danced before. Su Yaoyao waved her hands in panic, but was pulled up by He Lingling. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Just trust me with your first time. He Lingling dragged Su Yaoyao into the dance floor without saying a word. The fiery red backless dress she wore today formed a sharp contrast with Su Yaoyao's lavender long skirt. The two attracted a lot of attention as soon as they appeared. Lingling, slow down a bit. Su Yaoyao staggered to keep up with He Lingling's pace, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. He Lingling smiled wantonly, hooked her arm, and pulled Su Yaoyao closer. She held Su Yaoyao's waist with her right hand, interlocked her fingers with her left hand, and led her to spin with the music. Open it up a little more, yes, that's it. He Lingling's voice was filled with excitement. Little cake, you learn really fast. The tips of Su Yaoyao's ears were red as blood. She could feel the gazes from people around her, and what made her heart beat faster was He Lingling's face so close to her. He Lingling's short hair swept across her cheeks as it spun, and the faint scent of roses entangled with the jasmine scent on her body. I really can't. Su Yaoyao's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Shoo, just follow me. He Lingling blinked, suddenly turned around, and slid to the center of the dance floor with Su Yaoyao, just blocking the sneaky Wu Yifan. Zhang Rao and Tang Nana had already reached their climax with the music. Zhang Rao, hurry up, we're almost there. Tang Nana's voice was slightly panting, and her fingertips gently pinched Zhang Rao's shoulders, signaling him to speed up. Good. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Zhang Rao's forehead, his arm muscles were tense, and their bodies were almost pressed together. He could clearly feel Don Nana's hot and wet heartbeat through the thin dress. It's right here. Tang Nana suddenly let go of Zhang Rao's hand, and the two of them danced abruptly faster, sometimes as nimble as a butterfly flying through flowers, sometimes as heavy as the embrace of the tide. Every time they got closer apart, they followed the beat of their heartbeats. Under the light, the shadows of the two people intertwined into a painting on the floor, their footsteps stepping in the same rhythm, as if they were meant to be entangled with each other like this since birth. Wow! The whole audience suddenly burst into warm applause and exclamations. Ah! Wu Yifan also screamed out, but his scream was a scream of pain. Oops, sorry for stepping on you, classmate Wu Yifan. He Lingling accidentally stepped on Wu Yifan's foot, and the stiletto heel of her high heels crushed it hard. No, it's okay, campus beauty he. The kick just now almost caused the thumbtack box hidden behind Wu Yifan to fall to the ground, but at this time he could only endure the pain, hold the box tightly in his hand, and force out a smile that was uglier than crying. He Xiaohua, you and Su Xiaohua dance really well. Wu Yifan endured the pain in his feet and tried to get around He Lingling. He kept glancing at Zhang Rao and Tang Nana in the middle of the dance floor, and clenched the thumbtack box in his hand even tighter. Thank you for the compliment actually, I've always thought Yifan-san is very handsome. As He Lingling spoke, she raised her hand, hooked Wu Yifan's tie and pulled it towards her. Her voice was sweet and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. Her delicate red lips exuded an alluring luster. Wu Yifan was a little frightened by He Lingling's sudden intimacy. The tie was tight around his neck, and his nose was filled with her bold fragrance. He Lingling, you slut! What are you doing? Brother Yifan is my dance partner. Wang Xiaoqiao suddenly rushed over screaming, pushed He Lingling away, hugged Wu Yifan's arm tightly, and her eyes were glaring as if they were about to spit fire. Lingling! Su Yaoyao behind her was obviously at a loss in the face of this sudden conflict, but He Lingling just gently squeezed her palm to reassure her. Xiaoqiao, you misunderstood. I just wanted to say hello to Yifan. If you don't like me, I'll just leave. He Lingling pursed her lips pretending to be aggrieved and slowly loosened Wu Yifan's tie. At this moment, her acting skills exploded. Wu Yifan quickly shook off Wang Xiaoqiao and grabbed He Lingling. He Xiaohua, please don't leave. Wang Xiaoqiao and I are actually not familiar with each other. Wu Yifan was secretly delighted in his heart. Although he was rejected by Tang Nana, He Lingling was also a top beauty. Wow, she was so enthusiastic and proactive. It was really a blessing in disguise. He Lingling raised her eyebrows, looking at Wu Yifan's face that was eager to distance himself from the matter, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. She deliberately slowed down her tone, and her fingertips brushed Wu Yifan's tie clip. Oh? Really? But I think Xiaoqiao-san really loves you. Well, if she hadn't been so persistent, why would I have asked her to be my dance partner? In fact, the person I want to invite most is you, school beauty he. Wang Xiaoqiao was so angry that his face turned pale and tears welled up in his eyes. Whoa, Wu Yifan, your mother is dead. That's not what you said when you took me to get a room yesterday. What nonsense are you talking about? Who went to get a room? Everyone knows that I, Wu Yifan, am the most self-disciplined person. Stop slandering me and get out of here. You liar. I hope you spend the rest of your life in jail. Wang Xiaoqiao pushed Wu Yifan with all her might and ran away crying. Wang Xiaoqiao was very strong and pushed Wu Yifan down, causing him to sit directly on the ground. No, it should be said that he sat on a nail. As we all know, the box containing thumbtacks was made of paper, and Wu Yifan had been hiding the thumbtacks behind his back. When he fell, the thumbtack just fell under his buttocks, piercing not only the paper box, but also his buttocks. Wu Yifan instantly felt that his butt was exposed, but in order not to expose himself and hurt others with thumbtacks, he forced himself not to scream. All of this was seen by He Lingling. Who is He Lingling? How could he let him go? He immediately stepped forward to finish him off. Yifan, I'm so touched. You even broke up with Xiao Xiao for me. Well, that's a must. Wu Yifan's back was in great pain, but he pretended to be calm on his face. I've thought it through. Since Yifan is so sincere, I'm willing to be your dance partner. Come on, get up and let's go dance together. As He Lingling spoke, she extended her hand towards Wu Yifan in a shy manner. Well, I'm a little tired from the argument just now, huh? I need to rest on the ground for a while, huh? He Lingling looked at Wu Yifan's legs trembling with pain and deliberately dragged out her tone. Rest? But I want to dance right now, Yifan, don't you want to dance with me? Why wouldn't you want to? Wu Yifan's face was twisted in pain, and the cold sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks and dripped onto his shirt, leaving a small dark spot. He gritted his teeth and reached behind his back to touch his butt. When his fingertips touched the sharp tip of the thumbtack, he almost gasped in pain. What are we waiting for? Let's go. He Lingling suppressed her smile and deliberately pushed his shoulder. Ah! Wu Yifan screamed immediately, He Xiaohua, please don't touch me first. I need to think about my life here. Thinking about life? He Lingling gently moved her feet behind him. The floor is so cold, aren't you afraid of freezing your butt while thinking about life? Wu Yifan's whole body tensed up with pain, yet he had to remain calm. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like beads from a broken string. No, I'm not cold. I just like down-to-earth thinking. Hey, let's go, let's go. He Lingling grabbed his arm without mercy and lifted him up. No, don't. Don't want to? Fine then. He Lingling let go of her hand in mid-air, and Wu Yifan sat back down firmly. Puff. When Wu Yifan fell back to the same place again, the thumbtack seemed to have eyes and penetrated half an inch deeper into his flesh. He was in so much pain that his vision went black, a suppressed groan rolled out of his throat, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He doesn't look well. Is he sick? Su Yaoyao hid behind He Lingling, looking a little worried. Hey, I'm really fine. I just need a little rest. What's going on? At this time, Jiang Rao and Tang Nana had finished dancing the first song and walked over. Damn you. Jiang Rao recognized Wu Yifan sitting on the ground at a glance. Ahem, good man, don't hit me, I didn't do anything today. Seeing that it was Jiang Rao, Wu Yifan quickly covered his face, fearing that he would be beaten again. Jiang Rao, this classmate Yifan is really a weirdo. This is the first time I've seen someone dancing while sitting on the dance floor. He Lingling smiled and patted Jiang Rao's shoulder. She and Wu Yifan were the only ones present who knew what was going on. Wu Yifan, if you don't want to dance, leave immediately and don't disrupt the normal order of the dance floor. Donna frowned slightly. Yes, I see he's been sitting here for quite some time. Occupying the toilet without taking a shit. The onlookers echoed. Wu Yifan's face flushed red, but there were so many people watching, and the thumbtack incident could not be discovered. Okay, I'll go. Wu Yifan finally decided to leave in an extremely special way. He took a deep breath and slid his butt slowly. Ah! 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 Every time he moved an inch, Wu Yifan let out a shrill scream. The thumbtacks on his buttocks stirred in his flesh as he moved, causing him so much pain that his face was covered with tears and snot. The crowd of onlookers all frowned and looked at him as if he was a lunatic. Is this some kind of performance art? Maybe it's that new crawling exercise that's supposed to tone the buttocks. Is it true? I'll try it later. Wu Yifan no longer cared about so much. He endured the severe pain in his buttocks and moved his body sideways like a crab, trying to slide out of the dance floor without standing up. As for how sour and refreshing this is, you can imagine it yourself. Puff. He Lingling finally couldn't help it and her whole body was shaking with laughter. Jiang Rao and Tang Nana looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's really hilarious. I'll tell you all about it slowly when I get back. Ha ha ha. He Lingling was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Su Yaoyao had no choice but to support her with a bewildered look on her face, fearing that she would choke on laughing. Chapter 104, Entering Sage Mode in Seconds, ISNT that insidious? Clang. The toilet cleaner's spirit and the golden spirit king collided again. The difference in strength between the two was actually not that big, and the fight was hard to tell for a while. Toilet cleaner, chop him up. Oh, are you a pig? This is all empty. Elbow him, elbow him. That's it. Fuck him hard. Long Outyen was giving orders excitedly from the side, wishing he could rush forward himself. The toilet cleaner is now fully in shape. He hasn't experienced such a evenly matched battle for a long time. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. The toilet cleaner laughed wildly, and the blade drew a sharp arc, forcing the Golden Spirit King back several steps. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Let's have a good fight today. King Jinling covered the wound on his shoulder and looked at the toilet cleaner as if he were a lunatic. Fight your damn. Are you fucking sick? King Jinling was devastated at the moment. He had clearly only come to give a gift, but he was inexplicably dragged into a life and death struggle. What made him even more depressed was that the hooded man in front of him became more and more excited as the fight went on, like a madman. Moreover, this guy kept staring at his retreat route, and he couldn't even run away. Young Master Long. King Jinling tried to explain again. We really aren't here to harm you. Those two traitorous ninjas are in the auditorium. You should go find them and settle the score. Long Outyen sneered and pointed at his aching butt. Stop talking nonsense. None of you can escape today. Toilet cleaner, you won't stop until you chop him into pieces. Dipped beans. Makes me forget the craziness. The toilet cleaner suddenly roared and rushed forward again. The password, instantly turned on Sage mode, isn't that insidious? King Jinling was so angry that he cursed loudly and could only defend passively. Only then did Long Outyen nodded in satisfaction, but at this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed directly in front of him. Finally got rid of that crazy woman. The person who came was wearing red stockings on his head and was panting. It was obvious that he had just experienced strenuous exercise. It's you! Long Outyen recognized at a glance that this was the man in stockings who had attacked him together with the Earth Spirit King that day, and his face turned pale with fright in an instant. The Fire Spirit King then noticed Long Outyen lying at his feet, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Don't come over here! Aya. King Jinling was fighting when he noticed the sudden appearance of King Huling. Fire Spirit King, what are you going to do to young Master Long? The Fire Spirit King grabbed Long Outyen's collar and lifted him up from the ground, then looked at the Gold Spirit King with surprise. Boss! You've come to join young Master Long too. As he said that, he slapped Long Outyen in the face. You fucking! Long Outyen was stunned by the slap. Just as he was about to curse, the Fire Spirit King slapped him twice in a row. The Fire Spirit King took out his cell phone, turned on the front camera, carefully adjusted his hairstyle, and turned Long Outyen's head over. Ahem, Master Long, watch carefully, I'm going to beat this guy till he spits shit right now. He spoke to the camera, then slapped Long Outyen in the face again. Young Master Long. Pa, another slap in the face. My loyalty to you is evident to all. Pa, another slap in the face. Just let me stay with you. Pa, another slap in the face. King Jinling was stunned as he watched King Huling slap Long Outyen in the face while praising Long Outyen passionately in front of the camera on his mobile phone. This scene was so strange that he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Half of Long Outyen's face was swollen, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. What was even more outrageous was that the other party was beating him while shouting that he wanted to be loyal to him. He struggled to resist, but was held down by the Fire Spirit King. Fire Spirit! Are you crazy? King Jinling roared. Stop it now. The Fire Spirit King turned a deaf ear and continued to beat Long Outyen in front of the camera of his mobile phone. Damn it, toilet cleaner! Save me! Long Outyen finally came to his senses and let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. But the toilet cleaner was now immersed in this battle that was giving him great pleasure, and could not hear Long Outyen's wailing at all. Master Long! What do you think of my Iron Sand poem? Fire Spirit King shouted excitedly. Long Outyen's eyes went dark, and he felt his teeth loosen. He stared at the Fire Spirit King tremblingly. You are dead, I will never let you go. Master Long! Do you think my strength is enough? The Fire Spirit King smiled flatteringly at the camera of his mobile phone. Would you like some more hardcore blows? I have a lot of moves. As he said that, he suddenly kneed Long Outyen in the abdomen. Long Outyen immediately bent like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of sour water from his mouth. Stop! King Jinling finally couldn't bear it anymore and was about to come over to rescue people, but was stopped by the toilet cleaning spirit with a knife. Your opponent is me. The toilet cleaner spirit was full of fighting spirit, with the blade pointed directly at the throat of the golden spirit king. No one can leave today unless there is a winner. King Jinling was so angry that he was shaking all over. He saw that King Hualing was still beating Long Outyan violently, and he was entangled by this madman and couldn't get away. He suddenly took a step back and quickly formed seals with his hands, Golden Escape, Vajra Indestructible. In an instant, King Jinling's whole body was shining with metallic luster, and he took the blow from the toilet cleaner with a crisp clang sound. He took the opportunity to throw several shurikens in the direction of the Fire Spirit King. You traitor! Let young Master Long go. At this time, Long Outyan was just lifted up by the Fire Spirit King, and all the shurikens hit his buttocks squarely. Boss, you're such a clever little fellow. The Fire Spirit King laughed strangely. Don't worry, I won't take all the credit for myself. Chapter 105. This is too confusing. The music in the middle of the dance floor suddenly changed its tune, and the originally lingering waltz turned into a light cha-cha. The lights immediately switched to neon colors, and the drum beats became denser, jumping like frying beans. Nana, the teacher hasn't taught you that. The change in music made Jiang Rao's body stiffen, and he looked at Tang Nana somewhat at a loss. Then, as a teacher, I will pass it on to you now. Her jade-like palm touched Jiang Rao again, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, reflecting his face completely. Don Nana tapped the ground lightly with her toes, her dance skirt swirled half a circle like a wave, and her fingertips gently pushed Jiang Rao's chest. The playful feeling of cha-cha instantly exploded. She suddenly came closer, her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, her voice sticky. If you take a wrong step, I'll punish you, burp. Only then did Jiang Rao notice that Tang Nana's cheeks were unnaturally flushed and her eyes were a little blurry. As a punishment, you must practice with me for another 3 hours tomorrow. She was stunned for a moment after she finished speaking, as if wondering if the punishment was harsh enough. Nana-san? Did you drink alcohol just now? Jiang Rao quickly supported her slightly shaking body. Just a small cup. Tang Nana made a fingertip-sized gesture, but her body involuntarily fell into Jiang Rao's arms. Yaya gave me lemonade? Lemonade? From Jiang Yaya? Jiang Rao accidentally caught a glimpse of Jiang Yaya making a victory gesture to him from behind the railing on the second floor, and immediately understood everything. Jiang Yaya looked at the two people on the dance floor downstairs with a sly smile on her face. The operation was a success. The effect of my improved secret recipe is really good. Brother Zayu, please take Sister Nana home quickly. It's best to do what needs to be done tonight so that I can let my sister-in-law teach me how to enlarge my breasts. Jiang Rao looked down at Tang Nana's pretty face, which was flushed red. Her eyelashes cast fine shadows under the light, and she snuggled into his arms like a drunken cat. Jiang Rao. She suddenly grabbed his collar, her nose almost touching his chin. You smell sweet. Jiang Rao's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously took a half step back, but was pulled back by Tang Nana's collar. Her misty eyes shone with water under the colorful lights, and her fingertips slid along his Adam's apple to his collarbone. Why are you hiding? Are you feeling guilty? Nana-san, you're drunk. Jiang Rao's Adam's apple rolled, and his palm pressed against her burning lower back. The sweet aroma of lemon wine mixed with the rose scent on her body made his ears burn. I'm not drunk. Donna's breath was hot. Your heart is beating so fast. Jiang Rao felt that his heartbeat was indeed unusually fast. Tang Nana's slightly drunk state made her exude an alluring aura. Her misty beautiful eyes stared straight at him, making it almost impossible for him to think. Nana, we should go down. Jiang Rao's voice was a little tense, and he gently held Tang Nana's wrist. Why? Donna tilted her head. Didn't you say you liked dancing with me? I mean, go get you something to sober you up. Jiang Rao tried to distance himself in a panic, but Tang Nana grabbed his wrist. Don't leave. Her voice was soft and drunken. We haven't finished dancing yet. Then she pulled Jiang Rao around in a circle. With her skirt flying, she staggered and fell into Jiang Rao's arms. Careful. Jiang Rao quickly put his arms around her waist, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Through the thin dress, he could clearly feel every inch of Don Nana's curves. Tang Nana raised her face, parted her red lips, and looked at him with a dazed look in her eyes. Jiang Rao. At this moment, Jiang Rao felt someone pulling at the corner of his clothes from behind. He turned his head and saw Su Yaoyao with a shy look on her face. Mr. Jiang, can you dance with me later? Just one dance. Su Yaoyao's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Her fingers were tightly grasping the hem of her skirt, but her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Zhang Rao. Just now, she happened to think that perhaps dancing with Zhang Rao could help her regain some lost memories. Of course, Yao Yao. Zhang Rao nodded, and then looked worriedly at Tang Nana, who was leaning on his shoulder in a daze. But I have to take Nana-san to rest first. Zhang Rao, come here for a moment. He Lingling suddenly squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Zhang Rao's arm. Lingling, what's wrong? My dad is here. You can pretend to be my boyfriend and try to fool him first. As Zhang Rao was speaking, Tang Nana, who was hanging in his arms, suddenly put her hand into his shirt. Hey, abdominal muscles. Tang Nana drunkenly touched Zhang Rao's abdominal muscles, her fingertips drawing circles on his taut muscles. Zhang Rao gasped and quickly held down her restless hand. Nana-san. He lowered his voice and his ears turned red. He Lingling raised her eyebrows. Wow, that's progressing pretty fast. It's not what you think. Zhang Rao explained in a hurry, trying to hold down Tang Nana's hands while dealing with He Lingling's mischievous eyes. She's drunk. I see. He Lingling came closer with a wicked smile, and lifted Tang Nana's chin with her fingertips. Oh my, so our ice beauty Nana is so cute when she's drunk? Suddenly, Tang Nana slapped his hand away, and the latter hugged Zhang Rao's arm like a young animal protecting its food. Mine. Okay, it's yours. I'm just borrowing it. He Lingling smiled, then looked at Zhang Rao. Hurry, my dad is coming. Zhang Rao followed her gaze and saw He Zhong walking across the dance floor with a menacing look on his face. This is too confusing. Zhang Rao's forehead was covered in sweat. He was holding the drunk Tang Nana in his arms, and next to him was He Lingling, who had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. He had to go dance with Su Yaoyao soon, and Bai Tian was waiting for him in the infirmary. Chapter 106. Is this a good guy? Zhang Rao. Come here, kid. He Zhong strode over, his floral shirt particularly eye-catching under the neon lights, and the anger on his face almost turned into reality. Good evening, Uncle He. Zhang Rao greeted him with courage, feeling He Zhong's gaze like a knife scanning back and forth between him and Tang Nana. Bullshit. He Zhong grabbed Zhang Rao's collar. You are so capable, you can flirt with my daughter while hugging other girls? Uncle He, you misunderstood, she just drank too much. Zhang Rao swallowed his saliva and felt Don Nana in his arms snuggling into his arms again, her breath filled with the sweet scent of lemon wine. Drunk? He Zhong sneered, pointing at Tang Nana's head rubbing against Zhang Rao's neck. This is going to fly sparks. Zhang Rao looked at He Lingling for help. Dad, please don't do this. He Lingling finally spoke, but with an expression that looked like she was enjoying a good show. Zhang Rao was just taking care of his drunk friend. He Zhong suspiciously let go of Zhang Rao's collar and glanced back and forth between the three of them. Lingling, is this guy your boyfriend? Of course. He Lingling took Zhang Rao's empty arm and leaned on his shoulder affectionately. But Nana is indeed drunk. We can't just leave her alone. Tang Nana seemed to be woken up, frowned and raised her head, looking at He Zhong with drunken eyes. Uncle, you're so noisy. She put her mouth to Zhang Rao's neck. Be good, the teacher will give you, hiccup, a reward. The pink tip of the tongue swirled around Zhang Rao's Adam's apple. Wow. Teacher? She's this kid's teacher. He Zhong's eyes almost popped out of his head as he pointed at the shiny area on Zhang Rao's neck, his fingers shaking. You even dare to flirt with the teacher? You're really playing around, aren't you? No, Nana-san is just teaching me how to dance. Zhang Rao's neck was itchy from being licked by Tang Nana, and his whole face turned red. Dad. He Lingling quickly tried to smooth things over. Nana is my roommate. I asked Zhang Rao to take care of her. He Zhong looked at the three of them doubtfully, and suddenly found that Tang Nana's hand was reaching into Zhang Rao's shirt. He slapped the restless hand away. Is this unreasonable? Lingling, why don't you do anything about it? What do I care? He Lingling suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhang Rao on the cheek. We have a great relationship. When Su Yaoyao saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a small cry of surprise, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. He Zhong was stunned by his daughter's actions. He pointed at the watermarks on Zhang Rao's neck left by Tang Nana, then looked at the place where He Lingling had just kissed him, and his temples were throbbing. You young people today. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned to Su Yao Yao. Little girl, do you think their relationship is normal? When Su Yao Yao was called out, she shrank back like a frightened rabbit, pinching the hem of her skirt with her fingers and hesitating. I think. She stole a glance at Jiang Rao, who was sandwiched between two school beauties, and her ears were red as blood. Student Jiang is a good person. Good guy? He Jiang slapped his thigh in anger. You call this a good guy? This guy is clearly a sea king. Then he turned around and left angrily. I really am not. Jiang Rao felt like crying but had no tears. Chapter 107. Are you going away or not? Bang. As the mace fell to the ground, King Jinling could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The toilet cleaner in front of him finally fell to the ground like him, with a bloody head. Ah, I won. Damn it, come again. Get up and hit me again. King Jinling used up his last bit of strength, crawled over, grabbed the toilet cleaner's hair and roared. The toilet cleaner was completely unconscious, with a satisfied smile on her face, and she showed no reaction to his provocation. The two men fought from the rooftop to the lawn downstairs, from exchanging ninjutsu to later confronting each other with physical skills, a thorough hand-to-hand combat, and in the end both were injured. King Jinling kept spitting blood and cursing weakly. Damn, madman, psychopath. He turned over with great difficulty, lying on his back, looking at the sky full of stars, and suddenly felt that everything that happened here was ridiculous. What the hell am I doing here? King Jinling muttered to himself as his vision began to go dark. After an unknown amount of time, he vaguely saw a figure appear in front of him. It was actually the Earth Spirit King, with a malicious smile on his face. Old Jin, do you still recognize me? King Jinling's face was covered in blood and he was too lazy to pay attention to this traitor. Earth Spirit King, get out of here. He was exhausted at this moment and didn't want to bother with anything anymore. Look at you, you've been fucked like this, and you're still showing off, huh? The Earth Spirit King looked down at him with a smile that looked like he deserved a beating. Are you going to leave or not? The smile on the face of the Earth Spirit King became even more intense, and he wiped the oil off his face. Old Jin, do you know why I'm here today? Ha! I'll give you one last chance. You. Get. Out. No. Get. Out. The Earth Spirit King squatted down and patted the swollen cheek of the Gold Spirit King. Old Jin, you have come to this day. When you stole my head and squeezed my salary, did you ever think that you would end up like this? I'm telling you, I'm hanging out with the young master of the Long family now. I eat and drink delicious food every day, and it's so much better than that crappy organization. Of course, I, the Earth Spirit King, am not one to hold grudges. If you return the wages you've squeezed out of me for all these years, along with interest, I'll let you go today. King Jinling shook his head, staring at him intently with his eyes. Yo, still moving. The Earth Spirit King retracted his hand and continued to mock. Just try to move your master's finger. TSK, look at you. Come on, hit me. Hit me here. Hit me. Hit me wherever you want. Earth Spirit King, you still dare to come over and show off to us, you really have some guts. The Earth Spirit King laughed loudly and pointed at his own face. Don't just talk, move a finger, Grandpa. Fuck you. King Jinling suddenly jumped up and punched King Tu Ling in the face, knocking him to the ground. Ah, wow. Just as the Earth Spirit King was about to curse, the Gold Spirit King had already stood up shakily, his face covered in blood, looking like a demon crawling out of hell. King Jinling searched briefly with his eyes and grabbed the machete of the toilet cleaner. Then, under the moonlight, two running figures appeared again. Earth Spirit King. Stand right there. You idiot. You big idiot. King Jinling held his machete in hand, stumbling after King Tu Ling. He was covered in blood, but his anger forced him to unleash his last bit of strength. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to chop the big idiot King Tu Ling to death. King Tu Ling was panting, but he didn't dare to stop for a moment. If he slowed down a bit, he would be chopped into pieces. Fuck your mother. Just stand there. Damn it, I'm going to chop you to death today. Ah. King Jinling roared and slashed King Tu Ling on the back with a knife. King Tu Ling screamed and rushed forward. I fuck your mother. I fuck your mother. King Jinling chased and chopped at the same time. Ah. Stop chasing me. Ah. Why am I always being chased and hacked today? Few people can run at high speed like the Earth Spirit King after being stabbed dozens of times. One has to admire the Earth Spirit King's ability to withstand blows. If it were someone else, even if they were not knocked to the ground, they would have been scared to death because of losing so much blood. I have to admire King Jinling even more. If it were someone else, who would have the stamina and patience to run several kilometers to chase an idiot who has already been scared to death? The two men, one chasing and the other fleeing, disappeared into the night. Chapter 108, Kiss Feed. In the infirmary, Bai Tian Tian leaned on the pillow, listening to the music coming from afar, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of the quilt. Jiang Ye sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, and occasionally stealing glances at Bai Tiantian's expression. Sister Tian Tian, are you okay? Jiang Ye handed over a cup of warm water. Bai Tian Tian took the water cup and forced a smile. It's okay, I'm just a little worried about the dance. Don't worry. Jiang Ye blinked. My brother and sister Nana dance really well. I just saw them. She suddenly covered her mouth, realizing she had let the cat out of the bag. Bai Tian Tian tightened her fingers, and the water in the cup rippled slightly. She lowered her eyelashes, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Yeah. Of course. Jiang Ye quickly sat down on the bed and held Bai Tiantian's hand. Sister Nana dances so professionally. My brother was spun around by her and almost fell flat on his face. Bai Tian Tian burst out laughing at this description, but her smile quickly faded. She looked down at her swollen ankle, which was neatly wrapped in gauze. Zhang Rao had just bandaged it himself. Sister Tian Tian, Jiang Ye suddenly came closer and lowered her voice mysteriously. Actually, my brother was super worried about you. His hands were shaking when he brought you here. It was the first time I saw him so nervous. Bai Tiantian's ear tips turned slightly red. Really? I'm going to give you 4, I'm a puppy if I lie to you. Jiang Ye raised 3 fingers. He also specifically told me to take good care of you and said he would be back soon after the competition. Bai Tian Tian pursed her lips and forced a smile. Zhang Rao finally managed to get the drunk Tang Nana to the sofa in the rest area and wiped her face with a wet tissue. He Ling handed over a pot of black tea and winked mischievously. TSK, so Junior Master is so good at taking care of people? It's alright. Zhang Rao poured a cup of tea, gently lifted Tang Nana's head, and put the cup to her lips. Nana, drink some water first. Donna opened her eyes hazily, and suddenly frowned when her lips touched the rim of the cup. I don't want you to feed me. I want Zhang Rao to feed me. Am I not feeding you? Zhang Rao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Donna seemed not to hear, she pouted her lips and mumbled incoherently. You have to feed me by kissing. Puff. He Ling almost spit out her tea after taking a sip of it. People told you to kiss and feed me, so what else is there to say? Hurry up. As he said this, he bumped Zhang Rao with his shoulder. Nana, please wake up. Tang Nana suddenly put her hands around Zhang Rao's neck and stared at his lips with drunken eyes. Zhang Rao, why are you hiding? You ran away last time, this time, hiccup. Her fingertips were scorching hot as she gently traced the shape of Zhang Rao's lips. Zhang Rao froze in place, and could clearly smell the faint scent of alcohol on her breath. Nana-san, the tea is about to spill. Seeing that their lips were getting closer and closer, he Ling suddenly pulled Zhang Rao away and stuffed the teacup into Tang Nana's hand. Nana, drink it yourself. He Ling stood between the two of them with her hands on her hips. Zhang Rao still has to dance with Yao Yao. Tang Nana pouted in grievance, sipping tea from the cup, but her eyes were always glued to Zhang Rao. Classmate Jiang. Su Yao Yao stood aside timidly, twisting the hem of her skirt with her fingers. How about, we do it another day? No. He Ling pushed Zhang Rao in front of Su Yao Yao. How can you go back on your word? Yao Yao has been waiting for a long time. Zhang Rao was pushed and staggered, standing right in front of Su Yao Yao. At this moment, she lowered her head, her eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks were faintly flushed. Classmate Yao Yao, we. As soon as Zhang Rao opened his mouth, Su Yao Yao suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Can I? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, filled with cautious expectation. Sure. Zhang Rao smiled and stretched out his hand. Su Yao Yao hesitated for a moment and gently placed her slender fingers on his palm. Then I'll leave Nana-san in your care for now. We'll be back after this dance. Zhang Rao turned and said to He Lingling. Go ahead. He Lingling waved her hand, sat down next to Tang Nana, and put her arm around her shoulders. I want some lemonade. Tang Nana fell towards He Lingling and leaned on her shoulder. Lemonade? He Lingling glanced at the champagne glass that Don Nana had drunk from before on the tray and picked it up. I want to see what kind of wine this is, it's so strong. Chapter 109. How dare you play tricks on me? Strange? Where is the young master? After all, Su Jingjing was alone and her ability to pursue was limited, so she let King Wood Spirit and King Water Spirit escape. So he planned to report the discovery of the mysterious man in stockings to the young master first, but he couldn't find Long Outyen after searching the entire auditorium. At this time, she came to the rooftop and found a half-dead figure lying beside the fence. Long Outyen had been beaten to death by the Fire Spirit King. He felt that all the bones in his body were completely broken into pieces and the pain was so severe that he didn't even have the strength to move. Especially since his face had been slapped more than 100 times and was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. At this moment, when he saw Su Jingjing appear, a ray of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. He began to twist his body desperately and made a whimpering sound with his mouth. Finally, someone came to save me. That lung mist from the toilet cleaner boasted every day that he was some kind of jonin, but in actual combat he was a complete wretch. When the fight started, he just threw his master aside and didn't care about my life or death at all. Fortunately, Su Jingjing is here now. Although this girl is a little silly, at least she will do her best to protect herself. Just as Long Outyen felt a little touched, he saw Su Jingjing squatting in front of him with cold eyes, and took out a kunai from under her skirt. Su Jingjing picked up the kunai and stabbed it into his thigh without saying a word. Woo! Long Outyen was in so much pain that tears and snot were flowing, but he could only make vague whimpers. Where did you hide the young master, you bad guys? It turned out that in order to avoid being hunted down, the Fire Spirit King put the stockings on Long Outyen's head before leaving. In addition, it was pitch black all around, which made Su Jingjing subconsciously think that the person in front of her was another mysterious stockings man. Su Jingjing pulled out the kunai, and blood immediately soaked Long Outyen's pants. Tell me. Where is the young master? She raised the kunai expressionlessly, ready to stab again. Long Outyen rolled his eyes in pain and shook his head desperately, trying to convey his identity with his eyes. But Su Jingjing didn't give him a chance and stabbed Long Outyen's other thigh again. Ah! Long Outyen let out a heart-wrenching scream, but because his mouth was blocked by stockings, he could only make muffled whimpers. The tip of Su Jingjing's kunai has a design similar to a three-edged military bayonet, which can quickly draw blood from the enemy. Long Outyen's legs were twitching, and blood quickly gathered into a pool on the ground. Su Jingjing looked at him coldly, the kunai in her hand flashing with cold light. Still not telling? Looks like we have to use more ruthless methods. As he spoke, he held the kunai and began to rotate it on Long Outyen's thigh. Long Outyen almost fainted from the pain, and his vision went dark. He struggled desperately, and finally used up his last strength, raised a finger, and motioned for her to take off the stockings on his head. Su Jingjing tilted her head, looked at Long Outyen's trembling fingers, and finally understood what he meant. You want me to take off your stockings? She blinked and stopped the kunai in her hand. Long Outyen nodded desperately, with a glimmer of survival in his eyes. All right. Su Jingjing reached out and pulled off the stockings on his head. Long Outyen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became tense again because the kunai on his thigh began to spin again. How dare you play tricks on me? Su Jingjing glared angrily at the strange pig-headed face in front of her, and thrust the kunai in her hand deeper. Long Outyen felt somewhat relieved. For the first time, he felt that conquering this world might not be that important. Chapter 110. The three of us sleep together tonight. Yeah, that's it, relax a little. Zhang Rao whispered encouragement, guiding Su Yaoyao to keep up with the beat. She gradually relaxed, her eyelashes fluttering as she met Zhang Rao's gentle gaze. Student Jiang is really amazing. She whispered, her cheeks burning. Actually, it's all thanks to Nana's good teaching. I knew nothing about dancing a week ago. Zhang Rao smiled and glanced unconsciously towards the rest area. Jiang-san and Nana-san are a perfect match. Su Yaoyao followed his gaze, with a barely perceptible hint of loneliness in her voice. Yes, is there? Zhang Rao's old face turned red and he touched his nose embarrassedly. Of course. Su Yaoyao nodded seriously. When you dance, it's like. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, just like the prince and princess in the book. Zhang Rao was amused by this analogy. I think classmate Yao Yao looks more like a princess today. Then he raised his hand to help her adjust the position of the purple gem silver crown on her head. Su Yao Yao trembled a little, but she just lowered her head slightly and let Zhang Rao help her tidy up. Sorry, I see your crown is a little crooked. No, it's okay. Su Yao Yao lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Thank you, Zhang. Careful. Zhang Rao suddenly put his arm around Su Yao Yao's waist and spun her around quickly, avoiding a boy who was rushing towards them. Su Yao Yao was caught off guard and bumped into Zhang Rao's arms. Her nose rubbed against his bow tie. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly, and her fingers subconsciously grabbed Zhang Rao's shoulders. Holy crap! He's what the hell are you doing? Is there any money on the ground? Zhang Rao helped Su Yao Yao steady herself and said unhappily. I'm sorry. Zhao Yuetian apologized quickly and squatted down to help Heizei. I accidentally stepped on Heizei's foot again, causing him to fall. Heizei was lying on the ground with his face on the ground, his butt raised high. No need to apologize, Yuetian's sister, I just like you stepping on me, it feels good. Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. I made Brother Heizei look like a fool. Woo woo woo. Zhao Yuetian looked guilty. No, Yuetian, this is a reward for him. Classmate Yao Yao, are you okay? Zhang Rao looked down at Su Yao Yao in his arms and found that she was holding him very tightly, and her whole body was shaking. Please, I'm sorry, give it back to me, don't. She clutched Zhang Rao's clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Zhang Rao was stunned. Classmate Yao Yao? What's wrong with you? Su Yao Yao's eyes were distracted, as if she was lost in some terrible memories. Don't hit me. Zhang Rao gently held her cold hand. Classmate Yao Yao, it's me, Zhang Rao. Su Yao Yao's eyes slowly focused, and when she saw clearly that the person in front of her was Zhang Rao, her pupils trembled even more violently. Why are you leaving, didn't you say? Let's go? Zhang Rao was confused and patted Su Yao Yao's shoulder gently. Classmate Yao Yao, I'm right here. Hey, Jiang-san. Su Yao Yao suddenly let go of Zhang Rao's hand, took a step back, and lowered her head shyly. Thanks. Zhang Rao was even more confused when he saw Su Yao Yao suddenly return to normal. In that moment, she seemed to have become another person. But the dance ended at this moment, and warm applause broke out all around, interrupting his thoughts. Classmate Yao Yao, do you want to take a rest? Zhang Rao asked with concern. Su Yao Yao shook her head, and a gentle smile reappeared on her face. I'm fine, Jiang. Thank you for dancing with me. That's good. Zhang Rao breathed a sigh of relief and suggested without thinking anymore. Let's go back and have something to drink. Su Yao Yao nodded and followed Zhang Rao obediently to the rest area, her eyes occasionally falling on the arm that Zhang Rao had just supported her. Zhang Rao and Su Yao Yao walked across the dance floor and saw a group of people gathered in the rest area from afar. It's strange, why are there suddenly so many people in the rest area? When I got closer, I almost dropped my jaw. When I got closer, I saw He Lingling standing on the sofa, waving an empty wineglass in one hand, her cheeks flushed, and holding a high-heeled shoe in the other hand. Thank you all for coming. The auction is officially starting, burp. The first treasure, the high heels worn by school beauty Tang, starting price 5 bottles of Coward. Donna was leaning on the corner of the sofa, 1 foot bare, protesting incoherently. Lingling, give it back to me. There were already many students gathered around to watch the fun. Some of them were cheering, and some were even raising their glasses to bid. 8 bottles. I'll give you 10 bottles. 20 bottles. I want to order Miss Tang's shoes. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Lingling! What are you doing? Zhang Rao rushed forward and snatched the high heels from He Lingling's hand. Hey, Junior Master. He Lingling drunkenly pounced on him, poking his chest with her fingers. Do you want to bid too? I'll give you a discount. How much did you drink? Zhang Rao supported the staggering He Lingling and smelled a strong smell of alcohol on her. Just 1 cup. She made the number 9 with her hand, and then hung on Zhang Rao. Nana's lemonade is amazing. You're this drunk after just 1 drink? Zhang Rao turned his head to look at Tang Nana lying on the sofa and found that she was hugging a pillow and smiling foolishly, and the high heels on her other foot were also shaky. Jiang Rao hurried over to help her, and her jade-like feet kicked him in the face. There's a shark. Don Nana kicked with her eyes hazy, and the soft sole of her foot rubbed against Jiang Rao's nose, carrying the sweet scent of roses. The red nail polish shone with an alluring luster under the light. Jiang Rao froze instantly, his nostrils filled with the sweet scent of roses mixed with a hint of alcohol. He forced himself to suppress the impulse in his mouth, pinched Don Nana's slender ankle and moved her feet away. The silky touch made his ears hot. Nana-san. Put on your shoes. Don't. Don Nana turned over and sat up. Help me put on. Don't touch her. He Ling suddenly rushed over and pushed Jiang Rao away. Nana is mine. She opened her arms and stood in front of Don Nana like a hen protecting her chicks. Ling. Su Yaoyao tried to dissuade her, but He Ling hugged her neck. Yaoyao is mine too. He Ling drunkenly kissed Su Yaoyao on the face. The three of us will sleep together tonight. Damn it, Principal, he is planning to start a harem. The boys around her started to boo and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Su Yaoyao's face flushed red from the kiss, and she stood there at a loss, like a frightened little rabbit. Stop taking fucking pictures. Jiang Rao felt overwhelmed. He pulled He Ling over and said in a low voice. He Ling, this is a public place. What happened in public? He Ling raised her eyebrows slightly and suddenly reached out to pinch Jiang Rao's chin. Little master, are you jealous? She came very close, her alcoholic breath spraying on Jiang Rao's face, and her red lips almost touching the corner of his mouth. Oh, Master Jiang is in such a refined mood. A teasing voice came from outside the crowd, with a hint of desolation. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Chapter 111. Lu Ruyan. Jiang Rao turned around suddenly and saw a girl in a black evening dress standing not far away, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, looking at him with a half smile. Her long chestnut hair fell to her waist, the corners of her lips were slightly raised, and there was a hint of playfulness and sarcasm in her eyes. Lu Ruyan? Jiang Rao's voice was a little tense. Long time no see, Master Jiang. Lu Ruyan approached slowly, her high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor. It seems like your college life is very exciting. Jiang Rao felt his temples throbbing. Lu Ruyan was his first love in high school, and they had a very unhappy breakup. Why did she suddenly appear here? Lu Ruyan, what are you doing in my school? Jiang Rao's tone was cold. What? You're not welcome? Lu Ruyan interrupted him. I was invited to the ball. As she spoke, she pulled out a gold-stamped invitation from her handbag and shook it. Oh, so? Lu Ruyan was inexplicably furious when she saw Jiang Rao's expressionless face. He was like this before, and he was like this when they broke up, as if she had never left any trace in his heart. If you're here to cause trouble, you can leave now. Jiang Rao turned around and didn't want to have too much communication with her. Looking for trouble? Jiang Rao, you're still the same. Lu Ruyan sneered, always so self-righteous. You don't think I'm here to see you, do you? Lu Ruyan's red lips curled up in a sarcastic arc, and she gently shook the goblet with her fingertips, then put it aside. I'm here to look for the second young master of the Long family. She suddenly leaned close to Jiang Rao's ear, her breath as sweet as orchid. Our two families are discussing a marriage. Do you know what this means? What did you say? Jiang Rao turned around in surprise, with a look of surprise on his face. Lu Ruyan was stunned by Jiang Rao's reaction. She had expected Jiang Rao to look jealous or angry, but she didn't expect him to look happy. I told you I'm going to marry the second young master of the Long family, what's with that expression on your face? Lu Ruyan frowned. A promise is a promise, double happiness. Jiang Rao excitedly held Lu Ruyan's hands with both hands. There was a reason why Jiang Rao was so excited, because yesterday he received a piece of heavy news from the system. If Long Outyan leaves Jiangcheng for more than a month, his mission will automatically fail. The Lu family is in the Central Plains. If Lu Ruyan can really kidnap Long Outyan, wouldn't he be able to save the world without doing anything? Lu Ruyan was completely confused by Jiang Rao's reaction. She pulled her hand back, and a trace of hurt and anger flashed in her eyes. Jiang Rao, you. Ruyan, I sincerely wish you all the best. Jiang Rao said sincerely. Long Outyan is a good man, you will definitely be happy. I don't have anything good to give you, so take this and I hope your son will be a handsome man. As he said this, he took off his watch. You. Lu Ruyan's chest heaved violently with anger, and even her delicate makeup couldn't hide her flushed face. "You bastard!" She raised her hand to slap Jiang Rao, but was stopped in midair by a slender wrist. Tang Nana had already stood beside Jiang Rao without knowing when, although she was waddling and holding a shoe in her hand. "What are you going to do to Jiang Rao?" Hiccup. "Nana!" Jiang Rao quickly supported the staggering Tang Nana. She stepped on the marble floor with one bare foot, her white toes slightly curled up. Who allowed you to touch him?" Tang Nana glared at Lu Ruyan drunkenly, pointing the high heels in her hand at her nose. "Nana, go sit for a while." Jiang Rao quickly took the shoes from her hand. "But you wanted to hit you just now." Tang Nana hung limply on Jiang Rao, staring at Lu Ruyan stubbornly with drunken eyes. "Don't worry, she can't beat me. I'll be with you in a bit, okay?" Jiang Rao held her face and gently wiped the stains off her cheekbones. "Well, then hurry up, you said you would help me put on my shoes." Tang Nana pouted, poked Jiang Rao's chest with her fingers, and there was stubbornness in her eyes. Okay, I'll be right there." Jiang Rao gently comforted Tang Nana while motioning Su Yaoyao to come over to help. Su Yaoyao immediately trotted over and carefully supported Tang Nana's other arm. "Sister Nana, let's go and rest first." Su Yaoyao's voice was soft. Tang Nana nodded obediently and let Su Yaoyao lead her to the sofa, but her eyes still looked back at Jiang Rao from time to time. When Jiang Rao turned to face Lu Ruyan, the gentleness on his face instantly faded away. "Jiang Rao, what is your relationship with her?" Lu Ruyan pursed her red lips and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the goblet. The woman just now was really beautiful. Lu Ruyan thought she was outstanding in appearance, but she had to admit that Tang Nana's temperament and beauty were amazing, and she was older than her. "This has nothing to do with you." Jiang Rao responded coldly, "If you're here to find Long Outyan, he's in." Bang! There was a loud noise behind, as if someone had slammed the table hard, and everyone stood up. He Lingling suddenly jumped onto the coffee table, holding a microphone from somewhere in her hand and stepping on a speaker. The great river, the great sea standing sideways and turning around. "Well, his school beauty is awesome." Chapter 112. You play the pipa. Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched. "What the hell is this? The students at your school are quite unique," she said dryly. "It's okay." Jiang Rao rubbed his temples, feeling that the chaos tonight was beyond his tolerance. "Anyway, Long Outyan is not here, you can look for him somewhere else." He just wanted to get rid of Lu Ruyan as soon as possible. "Jiang Rao." Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her voice. "Do you think I really came here to find Long Outyan?" Jiang Rao was stunned. Complex emotions flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Her fingers were tightly grasping the hem of her skirt, and her knuckles turned white. "Then what are you doing here?" Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and said, I came." She swallowed the rest of her words because she saw the alienation and defensiveness in Jiang Rao's eyes, and her heart suddenly ached like a knife. "I'm here to look for Ye. She must be here today." Lu Ruyan looked away evasively. Jiang Rao was stunned for a moment. "Ye? What do you want to do with her?" "Why?" Lu Ruyan bit her lip. "After all, Ye has called me sister-in-law for 3 years. I treated her better than my own brother back then. Can't I come and see her?" She's not free right now." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan seemed to have found an outlet for venting. "You're always like this." Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her voice, attracting the attention of many people around her. "I was like this in high school, and I'm still like this now. I always like to make decisions for others. Now I even want to stop me from seeing Ye." Jiang Rao was confused by her sudden outburst. "That's not what I meant. Ye is in the infirmary now." "That's enough." Lu Ruyan interrupted him, her eyes slightly red. "Jiang Rao, you know what? Sometimes I really wish I had never met you. Ruyan, it's over between us. You said so yourself." "Yes, I said it myself, but you, miss." Just as Lu Ruyan was about to continue speaking, the bodyguard beside her suddenly came over and whispered a few words into her ear in a low voice. Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly and she frowned. "Jiang Rao, I have something to take care of right now. It's a rare trip for me to Jiangcheng. Let's have dinner together tomorrow, just the two of us." Lu Ruyan stared straight at Jiang Rao, with a firm look in her eyes that could not be refused. "Have a meal? Why, can't we even reminisce about the past with our old classmates?" Lu Ruyan raised her chin, but her eyes flickered. Or, are you scared? What do I have to be afraid of? Zhang Rao spread his hands helplessly. It's just that tomorrow. That's settled then. Lu Ruyan interrupted him without hesitation, pulled out a black business card from her handbag and stuffed it into his suit pocket. This is my current number. I'll pick you up at your school gate tomorrow at noon. Her fingertips lingered on Zhang Rao's chest for a moment. The dress is nice. Your fashion sense has finally improved. Then he turned and left. Zhang Rao looked at her back and sighed helplessly. Lu Ruyan was still the same, strong and willful. Wow, Jiang-san. Su Yaoyao's panicked voice came from behind. Zhang Rao turned around and saw that his eyes went dark. Good guy, He Lingling started to make a fuss again, letting Tang Nana ride on her shoulders to play the role of Qin Shi Huang, while she herself played the role of the polar bear, singing in her mouth. You play the pipa and I sit in front of the opera stage. Chapter 113. I can't get in like this. Nana, please sit still. I can't get in like this. Zhang Rao held Tang Nana's ankle and tried to put the high heels back on her restless feet. Tang Nana was very drunk, her whole body leaning on the armrest of the sofa, her bare feet kicking around restlessly, occasionally rubbing against Zhang Rao's thighs. Don't do this. Tang Nana suddenly kicked off her shoes and stepped on Zhang Rao's knees with her bare feet. I want the red one. She mumbled vaguely, grabbing Zhang Rao's tie with her fingertips and pulling it. I can't give you this. Zhang Rao quickly protected the bow tie. This was given to me by classmate Tian Tian. Then I don't want it. Humph. Tang Nana turned away in a huff, but her toes unconsciously curled up and rubbed against Zhang Rao's suit pants. The soles of her feet were warm and soft, like a restless kitten acting coquettishly. Zhang Rao helplessly grabbed her restless feet again, and felt a soft and tender sensation. He took a deep breath, suppressed the strange throbbing in his heart, and picked up his high heels again. Don't move, or I'll tickle the soles of your feet. Zhang Rao threatened fiercely. You dare. Don Nana stared at him with drunken eyes, her cheeks flushed with an alluring blush from the effect of alcohol. Zhang Rao smiled evilly and gently scratched the soles of her feet with his fingertips. Ah! Tang Nana screamed, her whole body jumping up as if she had been electrocuted, and her bare feet subconsciously stepped on Zhang Rao's chest. Through the thin shirt, Zhang Rao could clearly feel the warmth and touch from her soles. Zhang Rao, you bastard. Tang Nana wanted to withdraw her foot in embarrassment, but Zhang Rao grabbed her ankle. Are you scared now? Zhang Rao gently tickled the soles of her feet again. Tang Nana curled up with her toes tightly curled up, trying to avoid his attack. Stop, stop. Don Nana's voice was filled with tears, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. I was wrong. Zhang Rao then let her go and gently put her feet back on the ground. It would have been nice if you had behaved earlier. He bent down to pick up the high-heeled shoe that had been kicked off, knelt on one knee, and carefully lifted Donna's ankle. She has beautiful feet, smooth arch lines, cute round toes, and toenails painted with red nail polish that shine alluringly under the light. Lift your foot. Zhang Rao said softly. Tang Nana obediently raised her feet and let Zhang Rao put on her high heels. His fingers occasionally brushed against the sensitive skin of her feet, causing a slight shiver. Okay. Zhang Rao stood up and patted the dust off his knees. The other one. Su Yaoyao secretly watched this scene and began to imagine if Zhang Rao would take care of her so gently if she was drunk. Thinking of this, her cheeks became slightly hot and she quickly lowered her head. He Lingling rested her head on her legs, mumbling drunken words like one more drink. Su Yaoyao gently stroked He Lingling's short hair, but her eyes drifted to Zhang Rao and Tang Nana from time to time. Bite. Zhang Rao took out his cell phone and it turned out to be a message from Zhang Yeye. Brother, you should be done with it now. Come to the infirmary quickly. There's a surprise. Surprise? What's this little girl up to? Seriously, tonight's already been a mess. I wonder if she's going to get herself into trouble again? Zhang Rao sighed and looked up at the mess in front of him. He Lingling had passed out drunk on Su Yaoyao's legs, and although Tang Nana had managed to put on her shoes, she was still dizzy and dozed off on his shoulder. The music on the dance floor gradually stopped, and it seemed that the dance party was coming to an end. At this moment, a person appeared in Zhang Rao's sight, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Rao quickly walked up to Su Jingjing. Classmate Jingjing, you arrived just in time. Hey, don't block me, I have something important to report to the master. Su Jingjing pushed Zhang Rao away and looked around anxiously, but couldn't find Long Outyen. Oh, forget about Long Outyen for now. Your senior sister is here. Nana and Lingling are drunk. Please take them back to the dormitory with Yao Yao. Tian Tian is injured. I have to go find her quickly. As he said this, he ran upstairs in a hurry. Really? I haven't agreed yet. Su Jingjing stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 114 Silver Butterfly Wet by the Rain. Zhang Yeye had been gone for a while, and Bai Tian Tian was sitting alone on the swivel chair in the infirmary. She leaned back in her chair and looked at the ceiling helplessly. Zhang Rao. He reached out and grabbed at the air, but caught nothing. The lights of the infirmary were blurred in my sight, like an oil painting washed by water. Bai Tian Tian clenched and loosened her toes, lightly tapping the ground, causing the chair to slowly rotate. Her gaze shifted as she turned the white ceiling, the medicine cabinet, the window, the door, and then back to the ceiling. Why haven't you come yet? She grumbled softly, her slender legs crossed, her skirt hanging on the ground. The pain in her ankle had eased a lot, but the empty feeling in her heart became more and more obvious. The swivel chair turned again, and the door remained closed. Bai Tian Tian bit her lip and suddenly gave a strong kick, causing the swivel chair to spin rapidly. The surrounding scenery blurred before her eyes, just like her chaotic thoughts at the moment. You said you'd be back soon. As she spun, she seemed to see Zhang Rao dancing with Tang Nana in his arms, and the moment they smiled at each other. Big liar, you must have forgotten me a long time ago. Zhang Rao almost ran up the stairs, thinking of many possibilities in his mind. Could it be that Zhang Yeye had gotten Bai Tian Tian drunk too? There were already 2 drunks downstairs, and she really couldn't handle another one. He panted in thought, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the black business card in his suit pocket. Lu Ruoyan, why did she suddenly invite him to dinner? And Long Outyen, this guy was really unusually quiet tonight. Before he knew it, he was standing at the door of the infirmary. The moment he put his hand on the door handle, he hesitated for an inexplicable moment. It was quiet inside. He gently pushed the door open. The first thing that caught his eye was the lone chair's shadow stretched out by the moonlight. Then he saw the figure curled up in the chair. Bai Tian Tian hugged her knees, curled up into a small ball, her cheek buried in her arms, only the top of her hair was exposed. However, her hair was a little disheveled, with a few strands of hair hanging down on her fair neck. Zhang Rao approached her and was stunned. He knew what the surprise was. Moonlight streamed through the blinds onto the dress he had never seen before, which was supposed to stun everyone at the ball. What kind of dress is that? Silvery white silk cascaded down like water, shimmering softly like pearls in the moonlight. The bodice of the dress was embellished with delicate lace embroidery, dotted with tiny diamonds, like stars in the night sky. The skirt is layered like a blooming flower, and each layer is embroidered with dark patterns, which appear to have a faint glow when the light changes. What made Zhang Rao's heart stop the most was that every detail of this dress perfectly echoed the starry blue dress he was wearing. The burgundy color of his bow tie transformed into a small jeweled buckle at her waist. The silver thread embroidery on his cuffs blossomed into the same galaxy on the hem of her skirt. Even the crow feather element of his brooch transformed into a feather-shaped crystal hairpin in her hair. The design of the neckline, the cut of the waist, and even the pattern on the cuffs are obviously from the same person, and it is a carefully designed couple's outfit. She actually managed to put it on herself. Zhang Rao stood at the door of the infirmary, his breathing still not calming down. Bai Tian Tian, like a silver butterfly drenched by rain, curled up on a cold swivel chair. Her dress, which should have dazzled the crowd in the center of the dance floor, now shimmered silently in the pale moonlight. Her swollen ankle was exposed, the gauze bandage appearing to have been soaked, a darker color. His throat tightened and the word sweet was stuck in his throat and he couldn't spit it out. The chair turned slightly, making a slight creaking sound. Bai Tian Tian seemed to notice something and slowly raised her head. Her eye sockets were red and her eyelashes were wet and stuck together, but the moment she saw him, a very bright light flashed quickly in those always lively almond-shaped eyes, and then she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. It's so slow. Her voice was heavily nasal, sounding muffled and powerless, yet she still tried hard to maintain her usual arrogance. Did you win the championship? Did you reveal your true colors without me watching over you? It hasn't been announced yet. Zhang Rao walked to her side, gently brushed away the dust on the hem of her skirt with his fingertips, and said in a very hoarse voice, "Why did you put it on?" Bai Tian Tian buried her head in her arms again. After all, I've been preparing for so long. I figured. I can't just not wear it once. She paused, her shoulders trembling slightly. Anyway, no one will see it. Jiang Rao's eyes fell on her swollen ankle and the beautiful dress, and his heart seemed to be tugged by something. She must have endured the pain and put in a lot of effort to put on this dress, but she almost forgot that she was still waiting here because of the chaos below. He reached out his hand and touched her scattered hair carefully, almost reverently. Who said that? His voice was low and gentle, with a care that he himself was not aware of. Didn't I see it? He squatted down, touched one knee to the ground, and made his eyes level with Bai Tiantian, who was sitting on the chair. I'm sorry I'm late. This dress is beautiful. It shines brighter than any star I've ever seen. Bai Tiantian raised her head abruptly, as if she hadn't expected such a reaction from him. She had been prepared for teasing or awkward consolation, but she had never expected such straightforward and sincere praise. Tears welled up in her eyes again and she turned her face away hastily. Stop talking nonsense. Who asked you to praise me? His voice was even quieter than before. Besides, what's the point of seeing it? Jiang Rao didn't say anything, but gently put her feet back on the ground, then stood up and stretched out his hand to her. His movements were natural and firm, and his eyes no longer had the usual distraction, only focus. The ball isn't over yet, and the champion hasn't been announced yet. He paused, a gentle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. But my dance partner is here. So, classmate Bai Tiantian, would you be willing to do me the honor of dancing with me for the last time tonight? Right here. Bai Tiantian was completely stunned, staring blankly at the hand he extended. Are you stupid? My feet. She muttered softly, but her heart was beating incredibly fast. It's okay, you can let me take care of the weight. Chapter 115. I like you stepping on me. Jiang Rao's hand was still hanging steadily in the air, waiting for her patiently, as if the whole world only had her in this unperformed dance. He really invited me, he didn't forget me. Bai Tiantian's heart seemed to be hit by something suddenly, and sourness and sweetness surged up at the same time, making her nose sore. She looked into Jiang Rao's eyes, which contained no perfunctory or joking attitude, only a calm and gentle seriousness. Her ankle was still aching slightly, and her mind told her that this was a bit ridiculous, but a corner of her heart illuminated by the moonlight was clamoring for her to agree. Finally, the trembling little hand gently fell into Jiang Rao's palm, and his fingers immediately closed, wrapping her coldness warmly and firmly. Let me make it clear first. Don't blame me if I hurt you. Don't worry, I'll hold you steady. Jiang Rao smiled, as if he was holding a rare treasure. With a little force, he gently pulled her up from the chair. Bai Tiantian stepped barefoot on Jiang Rao's instep and stood up on one leg with his help. Jiang Rao took advantage of the situation and held her waist firmly. There was no music, only the faint afterglow of the dance party coming from outside the window and their heartbeats gradually becoming synchronized. Bai Tiantian leaned almost all her weight on his chest, her injured foot lightly touching the ground, and the other foot on his shoe. The faint fragrance of his body lingered at the tip of her nose, mixed with a hint of sweat from running just now. It was not unpleasant, but made her cheeks hot. Am I heavy? She asked quietly, her voice muffled against the front of his shirt. It's not heavy at all. I just like you stepping on me. Who did you learn this from? You're so slick. Jiang Rao's expression was a little awkward. He had unconsciously borrowed what Zhe had just said to Zhao Yuetian. He coughed lightly, and his ears felt slightly hot. I learned it by myself. Then you are quite talented. Jiang Rao lowered his head, his chin almost touching the top of her head. There was no music, and he hummed the melody softly, just like Tang Nana taught him when they danced before, clumsy but gentle. Bai Tiantian buried her hot cheek in his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat and off-key humming, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It sounds terrible. Just make do with it, Miss Bai. I'll be very sad if you say that. Jiang Rao also laughed, but his arms were held tighter. You deserve it, Bai Tiantian said harshly, but her fingertips unconsciously clenched the fabric of his suit. Who told you to come so late? I've already walked around several times. What turns several times? No, nothing. Oh. The two stopped talking and just swayed quietly to the non-existent melody. The moonlight was the only light, and their shadows overlapped and swayed on the cold floor. Following the silent rhythm, Jiang Rao took her hand and very slowly guided her to complete an elegant rotation while sitting. Her silver-white skirt rippled with this subtle movement, and the flowing moonlight danced on it, like broken diamonds scattered on the Milky Way. The cuffs of his navy blue suit contrasted sharply with her bare, slender arms, yet they were strangely harmonious. Look, can't this jump? Jiang Rao whispered, his eyes never leaving her. Bai Tian looked up at him, her eyes feeling hot again. To take care of her, he didn't even let her bear any weight, and just clumsily and tenderly accompanied her in completing the formal dance. At this moment, all the grievances and losses seemed to be ironed out by this careful rotation. She burst into laughter and said softly. Chapter 116, Be Gentle. I'm going to die. It hurts, Jiang Rao, be gentle, I'm dying. Bai Tiantian's voice was filled with a coquettish cry, but her eyes were secretly glancing at Jiang Rao's expression. It's already very mild. When Nana helped you before, you didn't react so strongly. Jiang Rao hurriedly helped Bai Tian put on a new dry bandage. Bai Tiantian's coquettish voice made him blush a little, but it was obvious that this girl was making that sound on purpose. Tisk, Sister Nana is much better than you. Bai Tian hummed, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Jiang Rao finally tied the last knot. The infirmary became quiet and the noise outside the window seemed to gradually subside. The dance should be coming to an end. Okay, he stood up and rubbed his sore knees. How do you feel now? Bai Tian tried to move her ankle, and the pain was indeed relieved a lot. Yeah, much better, thank you, Xiaoraozi. Her voice softened, showing a rare hint of gentleness. But... She suddenly drew out her words and blinked cunningly. Ding ding ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system task, winning the championship of Jiangqing University's welcome dance. Woo woo. Jiang Rao was about to speak when he was startled by the sudden system prompt sound. What are you doing? I haven't said anything yet, what do you mean? Bai Tian was also startled by Jiang Rao's sudden and violent reaction. She pouted her lips in grievance, thinking that he was resisting the request she was about to make. Jiang Rao had no time to explain at this moment. His brain was buzzing with the sudden prompt sound and subsequent information flow from the system. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the item card, time stop card. The system's prompt sound still echoed in my mind, with a mechanical yet unquestionable authority. Time pause card, a one-time consumable item. After use, the flow of time in the entire world will be suspended for 10 minutes, except for the host and the reborn. Usable only in non-combat situations. Note, time is relative, but for those who are stagnant, these 10 minutes will be an absolute vacuum. Jiang Rao's consciousness was still lingering in the shock brought by the system prompt sound, but he heard Bai Tiantian's aggrieved mumbling in his ears. Hey! Jiang Rao! Say something! Seeing him in a daze, Bai Tian became even more unhappy. She reached out and tugged at the hem of his suit. My feet still hurt. Can't you just carry me back? You're not willing to do this? The system's mechanical sound was cold and clear, but it stirred up a storm in Jiang Rao's heart. Time pause. 10 minutes? 10 minutes, 10 minutes all to himself? 10 minutes where he could do whatever he wanted? His eyes fell uncontrollably on Bai Tian, on her chest that rose and fell slightly with her breathing, on her cheeks that were stained with a few tears but still delicate and charming, and on her bare feet that were slightly curled up on the cold ground. Hey, if you use it now. Jiang Rao? Bai Tian felt a little uncomfortable with his staring eyes. Her cheeks felt slightly hot and she subconsciously retracted her feet. What's wrong with you? Don't look at me like that. Jiang Rao immediately slapped himself. What the hell was I thinking? How could such an important card be used for such a disgusting thing? Bai Tian was stunned by his sudden slap in the face. Her eyes widened and she forgot to let go of the corner of his clothes. Jiang Rao, what are you doing? Don't scare me. There was fear and a subtle hint of concern in her voice. Jiang Rao shook his head, trying to get those ridiculous thoughts out of his mind. What kind of crappy card is this from the system? It even says out of combat? Isn't this obviously tempting people to do bad things? He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice normal. No, it's okay. There was just a mosquito. Bai Tian looked around suspiciously. How can there be mosquitoes in the infirmary? And it's autumn now. Mutated mosquitoes, is that not possible? Jiang Rao forced himself to change the subject and squatted down. Don't you want me to carry you? Come on up. Bai Tian looked at his ears, which had suddenly turned red. Although she was full of doubts, the joy of victory still prevailed. She raised the corners of her mouth proudly, carefully lying on his broad back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Humph, that's more like it. You're smart. What Bai Tiantian didn't know was that she had been in a terrible state in Zhang Rao's mind just now. Chapter 117. Who was getting married? The moonlight was like water, spreading across the empty square. The cool evening breeze blew up Bai Tiantian's scattered hair. Are you cold? Zhang Rao felt her shiver slightly. A little. Bai Tiantian whispered, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Then I'll walk a little faster. Zhang Rao quickened his pace. Bai Tiantian on his back hummed softly and wrapped her arms around him tighter. The campus path was quiet and deserted, with only the street lights stretching, shortening, and then lengthening the two people's shadows. Hello, Zhang Rao. Bai Tiantian's voice was muffled. Have you ever thought about getting married? Marry? Zhang Rao paused, and the high heels in his hand almost fell to the ground. Student Bai Tiantian, aren't you jumping too quickly with this question? Stop talking nonsense and answer me. Bai Tiantian punched his shoulder with her pink fist, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness in her tone. I haven't thought about it. He answered honestly. I'm only a freshman, sister. I don't even have a girlfriend, so why are you thinking about getting married? Bai Tiantian was silent for a while. Just when Zhang Rao thought she had fallen asleep, she asked as if talking to herself. So, what kind of girl do you think is suitable for marriage? Could it be that classmate Tiantian you are getting married? Zhang Rao felt Bai Tiantian's body on his back stiffen slightly, and then his earlobe was pinched lightly. You big-headed ghost. Her angry voice rang close to his ear, and her warm breath brushed past him. I'm just asking. Who's getting married? It hurts, it hurts. Zhang Rao grinned in cooperation. Tiantian, your casual question is too scary. I'll just scare you to death. Bai Tiantian snorted, loosened her hand, and unconsciously rolled her fingertips around the slightly sweaty hair on the back of his head. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll pinch you again. Zhang Rao waiter lifted her up and began to think seriously about this problem. Well, first of all, it's better to look good. Then what? Bai Tiantian adjusted her bangs and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Better figure? Shallow. Bai Tiantian looked down at her chest and snorted. Then, Zhang Rao paused and unconsciously slowed down his pace. She should be independent, but being a bit spoiled occasionally is also quite cute. It's best if she has a bit of a temper, otherwise life would be boring. Bai Tiantian rested her chin on his shoulder and muttered softly, that's a lot of requests, what else? It might be a little hard to approach normally, but there's actually a different side to it. Like, when I'm drunk, I become as clingy as a kitten. Bai Tiantian counted on her fingers and suddenly felt something was wrong. Zhang Rao didn't notice her slight abnormality and continued to speak. She should be smart, have something she's passionate about and good at, and she'll shine when she's serious. She'll understand me and be opinionated. Every time we're together, my heart starts beating faster. After Zhang Rao finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. These specific and vivid descriptions slipped out of his mouth unconsciously, as if such a clear figure lived in his mind. The evening breeze blew by, and all that could be heard was the rustling sound of Zhang Rao's footsteps on the fallen leaves and his own heartbeat. Oh. After a long time, Bai Tiantian finally responded softly, and her arms around his neck loosened slightly. You deserve to be single. Zhang Rao laughed dryly twice. I'm just saying it casually. Isn't that what everyone's ideal type is like? Yes, my ideal type. Bai Tiantian turned her face to the side. What he said, why does it sound familiar? She shook her head to suppress this sudden thought. Hey, walk faster, I'm cold. Good. Zhang Rao responded and quickened his pace again. The two of them were silent for a moment. Silence spread, with only the sound of footsteps and breathing. When they were almost at the dormitory building, Bai Tiantian suddenly spoke again. Zhang Rao, if someone forces you to marry someone you don't like one day, what will you do? Chapter 118. Who said I'm dead? That's how it is, woo woo woo, the boss has sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. King Mu Ling knelt at the feet of the man in black robe, crying and wailing, while poking King Shui Ling, who was standing beside him like a fool, with his elbow. The water spirit king shuddered, and quickly knelt down with a plop, burying his head even lower, and echoed with a sobbing voice. That's right. Boss Jinling Wang, he died a tragic death. He was besieged by that hooded Jonin and the ninjas of the Dragon Clan. Before he died, he yelled at us to run and bring the information back to you, the leader. The man in black robe, the leader of the assassin organization, Manba, stood quietly in the shadows, his fingers unconsciously stroking the cold metal carvings on the armrest of the seat. The only sounds left in the room were the suppressed, slightly exaggerated sobs of the Wood Spirit King and the Water Spirit King. After a long while, Ing finally spoke slowly. His voice was low and hoarse, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. King Jinling, is he dead? King Muling's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He didn't dare to look up, and could only desperately squeeze out more tears. Yes, yes. Chief. The opponent is too strong. The boss. Who said I'm dead? A loud shout rang out like thunder, and the door of the infirmary was slammed open. A bloody and ragged figure staggered in and fell heavily to the floor. The cries of King Wood Spirit and King Water Spirit stopped abruptly. Like ducks with their necks strangled, they turned their heads in horror and looked towards the door. It's King Jinling. He was almost a bloody man, with wounds crisscrossing his face. One of his eyes was swollen so that he couldn't open it, but the other eye was burning with flames of anger as he stared at the Wood Spirit King and the Water Spirit King who were kneeling on the ground. Boss? King Muling was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, pointing at King Jinling with trembling fingers. You are not. Bullshit. King Jinling spat out a mouthful of blood foam and struggled to get up, but he fell back down because of the traction on his wound, and he grimaced in pain. I'm a tough nut. That crazy Jonin is tough, but trying to kill me? That's 100 years too early. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes swept across the Wood Spirit King and the Water Spirit King like a poison knife. But you two bastards. How dare you abandon me and run away? And you even made up a story in front of the leader, saying that I was dead? King Shui Ling was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, and his head banged against the ground with a loud bang. Chief, please spare me. Chief, please spare me. It was the Wood Spirit. It was the Wood Spirit who made me say this. He said that if I said this, I could inherit the boss's savings. Shui Ling Wang, you are slandering me. King Muling was shocked and angry, and rushed forward to cover King Shui Ling's mouth. Shut up, everyone. The Manba leader finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a cold pressure that instantly froze the two people who were wrestling with each other in place, making them speechless. He slowly stepped out of the shadows, the hem of his black robe brushing the cold ground. He didn't even glance at the disheveled Gold Spirit King lying on the ground, his gaze falling directly on the Wood Spirit King and the Water Spirit King. So, Manba's voice was devoid of emotion. The mission failed, the Yin Fox's inner core was destroyed, the Golden Spirit King was seriously injured, and you two not only deserted the battlefield, but also tried to deceive me. King Wood Spirit and King Water Spirit looked ashen, unable to even utter a word of begging for mercy. Manba tilted his head slightly and gave a faint instruction to the shadow behind him. Drag him away and treat him as a traitor. Yes. Two ghostly black shadows appeared silently, supporting the limp Wood Spirit King and Water Spirit King on the left and right. The two men didn't even have time to scream before they were quickly dragged out of the room and disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. The only people left in the room were Manba, the severely injured King Jinling, and the lingering smell of blood. Only then did Manba slowly walk up to King Jinling and look down at him condescendingly. Chief. King Jinling endured the severe pain and raised his head with difficulty. I am incompetent. Please punish me. Manba was silent for a moment, then slowly squatted down, stretched out his black-gloved hand, and gently pressed it on King Jinling's bloody shoulder. King Jinling gasped in pain, but gritted his teeth and dared not make a sound. He's seriously injured. Manba's tone remained calm. It's not easy for him to come back alive. As for the Long family, tell me the details of the situation. We've all been fooled by the Long family. The Earth Spirit King isn't a traitor at all, but a spy the Long family has planted in their organization long ago. After these words came out, Manba's expression finally changed. King Jinling touched his chest, then took out a severed ear from his arms. The Earth Spirit King has been killed by my subordinates. He wanted to take my life while I was seriously injured. Seeing that I had very little chakra left, he thought he had me in his grasp, so he told me everything before he attacked. Go on. This was actually a carefully orchestrated scheme by the Long family against the organization. They first pretended to cooperate with the organization, then the second young master of the Long family came to Jiangchang and staged a self-torture plot with the traitor, the Earth Spirit King. Then they use this as an excuse to accuse our organization of failing to provide adequate protection, intending to tear up the agreement and even turn the tables. The Fire Spirit King, that idiot Fire Spirit King, must have been deceived by them, thinking it was the organization that struck first, but then he may have discovered part of the truth, so he beat up the young master of the Long family. Their goal must be to gradually dismantle the main combat power of our branch and ultimately swallow up all of our industries and channels in Jianchang. The Golden Spirit King paused, took a few deep breaths, and then sneered, but he didn't expect us to deploy 3 Spirit Kings at once this time. This exceeded their expectations. Moreover, they underestimated the intelligence and ruthlessness of the Fire Spirit King, thinking he was easy to control. If it weren't for those 2 useless people, the Water Spirit King and the Wood Spirit King, who fled at the last minute, I guarantee that with the 4 of us joining forces, young Master Long would have been utterly annihilated today. Their conspiracy would have been exposed. Manba listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other again. Shadows shrouded his face, making it difficult to see his expression. Only the cold metal armrest made a subtle, almost inaudible sound under his fingertips. After a long time, he slowly stood up. "The Long family," he repeated in a low voice. There was no emotion in his voice, but it seemed to lower the temperature in the room. "What a Long family." He turned around and faced King Jinling. "You did well, King Jinling. Go down and heal your wounds first." Manba's voice returned to its previous calmness. "I will handle this matter personally." "Yes." "Thank you, Chief." King Jinling endured the pain and saluted with difficulty. He was then helped up by 2 black-clothed ninjas who appeared quietly and taken out of the room. The door closed gently. Manba stood alone in the shadows for a long time, motionless. Only the fingertips stroking the metal handrail betrayed a hint of cold, murderous intent. "Long Out Yen," he muttered to himself, his black robe fluttering in the wind. "Looks like it's time to meet the second young master of the Long family in person." Chapter 119. I don't want to act anymore. "We're already here, Tian-Tian-san." Zhang Rao stopped at the dormitory door, turned his head slightly and said to Bai Tian-Tian on his back. The door creaked open from the inside. Su Yaoyao stuck her head out, her eyes lit up when she saw the 2 of them. "Classmate Jiang, you're back. How are your sweet feet? Are they okay?" "Much better, but still a little swollen." Bai Tian-Tian answered softly on Zhang Rao's back, her voice filled with weariness. In the dormitory, He Lingling was already drunk and unconscious, lying on her bed with her legs spread out, muttering one more drink. Don Nana was sleeping quietly on the other bed, breathing steadily, but her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was dreaming. Zhang Rao gently placed Bai Tian-Tian on the bed, trying to be as gentle as possible for fear of touching her injured ankle. "Yao Yao, Jingjing hasn't come back yet?" Bai Tian-Tian looked at Su Yaoyao. "She just left. She said she had something to deal with." Su Yaoyao answered softly. "Oh, I'm so exhausted tonight." Zhang Rao took off his coat, unbuttoned his collar, and sat down on the bench. "Why, do you think I'm too heavy?" "How could that be?" Zhang Rao rubbed his sore shoulders. "You're much lighter than Jingjing." He, of course." "Wait, have you ever carried Jingjing on your back?" "I mean, even a girl like Jingjing can easily carry your weight." Zhang Rao quickly tried to make amends and touched his nose guiltily. Bai Tian-Tian narrowed her eyes and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the warm water handed to her by Su Yaoyao. "Tian-Tian, drink some water first. Zhang must have worked hard carrying you back." Su Yaoyao said softly, and looked at Zhang Rao again. "Mr. Jiang, you should also go to bed early." "Don't you have to go out tomorrow?" Zhang Rao then remembered Lu Ruyan's invitation and suddenly felt a headache. "Well, thank you, classmate Yao Yao. I'll go wash up first." He stood up and stretched his stiff neck. Bai Tian-Tian grabbed his arm. "I want to sleep in your bed." Zhang Rao was stunned for a moment. Sleep on my bed?" "Tian-Tian, we already have 6 beds in our dormitory, there's no need to." "I don't care." Bai Tian-Tian hugged Zhang Rao's quilt tightly and buried her face in it. "My feet are injured and I can't climb onto my bed." "And your bed frame is new and more comfortable." Zhang Rao was at a loss for a moment as he watched Bai Tian-Tian confidently occupy his bed. Her ankle was indeed still swollen, and it was indeed not convenient for her to climb onto the bunk, but this excuse sounded a bit far-fetched. "Tian-Tian, how about you sleep in Jingjing's bed?" Zhang Rao pointed across, trying to negotiate. No. Bai Tian refused immediately and hugged Zhang Rao's quilt tighter. I can't sleep by the window. I want to sleep here. And, here I smell like Xiao Rousey. She said the last sentence very softly, but Zhang Rao still heard it. His heart softened for some reason and he sighed. Okay, then you sleep here and I'll take your bed. No. Bai Tian immediately raised her head. This is the best quilt I've ever made. You can't mess it up. Zhang Rao looked at his standard dormitory bed, which was no different from everyone else's, then looked at Bai Tian, who was acting so confidently, and finally realized that she was determined to stay in his bed. Then where do I sleep? Zhang Rao asked helplessly. Bai Tian blinked and patted the empty space beside her. Isn't there still room here? The bed is big enough anyway, I'll give you half. Su Yaoyao was helping Tang Nana cover herself with a blanket. When she heard this, her hands trembled and the blanket almost slipped off. She glanced at Zhang Rao secretly, her cheeks flushed slightly. This isn't good. Zhang Rao felt his ears burning. Although he had slept in the same bed with other school beauties before, it was all forced. Now Bai Tian was blatantly inviting him. What's wrong with that? Bai Tian tilted her head with an innocent look on her face. It's not like we've slept together before. Or. She suddenly lost her voice. You want me to sleep alone when I'm injured? What if I fall down at night? 666. I don't even want to act anymore. Zhang Rao screamed in his heart, but looking at Bai Tian's ankle wrapped in gauze, he couldn't say no. Okay, Zhang Rao finally compromised. But you have to promise me to sleep well and not kick me like last time. Bai Tian smiled triumphantly, like a cat stealing fish. Then it's happily decided. Sister Yaoyao, can you help me get my pajamas? While Su Yaoyao was looking for pajamas, Zhang Rao quickly slipped into the bathroom to wash up. He looked at his flushed face in the mirror and splashed cold water on his face. Calm down, Zhang Rao, calm down. She just injured her foot and needs care, there's nothing else to it. Chapter 120. You must be responsible for me. When Zhang Rao came out of the bathroom, there was only a dim nightlight left in the dormitory. He deliberately walked lightly, trying not to make any noise so as not to disturb the school beauty's rest. Tang Nana turned over and murmured unconsciously, her voice soft and sleepy, "Don't go." Zhang Rao paused, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. Good opportunity. He squatted quietly beside Don Nana's bed, staring at her sleeping profile in the dim nightlight. Her usually cold face was now incredibly soft. Zhang Rao's eyes carefully depicted Tang Nana's sleeping face, as if he wanted to engrave this moment deep into his memory. The soft light of the night lamp gave her a hazy golden edge. Her usually cold and beautiful eyes were now quietly closed. Her long and thick eyelashes cast a small fan-like shadow under her eyes, trembling slightly with her breathing. Her nose was straight and delicate, and the lips that he had kissed were a natural rosy color. Even in her sleep, they were unconsciously pouting slightly, and all her defensiveness and alienation had faded, leaving only a softness that made one's heart soften. A few strands of black hair were scattered on the white pillow, making her skin look even more radiant like jade. She looked like a sleeping oriental fairy, breathtakingly beautiful, yet so fragile that it made people dare not breathe. Zhang Rao had never observed Tang Nana so closely before. Her beauty made Zhang Rao's heart beat heavily and rapidly in his chest. An indescribable desire to protect and throbbing intertwined together made him subconsciously hold his breath, for fear of disturbing this quiet beauty. When she tilted her head again, even though she was lying flat, those plump breasts still stood tall, raising the thin blanket into an attractive arc, which made Zhang Rao swallow unconsciously. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel the inappropriate thoughts in his mind, but his eyes were like being attracted by a magnet, unable to move away from her. At this moment, Tang Nana unconsciously turned over and faced Zhang Rao. Damn it! The neckline of the dress opened further, revealing more exciting scenery. Zhang Rao felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, and his blood rushed to a certain place. Zhang Rao. Tang Nana murmured again, this time with a hint of barely perceptible grievance. I'm here, Nana. Just as Zhang Rao was about to smooth out her slightly furrowed brows, a pillow hit him squarely on the back of his head. Have you seen enough? Bai Tian's low voice came from the bed opposite, with obvious displeasure. Do you want to get a magnifying glass and take a closer look? Zhang Rao was startled and stood up hurriedly, touching his nose awkwardly. Only then did he realize that the way he squatted in front of Tang Nana's bed seemed a little obscene. Ah, classmate Tian Tian, you're still awake. I just dropped something on the ground. Jiang Rao turned around and laughed dryly. Bai Tian Tian had half raised herself up without her knowing, and was glaring at him with narrowed eyes, clutching another pillow in her hand, as if ready to attack again at any moment. Yeah, luckily I didn't sleep, otherwise who knows if someone would take the opportunity to do something. She said unhappily and threw another pillow over. Jiang Rao caught the pillow, feeling like a pervert caught red-handed. He took a deep breath and walked towards his bed. Bai Tian Tian had already changed into her pajamas, the same pink ones she wore last time. The cartoon pattern on them made her look particularly cute. She lay on her side, facing outward, leaving him space against the wall, her injured foot carefully placed outside the quilt. Hearing him approach, she opened her eyes a little, patted the empty space, and said with a hint of tired pride, "Hurry up, I've warmed up your bed. Come, come." Bai Tian Tian curled her lips and slowly moved in to make room for him. Jiang Rao lay down stiffly, trying to stay as close to the edge of the bed as possible, with just a small gap between him and Bai Tian Tian. There was only one quilt, and Bai Tian Tian unceremoniously rolled away most of it, leaving only a corner for him. After turning off the night light, the dormitory fell silent again, with only He Lingling's occasional mumbling in her sleep and Tang Nana's steady breathing to be heard. Su Yaoyao was on the upper bunk, and she seemed to have fallen asleep as well. In the darkness, his senses became extraordinarily sharp. Jiang Rao could clearly smell the faint scent of gardenias emanating from Bai Tian Tian, mixed with a hint of potion. Her warm body temperature came through the thin pajamas, making Jiang Rao's body even stiffer. Deprived of vision, his other senses became unusually sharp. Jiang Rao could clearly feel the warmth coming from Bai Tian Tian's body beside him, as well as the friction of fabric caused by her tiny movements. He froze, not daring to move. "You're so far away, aren't you afraid of falling?" After a while, Bai Tian Tian's voice sounded in his ears with a whisper, and her warm breath brushed against his earlobe. "No, I have good balance." Jiang Rao spoke stubbornly, but his body felt numb. In the darkness, he felt Bai Tian Tian hum softly, and then a slightly cool little foot tentatively touched his calf. Hiss. Jiang Rao shrank subconsciously. "It hurts." Bai Tian Tian immediately took a deep breath in grievance. "You touched my injured foot." I'm sorry. Jiang Rao suddenly didn't dare to move, feeling guilty. "I didn't mean to do that. Is your foot okay?" "Not good." Bai Tian Tian took advantage of the situation and placed her uninjured foot over to him, pressing the cold instep against his calf skin to absorb the warmth. "Warm me up, I'm cold." Jiang Rao's whole body stiffened, and he felt the delicate and slightly cool touch like an electric current, running through his body from the point of contact. "You, keep yourself warm." He tried to shrink back but almost fell. "Stingy guy." Bai Tian Tian muttered, but her toes rubbed his calves restlessly, as if looking for a more comfortable position. "If I hadn't gotten that bow tie for you, I wouldn't be hurt, and I wouldn't be so cold." "Here we go again." Jiang Rao sighed inwardly, knowing that she was probably exaggerating to gain sympathy, but he just couldn't bring himself to refuse. He resigned himself to his fate and relaxed his body, letting the slightly cool feet stick to him. After a while, perhaps because she felt warm, Bai Tian Tian's breathing gradually became even and long, and the foot on his leg also relaxed. Jiang Rao thought she had finally fallen asleep. Just as he was about to move away quietly, he heard her speak vaguely again. Her voice was filled with sleepiness, almost a whisper. "Jiang Rao. If it were me." "What?" Jiang Rao didn't hear clearly, or didn't understand. "Nothing, I'm just sleepy." Jiang Rao waited for a while, but Bai Tian Tian didn't say anything. Only the sound of her even breathing could be heard softly, with the faint fragrance of gardenia lingering around his nose. She seemed to be really asleep. Jiang Rao breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxed, fatigue instantly hit him, and he fell into a deep sleep in a short while. 10 minutes later. Bai Tian Tian quietly opened her eyes in the darkness. She carefully turned sideways and stared at Jiang Rao's sleeping face in the moonlight coming through the window. His breathing was steady and his brows were relaxed, and he had obviously fallen asleep. Stupid little Rousey. She moved her lips soundlessly, and her fingertips gently brushed a strand of hair on his forehead, her movements so gentle as if she was afraid of disturbing anything. Her eyes traced his features, from his handsome brow bones to his high nose bridge, and then to his lips that always wore a playful smile now slightly open, making even breathing sounds. Bai Tian Tian's fingertips were suspended in the air, and after hesitating for a moment, they finally dropped gently, lightly touching the corner of his lips. If it were me. She silently uttered the unfinished words again, her voice so soft that only she could hear it. Will you marry me? Her cheeks were slightly hot, and her heartbeat was particularly clear in the silent night. She didn't have the courage to ask this question hidden in her heart when he was awake. Then she began to unbutton her pajamas, her face getting hotter and hotter. Anyway, you've seen everything about me, so you have to be responsible for me. Chapter 121 The Story of the Sage of Six Paths. In the hospital, Su Jingjing saw Long Outyan lying half dead on the hospital bed again, and she knelt down on the ground. Master! Master, how come your butt is injured like this again? Su Jingjing rushed to the bedside, looking at Long Outyan who was wrapped in bandages with only a pair of swollen eyes exposed. Tears instantly burst out. It's Jingjing who's useless. She failed to protect the young master. Shin Qingqiu stood aside with a solemn expression, holding a bloodstained long knife in his hand. When I found the young master, he had already. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left him. Long Outyan's swollen eyelids trembled with difficulty, and a hoarse sound came from his throat, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't utter a word. He could only use all his strength to stare at Su Jingjing, who was kneeling in front of the bed and crying bitterly. His eyes were a mixture of intense pain, anger, and a hint of extremely complex, almost devastating grievance. Why was it that every time he was seriously injured, the first person he saw was this foolish subordinate? And she looked even more like a victim than he did. Su Jingjing sobbed, looking at Long Outyan's thigh which was stabbed to pieces with tears in her eyes. Who on earth beat the young master like this? It's those mysterious stalking men. Shin Qingqiu sighed. Mysterious stalking men. I must destroy all the mysterious stalking men. Su Jingjing gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Hush, Jinger, the doctor said that the young master seems to have suffered a great deal of psychological trauma and has been refusing to communicate with others. We need to counsel him properly. What's more important now is his psychological recovery. Su Jingjing cried even harder when she heard this. Master, you have suffered. Long Outyan closed his eyes, his heart nearly broken. Psychological trauma? Anyone who gets beaten up by their own men and can't even recognize themselves will suffer psychological trauma, right? Damn it! Damn the stockings man! Damn that toilet cleaner! And that idiot Su Jingjing! Shin Qingqiu said to Su Jingjing, Jingjing, you stay here tonight to take care of the young master. The situation in Jiangchang is too complicated. I have to go back and report what happened to the old master. Don't worry, Sister Qingqiu, I will definitely protect the young master. Su Jingjing wiped away her tears and promised solemnly. Shin Qingqiu nodded, glanced at Long Outyan again, and then turned and left. Only Su Jingjing and Long Outyan were left in the ward. Su Jingjing moved a chair and sat beside the bed, staring at Long Outyan seriously, as if this could prevent anyone from hurting him again. Long Outyan tried to convey his anger with his eyes, but because his eyes were so swollen, all his emotions looked like expressions of pain. Master, are you in pain? Su Jingjing asked with concern. Would you like Jingjing to sing a song for you? When I was injured in the past, senior sister would sing for me, and the pain would go away after she sang. Long Outyan widened his eyes in horror and shook his head desperately. Fortunately, Su Jingjing seemed to have changed her mind. Then let me tell you a story, Jingjing. I know a story about the Sage of Six Paths. So, under Long Outyan's desperate gaze, Su Jingjing sat cross-legged on the chair, cleared her throat, and began to tell the story in an almost chanting tone. Legend has it that at the beginning of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths, Long Outyan spent a long and painful night in Su Jingjing's warm company. Whenever he was about to fall asleep, Su Jingjing would slap the bed because she was too excited, which made his wound hurt. Chapter 122 Jiang Rao has an ex-girlfriend? The midday sun shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting patches of light onto the dormitory floor. Bai Tian was awakened by a dull pain in her ankle. She reached out to her side in a daze, but found nothing. The other side of the quilt was already cold. She suddenly opened her eyes, propped herself up and sat up, looking around. The half of the bed that belonged to Jiang Rao was empty, leaving only a shallow dent, proving that someone had slept there last night. Little Rousey? She shouted subconsciously, her voice hoarse from just waking up. The only responses she received were He Lingling's mumbled dreams and Tang Nana's steady breathing. Su Yaoyao, who was in the upper bunk, seemed to have been awakened by her movements and gently turned over. Tian, what's wrong? Su Yaoyao rubbed her eyes and poked her head out from the upper bunk. Bai Tian buttoned up her clothes, got out of bed, and hopped on one foot to Su Yaoyao's bed. Sister Yao Yao, where is Xiaorei's iron? Su Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, as if she suddenly remembered something, and whispered. Ah, Zhang classmate, he went out very early. Going out? What for? Bai Tian asked, and her mind couldn't help but start to wander. That guy, could it be that I scared him so much that he ran away early in the morning? But, I can't sleep with clothes on. Su Yao Yao's expression seemed a little hesitant and embarrassed. She climbed down from the bed carefully, walked to Bai Tiantian's bedside, lowered her voice. Before Jiang left, he told me he was going to meet someone. Who are you meeting? He Lingling had woken up at some point, with messy short hair and a hoarse voice, joining the conversation. It was obvious that last night's hangover gave her a headache. Tang Nana was also woken up. She slowly sat up, her long black hair falling like a waterfall. Her eyes were still a little sleepy as she looked at Su Yao Yao quietly. Ex-girlfriend? These three words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples in the dormitory. Zhang Rao has an ex-girlfriend? Bai Tiantian's voice suddenly rose in pitch, with an incredible sharpness. Yes, yes. Su Yao Yao's voice became smaller and smaller. It's the girl from another school who appeared in the auditorium lounge yesterday. Lingling and Nana were there too. Really? Why can't I remember anything at all? He Lingling shook her head vigorously. I don't remember it either. Is this really true? Donna looked bewildered. Yes, Zhang chatted with that girl for a while, but she didn't seem very happy. Nana, you were leaning on classmate Zhang's arms, pointing your high heels at her, and asking classmate Zhang to put your shoes on you. Don Nana was incoherent for a moment, and her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She only knew that she seemed to be drunk and said a lot of strange things. She didn't remember doing such a shameful thing at all. He Lingling rubbed her temples, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, now that you mention it. I seem to have some recollection of how tightly Nana hugged Zhang Rao yesterday. He Lingling rubbed her temples and laughed mischievously. Tsk, even a cup of hangover tea has to be fed to me by my own hand. Kiss, and feed. Bai Tian widened her eyes and covered her mouth. Donna waved her hands in panic, her voice changing tone. No. Lingling, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I? He Lingling watched the fun and even imitated it. Why not? Yesterday, someone was hanging on Zhang Rao, mumbling, I don't want you to feed me, I want Zhang Rao to feed me. It was so adorable. I really. Tang Nana's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and she was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to bury herself in the quilt. The blackout and shame that only came with being drunk instantly overwhelmed her. What was I doing then? He Lingling suddenly looked at Su Yao Yao again with curiosity. Lingling, you were standing on the coffee table in the lounge area, singing and dancing. And then you even pretended to be a polar bear and forced Nana to ride on you. Ahem, anyway, Zhang and the others made plans for dinner today, but I don't know the details. He Lingling whistled, and the headache from her hangover seemed to have mostly subsided. Oh, the ex-girlfriend showed up. This is going to be a good show. Zhang Rao is really good, he's a hidden talent. As he said that, he started to change his clothes. Sister Lingling, where are you going? Bai Tian looked at He Lingling, who was picking up a coat. Of course I'm going to have a chance encounter. Such an exciting plot is bound to be fun. Then wait for me, Sister Lingling, I want to go too. Can you take me with you? I'm also, a little curious. Su Yao Yao weakly raised a hand. Okay, Yao Yao will come too. He Lingling put on her coat neatly and winked at Su Yao Yao. Let's go cheer for Junior Master. Bai Tian had already started to change clothes while hopping on one foot, her tone was puffed up. I want to see what his ex-girlfriend looks like. Why is he forced to go meet her so early in the morning with such a grand ceremony? Donna sat on the bed, twisting the sheets unconsciously with her fingers, her eyes a little complicated. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she lowered her head in silence and began to fix her long hair. Nana, what about you? Aren't you going? He Lingling noticed her silence. Don Nana hesitated and shook her head. I'm still a little dizzy, you guys go ahead. She pulled up the quilt and lay back down with her back facing them. He Lingling raised her eyebrows, and without asking any more questions, she turned around and urged the other two. Then Tian, hurry up. Oh, Yao Yao, help me get my bag. Bai Tian Tian put on her skirt in a hurry, and almost fell down while jumping on one foot. Su Yao Yao caught her in time. Be careful, Tian Tian, Su Yao Yao said softly, helping her zip up her back. Your feet are still hurt. It's okay, Sister Yao Yao, I can walk. The three of them packed up quickly, and He Lingling waved her hand. Set off. Then he held Bai Tian Tian's arm, and Su Yao Yao immediately understood and held the other arm. The three of them quickly left the dormitory in a slightly funny but purposeful manner. The door closed gently. The dormitory returned to silence, with only Don Nana left. She remained facing inward, motionless, until she was sure they had left the room, then she slowly sat up. The sunlight outlined Don Nana's cold profile. Her eyes were clear, without any sign of sleepiness or dizziness. She listened to the deliberately quiet footsteps receding outside the door, bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth, and clutched the corner of the quilt tightly with her fingertips. Chapter 123 Master. Follow the car in front. Why are you wearing this? Zhang Rao looked at Lu Ruyan standing at the school gate and was stunned for a moment. She was wearing a white dress with curled hems and floral patterns, and her waist-length hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked fresh and gentle, completely different from the powerful black dress she wore last night. This outfit looks exactly like their first date in high school. Is it okay if I suddenly want to wear it? You just bought me this skirt. Lu Ruyan tilted her head slightly, a hint of a smile on her lips. Or does young Master Jiang prefer the style from last night? No. Zhang Rao looked away uncomfortably, it's just a little unexpected. Lu Ruyan chuckled and naturally held his arm. Let's go, I've already booked a restaurant. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined path outside the school, the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light. Report to Commander Lingling, the target has been found. Su Jingjing poked her head out from behind a big tree. She had finally managed to coax Long Outyan to sleep and was about to return to the dormitory when she met a few campus beauties downstairs. When she heard He Lingling say that they were catching an adulterer, she threw away her sleep and followed them immediately. She actually held Zhang Rao's hand. Bai Tian Tian also half of her head was exposed above Su Jingjing, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the bark. Should keep your voice down. He Lingling patted Bai Tian Tian's head gently, don't let us get caught. Su Yao Yao hid at the bottom and whispered. They seem to be looking this way. The four girls huddled behind a thick camphor tree like a human pyramid, their eyes fixed on Zhang Rao and Lu Ruyan who were walking side by side not far away. The sun was shining brightly, and Lu Ruyan's floral dress looked particularly fresh and refined under the light. She tilted her head slightly and said something to Zhang Rao with a gentle smile on her lips. Although Zhang Rao looked a little embarrassed, he still lowered his head and listened cooperatively. Which restaurant are they going to? Bai Tian Tian lowered her voice with a sour tone. I don't know. Let's follow closely. He Lingling's eyes were sharp, like an experienced detective. Lu Ruyan walked to a black coupe and looked at Zhang Rao. Get in the car. Can you drive now? No, so you drive it. Lu Ruyan threw the car keys to Zhang Rao as if it was a matter of course. I don't have my driver's license with me. Zhang Rao took the key. Lu Ruyan had already opened the passenger door and turned back to wink at him. Hey, I trust your driving skills. He walked around to the driver's seat and adjusted the seat and rearview mirror. Lu Ruyan naturally leaned over to help him fasten his seatbelt, her hair brushing his cheek, carrying the familiar citrus scent. The four girls behind the tree gasped at the same time. So close. Su Yao Yao covered her mouth. He Lingling patted her shoulder. This is wearing a seatbelt, it's normal. Does the seatbelt need to be so close? Bai Tian Tian gritted her teeth. Well, they drove away. Should we continue to follow them? Su Jingjing reminded. Follow, why not? He Lingling made a prompt decision and quickly glanced towards the street. Quick, stop the car. Bai Tian Tian immediately hopped on one foot and rushed to the side of the road, waving her arms without caring about her image. A taxi happened to come and barely stopped. He Lingling opened the car door and almost squeezed herself and Bai Tian Tian in. Su Yao Yao and Su Jingjing also quickly squeezed into the back seat. The taxi driver looked at the four beautiful girls in the rearview mirror, each with a different style but the same nervous expression, and was stunned for a moment. Girls, this is... Master, please. Please catch up with the black Porsche in front. He Lingling made an expression as if the situation was urgent. The driver straightened his back immediately after hearing this, slapped the meter, took out a pair of sunglasses from the box and put them on quickly. Hold on tight. The driver got into the mood instantly, stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi rushed out suddenly, and the four girls fell back in unison. 5 minutes later, the car braked to the side of a commercial street. Thank you, master. He Lingling threw down a banknote and hurriedly got off the car with the others. The driver took off his sunglasses, put his hands on the car window, looked at the backs of several people, and was speechless. What the hell is this? Just 2 traffic lights are making my blood boil. Chapter 124. Jiang Rao and Lu Ruyan walked into an elegantly decorated private restaurant, hidden deep in an alley shaded by plane trees. Its facade was unassuming. The waiter, obviously recognizing them, smiled and led them to a quiet window booth. I haven't been here for a long time. Jiang Rao pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes sweeping across the lush courtyard scenery outside the window. Yeah, the last time I was here was the last time. You order, you know what I like to eat. Lu Ruyan pushed the menu to Jiang Rao, holding her chin with one hand and looking at him. Jiang Rao took the menu, his fingers unconsciously stroking the pages. He did remember Lu Ruyan's taste, but this familiarity only made him feel a little embarrassed. Well, 1 serving each of sweet and sour pork ribs and Longjing shrimp. Another serving of crab meat lion's head. Lu Ruyan added, then smiled at Jiang Rao. This is what you like to eat. It's amazing that you still remember it. Jiang Rao handed the menu to the waiter. Of course I remember. Lu Ruyan looked straight at him. I seem to always remember things about you very clearly. The implication of these words made Jiang Rao at a loss for how to respond for a moment, so he had to pick up the teacup and take a sip to hide his embarrassment. Jiang Rao, when you were driving just now, did you ever think that I might be here to get back together with you? Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed. No. Oh. She rolled her eyes. Well, I know you. You're not the type to go back on your word. Jiang Rao explained. What are they talking about? I can't hear it at all. By Tian, He Lingling, Su Yaoyao, and Su Jingjing squeezed behind the green plants on the other side of the restaurant, peeking their heads out furtively. Although this location is hidden, it is a bit far from the booth where Jiang Rao and his friends are sitting. One can only see the expressions and movements of the two people, but cannot hear the content of their conversation at all. Sister Lingling, that woman is laughing again. Bai Tian pulled away the leaves of the potted plants and twisted uncomfortably in her seat. Su Yaoyao exclaimed softly. Student Jiang is blushing. For now, they appear to be just having a normal meal and chatting. He Lingling lowered her voice and made a preliminary judgment. Ladies, this is our menu. The waiter came over and handed over the menu politely. He Lingling's eyes lit up. She took the menu and pointed towards Jiang Rao and Lu Ruyan. Well, we have difficulty making choices, so please serve us the same dishes as their table. Okay, please wait. Although the waiter thought it was a bit strange that these 4 pretty girls were hiding behind the green plants to take their orders, he still kept a professional smile and wrote down their requests. After the waiter left, 4 heads popped out again. At the booth, the dishes were already arriving. Lu Ruyan picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, but instead of eating it herself, she placed it on the plate in front of Jiang Rao. Try it and see if it still tastes the same as before, she said with a smile. Jiang Rao picked it up, put it in his mouth and took a bite. How is it? Lu Ruyan asked. Yeah, it's okay. Jiang Rao nodded, his expression expressionless. Not bad? TSK, you used to fight with me for food. Lu Ruyan curled her lips. That's not important. Ruyan, you asked me out, so there must be something else going on, right? Jiang Rao put down his chopsticks. The smile on Lu Ruyan's face faded a little. She gracefully put down her chopsticks, picked up the napkin and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. You are still so direct. She chuckled. It's really not just about eating. Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually became serious. Jiang Rao, has your Jiang family's business encountered any trouble recently, especially in the port area? Business? Ruyan, you know I don't care about that, and I don't want to have anything to do with these 2 words. Jiang Rao's tone suddenly turned cold, and his fingers unconsciously turned the teacup. Lu Ruyan's red lips curled up into a meaningful smile. Really? But I heard that several important ports of the Jiang family have recently encountered some force majeure. Customs inspections have suddenly become particularly strict, goods are detained, and liquidated damages are increasing every day. She paused deliberately to observe Jiang Rao's reaction. Jiang Rao's expression barely changed as he continued to play with the teacup in his hand. These matters are handled by Jiang Da's chief. I don't understand them, nor am I interested in knowing. Jiang Rao, I know you haven't forgiven your father yet, but this matter is really important, otherwise I wouldn't have come all the way to Jiangqing to find you. I'm just a college student. What's the point of looking for me? You should just call the Jiang Group's chief office directly. That way everything will be resolved. Jiang Rao. Don't you understand? Lu Ruyan lowered her voice a bit and leaned forward slightly. Someone wants to attack the Jiang family, and it's someone powerful. Oh, then what? I'm going to drop out of school immediately, go back and beg that guy on his knees to give me the CEO position, and then turn the tide? Jiang Rao's tone was full of obvious sarcasm. He put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup collided with the saucer, making a crisp sound. Miss Lu, if you don't want to reminisce about the past, then this meal can end here. Lu Ruyan looked at him with a complicated expression, one of helplessness and a barely perceptible heartache. I'm not lobbying for anyone, she sighed. Jiang Rao, putting aside the conflict between you and your father, if the Jiang family falls, it will not benefit you in any way. And I am only reminding you out of kindness because of our old friendship. Lu Ruyan's mood was indescribably complicated. She knew nothing before. When they were in love, she just kept blaming him for keeping things in his heart, being afraid of trouble, not taking responsibility, and having an indifferent attitude towards everything. It was not until later that she vaguely pieced together some fragments from the conversations of her elders, the truth about Jiang Rao's mother's early death, the business storm that almost took the Jiang family's life, and his father Jiang Gaoqi's almost paranoid control and harsh and inhumane cultivation afterwards. She looked at Jiang Rao, whose brows were filled with weariness and alienation, and suddenly felt her throat tighten. What she had once thought of as cowardice and escape might actually be his only option for self-protection. She opened her mouth, and the words she wanted to say turned around on her tongue for a few times, and finally turned into one sentence. The food is getting cold, let's eat first. Jiang Rao seemed to realize his own misstep. He took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat in silence. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment. Behind the greenery. Why are they not talking? The atmosphere seems wrong? Su Yaoyao whispered worriedly. Well, the meat is tender, rich in taste, sour and sweet, very good with rice, can be given to people. Su Jingjing chewed the sweet and sour spare ribs in her mouth and analyzed. They must have had a fight. Bai Tiantian said with certainty, look at Xiao Raozi's expression, it's so stinky. It melts in your mouth, probably because it's been soaked for a long time, but the umami flavor is well preserved. It's just tasteless, so it's for the masses here. Su Jingjing ate a piece of Longjing shrimp in one bite. TSK, it seems that this ex-girlfriend is not simple. She can actually irritate Junior Master. He Lingling stroked her chin and analyzed, but Jiang Rao's reaction is quite interesting. Su Jingjing scooped another large spoonful of crab meat lion head and put it into her mouth, her face full of happiness. Ham. Chapter 125. What if I can straighten him out? The silence between Jiang Rao and Lu Ruyan did not last long. Lu Ruyan sighed softly, her eyes falling on Jiang Rao's somewhat tense profile. I know you don't want to hear this. Her voice slowed down a little, with a rare, almost compromising softness. But some things won't happen just because you don't listen or think about them. Jiang Rao paused while picking up the food and said nothing. Lu Ruyan didn't seem to expect him to respond immediately, and continued to speak, lowering her voice to ensure that only the two of them could hear clearly. There's a problem within your Jiang family. Someone is colluding with outside capital. Lu Ruyan's fingertips unconsciously slid across the rim of the cup. The target is not just the port, but the entire Jiang group in Jiangcheng. Jiang Rao's fingers gripping the chopsticks tightened slightly, but his face remained expressionless. All the senior executives in our company are from our own family. You are talking about internal issues. Lu Ruyan sneered, tapping the table lightly with her fingertips. What if it's someone from your family? As for who that person is, I think you know better than me. I understand, Ruyan, thank you for telling me this. The food is really getting cold. Jiang Rao interrupted her, picked up the serving chopsticks, and picked up a piece of fish for her. His movements were smooth and natural, as if the conversation just now had never happened. Try this. I remember you like fish. Lu Ruyan looked at the fish in the bowl, feeling mixed emotions. He is always like this, building a wall as quickly as possible to isolate himself from everything he doesn't want to face. There's one more thing. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Rao again. I'm going to study abroad, and I came here today to say goodbye to you. Lu Ruyan's words made Jiang Rao stop picking up the food completely. Going abroad? He raised his head and looked at Lu Ruyan. Her eyes no longer had the sharpness and tentativeness they had when discussing business, nor did they have the teasing and provocation they had shown at the beginning of their reunion. Instead, there was only a complex emotion that he could not quite understand. So suddenly? It's not sudden. My family has been arranging it for a long time. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyelashes and gently stirred the soup in the bowl with a spoon. I'm going to study business, gilding myself so I can come back and take over the family business. You know, most kids from families like ours can't escape this fate. She paused, looked up at him, and pulled up an expression that was not quite a smile. Unlike you, Master Jiang, who has the right to say no. Jiang Rao was silent for a moment. He knew Lu Ruyan was right. To some extent, she was just as helpless as he was, but he chose to escape and be passive. When are we leaving? He asked. The flight is next week. Lu Ruyan replied. So, today's meal might really be a farewell dinner. Jiang Rao's heart felt like it was gently bumped by something, a little dull, but not sharp. His story with Ruyan Lu had ended long ago, the summer after their high school graduation, with a fierce argument and scars left on both sides. It came to a hasty conclusion. Now, hearing that she was leaving for another place, he felt more of a sense of melancholy that things had changed and people had changed. Which country? He asked. England. Lu Ruyan smiled. I heard it's always foggy there. I guess I'll miss the sunshine in Zhangcheng. Bring more clothes. The food there is terrible and the portions are small. Jiang Rao suggested dryly, feeling a little silly after he said it. Lu Ruyan burst out laughing. This time it was a genuine laugh, and the haze in her eyes dissipated a little. Jiang Rao, seeing you like this, sometimes I feel like you've changed, and sometimes I feel like you haven't changed at all. Maybe, then what about your marriage with the Long family? Marriage? That was just something my dad casually said to the elders of the Long family when they were socializing last time. Then why did you, yesterday? Jiang Rao seemed a little speechless. Wouldn't this make Lu Ruyan's plan to take the reborn person away fail? I'm just a little curious about your reaction to this news. Also, I heard that the second young master of the Long family, Long Outyan, seems to be gay. Who would want to marry him? You're so beautiful, what if you can straighten him out? Deep well ice. Lu Ruyan reached out and gently hit Jiang Rao, a smile on her lips. This blow was not heavy, more like a playful joke between friends, breaking the previously slightly solemn atmosphere. Jiang Rao rubbed the spot she'd hit him on and laughed too. The atmosphere between them seemed to relax a little, no longer as tense as before. They began chatting about trivial topics, interesting things from high school, or a classmate they both knew had gone, and the trivial troubles of college life. Lu Ruyan didn't mention the Jiang family again, and Jiang Rao tacitly stopped asking about the marriage. The meal seemed to have finally returned to its ostensible purpose, a reunion of old classmates. Chapter 126. What are you disappointed about? I actually broke that pot of snow lily a long time ago. The one I returned to you was a new one I bought. I didn't expect you to break it again. I was saying the color of the flower pot wasn't right, and you swore I was mistaken. The two looked at each other and smiled. The past events that once made them grit their teeth became interesting under the passage of time. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting a warm glow on the dining table. Jiang Rao looked into Lu Ruyan's smiling eyes and suddenly felt that perhaps this kind of farewell wasn't so bad. After a while, she picked up the napkin and wiped the corner of her mouth with an elegant gesture. Okay, it's almost time, and we've finished our meal. I have to visit some seniors later. Jiang Rao, I don't know when we'll see each other next time. She stood up and picked up the handbag beside her. The sunlight coming through the window outlined her slender waist and straight long legs. Jiang Rao also stood up. I send you. Then help me with the bag. Lu Ruyan handed the handbag to Jiang Rao naturally, and when she turned around, the hem of her skirt drew a light arc. I'm going to the bathroom to touch up my makeup. Jiang Rao took the small, delicate handbag and stood there waiting for her. The sunlight filtered through the glass window, casting a faint halo on his face. The quietness at this moment forms a sharp contrast with the chaotic scene behind the green plants. Mr. Jiang looks a bit cute when he's holding a women's bag. Sister Yao Yao, this is not the point. So they really just came out to eat? He Lingling said dejectedly. Hey, Sister Lingling, what are you disappointed about? Is mango sago so delicious? Can I have another cup? Su Jingjing had finished all the food in front of her, and she looked unsatisfied. Jingjing, stop eating. They seemed to be leaving. Tian quickly stood up. On the other side, Zhang Rao stood at the restaurant door, holding Lu Ruyan's handbag in his hand, watching her back disappear towards the bathroom. He sighed softly, feeling complicated. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan came out of the bathroom. She looked even more radiant and charming after applying some makeup. She walked over to Zhang Rao and took his handbag. Let's go. She smiled slightly, with a barely perceptible lingering look in her eyes. The two walked out of the restaurant side by side, the afternoon sun shining on their bodies, making them feel warm. Let's stop here. Lu Ruyan stopped beside the car and turned to face Zhang Rao. I'll go back by myself. Don't you know how to drive? Of course I lied to you. Lu Ruyan opened the car door and winked at Zhang Rao cunningly. I have a driver's license now. But I just want you to be my driver again, is that not okay? Like smoke. Zhang Rao suddenly called her name. Lu Ruyan stopped and looked back, raising her eyebrows at him. Take care of yourself. He finally just said. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Ruyan's eyes, and then she smiled brightly. You too, Zhang Rao. Don't always act like you don't care about anything. Some things, once you miss them, are really gone. She turned around and bent down to sit in the driver's seat without looking at him again. Zhang Rao stood there until the car merged into the traffic flow and disappeared, then he let out a sigh of relief. Take care, don't always act like you don't care. A narrow laugh with a pinched throat sounded in my ears again. Zhang Rao turned his head and saw He Lingling's interested expression. Lingling-san? Everyone has left, but you're still standing here. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to let them go? Tian's voice came faintly. Why are you here? Su Yaoyao looked flustered, waving her hands, trying to explain. Mr. Jiang, we just happened to be passing by. Yeah, the weather is so nice, we just came out for a stroll. He Lingling smiled and took Su Yaoyao's arm, while with her other hand she supported Tian, who was a little unsteady on her feet. But Junior Master, what are you doing? I came out to see an old classmate. Tisk, old classmate, obviously she's my ex-girlfriend. Tian muttered softly. Standing on one leg made her a little shaky, and she subconsciously grabbed He Lingling's arm. Zhang Rao coughed lightly and tried to change the subject. Tian, is your foot feeling better? What do you care? Tian turned her head away, but accidentally lost her balance and almost fell. Tian, be careful, Zhang Rao supported her in time, don't run around until your foot is healed. Zhang Rao's hand supported Tian's waist. Her little face turned red instantly and she struggled to break free from Zhang Rao's arms in panic. I can stand on my own. She hopped back on one foot like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Can you really do this? Zhang Rao looked at the staggering Tian worriedly and held his forehead. Of course I can. Tian said stubbornly, and in order to prove herself, she jumped again in anger. Alright, stop being so stubborn. He Lingling poked Tian's forehead. His feet are swollen like buns, and he's still jumping around. Then he looked at Zhang Rao with a smile. We're going to have dessert later, so we won't chat anymore. Su Jingjing's eyes lit up. Okay. Tian wanted to speak but was blocked by Su Yaoyao. Student Jiang, Su Yaoyao's voice was still soft, but with a hint of unnoticeable firmness. Then we'll go first. You should go back to school early too. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head slightly, and then was pulled away by He Lingling with a smile. The four of them turned around and huddled together. Tian couldn't help but ask. Sister Lingling, aren't we going to continue following? She was still somewhat dissatisfied, but she couldn't say why. Garlic bird, the best part is over, there's nothing to see anymore. He Lingling shook her short hair. Su Yaoyao also said. Tian, Zhang seems to be quite relaxed, so nothing should be wrong. Humph, let's let him go this time. Tian raised her chin proudly and suggested. Let's get a manicure. Okay, let's go. Hey, aren't we going to have dessert? Oh, maybe next time. We just finished our meal. All right. Jiang Rao watched the four school beauties supporting each other and chattering as they disappeared around the corner. He smiled helplessly, but felt inexplicably relieved in his heart. After hearing what they said, the subtle melancholy I felt when I said goodbye to Lu Ruyan just now was diluted a lot. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw the note on the message, and his heart skipped a beat. Jiang Rao, come to the dance studio again today. I'll wait for you. Chapter 127, by Tian Nene? The door of the dance studio was ajar, letting in a warm yellow light. When Jiang Rao pushed the door open, the first thing he saw was Tang Nana standing in front of the mirrored wall. She stood with her back to the door, dressed in a simple black training suit. The fabric clung softly to the curves of her back and hips. Her long hair was tied in a loose bun, revealing the back of her neck. One leg was draped straight over the bar, her body leaning forward, stretching. When she heard the door open, she paused, but didn't immediately turn around. There was a subtle silence in the air, with only her slightly rapid breathing and the faint sound of wind outside the window. Jiang Rao closed the door gently with his backhand, and the click sound was particularly clear in the silent room. Classmate Nana? He took a few steps closer and lowered his voice unconsciously, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Tang Nana then slowly lowered her legs and turned around. Her cheeks were flushed from exercise, and there were beads of sweat on her forehead. Her eyes flickered a little, avoiding Jiang Rao's direct gaze. You're here. Her voice sounded lower and softer than usual, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Jiang Rao nodded, his eyes falling on her flushed cheeks. A few crystal beads of sweat slid down her graceful jawline and disappeared into the collar of her training clothes. That. Don Nana's eyes wandered, falling on the smooth wooden floor, as if studying the patterns on it, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists at her sides. Did I drink too much at the dance last night? She asked cautiously, her long eyelashes drooping like two delicate little fans, hiding the shyness and uneasiness in her eyes. I drank quite a bit, Jiang Rao answered truthfully, his tone tinged with concern. And then you seemed to forget everything. I really did lose consciousness. Donna's voice became even lower, almost like she was talking to herself. She raised her hand to cover her forehead in frustration, her fingertips weaving into her slightly damp hair. Did I do something shameful? Or said something nonsense? She only remembered some fragmentary fragments, such as being held in Jiang Rao's arms, and he lingling auctioning off her high heels in the rest area. Those blurry images made her cheeks hot at the moment. She didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Rao's eyes, for fear of seeing a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Jiang Rao looked at her, who looked like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and quickly comforted her. No, you were just a little noisy, but that's what happens when you're drunk. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Later, classmate Yao Yao helped you back to the dormitory. That's good. Tang Nana breathed a sigh of relief and put down her hand that was covering her forehead, but she still didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Rao. She pretended to casually raise her hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This small action gave her an excuse to divert her attention. Her eyes swept across the mirror behind Jiang Rao, then quickly looked away. The air fell silent again, and the atmosphere became even more subtly awkward than before. Don Nana took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and finally led the topic to what she really wanted to ask. By the way, she began, her voice sounding deliberately calm and relaxed, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. I thought you'd be busy today. Fortunately, I came here after I finished my work. Jiang Rao replied. What's the matter? Don Nana asked knowingly. Yeah, Jiang Rao said without thinking, I met an old classmate. Oh, old classmate. Tang Nana repeated these three words softly, her voice a little dragged out. She raised her eyes, and her gaze finally met Jiang Rao's, but it was only a touch away, and then fell back to the ground. Isn't she an ex-girlfriend? When she said this, her heart felt like it was being gently pinched by an invisible hand. It felt a little sour, a little bitter, and a little indescribably irritated. She even began to regret why she had asked him to come here and ask these uncomfortable questions. Jiang Rao looked at her lowered eyes and tightly pursed lips, and suddenly understood something. He Lingling and the others looked suspicious, and it seemed like they were following him. He was somewhat helpless, but still explained frankly. She's my ex, for sure. Ruyan Lu and I were together before, but it was a long time ago. When she heard the words live together, Don Nana's shoulders stiffened slightly. Although I already knew it, it still felt different when I heard it confirmed by Jiang Rao in person. She was silent for a few seconds, then tapped her foot lightly on the floor, as if trying to find something to do. She tried to sound nonchalant. Is that so? So today you two are rekindling your old flame? The moment she asked this question, she regretted it. It was too direct and aggressive, almost like an interrogation. No, Jiang Rao denied it almost immediately. He looked at Tang Nana's somewhat tense face and explained in a slow voice. She's going abroad to study next week and may not come back. Today's meal is a farewell dinner, or rather, a farewell. Goodbye. Don Nana chewed on these two words, which seemed to be an unexpected answer for her. So that's how it is. She secretly raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Jiang Rao, and saw that there was no sadness or nostalgia on his face, but he was just calmly stating a fact. Oh, then, are you okay? She was finally able to speak to him in a normal, concerned tone, and her eyes no longer avoided him. What can happen to me? Jiang Rao laughed. It's all in the past. You called me here just to ask this? No. Tang Nana quickly waved her hands in denial. I just wanted to thank you for taking care of me last night. By the way, I also wanted to ask you, did you sleep well last night? She was a little incoherent, and in the end, she felt that her excuse was a bit lame. Jiang Rao's face turned red. Did you sleep well last night? My mind couldn't help but flash back to the scene when I woke up this morning and Bai Tian was lying next to me. A furry little thing turned its back to him and rolled up all the quilts, revealing its snow-white, tender back and round, lovely shoulders. Next to him was the pink nightgown she had taken off. The whole bed was filled with the faint fragrance of her gardenia. He subconsciously moved his fingers, wanting to move away from her quietly, but his fingertips accidentally touched a piece of fabric that was softer, smaller, and more private than the nightgown. It was a small piece of cotton fabric with lace edges, soft and thin to the touch. Jiang Rao was half asleep at the time and pinched it subconsciously. He could still feel the small strawberry bumps printed on it with his fingertips. Then, his brain seemed to be struck by lightning and he woke up instantly. Isn't this Bai Tian's, Nene? She actually slept naked in her own bed. Chapter 128. I was here first. Jiang Rao's face was burning hot, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this moment, the cell phone in Don Nana's pocket suddenly made a crisp ding-dong sound. As if she was saved, Donna hurried to get her phone. I'll check the news. She unlocked the screen and slid her fingertips across it. Jiang Rao stood aside, his eyes fixed on her soft profile, watching her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under the light of the screen. Suddenly, Donna stopped moving. Her eyes widened slightly as she stared at the screen, and her lips subconsciously tightened. What's wrong? Jiang Rao saw that she had a strange expression and asked curiously. Tang Nana did not answer immediately. She carefully read the news push on the screen again before looking up. The results of the dance are out. No, it's you and Tian. You are the champions. She raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Rao, her tone calm. Real? He immediately cooperated by opening his eyes wide and moving closer. But Jiang Rao's heartbeat was actually very steady. He had already known the result last night when the system prompted that the task was completed. So when he saw this push, he felt nothing in his heart, and even felt that the news came a little late. But he knew he couldn't show it. He had to go along with it and create a surprise like a normal person would. Tang Nana handed him her phone. The photo on the screen was a snapshot of her and Jiang Rao dancing together. The two of them were staring at each other, the lights were dim, and the atmosphere was just right. However, the title was Jiangcheng University's Welcome Ball concludes successfully. Jiang Rao and Bai Tian from the School of Finance win the championship. Wow! We really won! Jiang Rao's voice was filled with just the right amount of excitement. That's great! Looking at the bright smile on Jiang Rao's face, the sourness that arose in Tang Nana's heart for some unknown reason was temporarily suppressed. She also smiled, but there was a hint of reluctance in her smile that she herself didn't even notice. Congratulations, champion! She said softly, put the phone back, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. No, Nana-san, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, teaching me how to dance step by step from scratch, I probably wouldn't even be able to get on stage, let alone win the championship." He paused, the gratitude in his eyes growing even stronger. "Also, last night, Tian Tian had an accident, and it was you who stepped forward without hesitation to help me and completed the competition in her place. So, this championship actually belongs mostly to you." Zhang Rao spoke sincerely, each word coming from the heart. His words were like a warm stone dropped into the lake of Tang Nana's heart, sending out gentle ripples. She looked at the photo on the screen of her mobile phone. In the photo, she was looking up with an astonishingly bright light in her eyes. Even she herself felt unfamiliar with that look. "The champions are you and Tian Tian. If you insist on thinking this way, I can't help it." Don Nana said this, but her lowered eyes revealed her inner turmoil. She lowered her head and looked at the tips of her black dancing shoes, tapping them lightly on the polished wooden floor, as if she was organizing her words. After a while, she raised her head again and looked straight into Zhang Rao's eyes. This time, her eyes did not dodge. "Zhang Rao, I'm so happy dancing with you these days." Her voice was soft but remarkably clear. "Last night was the most passionate and enjoyable dance I've ever had in a while. Yes, Tian Tian will definitely be very happy if she knows the good news. She has put a lot of thought into everyone's dresses." Zhang Rao grinned and gave her a thumbs up. The expression on Don Nana's face gradually solidified. The pair of eyes that were originally bright seemed to be blown by a cold wind, and the light quickly dimmed. "Really?" She uttered the two words softly, her voice so flat that no emotion could be heard. "Yes." "She?" Zhang Rao wanted to say something, but he saw Tang Nana slowly retract her gaze, and the bangs on her forehead covered all her emotions. She silently locked the phone screen and put it back on the bench. The whole process was quiet and distant. Zhang Rao's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with her? Did I say something wrong? No, I was clearly sharing the joy. "Nana-san?" He called out tentatively. Tang Nana did not respond immediately. She turned around, with her back to Zhang Rao, raised her hand and slowly untied the bun on the back of her head, and her long black hair fell down like a waterfall. This action seemed to be silently declaring something. The more Don Nana thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. The sour emotion emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart, rushed into her nose, and was then forcibly suppressed by her. Yes, of course Bai Tian Tian will be very happy. But what about me? I was here first. If it weren't for Bai Tian Tian, if she hadn't intervened later, this championship, this joy, should have belonged to her and Zhang Rao from the very beginning. If Bai Tian Tian hadn't suddenly said that she wanted to be his dance partner, the champion list would now read Zhang Rao Tang Nana. This championship should have been theirs. She was the one who had taught him to dance in the first place, the one who had glared at him when he clumsily stepped on his own foot, but had the patience to demonstrate it again. Teaching him to dance, getting familiar with the dance steps with him little by little, feeling the warmth of his palms, breathing in his scent, all those times spent alone in the dance studio belonged to the two of them. And that night at Zhang Ye's house, that passionate, warm and confusing kiss. Has he forgotten it all? But what can she say? I was the one who rejected his invitation first. It was I who gave up being his dance partner. Should I turn around and blame him? A mere championship in the welcome ball is actually nothing to Don Nana, who has won countless awards and trophies since childhood. But this one, she really hopes is hers. Because of it? No, the same. Chapter 129. Zhang Rao, you succeeded. Zhang Rao looked at her silent back. Her long black hair falling down seemed to have drawn a curtain, separating her and him into two different worlds. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, but he didn't know where it came from. He took a step forward and spoke cautiously. Classmate Nana, are you angry? Tang Nana paused for a moment, then turned around. No. She replied, her voice so steady that no inflection could be heard. Why should I be angry? Her eyes fell on the polished mirror beside her. You're the champion, I should be happy for you. Zhang Rao was made even more helpless by her appearance. He could clearly feel the change in her mood, but he didn't know what went wrong. Tang Nana looked at Zhang Rao's face in the mirror, which was full of confusion and innocence, and a deeper sense of grievance suddenly surged in her heart. The scene of that night emerged clearly in her mind, the dim light in the living room, the soft touch of the sofa, and the faint, pleasant smell on his body. Her heart was beating like a drum, and she was so nervous that she even forgot to breathe. The moment his lips touched hers, warm, soft, with a hint of clumsiness and tentativeness, she felt like she was about to melt. It was her first time kissing a boy. She closed her eyes, her body stiff, but she couldn't help wanting more, wanting to be closer to him. She could feel his hand around her waist, so hot that it made her skin numb. She thought that would at least be a start. However, just when she was completely immersed in the dizzy feeling, he suddenly let go of her without any warning. It felt like someone poured a basin of ice water on your face while you were sprinting at full speed. When she opened her eyes, she saw him looking evasive and at a loss. He didn't even dare to look at her again, and he made a lame excuse and ran away in a hurry. Leaving her alone on the sofa, the warmth of his lips still lingering, but her heart was filled with a cold, blank feeling. Now, this feeling returned. Exactly the same. Jiang Rao saw that Tang Nana's face turned even paler and her eyes became empty, and he felt even more panicked. Nana? What's wrong with you? Don Nana's thoughts were brought back to reality by his voice. She took a deep breath, and when she looked at him again, the last bit of warmth in her eyes disappeared. She suddenly understood everything. Why am I so stupid? Oh. Tang Nana suddenly laughed softly. I understand, she nodded calmly. Congratulations, Jiang Rao, you succeeded. What success? Jiang Rao was completely confused. He felt that his conversation with Tang Nana was completely on different channels. Winning the championship, isn't that what you want? Donna walked to the bench nearby, picked up her towel, and wiped the sweat from her neck. Every movement revealed a coldness that kept people at a distance. Now you've done it. From now on, you won't need to come here to learn dancing anymore. She raised her eyes, looked at him calmly, and stated, My mission as a teacher has been accomplished. Her movements were quick and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if the depressed and aggrieved person just now was not her at all. Nana, if I said something wrong just now, You didn't say anything wrong. Tang Nana interrupted him. She didn't even look back at him, but just lowered her head to operate the phone screen. You're right. The championship belongs to you and by Tian Tian. I just helped. She paused, as if she had found the music she wanted to play, then raised her head, looking past Jiang Rao at the huge mirror behind him. The mirror reflected the figures of the two of them, not too far nor too close, but the atmosphere seemed as if there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them. This championship must be very important to you. She looked at Jiang Rao in the mirror, her lips curled up, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Now that your goal has been achieved, you can leave. Her words were like an ice-hardened knife, piercing straight into Jiang Rao's heart. He finally knew. She was blaming him for using her as a tool to win the game. Chapter 130 Fall in love with me. No, Nana, I won't leave. Jiang Rao reached out and held her. I never thought of taking advantage of you, nor did I ever treat you as a tool. Then what do you take me for? He held Don Nana's wrist. She didn't struggle, but she didn't look back either. Tell me, Jiang Rao, what do you think of me? A friend? A classmate? Or a dance partner you can use and discard at will? Her voice gradually rose, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. I'm not. You're not what? Tang Nana interrupted, why did you kiss me at Jiang Ye's house that night? Tell me, if you consider me a friend and a classmate, why did you kiss me? Donna's voice began to tremble, tears welled up in her eyes. You told me you had something important to deal with, and I believed you. You said you would give me an explanation when you could, and I believed you too. She couldn't say any more and tears finally fell. Nana. Jiang Rao looked at her with pity and wanted to reach out to wipe her tears, but she dodged him. Jiang Rao, I do trust you, but I'm not a fool. Jiang Rao was silent for a moment and finally made a decision. He loosened his grip on Donna's hand. Feeling Jiang Rao withdrawing, Tang Nana suddenly felt disheartened, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Is it really like this? I was indeed deceived. He doesn't care at all. Mom, you are right. I shouldn't have trusted him at all. A pair of hands gently grasped her shoulders. Don Nana's pupils trembled violently. Jiang Rao silently turned her around so that they could look into each other's eyes. Seeing her with tears streaming down her face but still being stubborn, Jiang Rao felt a strong pain in his heart. He didn't say anything, but just held her face and carefully wiped the tears from her face with his hands. He wiped it very carefully and cautiously, as if he was treating a rare treasure. Jiang Rao took a deep breath and looked directly into Tang Nana's tear-filled eyes. Her eyelashes were wet and stuck together like butterfly wings wet by rain, and the tip of her nose and the sockets of her eyes were a pitiful red. The hand holding her cheek could clearly feel the heat of her skin and the slight trembling. Sorry. Jiang Rao finally spoke, his voice hoarser than he had expected and full of regret. Nana, that night at Yaya's house, I was wrong. His thumb gently stroked her hot cheek, trying to soothe her with his own warmth. I made you sad and let you think about it for so long. It's all my fault. Hearing his straightforward apology, Don Nana's body relaxed a little, but the vigilance and grievance in her eyes did not diminish. She just stared at him, waiting for his next words, her eyes seemed to say. And then? Is a simple apology enough? Jiang Rao did not avoid her gaze. He knew that any evasion would be interpreted as guilt and deception. If I could have, I would never have left you. Tang Nana's eyelashes trembled, and a tear hung at the end, about to fall. She looked at Jiang Rao's face so close to her, and saw herself clearly in his eyes, embarrassed, aggrieved, but with a hint of hope that refused to be extinguished. You won't leave, she repeated, her voice slightly hoarse from crying. The air seemed to freeze. The only sounds in the dance studio were the mingling breathing of the two people and the occasional, blurred sound of traffic outside the window. Jiang Rao's fingers tightened unconsciously, and under his palms was her delicate and warm skin. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a desperate honesty surged in his eyes. That kiss. He began, his voice low, with a tenderness and throbbing that he himself had not even noticed. For me, it was not an accident, nor a joke. Donna's heart skipped a beat. That night, when I saw you sitting on the sofa with the light shining on you, Jiang Rao seemed to be having trouble speaking, his ears were slightly red, but his eyes were still fixed on her. That's what I wanted so badly. I wanted to be close to you, to know if it would be like I imagined, or even better. He paused, as if recalling something, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. In fact, it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than I ever imagined. These blunt, almost reckless words were like a huge rock dropped into Donna's heart, instantly creating a huge wave. Her cheeks suddenly burned, and even her neck was stained crimson. She subconsciously tried to avoid his scorching gaze, but Jiang Rao held her face, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Then why did you? Her voice was choked with confusion and grievance. Why did you leave? Why after that? It seemed as if nothing happened. Because I'm scared. Jiang Rao answered quickly, Nana, I'm scared. Afraid? Don Nana was stunned. My family situation is very complicated. Jiang Rao's voice lowered, with a heavy sense of helplessness. I'm worried that the mess I'm in will affect the people around me. There are some other troubles that I am not yet able to fully handle. I don't want to involve you. This was the closest explanation to the truth he could give. So, you made the decision for me? Tang Nana asked softly, her tone less questioning and more complex. Do you think pushing me away is good for me? I'm sorry. Jiang Rao lowered his head. Jiang Rao, Tang Nana also held his face. Do you know that I'm in love with you? Like me? Jiang Rao was stunned. Chapter 131 I like you, idiot. Jiang Rao's breathing suddenly stopped and his mind went blank. Like me? He murmured, as if he didn't understand the meaning of these four words combined. That campus goddess, Don Nana, who was always aloof and reserved and who looked down upon her suitors, was now holding his face and saying in person, do you like him? Looking at his silly look, Donna felt aggrieved and wanted to laugh, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. She sniffed hard and repeated with a heavy nasal voice. Yeah, I like you, idiot. Her fingertips gently stroked his brow bone with a kind of resigned tenderness. From the moment you held my hand and stood in the middle of the dance floor, from the moment you saved me in the dance studio and chased Wu Yifan away, from the moment you kissed me without a care in the world that messy night at Yaya's house, I knew I was done. She stood on tiptoe slightly, rested her forehead against his, and rubbed her nose against his, their warm breaths mingling. Jiang Rao, I'm not afraid of being implicated by you, nor do I care about any troubles in your family. I just want to know, what about you? Her voice was as light as a feather brushing against the tip of her heart. Are you also? The rest of the words were blocked. Jiang Rao answered all her unanswered questions with a kiss. Unlike the last tentative and flustered kiss at Zhang Yaya's house, this time, he kissed her without reservation, with a force of confirmation and possession, prying open her lips and teeth, going deep and entangled. All the hesitations, concerns, those inexplicable troubles and the idea of saving the world were thrown behind him at this moment. He only knew that he didn't want to let go of the girl in his arms. Donna was so weak from his kiss that she could hardly stand. She could only hold the clothes on his chest tightly and respond clumsily and passionately with her head tilted back. The dance studio was so quiet that the only sounds left were the two people's rapid breathing and the ambiguous sound of their lips mingling. Sister Yao Yao, this little bear manicure really suits you. On the way back to the dormitory, Bai Tian happily pulled Su Yao Yao's hand in front of her and carefully looked at the freshly done manicure. On the light pink nail surface, a cute white bear is holding a small heart, which is very adorable. Really? Su Yao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she curled her fingers a little embarrassedly. This is the first time I've tried such a cute pattern. Of course not. Don't you see who chose the cupcakes? He Ling turned up her nose proudly, and then began to admire her cat eye manicure. If I had known earlier, I would have done the same as Sister Yao Yao. What do you think, Jingjing? Bai Tian sighed, obviously not very satisfied with the pattern of her manicure. Well, I think they're all pretty. Su Jingjing scratched her head. She really didn't understand the purpose of painting colorful patterns on nails. Tian, look quickly. He Ling suddenly handed the phone to Bai Tian. This is? Bai Tian took the phone. Ah, the prom champion is really yours, not bad. He Ling smiled and pointed to the post on the screen. Congratulations, Tian. Su Yao Yao and Su Jingjing also congratulated sincerely. Thank you everyone. Bai Tian bit her lip, but her eyes were fixed on the photo under the title. In the photo, Nana, wearing a black strapless dress, tilted her head slightly, her long black hair gently rising with her dance steps, her face showing a focused and devoted expression. Her clear eyes seemed to be filled with tiny starlight, and she was staring motionlessly at Jiang Rao, who was dancing with her. Jiang Rao, wearing a starry blue gown, lowered her head slightly, gazing at her dance partner, a smile seemingly unnoticed on the corner of her lips. The spotlight shone down from above, casting a hazy and gentle glow over the two of them. They looked so perfectly matched that it was hard to look away. Great shot. Bai Tian couldn't help but mutter to herself, her fingertips lightly running across the photo on the phone screen, feeling upset. She put in a lot of effort and even risked getting injured to help Jiang Rao win the championship. But I'm so sad. In the end, it wasn't me who stood by him. She silently returned the phone to He Ling. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes, and she looked a little lonely. What's wrong, Tian? Are you not happy after winning the championship? He Ling keenly noticed her change in mood and gently nudged her with her elbow. No. Bai Tian immediately shook her head and tried to force a smile. I'm very happy, but I'm wondering if Sister Nana knows the news now. He Ling guessed after thinking for a moment, is most likely in the dance studio again at this hour, practicing like she's risking her life. Should we go tell her? Bai Tian raised her head with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Go ahead. He Ling agreed readily, but your feet? Yes. Bai Tian's eyes dimmed again and she looked down at her still swollen ankle. She suddenly remembered something and took out a beautifully wrapped paper box from her bag. The box was a light blue with a white ribbon bow on it. Then she looked at Su Yao Yao. Sister Yao Yao, this. There was a hint of pleading in Bai Tian's eyes. Yesterday's dance was all thanks to Sister Nana, who saved Xiao Rousey and me. I bought her favorite cranberry cookies to thank her. But my legs? I really can't walk anymore. Can you help me get to the dance studio? Me? Su Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, pointed at herself, and seemed a little hesitant. Please, Sister Yao Yao. Bai Tian clasped her hands together and begged softly, Sister Nana will definitely be happier to see you than to see a wounded person like me. Well, all right then. Bai Tian's expectant eyes and the box of cookies filled with love made Su Yao Yao unable to refuse after all. Sister Yao Yao, you are the best. Bai Tian immediately smiled and carefully handed the box to Su Yao Yao. Chapter 132 My relatives are here. Their lips finally parted, leaving a shiny silver thread between their lips and teeth. Tang Nana's lower lip was slightly swollen from being sucked, her forehead rested on Jiang Rao's chest, and she was breathing heavily. Nana, I like you too. Jiang Rao hugged her tighter, his arms around her slender and soft waist, his nose buried in her hair that exuded a faint fragrance. I like your seriousness, your pride, and every aspect of you. You just lied to me. Donna hugged his waist, her voice muffled and nasal, but without any hint of blame. Don't push me away again. I promise. Zhang Rao's chin gently rubbed the top of her soft hair and answered seriously, what happened before was my fault. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. The vibration of his chest when he spoke was transmitted to Donna's face through the thin fabric, making her feel extremely relieved. She rubbed against his arms, like a cat that finally found its home. Then, you have to compensate me. This time, Tang Nana raised her face slightly, stood on tiptoe, and held Zhang Rao's lower lip with her two bright red lips. Zhang Rao's body stiffened, and then he took the initiative, gently tracing the shape of her lips with his warm tongue, feeling the soft touch, as if he was tasting the sweetest jelly. Nana! As he responded to the passionate kiss, he gently lifted Donna's body and let her sit safely on the bar behind her. The cold metal rod gave Tang Nana goosebumps on her skin, but the hot temperature of Zhang Rao's palm quickly made her forget the chill. Tang Nana let out a small cry of surprise, and her whole body was trapped between Zhang Rao's arms and the cold metal pole. Zhang Rao's kisses were dense and passionate, the wetness spreading from her lips to her chin, neck, and finally stopping at her delicate collarbone, gently sucking on it. The delicate kisses were like an electric current, causing her to uncontrollably tense her toes and her legs to involuntarily hook around his waist. One of his hands supported her lower back, while the other slowly and tentatively moved upwards, following the curve of her thigh. Beneath the soft fabric of her training suit lay the dancer's firm and elastic skin. Donna's breathing became rapid, and the arm around his neck tightened, and her body trembled slightly. When she felt that warm big hand had slid to the root of her legs, about to touch the deeper secrets, she suddenly came to her senses. A soft hand gently pressed down Zhang Rao's restless finger that was compensating her. Zhang Rao. Don Nana's voice was a little hoarse, her breathing was unstable, and her cheeks were so red that they almost bled. Zhang Rao stopped moving. He raised his head, his lips still stained with moisture, his eyes filled with confusion and a hazy look tinged with lust. He looked at the girl in his arms, whose eyes were evasive and whose ears were red, and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? That. Tang Nana bit her slightly swollen lower lip, her eyes drifting to the side, not daring to look at him, no. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. If the dance studio hadn't been quiet enough, Zhang Rao would have hardly been able to hear it. My relatives are here. What? Zhang Rao was stunned for a moment, looking at Tang Nana's flushed cheeks and evasive eyes. After several seconds, he suddenly realized what relatives meant. Ah. Oh. Oh. He quickly withdrew his hand from her leg as if he had been burned, and his ears turned red. I'm sorry, I didn't know. No, it's okay. Don Nana shook her head, still not daring to look at him, but her arms around his neck did not loosen. The only way to make up for it is to hug me. Zhang Rao awkwardly embraced her again, this time simply holding her, his palms resting neatly on her back, but there was a hint of loss in his tone. I clearly gave you a chance before. Don Nana buried her face in his neck like a spoiled child and complained in a low voice. Yeah, he said glumly, his voice thick with annoyance, I'm a complete idiot. If she had to blame anyone, she could only blame herself for being too slow, letting her endure the anxiety and grievances alone for so long. At the same time, Zhang Rao once again cursed the dog system in his heart. Don Nana felt the self-blame in his words, and the slight awkwardness in her heart disappeared. She raised her hand and gently inserted her fingertips into the hair at the back of his head, combing it intermittently, as if she was soothing a large dog. It's good that you know you're stupid. Her voice was filled with laughter. She tilted her head slightly, and her soft lips accidentally brushed his earlobe. I'll forgive you this time. Zhang Rao's breath was held in a shudder by her unconscious action, and his arms tightened unconsciously, pushing her deeper into his arms. Then, make it up to me next time? He lowered his head and rubbed his nose against the delicate skin on the side of her neck. Tang Nana's face turned even redder, and she gently hit him on the back, you wish. But her tone was soft and there was no deterrent at all. The two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying this belated intimacy and confirmation. All the previous misunderstandings, grievances and anxieties seemed to melt away in this hug. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Nana, are you in there?